Chapter 888 Product Licensing Fee. I'm not sure yet, but the licensing fee for the review gang alone is 500 million. If you add the others, it must be at least 1 billion or more. Li Shun shook his head because boring short videos business was increasing and involving many product categories, so he now knew that the licensing fees for the products were not accurate. Moreover, as the traffic of boring short videos increases, the product authorization fee will definitely increase accordingly, and the previous data cannot be used as an accurate reference. 1 billion, that's great. Recently, Sangshui Games has developed an overseas agency and received 1 billion in overseas agency fees. We must also have at least 1 billion in product licensing fees. Finally, I'm not being compared, Wu Yu said with a smile. That's true, but Sangshui Games' overseas agents can take 40% of the revenue, and the continued revenue will definitely increase in the future. If this continues, our boring short videos will rank second in the revenue of Tomorrow Group. Li Shin nodded first, and then sighed. Before Sangshui Games discussed overseas agents, the revenue from boring short videos had always been the highest for the Tomorrow Group. But when the games that Sangshui Games distributes overseas are officially profitable, he is not sure whether the revenue from boring short videos can maintain its first position in the Tomorrow Group. We are not static. The traffic of our boring short videos is also increasing. In addition, the live broadcast of the breeding industry has begun to sell products, and the revenue of our boring short videos will also increase accordingly. Furthermore, the traffic of boring short video is still not as good as those of the major live broadcast platforms, so boring short video still has a lot of room for growth. When the traffic of boring short video increases to the same level as the current major live broadcast platforms, the revenue of boring short video can also be doubled. Wu Yu said slowly. That's true, but currently the only industry that can make boring short videos grow rapidly is the animal husbandry industry. As for the traffic of boring short videos, because Mr. Chen ordered not to promote it, there is no way to grow quickly. It can only grow slowly on its own, and there will be no effect in a short period of time. Li Shun sighed helplessly. After boring short video was launched in the animal husbandry industry, it has basically reached a bottleneck. He can't think of any other way to take boring short video to a higher level. If it's not publicized, traffic is really a problem. Wu Yu nodded, and he was very helpless about this. If boring short video could be promoted, then the traffic of boring short video would probably be able to catch up with those major live broadcast platforms. We can only take our time. Li Shin spoke slowly. He was not that anxious about this. The current boring short video situation, even if it is not promoted and its popularity is allowed to grow naturally, sooner or later the traffic will catch up with those major live broadcast platforms, and even will go beyond. The only thing they need to do is to ensure product quality control. So in terms of quality control, he's extremely strict, and many times he and Wu Yu even go to check it in person. There is also the quality control management, who does not pay salaries according to traditional positions, but based on the number of problems with the products. If the number of defects on a certain product reaches a certain level in that month, the leader responsible for the product will be replaced. Of course, the number of defects has also been calculated. As long as it is strictly controlled, it can definitely be achieved. All in all, in terms of quality control, he set many strict rules. However, although it is strict, as long as the quality control is up to standard and the fewer defective products there are, the corresponding bonus will be larger. After all, quality control is the lifeblood of boring short videos, and there is no room for sloppiness. Well, then, Brother Shin, I'll go to the business side. Wu Yu nodded, then stood up and walked outside the office. He wanted to follow up on the authorization renewal this time. By the way, let's also calculate how much the overall licensing fee will be this time. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chunimo sat back in his seat and looked at the system panel with an ugly face. Judging from past experience, even if the income from Sangshui Games continues to come in, it is impossible to increase so much all at once. This is an increase in revenue of around 200 million yuan, at least compared to his expected growth. Could it be that Sangshui Games has done something else? Chunimo couldn't help but feel a little tired. Mr. Chun, This is the information submitted by Lampion Film and Television. Please take a look at it. Shinro came over at some point and put a piece of information on the table. Blue film and television information. Chinemo looked at the information on the desktop and was stunned for a moment. Haven't all the blue film movies and televisions gone out to shoot recently? Have something to report. Thinking in my heart, he picked up the information on the desktop and read it. But when he saw the contents of the report clearly, his face gradually became ugly. He said that there was some problem with the increase in system funds this month. The original source was here. Even if this release app is not released overseas, the overall revenue will be at least about 1.5 billion, or even more. He had just spent 200 million yuan of the system funds for this month and thought he could relax for a while, but he didn't expect that this would increase his income by more than 1 billion yuan. Chapter 889. Bottleneck of Salary Growth. Chinemo leaned back on the seat and sighed helplessly, reached out to open the drawer, took out the booklet, found the names of Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, and drew 2 crosses on their pages. These 2 people go out to pick up poor elderly people and can do things for them. They are really old-fashioned. Then I found the Zhonglan interface and drew a cross on it. The information just showed that this time the film's overseas market was handled by Zhonglan. This Zhonglan really hasn't stopped at all recently. Chinemo looked at the recently added crosses on Zhonglan's page and felt annoyed, as if he had not given the song to Zhonglan in the first place. His small treasury plan will not be shattered. It is more likely that Zhonglan will not join Blue Film and Television, and it is even less likely that there will be so many things happening now. These old 6, before joining the Tomorrow Group, each one was more miserable than the other. How could it be that after joining the Tomorrow Group, it was like a different person? Why? For a long time. Chun Mo stood up from his seat helplessly. Although a lot of funds had entered, it was not yet the settlement time. As long as he consumed all the new funds, there would be no problem. And this also sounded the alarm for him. He thought that the companies in the group had no projects that could bring in large amounts of money, but in fact there may be many projects that can bring in money. It's just that he couldn't think of these projects that could make money at the moment. So, he still couldn't relax. He had been too relaxed these days, and the settlement would be completed in 3 months. He tried his best to find all the places where funds could be consumed in these 3 months. Chun Mo slowly stood up and took a sip of the coffee on the side. Now the new factory area at the Zhahao Cannery has been completed. He originally wanted to wait until the funds came in next month before implementing the cannery matters. But now the high licensing fees from overseas agents and the live broadcast licensing fees from the 4 major live broadcast platforms have ruined it. The cannery branch plan was originally used to consume next month's profit funds, but now it is also being released overseas immediately. The total combined income cannot be completely consumed by a single cannery branch. Therefore, the final expansion of Blue Film Video is a matter of Blue Film Entertainment, and it is estimated that it will be advanced. Is it easy to think of several plans to spend money, but they were ruined like this? We need more spending plans. It seems that there has been no salary increase since the Chinese New Year. It has been half a year, and it is time for another salary increase. However, there is no unlimited increase in employees' salaries. Like those cleaning and other back-office employees in the company, if they want to increase their salary, they can only increase their salary to 10,000 at most. If they want to increase their salary in the future, they will only increase their length of service, and their annual salary increase will be 500. Of course, this salary of 10,000 is just the basic salary. If it is included in the company's various benefits, the money received in a month may be about 15,000. As for ordinary employees of the company, their monthly salary is capped when they voluntarily increase it to 20,000 yuan, while the salary increase for senior employees is 1,000 yuan per year. Further up is the company's team leader level, where the monthly salary increases to a maximum of 30,000 yuan, and the annual service length increases by 1,500 yuan. The highest salary for a team leader is 50,000 yuan, with an increase of 2,000 yuan per year of service. By analogy, therefore, he is not unlimited in increasing employees' salaries, and each increase cannot directly increase to the employee's maximum salary. However, The employees of the group have not yet reached the highest salary, so now he can still use the method of increasing employee salaries to increase salary consumption. However, there is a cap on salary, but he can increase the consumption of funds in terms of employee benefits. As long as he is reasonable in terms of benefits, he can also increase salary consumption. Are there employee benefits? Chun Mo tapped his fingers on the table. Are there any company benefits? Various activity competitions were just launched some time ago, which is already considered a welfare event. What other benefits can be given? Employee supermarket cards, birthday cards, transportation subsidies, food subsidies, housing subsidies. These are all already available. What other benefits can be given? Chun Mo listed the current employee benefits of the company and wrote them down on paper. Housing assistance. Finally, my eyes fell on housing subsidies. Housing assistance. It has been a year and a half since he established the group company. Although the factory has employee dormitories, employees living outside also receive housing subsidies. But some large companies all have employee housing. How could his Tomorrow Group fail to do this? Finally, I thought of another employee benefit, employee housing. Since it is employee housing, land must be obtained and buildings built. Now that Tomorrow Group is so big, as each company continues to expand, the number of employees is constantly increasing. Then the number of employee welfare buildings must not be too small. Chun Mo thought about it briefly. He originally wanted to have a big one, but in the end he found that in this employee welfare room, the system was not unlimited. Based on the current scale of Tomorrow Group, the maximum allowed by the system is 100 million, and the area of each household is about 70 to 80 square meters. Construction projects can be carried out according to the highest construction standards, but in terms of decoration, they can be unified, and each household cannot be decorated independently like in Tihi Tomorrow community. In addition, decoration can only be hard decoration, and the materials can be good. But furniture, home appliances, and other utensils cannot be arranged. The maximum investment capital is 5 billion. 5 billion. Chun Mo looked at the latest test results and smiled again. 5 billion capital investment. Plus, he has 4.8 billion additional investment. At present, the projects of the garment factory share and the project of changing blue film to blue film entertainment have not been implemented. All the funds that can be consumed have exceeded 10 billion. At this time, even if Wandering Blue Star has a lot of funds on the app, even if it is screened overseas, it has also obtained a certain amount of funds. But the maximum is 2 billion, so there is still a full 8 billion funds left. Chapter 890 Go to the Jinhao Canning Factory. Chun Mo took a sip of coffee comfortably. With so much money spent, his chances of settling the full amount of 60 million have been infinitely increased. The tension caused by the sudden increase of Wandering Blue Star just now completely disappeared at this moment. He can now have 10 billion yuan of funds to spend at any time, so what else can he worry about? After thinking about these things clearly, Chun Mo pressed the call bell beside him, and soon Shin-ro walked in from the office beside him. Mr. Chun, notify Meng Xiaohong of Jinhao Canning that I will visit her new factory tomorrow morning, and there are new projects to be arranged. Also, the employee's salary has not been adjusted for half a year. Notify all companies under the Tomorrow Group that all employees will receive a salary increase according to the established salary increase rules. By the way, go and count the revenue of each company in the Tomorrow Group and be more detailed. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair and looked at Shin-ro, who came in and gave instructions. Although there's already a way to spend 10 billion yuan, he still needs to be vigilant. Now many companies in the group have greatly increased their income after the new year. Especially Sanshua Games has sold Extreme Survival overseas and at the same time allowed overseas game agents to change the game charging model. Then Sanshua Games' income is very likely to increase significantly. So it is still necessary to understand the current revenue situation of Tomorrow Group in detail. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will deal with it now. Shin-ro nodded and then returned to her office. The next day, really good can food. Mr. Chun, this is the new factory area of the cannery. This is the employee dormitory. At present, the employees of the cannery have moved in one after another. And this is the employee cafeteria, and that is the office building of really good canned food. Meng Xiaohong took Mr. Chun to walk in the new park. Chun Mo followed and looked around the new park. The construction of the entire park was not much different from that of the garment factory, and he didn't come here to visit at the moment. His main focus was to implement the cannery branch plan. So he just took a simple look around and confirmed that the entire canning factory was built according to his requirements, and then went directly to the office in the new office building. Mr. Chun, have some tea. The reception area of the office. Meng Xiaohong brought a cup of brewed tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of Mr. Chun. Yes, you sit down too. Chun Mo pointed to the chair opposite the coffee table. Now that the new factory area is built, the staff matters should be settled. Mr. Chun, the staff matters have been recruited a few days ago. In 2 days, they will be almost fully recruited. Meng Xiaohong hurriedly answered. How many employees will be fully recruited? I counted the workshop staff, office staff, and logistics staff. All of them add up to about 12,000 people. What about job changes? As for the positions, I went to the garment factory to learn about them in advance. At present, the original employees of the canning factory have been promoted according to the positions allocated by the garment factory. Meng Xiaohong spoke quickly. The promotion system of Tomorrow Group is to promote grassroots employees little by little. So before the cannery was built, she had arranged for the old employees in the cannery to improve their work skills. If the cannery is expanded, the old employees will also be promoted according to their abilities. Basically, all the old employees in the cannery are at least at the level of team leaders, and a few with strong abilities have been directly promoted to workshop directors. After all, the expansion of the cannery has also divided many workshops, and each workshop needs a workshop director. In Tomorrow Group, the salary of a workshop director is at least 1 million per year. Some of the employees who were promoted to workshop directors were the most basic employees before. Before they were acquired by Tomorrow Group, they only had a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. After being acquired by Tomorrow Group, the salary was only increased to 8,000. However, in this job selection, these people have improved their abilities very comprehensively through their own efforts, and almost all the processes in the workshop are very proficient. And it only took them about a year to go from a daily income of 4,000 to an annual income of at least 1 million. If someone told her about this incident before she joined Tomorrow Group, she would definitely not believe it, and even felt that it was more like a pyramid scheme. But it is different in Tomorrow Group. In Tomorrow Group, everything is possible. After all, it has only been less than 2 years since Tomorrow Group was established. Chun Mo nodded slightly after hearing Meng Xiaohong's answer. There is no problem for the cannery to benchmark the clothing factory. And now that the new cannery area is built, when all employees are recruited, the salary of employees will be a big expense. Then there are more than 12,000 employees' daily meals, the consumption of factory operation, and the consumption of raw materials. This cannery is the second project after the garment factory that can continue to lose money. Well done. Chun Mo looked at Meng Xiaohong and praised him. In any case, this Meng Xiaohong is much better than Luo Xiao, Feng Chong, Zhang Lan. Those people. But I have one more thing to arrange when I come here today. Mr. Chun, please tell me. Meng Xiaohong sat upright gently and waited for Mr. Chen's arrangements. Now the cannery's new factory area has been completed. In a few days, all new employees will be recruited. By then, the cannery will be completely on track. However, we want to build a high-end canned food brand. Just having one cannery is not enough to highlight the strength of our True Good cans. So our True Good cans also need to continue to expand. We need to open a branch of the cannery. Regarding the branch, you can also compare it with the clothing factory. Now the clothing factory has already established a branch. The total capital investment in the branch factory is 800 million. Chun Mo briefly talked about the branch factory, but there were practical examples in the clothing factory, so just ask Meng Xiaohong to go to the clothing factory there to learn about it. Mr. Chun, the cannery here has just been built, and the can sales issue has not been resolved yet. Isn't it a bit anxious to open a cannery branch now? Meng Xiaohong heard Mr. Chen's words and suggested. You're wrong to think that way. Whether the cannery's reputation problem has been solved or not has nothing to do with whether the cannery can open a cannery branch. Chun Mo shook his head slightly and then continued to speak. Chapter 891 Song Shui's Income. We must always be prepared. Only by making the cannery more complete and stronger can we seize the opportunity when it comes. So the matter of the branch factory must not only be urgent, but also be implemented as soon as possible. I know, Mr. Chun. I will implement the branch factory matter as soon as possible. Meng Xiaohong lowered her head slightly when she heard Mr. Chen's words. Sure enough, Mr. Chen thought things were different from those of his employees. They are still calculating temporary gains and losses and considering the company's current status, while Mr. Chun is always considering the company's future development and will never get caught up in temporary profits and losses. Her group of managers also knew something about the development of Tomorrow Group. Mr. Chun started out in a loss-making garment factory and later took over the loss-making Songshua Games. Later, Manhwa Coffee, a pet park, and later boring short videos were opened. And all these companies have one characteristic, that is, these industries were losing money at the beginning. Then there are these money-losing companies. Under Mr. Chen's step-by-step leadership, they established the Tomorrow Group and developed to this point. How many people can do this kind of thing? Well, these are the things I said today. Just implement them as soon as possible. Chen Mo put the tea in his hand on the table, then stood up and left. Sanshua Games, manager's office. Mr. Fong, how are things going in the new department? Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong and asked. At present, the positions of the departments have been arranged, and the relevant managers have been selected. Now it is time to recruit new employees. Hasn't the candidate for your new department manager been decided yet? Fong Chong asked rhetorically. The candidates are already there, but I haven't said it yet. Freedom War will be open to public beta soon. If we announce this now, if we redeploy the manpower, I'm worried that it will affect the work of Freedom War, so I'm going to drag it on for a while. After the open beta of Freedom Battle, everything can be handed over. At that time, the candidates will be selected. Wei Yin spoke slowly. Compared with the new department, the Freedom Battle that is about to be tested in public is more important. Moreover, Mr. Chen also said that there will be no time limit for matters in the new department. There's no need to rush things in the new department, just take your time. Fong Chong nodded and then continued to speak. The overseas acceptance of Extreme Survival has already yielded results. Now, Extreme Survival has changed its charging model in overseas markets, and the income has come out in the past few days since it was launched. In the past few days, the total revenue is 110 million yuan. According to the current data, the monthly revenue is about 130 million yuan, and we can extract 40% of the revenue, which is a revenue of 520 million yuan. Calculated in this way, excluding employee salaries, daily expenses, and taxes, our Songshua Games can make about 1 billion in profit a month. A profit of 1 billion yuan. I remember that the revenue of boring short videos is about more than 700 million yuan a month. This time, Art Songshua Games has returned to the first place in the revenue of Tomorrow Group. Fong Chong had a smile on his face. In the beginning, Songshua Game was the most profitable industry of Tomorrow Group, but later, as the traffic of boring short videos increased, their Songshua Game revenue directly ranked second. Now I have finally regained the first place. It's hard to say whether it's number one or not. Wei Yin shook his head slightly. How to say? Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin doubtfully. Wei Yin saw this and explained. I chatted with Li Shun yesterday. The breeding industry on boring short video is also about to start monetizing. In addition, the traffic of boring short video is also more than before. How much will the overall profit be? Can it exceed 1 billion? I'm not sure yet. Yeah, well, it's really hard to say if the animal husbandry industry also starts to monetize. But your Freedom War will also be online, and the response to the closed beta is also good. I think that even if the current revenue of Songshua Games is not as good as boring short videos, it can be exceeded after Freedom Battle is launched. And if Freedom Battle becomes popular and overseas markets are developed, the overall revenue will still increase. Fong Chong smiled confidently. He believes that it is only a matter of time before Songshua Games regains the first place in the revenue ranking of Tomorrow Group, even if the revenue of Freedom Battle cannot reach the first place. After the mobile games of Extreme Survival and Dragon are developed, their Songshua Games income will increase step by step. Okay, let's not talk anymore. Yesterday, Assistant Shun asked for the current monthly income report of Sangshui Games. It just so happened that the overseas income of Extreme Survival has also been released. I will go to the finance department to make a statistics. Wei Yin stood up and left the office as he spoke. Baishu Law Firm. Tang Xiu looked at the information on the table with a distressed look on his face. Mr. Chun has given his employees another salary increase. From the time they joined the law firm until now, the salary of each of the interns has reached 7,000 before the court session. Those trainee lawyers or paralegals of other lawyers can earn more than 3,000 a month, which is already very good. At present, the salary that Baishu Law Firm pays to these trainee lawyers is much higher than the industry of trainee lawyers. Of course, this matter is not enough to bother her. After all, the treatment of employees by Tomorrow Group is well known. What bothers her now is that Assistant Shun sent a message yesterday asking her to sort out the income of Baishu Law Firm. The income of Baishu lawyers. She doesn't have to think about it at all. It must be a loss. Now those trainee lawyers have not been regularized, and there is no way to serve in court, so at present the law firm has no profit. Except for the fact that the young man filed a lawsuit for infringement against the garment factory and received some compensation. There is no other income. Alas, danku sai hao pui. With the current status of lawyers, there is no way to make a profit. Mr. Chen also expressed his understanding of this before. But it is still a bit uncomfortable to ask her to write a report on the loss of the law firm and submit it. Looking at the group's Sangshui Games, boring short videos, blue film films, and corner pet park, the monthly income of these industries is in the billions. And Baishu Law Firm is still losing money. It really is a drag on Tomorrow Group. Tang Xiu shook her head, turned on the computer, and quickly compiled Baishu Law Firm's current income status. This is very simple. She directly asked the finance department for a monthly expenditure report and then compiled it. Chapter 892 Legal Aid. After a while, Tang Xiu looked at the content he had written, confirmed that there was no problem, and sent it directly to Shinro through the email. After doing all these things, he thought for a while and clicked the call bell next to him. Soon a trainee lawyer came in. Lawyer Tang. Suwon came to the desk. Notify all trainee lawyers to come to the conference room for a meeting in 10 minutes. Tang Xiu looked at Suwon, who came in and made arrangements. Now Suwon's position is not only a trainee lawyer, but also her assistant. Among all the trainee lawyers, Suwon's ability is not the strongest, but the most comprehensive and the most serious. More importantly, the other party has a strong learning ability and often comes to her for advice. She likes such trainee lawyers very much. She also has a lot of things she wants to learn as a trainee lawyer, but at that time, every time she went to ask for advice, those lawyers didn't really want to teach. And even if they want to teach you something, they often ask you to do more things. So after she became the head of this law firm, she was willing to teach people like Suwon who wanted to learn. She didn't want these trainee lawyers to encounter the situation she had encountered before, so she provided them with more help where she could. Okay, Lawyer Tang. Suwon nodded, turned around, and quickly left the office. 10 minutes later, Tang Xiu came to the conference room, looked at the trainee lawyers who had already arrived, and sat in the front seat of the conference room. Looking at the coffee already on the table, he took a sip. During this period, you were assigned to various companies under the Tomorrow Group to carry out legal publicity, which could be regarded as a training effect. However, this training is only to train your ability to express yourself in front of many people, and it has not greatly improved your business ability. And you are about to be regularized, so you have to start the next plan. Tang Xiu put down the coffee and looked at the people in the conference room. These trainee lawyers are not far from the time of regularization, and legal publicity has brought them some training. However, the training of legal publicity has not greatly improved their professional ability. After all, legal publicity is some basic legal knowledge for these trainee lawyers. Therefore, if you want to improve your professional ability, you still need further planning. Everyone in the conference room sat up straight after hearing what Lawyer Tang said, waiting for Lawyer Tang's arrangement. Now the selection of Baishu Law Firm has ended, and these trainee lawyers have been guaranteed to stay. Although there is no pressure of elimination, They also understand the situation of other lawyers in the same period by chatting with other lawyers in the same period. As trainee lawyers, the salary of those trainee lawyers is basically in the range of 2,000 to 4,000, while the salary of these people has reached 7,000, plus some subsidies. The money in their bank cards every month is tens of thousands. And their daily work is to continuously improve their professional ability and do some legal publicity in the companies under the Tomorrow Group. If there is anything you don't understand, go to Lawyer Tang for advice, and you can get a good answer. But the situation of those trainee lawyers is different. Every day, they organize materials for those old lawyers and serve tea and water. But what they really learn is not 1/10 of what they learn. I also talked with those trainee lawyers who were eliminated. After experiencing the work of real trainee lawyers, those trainee lawyers and other lawyers all regretted that they did not work harder at Baishu Law Firm at that time and stayed. After communicating with those trainee lawyers, they also realized that working at Baishu Law Firm is a very happy thing. So now, even if they're no longer under the pressure of elimination, they have not relaxed and still maintained the competitive atmosphere at the beginning. After all, there is no atmosphere of elimination now, but who can guarantee the future? Tang Xiu looked at the reactions of many interns in the conference room and nodded with satisfaction. She was still a little worried before that these trainee lawyers would relax after the elimination system was canceled. But from the observation during this period, she was a little worried. These trainee lawyers did not relax, but maintained their previous learning state. The next plan is public welfare legal aid, with 3 people in each group, and 66 people are divided into 22 groups in total. These 22 groups are assigned to various communities in Jiangxing to provide legal aid to the residents in those communities. You can divide the personnel into groups by yourself, and you can plan the division of communities in Jiangxing by yourself. At the same time, I will customize the clothes needed for legal aid with the clothing factory, which will have the logo of the Tomorrow Group's Baishu Law Firm on it, which can be regarded as a publicity tie for the Tomorrow Group and our Baishu Law Firm. The only point I need to emphasize is that these legal aids are for the grassroots people and are free of charge for public welfare. I do not allow every trainee lawyer here to collect benefits. Another point is that we must also ensure the correctness of legal aid. If there are some uncertain issues, do not give suggestions casually. You can write it down first and ask the trainee lawyer who is more proficient in this knowledge after you come back. Of course, you can also come and ask me. Tang Xiu looked at the many trainee lawyers in the conference room and said seriously. The income report submitted today made her realize that it was time for Baishu Law Firm to respond in advance. Public welfare legal aid can not only improve the professional ability of those trainee lawyers, but also promote Baishu Law Firm. In this way, when all the trainee lawyers of Baishu Law Firm are fully employed, Baishu Law Firm will also quickly receive some customers. 22 groups of legal aid teams are distributed in various communities in Jiangxing to provide legal aid, which is enough to accumulate some clients in the process of legal aid. These clients are generally grassroots people, and legal cases basically do not involve too much money. But the law firm has 66 lawyers. As long as they take enough grassroots cases, they can also make a lot of money. Moreover, if these trainee lawyers are fully employed, she dare not let them take some big cases. It is better to start with small cases first. The process needs to be gradual. After getting enough training, take over those big cases. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. Please implement the things I just arranged as soon as possible. Tomorrow I will share the information about the groups, the corresponding divisions for each group, and write a report after each day of legal aid. Chapter 893 Luo Yuan's Request. After Tang Xiu arranged everything, he stood up and left the meeting room. All things have been arranged. Now we just have to wait for these trainee lawyers to become regular employees so that Baishu Law Firm can make a profit. After leaving the meeting room, he went back to his office directly. After sitting down and drinking a sip of water, he picked up the phone and called Jiang Chung of Changfeng Clothing. The clothes needed for legal aid need to be customized from the clothing factory. There are 66 trainee lawyers in total, and 3 sets for each person are basically enough. This dress is still very important. There are the logos of Tomorrow Group and Baishu Law Firm on it, which can play a role in publicity. As long as the public welfare aid is done well, it will gain the trust of the masses. And this offline legal aid is only the first step of his plan. The second step is to cooperate with Boring Short Video. After the legal aid gains the trust of the masses, those trainee lawyers can do online legal aid on the Boring Short Video platform. And you can also promote Boring Short Video during the legal aid process. Changfeng Clothing. Manager's office. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, thought for a while, got up and left the office, went downstairs to the design department manager's office. He knocked on the door and walked in. "Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?" Su Yining looked at Jiang Cheng, who came in, and asked. "Yes, Baishu Law Firm needs to customize some clothes. I'll come over to talk about it." Jiang Cheng nodded and sat down at the desk. "Work clothes?" Baishu Law Firm wants to do a public welfare legal aid. They want to make a batch of clothes that can promote Tomorrow Group and Baishu lawyers. They will wear this set of clothes for legal aid. Is that so? This is easy to do. I'll arrange someone to do it. Su Yining nodded when she heard it. For such public welfare and promotional clothing, the design requirements are not very high, so they just need to highlight the logos of Tomorrow Group and Baishu Law Firm on the clothes. Then I'll trouble you, Minister Su. This batch of clothing can be expedited. After the design is completed, it will be sent directly to the workshop for expedited work. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he stood up and left the design department office. When he returned to the upstairs, he found that Luo Yuan, the director of the business department, was standing at the door. "Is there anything for Minister Luo?" "Mr. Jiang, I have something to talk to you about." When Luo Yuan saw Jiang Cheng coming back, he hurriedly spoke. "Then come in and talk." Jiang Cheng opened the door of the office and walked in, and then went directly to the reception area. "Sit down." Jiang Cheng pointed to the reception area in the office, walked to the tea bar machine on the side, brewed a pot of tea, and came back. "What's the matter?" As he said, he sat down opposite Luo Yuan and poured 2 cups of tea at the same time. Both of them are old employees. They were colleagues before Mr. Chun established Tomorrow Group, so there was no need to be too polite. "Mr. Jiang, regarding the agent, although our Changfeng Clothing's new workshop has been built, and we have also started to build a branch factory. In the search for agents, the scale of our clothing factory is indeed an advantage. But our core problem has not been solved, that is, the problem of Changfeng Clothing's reputation. Now our Changfeng Clothing has a certain reputation in Jiangcheng because of the cooperation with Nana Coffee and the Tomorrow Group. But in the whole country, our Changfeng Clothing is still in a state of not being well known, so it is still very difficult to find an agent." Luo Yuan smiled bitterly. In the process of looking for agents, they can often attract customers through the scale of Changfeng Clothing, but often when it comes to the current reputation and sales status of Changfeng Clothing, these customers retreat. After all, the agency fee is 100,000 yuan, plus finding a store and some decoration matters. It will cost at least 200,000 yuan. And 200,000 yuan to invest in an unknown clothing brand. Then the factory of this clothing brand is well built. But few people will take the risk. After all, if the clothing brand is not famous, it means that the sales volume will not be very high. So now it is still very difficult for their business department to find agents. Yeah, I understand the business side of things. It is not entirely the business department's fault that agents are difficult to find. But because of the group's non-publicity regulations, it is difficult for us to solve the problem of Changfeng Clothing's reputation. Jiang Qing nodded. The reputation of the clothing factory has always been a problem since the establishment of the brand. The members of the BL Club won the championship in the official competition of Fire Dragon Island, and the Tinga Club won the championship in the official competition of Extreme Survival. Both teams wore uniforms designed by Changfeng Clothing, which played a role in promoting Changfeng Clothing and gained some customers who liked Changfeng Clothing. However, only a small number of people watched the game, so the overall problem of Changfeng Clothing's reputation has not been greatly improved. It's just that Changfeng Clothing's online sales have increased a lot. I know, Mr. Jiang, I didn't come here to solve the problem of Changfeng Clothing's reputation, but to ask for something. Luo Yuan said slowly. If there was a solution to the matter of Changfeng Clothing's reputation, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. What happened? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Mr. Jiang, I have done this once before, but now the Tomorrow Group is gradually expanding, so it is better for you to come forward and communicate. Luo Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng's confused expression and then explained. It's just looking for employees of the company to act as agents. Outsiders don't trust the Tomorrow Group, but those employees of the Tomorrow Group who have worked for a long time always trust the Tomorrow Group. And I have also communicated with the workshop employees of the garment factory during this period, and many people are willing to act as agents. And I have calculated the addresses. Currently, there are more than 12,000 employees in the garment factory, and more than 3,000 employees are willing to act as agents. Changfeng Clothing. Actually, we need more, but many employees come from one place. So once a certain number of local brand agents reach a certain number, it is already close to saturation. So there is no other way but to make some people give up being agents. Or other local agents. Luo Yuan showed a wry smile. He also spent a long time communicating with the employees of the garment factory about the agent matter. Some employees came to him every day because the agents in their own places were saturated and there was no way to add more agents. So they came to him every day, hoping that he could add another agent. However, how can agent saturation be easily increased? This is related to clothing sales. It absolutely cannot be changed. So in order to deal with the intrusiveness of those employees, he spent a lot of effort to coordinate. Chapter 894 Mr. Chen's Intention. This is what happened. Jiang Cheng suddenly understood what Luo Yuan wanted to do when he heard Luo Yuan's words. Before, Luo Yuan has already done it once, and he also joined the agency. The agency location is in his hometown, and his wife's sister helps to look after the store. He and his wife give his sister some money every month as salary. So far, the income of the clothing store represented by the agent is not much, which can be said to be losing money. Because it is not well known, and the price is a bit more expensive than the popular brands, it doesn't sell a piece of clothing for a day or two. But he wasn't in a hurry about it. First, with his current salary, there is no problem at all in maintaining such a clothing agency. Second, he believes in Changfeng Clothing, believes in Tomorrow Group, and believes in Mr. Chen. It is only a matter of time before Changfeng Clothing's reputation problem is solved. I can go and communicate with the managers of each company, and they will handle the communication with the corporate department. Another point is that it is not profitable to act as an agent for Changfeng Clothing now, and there is no exact time when it will be profitable. You need to make this clear to those employees. Jiang Cheng raised his head and looked at Luo Yuan. He knew that Luo Yuan wanted Changfeng Clothing to add more agents. But he didn't want Luo Yuan to recruit more agents because of the current status of Changfeng Clothing's agent. If someone joins Changfeng Clothing with the thought that they will make a profit immediately, then they will find out that not only does Changfeng Clothing not make money, but it also loses money. That would be troublesome. At that time, it will not only affect the reputation of Changfeng Clothing, but also the image of Tomorrow Group in the eyes of those employees. I know, Mr. Jiang, I still understand this matter. When we communicated with the garment factory, I already explained the situation, but the employees in the garment factory don't care about these things at all. Luo Yuan said with a smile on his face. For the previous batch of employees who acted as agents for clothing factories, the clothing stores are basically losing money now. However, those employees are also old employees. Currently, they are all management of large and small clothing factories, so they don't care about the losses of clothing stores. In their minds, being a clothing store agent is an investment. Sooner or later, the clothing store will make money. As long as you know the appropriateness, I will communicate this matter with the managers of other companies. Jiang Cheng nodded. It is always a good thing to find more agents for garment factories. Nowadays, the clothing factory has 3,000 agents, and the agency fee is 100,000 yuan. With 3,000 agents, that is a profit of 300 million yuan. If there are several other companies and some employees acting as agents, then the agency fees this time will also be a huge profit. Then I'll trouble Mr. Jiang. Luo Yuan nodded, then stood up and left the office. Nana coffee. A corner seat. Mr. Chun, you can take a look. This is the contract we prepared. If there are no problems, you can sign it. Wei Yin pushed the contract in his hand to Chun Song on the opposite side. The two had already communicated on the phone about the development and licensing of Extreme Survival and Dianlong mobile games. So at this time, you only need to confirm that there is no problem with the contract. Upon seeing this, Chun Sung picked up the contract on the table and looked at it bit by bit. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed it directly. Wait until the signing is completed. He just knew that Tinga would have another profitable project in the future. Then it will be a pleasure to work together. After seeing Chun Sung sign, Wei Yin said with a smile, "Happy to work with." Chun Sung also had a smile on his face, and then he spoke. "Is there anything going on later, Mr. Wei? Why don't I take you to visit the Tianda Plaza I built in the east of the city?" Can. Wei Yin nodded. He had already implemented today's affairs and arrangements, so he no longer had to keep an eye on the company. Now we are waiting for the ladder mode to be launched and see how the internal beta players respond to the ladder mode. Soon, the two finished drinking coffee in the coffee shop. Then they walked outside the coffee shop together. "Mr. Wei, is there no solution for Nana Coffee now?" Chun Sung stood at the door of Nana Coffee and looked at Nanrui Coffee opposite. "There has been a stalemate now. Neither side will compromise. There is no way to solve it. Now it depends on which of the two sides can maintain the stalemate to the end." Wei Yin also glanced at Nari Coffee opposite him and spoke slowly. He wasn't too worried about Nani Coffee. With the current income of Tomorrow Group, even if Nana Coffee has never been profitable, it can still afford it. He believed that as long as the stalemate continued, Nan and Coffee would be the winner sooner or later. Moreover, Mr. Chun is still insisting on the expansion of Nana Coffee. If Nanrui Coffee wants to target, it must continue to expand. With this continuous consumption of funds, sooner or later one party will be unable to hold on. The one who can't hold on must be Nari Coffee. Yesterday, he had integrated Songshua Games' next revenue with the finance department, which was similar to his estimate, with a profit of 1 billion a month. As for Boring Short Video, after the breeding industry is launched, it will make a profit of almost 1 billion. Just the two industries of Songshua Games and Wulin Short Video, not counting other industries in the group, can bring 2 billion yuan in profits to Tomorrow Group every month. It is not a simple matter to maintain the expansion of Nana Coffee with such funds. Nanrui Coffee is really shameless. The boss behind Nanrui Coffee is Chang Rui, the son of Ruishan Group. Ruishan Group and my father's Tianda Group are in the same chamber of commerce. Do you want me to come forward and let my father communicate with them? Chun Sung proposed. That's not necessary. I have also learned about Nanrui Coffee, and Ruishan Group is in Jiangqing City. They took action against Nana Coffee just because they think that Jiangqing City has an extra Tomorrow Group to share their cake. Ruishan Group's actions are obviously declaring war on our Tomorrow Group. Mr. Chun, you want to find someone to mediate this matter. Doesn't it mean that our Tomorrow Group is afraid? But how could our Tomorrow Group be afraid? Wei Yin said with a serious face. From the fact that Mr. Chun is still expanding Nanha Coffee, it can be seen that Mr. Chun does not want to compromise with Nanrui Coffee. So how could they, as subordinates, compromise? He also learned about the current situation of Nanrui Coffee's coffee shops, which were basically imitating Nanha Coffee, without any innovation or preparation. But Nana Coffee was different, and it was always preparing. Today, Nana Coffee has been developing the taste of coffee and has established a research and development team. In the group chat some time ago, I heard Song Xia say that the R/U0026D team has improved the taste of coffee a lot. And this improvement is not about replacing better coffee beans. Instead, they adjusted the process for making better coffee and the time for roasting coffee beans. That is to say, same beans, same coffee, same price, but the coffee tastes better. At the same time, Nana Coffee is still training new store managers, and now it has achieved certain results. It now has nearly 400 reserve store managers. This will be enough for Nana Coffee to open enough Nana Coffee shops. If Nana Coffee speeds up the speed and number of store openings, they will be able to operate here. But it's different at Nan Rui Coffee. There are not enough reserve store managers, even if there are enough funds to open Nan Rui Coffee near Nanhi Coffee. But there will not be enough store managers to maintain the operation of the store. After all, it is not that easy to be a coffee shop manager. At least you must know the art of making coffee. At that point, that's when Nari Coffee has a problem. If there is not a good enough store manager to maintain the taste of the coffee shop's coffee, then the reputation of the coffee shop will only get worse and worse. At that time, there will be no need for Nana Coffee to do anything, and Nanrue Coffee will have problems of its own. If at that time, Nanrue Coffee tries to train coffee shop managers, it will definitely not be able to keep up with the development pace of Nana Coffee. If you don't train store managers, it will inevitably have an impact on the taste of the coffee. Now Nanha Coffee is increasing its own foundation, and when the time is right, it will directly accelerate the expansion of Nanha Coffee. He believed that Mr. Chen thought so too. Wei Yin smiled lightly, and he also analyzed this matter with Song Xia and Sudan from Nana Coffee. Now they are waiting for Mr. Chen's order to accelerate the expansion of Nana Coffee. During this time, they continued to accumulate reserve strength. It seems that Mr. Wei is very confident in Nana Coffee, so I will not get involved. I am waiting for the day when Nana Coffee wins. Chun Song saw Wei Yan's performance and said with a smile, "Ha ha 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 ha." Wei Yan smiled heartily. The two walked to the parking lot together and then drove straight to Tianda Plaza in the east of the city. By the way, the community will be completed tomorrow. In the car, Chun Song looked at the scenery on the roadside and suddenly said, "Well, the project has reached the final stage. I heard from Mr. Mei Yunmei that it will be launched at the end of August." Wei Yan held the steering wheel and said, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to visit tomorrow's community later." Chun Song asked. He and Du Zeding both bought 2 apartments, and they happened to stop by to see how the construction of the community was going tomorrow. "No problem. I'll go talk to Mr. Mei. I took a look a few days ago, and that community is the best I've ever seen." Wei Yin couldn't help but laugh. For such a large artificial lake, you can also fish, which is really not too good. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Wei. It's no trouble, it will go on sale right away, and you can also buy a house there." During the conversation, the two of them arrived in front of Tianda Plaza. At this time, looking from the outside, the construction of Tianda Plaza has been completed. Let's go in and take a look. Today, Tianda Plaza is in the stage of interior decoration. Chun Song took the lead and walked in. "Mr. Chen, I have reserved a place for you here to enter Chongfeng Clothing Store, and I'm going to set up a 2-dimensional exhibition hall here. Tian Long, Extreme Survival, and Freedom Battle. All the figures can be displayed and sold here. There's also a cinema on this floor. I plan to make this the largest cinema in Jiangxing. When the blue film shows movies, it can be screened here all day long. And at Tianda Plaza in Dongcheng, all employees of Tomorrow Group can get a 10% discount on all products." As Chun Song spoke, he explained the layout of Tianda Plaza and some future operational matters. "Mr. Chun is interested." Wei Yin said with emotion that Chun Song just said a lot of things, which are beneficial to both the Tomorrow Group and the employees of the Tomorrow Group. "Mr. Wei, you are so polite. I brought Tianda Plaza here, and Tomorrow Group also gave me a lot of convenience. The buses that pass through the Corner Pet Park at various stations in Jiangxing all have to pass through Tianda Plaza, and there are also parking stops. This can also bring a lot of customers to Tianda Plaza." Chun Song smiled and spoke. Wei Yin smiled when he heard this and said nothing more. After signing the mobile game authorization research and development contract today, the cooperation between the two parties has been very close. At present, this mutual help is nothing more than a matter of effort. "Mr. Wei, why are you here?" Sudden, there was a shout of surprise from behind. Wei Yin looked over when he heard the sound and found that it was Wang Yang, an old acquaintance, and explained, "Mr. Chun and I will visit the square here. You are here. The decoration here is starting to be finished. I came over to see if there are any imperfections." Wang Yang opened his mouth to answer, and then his eyes fell on Chun Kong. "Hello, Mr. Chun. Well, how long will it take for the decoration on the square to be completed?" "Chen Kong not that." Wang Yang is Mr. Chen's dedicated designer, so he is relatively assured of the quality of the decoration. "I just took a look. It will take about half a month. After half a month, this place will be ready for use." Wang Yang spoke. "In this way, we can walk and chat together." Wang Yang is also an old friend, Wei Yin suggested from the side. "Good." Chun Song nodded when he heard this. In this way, the three of them walked around the Tianda Plaza together. After a while, Wang Yang turned to look at Chun Kong. Has Mr. Chen also bought a house in Tomorrow Community? Yeah, I heard that Tomorrow Community was invested by Mr. Chun, and the quality requirements are the highest, so I bought 2 units. Chen Gong not that. Chun Sung still knows how to invest, and I won't lose money buying these 2 houses, Wang Yang said with a smile. What do you mean? Chun Sung said curiously. Aren't you going to visit Tomorrow Community? I happen to be going there too, so let's go and have a look together and we'll find out. Wang Yang did not answer directly. The quality of the community can only be known by experiencing it in person. Well, let's go over and take a look. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Chun Song became more and more curious. Then let's go there. Wei Yin also echoed that when he went there last time, the artificial lake was still being dug, but now it is probably built. Chapter 896. Unique Tomorrow's Community. Tomorrow Community. Mr. Chen is here, let's go in. Wei Yin took the lead to the door of Tomorrow Community and then walked inside. Since Wang Yang was leading the way this time, and Wang Yang was the person in charge of the renovation of Tomorrow Community, the guard didn't stop him at all and walked in directly. Enter the community. Chen Song carefully looked at the environment of the community. At this time, the community was covered with green plants, as if entering an ecological park. The coverage rate of this green plant alone has far exceeded those high-end residential areas he has seen, and the green plants are also perfectly trimmed. Let's take a walk around the park first. There is an artificial lake there. Wei Yin turned to look at Chun Song and then walked in front. When Chun Song saw this, he followed him, wondering what was so good about an artificial lake. Basically, some large high-end residential areas would have it. The first reason why he bought the Tomorrow Community was because of his relationship with the Tomorrow Group. He bought 2 houses to build a relationship. The second point is that I believe in the quality of Tomorrow Group. They will never cut corners in the project. You can rest assured when you buy it and live there occasionally. As for the configuration of the community, he thinks it is similar, but he has no expectations. However, he just thought about these thoughts in his mind and did not say them out. He just followed Wei Yin and looked at the environment of the community. Needless to say, the environment and greening of this community are still very high-end. This is the artificial lake. This artificial lake is not the kind of artificial lake for viewing. The depth of the entire lake is more than 2 meters deep. Arriving in front of the artificial lake, Wei Yin pointed at the artificial lake in front and spoke slowly. His eyes fell on the pavilion in the center of the lake and the pavilions on both sides of the lake. He had never seen these pavilions last time he came here. This was the first time he saw them today. It seems that this artificial lake has undergone some detailed decoration. An artificial lake about 2 meters deep. Chen Song was still a little surprised when he heard this. For safety reasons, the water depth of artificial lakes on the market is less than half a meter. It is rare to see an artificial lake with a depth of more than 2 meters like this. I looked around the artificial lake and soon noticed that there were some pavilions around the artificial lake. However, those pavilions looked a bit different from normal pavilions. The difference: there are no guardrails on the lake side of the entire pavilion. Aren't you afraid of people falling in? Moreover, the lake is more than 2 meters deep, so this is a bit dangerous. The pavilion by the lake is not equipped with guardrails. Isn't it a bit dangerous? Chun Song looked in the direction of the pavilion and said, "This artificial lake is more than 2 meters deep and is a dangerous place in itself." However, Mr. Chen of Tomorrow Group has also taken this into consideration. At that time, some property personnel with good water properties will be arranged to patrol the area around the artificial lake. If we find someone falling into the water, we will rescue them immediately. And the pavilion without guardrails is used for fishing. At that time, some fish will be cultivated in the artificial lake with a depth of more than 2 meters, allowing people in the community to fish here, which can also be regarded as a form of leisure. Wang Yang heard Chen Song's worried words and began to explain. As the decoration designer of this community, he was very clear about the requirements and structure of the entire community. Is fishing allowed in this community? Chen Song was a little surprised. He had never heard that fishing could be done in the artificial lake in that community. The artificial lakes in those communities also raise goldfish and are used for viewing. How can they be allowed to fish? Of course you can, and it was specifically requested by Mr. Chen. After the construction of the artificial lake is completed, various fish will be put into the lake. Then you can naturally go fishing by the lake. Now that the artificial lake has been built, the water storage has started in the past 2 days, and the fish have been ordered. After the water storage, the ordered fish will be released into the lake. When the community sells it at the end of August, it will basically be ready. Once you've settled in the community, you can also go fishing in the artificial lake. Wang Yang said, as to why he was so familiar with it, it was naturally because he also bought a house in this community. When I think of this, I can't help but feel a little emotional. In just 2 years, he went from being an intern designer to the manager of a decoration company, and at the same time he also owned shares in the decoration company. Even a house worth 10 million can be purchased. Of course, he was able to do this not because of his strength, but because he met Mr. Chun, a noble man. This is quite interesting. When I come here to live in the future, I can fish for fun. Chun Song nodded. The artificial lake in front of him surprised him. Let's go this way. The activity building of the community is over there. Wei Yin pointed to the side. In addition to the greening and artificial lake, the remaining features of the Tomorrow community are the activity buildings in the community. After a while, Chin Sung looked at the swimming pool in the activity building with a surprised expression on his face again. And before entering the swimming pool, he also saw the indoor basketball court, table tennis room, badminton room, billiards room, gym. In the activity building, this is really comprehensive. If you want to exercise and keep fit, you don't have to go outside at all. At this moment, he finally saw the uniqueness of this community. The artificial lake where you can fish, the community activity building that houses various sports, and the high green plant coverage all prove that this community is worth buying. How about Mr. Chen? Will the community be okay tomorrow? Wei Yin said proudly that although this Tomorrow community was not built by him, it was built by Tomorrow Group. The community built by Tomorrow Group is so good, he also unconsciously has a trace of pride. This is the first time I have seen such a construction in Tomorrow community. It is indeed interesting. I happen to have a few friends. I recommend it to them. It is still worthwhile to take out pocket money to buy a few sets. Chen Song said with a smile. If this Tomorrow community is no different from other communities, he will buy it himself, which is considered to be a friendly support for the sales of Tomorrow community. But now this community is still very distinctive. Buying 2 sets can also be regarded as a good place to stay when visiting Jiangxing. And he believes that as long as some rich people know about such a community, they will not mind buying 2 sets here. After all, 10 million is nothing in the eyes of those rich people. But buying a community house with such good configuration, even if you don't live there often, as long as you come to Jiangxing to live once or twice, it will be enough. Moreover, as the east of Jiangxing is built by Tomorrow Group, the surrounding configuration is becoming more and more complete, so this Tomorrow community will become more and more popular. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin thanked him upon hearing this. You are here. At this time, a voice came from behind. Wei Yin turned his head and found that it was Mei Yun who came over. Chapter 897 Moving Club. Boss Mei, you're here. Wei Yin looked at Mei Yun who was walking over and greeted him. Boss Mei. Seeing this, Chen Song and Wang Yang also greeted him. I was busy with property management just now, so I'm a little late. Mei Yun said apologetically. Not late, we just took a walk around here. Wei Yin smiled and waved his hand. When they came over, they talked to Mei Yin on the phone. They can walk around the community and the activity building at will, but they still need Mei Yin to lead the way to visit the buildings that have been renovated. Now that the houses in the community have been almost renovated, they naturally want to take a look. After all, this will be their home in the future. Let's go to see Boss Chin's 2 houses first. Mei Yin turned his head and looked at Chin Kong. Okay, then I'll trouble Boss Mei to lead the way. Chin Song nodded. He really wanted to see how his house was decorated. Mr. Chin's house is in building number 6. Let's go this way. After leaving the activity building, Mei Yin took the lead and rushed to the direction of building number 6. By the way, Mr. Mei, isn't the Tomorrow community going to be sold until the end of August? Why are you talking about property management so early? Wei Yin asked in confusion. It's only the beginning of July now. If we recruit all the property management staff now, we have to pay at least 1 more month's salary. It's normal to deal with property management in early August, so 1 month is just right. This is Mr. Chin's request. I plan to start forming a property management team in early August, but Mr. Chin said that I want to do high-end property management and serve the residents of the community. So the property management staff can't be too casual. They need to undergo professional training before they can take up their posts. So I'm recruiting relevant property management staff these 2 days and then doing some corresponding training. Mayun explained. Well, Mr. Chin is right. Our community is a high-end community, and it is necessary for the corresponding property management staff to undergo some training. Wei Yin nodded in agreement. The price of 50,000 yuan per square meter in Mingri community is not low. Those who can afford it are at least middle class. In this class, the quality of life is more important, so the property service must also take the high-end route. What I just thought was too shallow. Mr. Chun is still Mr. Chun. We are here. Several people stopped in front of the unit door of building number 6 and then walked in together. Came to the floor where Chun Song bought the house. Chun Song, this is the key to the entrance door, the key to your 2 houses, and the key to Mr. Du's 2 houses. Each key is marked with the room number. I will give them to you first. You can move in at the end of August, Mei Yun said, and handed a bag of keys to Chin Kong. Chun Song reached out to take the key handed over by Mei Yun, and then under Mei Yun's guidance, recorded the fingerprint and password on the smart lock. Open the door and enter the room. Chun Song took a careful look. The decoration of the whole house was really done according to his requirements, without any mistakes. Turning to look at Wang Yang. Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work on the decoration. Wang Yang was in charge of the decoration. He knew it, and he was very satisfied with the decoration at this time. Mr. Chun, you are joking. I am the person in charge of the decoration, so of course I have to strictly follow the requirements for the decoration. Wang Yang smiled and said nothing more. He was very strict in monitoring the decoration. If any worker cut corners for convenience, he would be fired immediately. Chenglin Decoration also supported this matter. He also understood why Chenglin Decoration was so concerned. Last year, Chenglin Decoration's revenue increased by 30% compared with previous years. And this 30% came from Tomorrow Group, and this year Tomorrow Group's orders are more than last year. So the quality must be strictly monitored. Even the leaders of Chenglin Decoration were more worried than him, because the quality of the decoration was not good, which led to Tomorrow Group no longer giving them orders. When he went to the headquarters for a meeting, the big boss of Chenglin Decoration personally asked him to take more care and ensure the quality of the decoration. If you have any requirements, you can find him at any time. After walking around the house, several people left and went to look around other houses. After a while, the entrance of Mingri community. Boss May sent me the decoration renderings of the houses that have not been sold yet. I know some friends in Kyoto. I will introduce this community to them. They will be interested. Chun Song looked at Mei Yun and said before getting in the car. After visiting Mingri community, he liked this Mingri community even more. Now he even plans to move the Tiange Club here and then settle in this community. Through chatting with Mei Yun and Wei Yin, he learned about the industry of Mingri Group in the east of the city. Near Mingri community, a school has been built, and the school includes everything from kindergarten to high school. A little further away is the Corner Pet Park, and Boss Wei said that a real-life extreme survival club has been established next to the pet park. The total area of this club is 200,000 square meters. When it is completed, you can wear the corresponding equipment and play real-life extreme survival games in it. It is still very interesting to think about it. After it is built, it will definitely be. And there is also the Tianda Plaza he just built around it and the competition base that is still under construction. I heard from President May that this competition base has invested 2 billion yuan, and there will be corresponding additional investment in the future. After it is built, the scale of the entire competition base can accommodate 100,000 people. This scale is currently only achieved by the Bird's Nest in Kyoto. And at the back of the competition base, there are also lounges for many participating teams. That lounge is not the ordinary lounge with only one sofa like other competition bases. The lounge inside is no different from a normal room, and there are even simple kitchens, bedrooms, and independent toilets. And next to the competition base, there is still an esports hotel, which is equipped with high-end computers and can play any game. He can foresee that after the construction of this competition base is completed, basically all large-scale competitions will be held here in the future. And this competition base is very likely to become an esports holy land in the future. By that time, it is estimated that many esports clubs will move to Jiangxing. So he is indeed thinking about moving the Tianga club here. After all, if they really wait until the competition base becomes an esports holy land, it will be very difficult to find a good location if they want to move the club at that time. And if Tianga moves here, the newly established mobile game company can also be opened in Jiangxing. This will make it much more convenient to cooperate and communicate with Sangshui Games. Well, I can go back and discuss the matter of moving the club with dues eating. Chapter 898, The Benefits of Boring Short Videos. A few days later, Tomorrow Group. Boring short video. Manager's office. Brother Shen, the licensing business has been discussed. Guess how much the total licensing fee is this time? Wu Yu looked at Li Shun and said excitedly, 1 billion. Li Shun tentatively gasa. Didn't we predict 1 billion before? If it was only 1 billion, I wouldn't be so excited. Wu Yu smiled and finally revealed the answer. Now all the big and small businesses of Boring Short Video have completed the authorization, and the total authorization fee is 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion? That's not bad. Li Shun was a little surprised when he heard the final price. But now the traffic of Boring Short Video has increased a lot, and it is normal for the authorization fee to increase. By the way, has the finance department sorted out the current revenue of Boring Short Video? It has been sorted out, but since the products of the breeding industry have not been online for many days, the monthly income is estimated by the average value of the past few days and the income tray ND. It will not be too accurate, but it should not be much different. Wu Yu talked about the breeding industry and then continued. Now we have 1,300 employees in Boring Short Video, and the monthly salary consumption is 17 million. But we have more than 30,000 contracted anchors outside, and the expenditure in this regard is 340 million. Plus the monthly tax money and some daily expenses add up to about 30 million. And the profit of Boring Short Video is estimated to be around 1.6 billion. Excluding the consumption of salary, tax money, and other funds, the current monthly profit of Boring Short Video is around 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. Li Shin nodded slightly. When the statistics were made before the new year, the monthly profit of Boring Short Video was about 800 million. After the new year, all the live broadcast projects of Boring Short Video have been monetized, plus the recently monetized breeding industry. The profit of Boring Short Video has been increased to 1.2 billion, which is already very good. Let's report the licensing fee and the income report together later, which can be regarded as a surprise from Mr. Chen. Li Shen spoke slowly. In any case, the income of Boring Short Video has increased again, plus the 1.5 billion licensing fee, which is also good news. Moreover, after the recent authorization of Blue Film and Television as an overseas agent, it also received 1 billion agency fees. Now their Boring Short Video has also received 1.5 billion product licensing fees, which can be regarded as keeping up with the pace. Okay, Brother Shun, I'll go and deal with it. Wu Yu nodded, then got up and left the office. Sangshui Game. Manager's office. Mr. Wei, the game has been updated today, and the ladder mode is online. It's just that those internal test players are missing to experience it online. Su Yuan sat at the desk and reported. Freedom War will be launched at the end of this month, and this ladder mode is the final test. As long as there are no problems, there will be no problem in launching it. Well, I know. The development of Freedom War is basically coming to an end. The rest is to wait for the game to be launched and see the response of domestic players to Freedom War. Wei Yin nodded slightly after hearing Su Yuan's words. According to the current popularity of Freedom War on Hoda Live and the response of the current internal test players, plus the 40,000 internal test quotas issued last night, which were issued in less than half an hour, it can be basically confirmed that when Freedom War is launched, there will definitely be downloads. But he is still not sure about the specific downloads and the popularity in the future. But according to Fong Chang's analysis, this Freedom War will definitely not lose money in its current state. With this point, he felt much more relieved. Looking at Su Yuan sitting opposite, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although he is the person in charge of Freedom War, the development of this game and the original idea of Freedom War are all in the charge of Su Yuan in front of him. After observing for a year, this Su Yuan is very capable and innovative. So this time, the person in charge of the department manager on his side is Su Yuan in front of him. There is another thing to discuss today. Mr. Wei, please speak. Seeing Wei Yin's serious look, Su Yuan hurriedly sat up straight. Do you know about the new mobile game department and standalone game department of Sangshui game? Wei Yin asked. I know this. Some people from the Tianlong and Extreme Survival project teams have been transferred to form new departments. I know about it from their chats in the group. Su Zuan An Sui. Now the news of the new department has spread in the group. The establishment of a new department of Sangshui game means that more employees need to be recruited. And the increase in employees requires certain management. In the management selection rules of Tomorrow Group, they are all promoted from the grassroots level little by little. These old people have the opportunity to become new managers. So after the news of the addition of 2 new departments spread, everyone was discussing this issue, and they were all very excited about their work recently. If they could really be promoted to management, even if it was just a team leader, it would be very good. However, he only took a look at the messages in the group and didn't pay much attention to them. After all, he is now a supervisor, and there is basically no room for promotion, and he is already very satisfied with the position of supervisor. So after understanding the situation, he has already dealt with the matter of Freedom War. Since you know, I won't explain it anymore. After adding 2 new departments, Fong Changfong and I will directly become the general managers of 3 departments, and 3 departments will have 3 vacant department managers. After hearing Su Yuan's answer, Wei Yin simply stated his purpose. Director Zhao Bowen has been directly promoted to the manager of the PC game department. He will be responsible for Tianlong, Extreme Survival, and Freedom War, which we developed. The other candidate was selected by General Manager Fong Changfong from the Freedom War department. He has been determined to be the manager of the standalone game department. This leaves 1 candidate for the manager of the mobile game department. And this candidate was selected by me from our project team. Who do you think is more suitable to be the manager of the mobile game department in our project team? After Wei Yin finished speaking, he looked at Su Yuan with a smile on his face. Chapter 899 Selection of Mobile Game Department Manager. Su Yuan thought for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke. As for the candidate, I think Lu Run is more suitable. Manager Lu has been engaged in game development for 5 years and has rich experience in game development. It is completely no problem to let Manager Lu be the manager of the mobile game department. Well, Lu Ren's ability is very good and he has a lot of rich experience, but he is good at maintaining the status quo and lacks innovation. If he becomes the manager of the mobile game department, it will be difficult to develop a new mobile game. Wei Yin shook his head slightly after hearing Su Yuan's proposal. He also considered Lu Ren. However, when he thought of Mr. Chin's requirement of innovation, he gave up the idea of choosing Lu Ren. At the beginning of the project development, Lu Ren's thinking has always been positioned on the traditional turn-based game. Although the proposed turn-based game also has some simple innovations, there is not much change overall. My candidate here is you, Wei Yin said, looking at Su Yuan seriously. Su Yuan may not have as much experience as Lu Ren, but his ability is not bad. Especially after being tempered by this project, his comprehensive ability is already very strong. What is more important is the ability to innovate. When everyone is considering traditional turn-based games, Su Yuan's thinking has already jumped out of the constraints of traditional turn-based games. Why do turn-based games have to be played by a card or a few characters? Under the constraints of this traditional thinking, it is difficult to develop new and innovative games. Although he is not sure whether the current Freedom War can still be considered a turn-based game, he knows that it is evolved from the turn-based game. The 5 characters on both sides represent the 5 cards on both sides of the turn-based game. It's just that these 5-card characters are no longer controlled by 1 person, but by 5 people. And the turn-based system is not limited to the previous you hit me, I hit you, it has become more free. So if Su Yuan is allowed to be the person in charge of the mobile game part, it is very likely that another innovative mobile game will be developed. Su Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that President Wei would want him to be the manager of the mobile game department. He has only been working in Sangxue for more than a year, and he is very satisfied with being promoted to department head. Boss Wei, Lu Ren has more experience than me, so it's better for Lu Ren to take the position. Su Yuan, you must abandon this idea. All promotions in Tomorrow Group are not based on experience, but on comprehensive ability. If you can get promotions with seniority, then in the future it may become a situation where everyone is just trying to improve their experience in the company instead of thinking about how to improve themselves. Wei Yin looked at Su Yuan with a serious look. Su Yuan will be the manager of the game department in the future, and will also encounter job appointments and dismissals in the future. So it's better for him to remind him in advance. Lu Ren has good ability, but he has no innovation ability, so he doesn't have an advantage over you in developing new games. And I have also made arrangements for Lu Ren. After you are transferred to the mobile game department, the Freedom War project will definitely need someone to be responsible. And Lu Ren is the most important in the entire Freedom War project, so I will promote Lu Ren to be the project manager of Freedom War in the future. With Lu Ren's ability, although he lacks innovation, he will have no problem managing the Freedom War that has been developed, and he will be very relieved. After hearing what Wei Yin said, Su Yuan said nothing more and thanked him solemnly. Thank you, President Wei, for the promotion. I will definitely develop a hit mobile game. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank this platform, thank Tomorrow Group, and thank President Chun. It is the selection system set by President Chun of Tomorrow Group that enables capable people like you at the grassroots level to be reused. Wei Yin spoke seriously. He didn't think he deserved this thank you, because he only selected people for promotion according to the company's system, not out of personal emotion. So under the company's promotion system, no matter who sits in his position, the final candidate will still be Su Yuan. I know, President Wei. Su Yuan not that. Okay, that's all. Go and hand over to Lu Ren these few days. I have already communicated with Lu Ren. Wei Yin looked at Su Yuan and spoke slowly. Okay, President Wei. Su Yuan nodded, and then left the office with excitement. Back in his office, he was in a dream. He was promoted to department manager. He had only worked for more than a year. What Mr. Wei said was right. He had to thank this platform, Tomorrow Group, and Mr. Chen. He had to work harder in the mobile game department and try to develop a hit mobile game. Otherwise, how could he live up to such a good platform? But before that, he still had to hand over the matter of Freedom War to Lu Ren. Thinking in his heart, Su Yuan picked up the materials on the side and began to organize them. He needed to organize the content that needed to be handed over. In the office, Wei Yin watched Su Yuan leave, drank a sip of water, and then picked up the phone to call Chen Kong. Soon the call was connected, and Chen Song's voice came from the phone. Mr. Wei, I was just about to call you. What's the matter? The 40,000 internal beta test spots have all been distributed tomorrow during Jiangzhou's live broadcast, but there are still many people who haven't grabbed a spot. Let me ask if we can add more internal beta test spots. The internal beta test spots will not be increased. Those who haven't grabbed a spot can only wait until the public beta test at the end of the month. Wei Yin directly rejected the request to increase the number of internal beta test spots. If there are already more than 80,000 internal beta test spots, it is already enough. And properly maintaining the rarity of internal beta test spots can also increase the expectations of those cloud players. When the game is publicly tested, the number of downloads will also increase accordingly. Okay, I'll talk to Jiangzhou later. There's another thing. Du Zeding and I discussed it and plan to move the Tinga Club to Jiangxing this year. I remember that the BL Game Club is also under construction in the east of the city. It's better to choose a location near the BL Game Club, so that it will be much more convenient for the members of both teams to communicate with each other in the future. And the newly established mobile game company will also be established in Jiangxing. Chen Song briefly talked about the next move of the Tinga Club. Since he visited the Tomorrow community in Jiangxing and the layout of the Tomorrow Group in the east of the city, he discussed with Du Zeding about the plan to move the club to Jiangxing when he returned to Kyoto. After discussion, the two agreed and decided to move the Tinga Club to Jiangxing. Chapter 900, is it a technical problem? If that's the case, our cooperation will be more convenient after your mobile game company is established. Wei Yin heard Chun Song's plan and realized that if Chun Song and his team moved the Tinga Club to Jiangcheng, the cooperation between the two sides would be much more convenient. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. And we also considered that when the competition base is completed, Jiangcheng is likely to become an esports holy land. So we move there now to make plans for the future. Besides, our Tinga Club can also rent the competition base when holding competitions in the future. Chen Gong Lo Ge? Of course, there is no problem with this, but I came here today to learn about the current internal testing of Freedom War. Now that the ladder mode of Freedom War has been online for a day, what do you think of this ladder mode? Wei Yin asked his purpose. At present, Freedom War has been in internal testing for so long, and there is no big problem with the basic game content. The key problem is still the ladder mode that has just been launched. If the internal test players have no opinion on the ladder mode, then Freedom War will have no problems as a whole, and he can be more assured about the public beta. Ladder mode? Are there any problems at present? However, the ladder mode has just been launched today, and everyone is still rushing to the leaderboard. The strength of the players has not been completely differentiated. So if you want to see the specific effect, you still have to wait a few days. After everyone's strength is completely differentiated, look at the feedback from the internal test players. Chen Gong Et Lai. Since the ladder mode was updated today, he has also played a few games, and it feels the same as before. Those players can't understand his intentions at all. So he plans to use these few days to rush to the rank more. When the rank is higher, like Jiang Jiao, he should understand his intentions. Is that so? Then I'll check the feedback in 2 days. Wei Yin didn't ask any more questions and hung up the phone directly. Kyoto. Tinga Club. Manager's office. Chun Song put down his mobile phone and directly clicked on Freedom War to play 2 games to rush to the rank. Enter the game. Directly find the newly released ladder mode, enter, and start the ladder match directly. Soon the match was successful and entered the game. Chun Song smiled happily when he saw this scene. Since the 40,000 internal test quotas were added yesterday, he no longer has to find a custom room in the group. Whether it is matching mode or ladder mode, they can quickly arrange teammates, which is much more convenient. Soon the game started. Chun Song played the top lane this time. Jiang Jiao said that the top laner needs to lead the line, which can perfectly achieve a 4-1 split push. He's going to play a 4-1 split push this time to see if his teammates understand his intention this time. After a while, Chun Song looked at the failed game interface and the greetings from teammates in the chat interface, and exited the game expressionlessly. These players don't understand at all. After complaining, he started the game again. He had to get out of this rank as soon as possible. A few hours later, Chun Song fell into silence as he looked at the series of failures on the record interface. After playing for so long, his rank didn't improve, and it even dropped. Is there something wrong with the tactics provided by Jiang Jiao? Chun Song thought to himself, picked up his phone and checked the time, and found that it was already the time for Jiang Jiao's live broadcast. There was no way to ask at this time. After thinking about it, he clicked on the webpage to enter how to live and found Jiang Jiao's live broadcast. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he saw Jiang Jiao playing the game while explaining the game. Brothers, I'm playing the top lane this time. I will show you a new tactic today, 4-1 split push. 4-1 split push. Chun Song was excited when he heard Jiang Jiao's words in the live broadcast room. Is Jiang Jiao also going to complete the 4-1 split push? He wants to see where he has a problem with his play. At this time, the game had just started, and Jiang Jiao was landing with the opponent's player, but at this time, the opponent's player was pressed under the tower by Jiang Jiao and dared not come out. Not long after, the tower on the opposite side was pushed down by Jiang Jiao. Brothers, we are going smoothly this time. The opponents can't beat us at all. When we are pushing the tower, we should pay more attention to the map and observe the enemy's things. If the opponent's hero disappears on the map, we should be careful to prevent the opponent from catching us. At this time, I also need to communicate with my teammates. If those people come to catch us, let my teammates push the tower as soon as possible. Remember that this is a tower pushing game. Killing is not the point. Pushing the tower is the key to winning the game. Jiang Jiao interacted with the audience in the live broadcast room while playing the game. Not long after, a game ended, and Jiang Jiao won the victory under his tactics. After watching it, Chun Sung fell into deep thought. He found that he played differently from Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao could completely suppress the opponent and escape when someone came to catch him, and sometimes he could even fight too. This is different for him. When he played 4-1 split push, let alone 1-on-2, sometimes he couldn't even beat 1-on-1. After watching for a while, Chun Sung gradually understood that the important factor of the 4-1 split push is to be strong enough, at least to beat the opponent in a 1-on-1 match, and then attract more people to catch him. It turned out that it was still a problem of his own strength in the end. This Jiang Jiao, who couldn't explain it clearly at the time, caused him to play the 4-1 split push for so long. How could he, an ordinary player, compare with someone with high gaming talent like Jiang Jiao? The 4-1 split push tactic is not suitable for him, but for a talented player like Jiang Jiao. After thinking about these clearly, Chun Sung directly exited the live broadcast room and started the game again. Since the 4-1 split push tactic is not suitable for him, he should just play normally. After finding the problem of losing the game, Chun Sung believed that as long as he played seriously, he would definitely win the game. Time passed little by little. In the esports room, Jiang Jiao looked at the game victory interface, and then looked at the time, and found that it was already early in the morning. Brothers, it's already early morning. Today's ranking is over. I reached Platinum 2 in one day, and will continue to rank up tomorrow. The next environment is still the friendly game. I will send the custom room to the fan group later. In the live broadcast room, wow, I finally waited for the friendly game. I waited for a long time. Brother Gio, can the number of internal test places be increased? I didn't get one last night. I really want to play. Yes, there are too many people trying to get one. I can't get one at all. Chapter 9:01 Chun Tianlin's Worry. Ha, I got it. It feels better to play it in person than to watch it. I got it too. This game is really fun. Brother Gio, please apply for more internal beta test quotas. I really want to play it. After Jiang Jiao sent the custom room to the group, he looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Brothers, don't ask about the internal beta test quota anymore. I have already consulted. The internal beta test quota will not be increased. If you want to play, you can only wait for the game public beta at the end of the month. Everyone wait patiently. There are only more than 20 days left before the game is public. Jiang Jiao explained. Just after 10 o'clock, Chen Xiao sent him a message, telling him that the internal beta test quota would not be increased. Although he really wanted his fans to have internal beta test accounts to play, this matter was not something he could decide. Sangshua Games must have his own ideas for not increasing the internal beta test quota. Kyoto, a luxurious villa. In the restaurant, are you going to move the Tinga Club to Jiangxing? Chen Tianhua looked up at Chen Kong. Yes, I have discussed this matter with Du Ziding. It will be much more convenient to move the club to Jiangxing. Chen Kong note that. Since he made the Tinga Club bigger and took over the construction of Tianda Plaza, the conflicts between him and his family have gradually been resolved. So he went home more often than before. If you move the club to Jiangxing, then you have to move to Jiangxing to live. Chun Sung's mother Su Hong hurriedly asked after hearing this. Yes, that's right, and I have already bought a house in Jiangxing. It is a community built by Tomorrow Group. When I went to Jiangxing a few days ago, I went to see the community, and it was very well built. Chun Sung nodded and briefly talked about the situation of Tomorrow Community. Then I don't agree. The club is doing well in Kyoto. Why do we have to go to Jiangxing? Su Hong spoke quickly. Originally, in the past 6 months, because the relationship has eased a lot, she can often call the family home to have dinner together. But if the club is moved to Jiangxing, Chun Sung will also go to Jiangxing, so how can he be called home? You are doing well in Kyoto. Why do you want to go to Jiangxing? Chun Tianlin's expression was very calm, and he just asked the reason. Recently, the Tinga Club has reached a new project with Sangshua Games. The future cooperation will be closer. If we move to Jiangxing, the communication between the two sides will be much more convenient. Of course, there is another more important reason. That is, the Tomorrow Group has built a competition base in Jiangxing. If the scale of the competition base is completed, it will definitely become a holy place in the field of esports. If we wait until the competition base is completed before moving, it will be a bit late. Also, I took over a Tianda Plaza in Jiangxing. After I moved there, it will be easier to manage. Chun Sung briefly explained the reason for wanting to move to Jiangxing, but he and Du Zeding have already decided to move to Jiangxing. He came here today just to say that he would go whether his family agreed or not. Well, when are we going to leave? We need to deal with this here, and Jiangxing still needs to build a club, so we can't leave in a short time. At least it will take about half a month. Ten Gong An Sui. He and Du Zeding plan to take a piece of land in the east of Jiangxing to build the Tinga Club and the mobile game company. However, if they want to build it, it will take half a year at the fastest speed, so they plan to rent an office building in Jiangxing first, use it temporarily, and then move there after the club is built. Since you have a plan, let's do it. Let's go to the study after dinner. Chen Tianlin nodded and said nothing more. Su Hong opened her mouth when she saw this, but she didn't say anything in the end. Soon after dinner, Chen Song got up and went to the study, where his father Chen Tianlin was waiting. What's the matter? Chen Song pulled out a chair and sat down without being polite. You said that there is a new cooperation project with Sangxue Games. What is it? Chen Tianlin asked. His son has changed a lot in this year, but these changes have always been related to Tomorrow Group. But just because of this, he is a little worried. He still understands his son's character. He is not a pure businessman. Most of the time, he does things out of personal feelings. So at this time, if Tomorrow Group came up with a not-so-good project, even if his son knew about it, he would probably take it because of his previous feelings. Oh, it's a mobile game company. Sangxue Games has two very popular games, and they gave us the right to develop mobile games. Chen Song said, this is not a secret. His company has already registered the mobile game company, and you could basically know it by checking. They will give you the right to develop the mobile game company? What are the conditions? Chen Tianlin frowned when he heard this. It's not that the project is bad, but that the project is too good. Although Tianda Group has not yet touched the game industry, if it develops a mobile game with a popular PC game, then the traffic of the PC game will definitely drive the mobile game. It can be said that as long as the two mobile games are developed, it will be a profitable project. However, there must be very harsh conditions for such a necessary and profitable project to be handed over. Otherwise, from a businessman's perspective, he can't think of any reason why Sangxue Games would hand over the development rights of mobile games. Conditions? Sangxue will take 60% of the profits, but Sangxue will provide technical support to help us develop the mobile game. Are these the only conditions? Nothing else? No, have I told you that our Tinga Club and Sangxue have always been friendly and cooperative? Is that so? Chen Tianlin's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Although 60% of the profits were a lot, if the project was not authorized, Sangxue Games could get 100% of the profits. There are no other additional conditions. He really can't understand why Sangxue Games would authorize the development rights of mobile games. This is completely a distribution of part of the profits. Are there really no other additional conditions? No, are you doubting this project? Now the contract has been signed, and the conditions are what I just said. Chen Song said, well, I know about this matter. You can go and do your thing. Chapter 902 Group Profits. Then I'm going back to my room, Chen Song said as he stood up and left the study directly. After watching Chen Song leave, Chen Tianlin thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed. The call is connected. Please sort out the information on Sangxue Games of Tomorrow Group for me. Please hurry. Hang up the phone. Chen Tianlin sat back on his seat and waited quietly. He really couldn't figure out why Sangxue Games wanted to hand over the mobile game development rights to Chen Song and the others. Could it be that there is an inside story that I don't know about, some problems that the Tomorrow Group has encountered, and there is no way to develop mobile games? Or there are some problems with THE Game. Half an hour later, Chen Tianlin glanced at the messages on his phone, then opened his computer and entered his mailbox. There was already a new email in it. Go into the email and check it out. Time passed little by little, and I waited until I saw the last page of the email. Chen Tianlin frowned and sat back on the seat. He looked through all the information on Sangxue Games of Tomorrow Group and could not find any problems with Sangxue Games. But there is no problem. Why should we authorize the research and development rights of mobile games? Never mind. Since there is no problem, let him go. Chen Tianlin shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the study door, and then Su Hong opened the door and walked in. Old Chin, my son is moving the club to Jiangxing. Why don't you stop him? My son has his own ideas. Since he wants to move to Jiangxing, let him go. How can that be done? Our relationship with our son has finally eased a lot. If my son moves the company to Jiangxing, how long will it take for me to see my son in the future? Anyway, I don't agree. Su Hong sat on the seat and said with a dissatisfied look on her face. My son has his own career. You were worried about your son being idle before, but now you finally want to do something, and the results are pretty good. Are you planning to destroy your son's enthusiasm? I. Okay, don't think too much. I know you miss your son. Didn't your son say that he bought a house in the Tomorrow community of the Tomorrow Group? When the time comes, we will also buy a house there. If you miss your son, we will go there. Wouldn't it be nice to stay there for a while? Seeing that Su Hong still looked dissatisfied, Chen Tianlin opened his mouth to comfort him. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Then I'll ask my son where he bought it. I want to buy something closer. Su Hong stood up directly as she spoke and left the study. The next day, Tomorrow Group, President's office. Chinamo sat quietly on the boss's chair, his eyes empty. There is a pile of documents on the table, one of which looks very wrinkled. Lao Lu. They're all old six. Li Shun. You two are really good. After a while, Chun Mo slowly sat up from his seat and looked at the crumpled information report on the table. This information report is a boring short video. He did not expect that following the agency fee of Tsangshui Games, there would also be overseas agents, plus the changes in the charging model in the game. Now that Tsangshui Games has removed the supporting funds, its monthly profit is already 1 billion. Then the Corner Pet Park removes the supporting funds and its monthly profit is 300 million. In addition to the profits of the above industries, there are still some industries that are still losing money. For example, Jiuhan Agricultural Base, Baishu Law Firm, Clothing Factory, Cannery, Nana Coffee are all still losing money. The overall loss is about 300 million. So in the end, the profit of Tomorrow Group has reached 2.2 billion. 2.2 billion. In other words, the revenue in July is 2.2 billion, plus there is still 200 million system funds remaining in June. It has been released overseas these days. According to statistics in the past few days, the total overseas box office revenue has reached 40 million US dollars. Based on current box office trends and theater schedules in various overseas regions, it is estimated that the movie will earn more than 80 million US dollars by the time it is removed from shelves. 90 million US dollars based on the current exchange rate is almost 600 million in income. 600 million. Chapter 903 Mei Yun's Sister. After seeing this amount, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. If he could earn billions overseas like he did at home, he would have liked to have Luo Xiao and Wang Bin work with Yang Xinghua to conduct a census of the poor elderly. But think about it, the biggest revenue from global movies today is basically in China. Due to cultural and various reasons overseas, the box office revenue of domestic movies abroad is not very high. At this time, Wandering Blue Star has a box office revenue of more than 600 million, which is already very high. This should be due to the help of the director who collaborated with Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan. Chen Mo couldn't help but press his chest. When he thought of this name, he couldn't help but feel a little tight in his chest. The song thing has gone too far, and now he is also doing other things for him one after another. If this is the case, then by the end of this month, he will have 4.1 billion system funds to spend. But the Good Cannery has an expenditure of 800 million. That means there is still 3.3 billion in expenditure. But now it is only July, and there are still 2 months of income in August and September before settlement. According to the calculation just now, the income in 1 month is 2.2 billion, and the support in 2 months is 4.4 billion. That is if nothing changes. From now to the settlement period, he still needs to spend a total of 7.7 billion. 7.7 billion. Chun Mo rubbed his brows with a headache. The 7.7 billion was only if those 6 form people didn't cause trouble for him. But can those old sixes really stop making trouble for him? Chun Mo shook his head. If those old sixes can really stay calm and stop causing trouble for him, they can't be called old sixes. So he can't just calculate it based on 7.1 billion. If a few old men do something, they can make hundreds of millions or billions of profits for him. Therefore, the current estimated funds for building the school are 5 billion yuan and 8 billion yuan can be added for investment, plus the expansion of blue film and television plans that have not yet been implemented. Although the overall funds that can be supported are as high as 10 billion, at present, settlement is still not safe enough. It seems that more ways to consume funds need to be found. Chen Mo pushed aside the information he had read. Now that he has sorted out the current total profit of Tomorrow Group, there is no need to read it anymore. With so much money coming in now, we can first implement the 800 million yuan for the branch factory of Jinhao Can. Then from this month to the end of the month, there will still be 3.3 billion system funds that need to be consumed. It seems that the matter of the staff dormitory building will also be implemented. With this in mind, Chun Song called Mei Yun and made an appointment with Mei Yun to meet at a meeting place. The project matters were basically left to Mei Yun to handle. In communication, I happen to know that the competition base has been under construction for some time, so I happened to go over there to take a look. The competition base is a big project. According to the estimates of the May Games, it will take at least half a year to complete. But now that most of it has been built, you can visit it. Jiangcheng. Inavilla. Brother, don't you work for the Tomorrow Group? Help me get a place for the closed beta of Freedom Battle. A young girl sat next to Mei Yun and said, I'm not from the game department. If all the internal beta quotas there have been distributed, if I ask for them again, it may affect their plans. Mei Yun shook his head and said, he knew about the game, Freedom Battle, and heard them discuss it in the manager group. No, I want it. Several of my friends have grabbed the closed beta slots for Freedom Battle, but I haven't grabbed it, so I want to play it too. Mei Xiaoqing shook her head. Mei Yun, if you can, just ask for a place in the closed beta for your sister. The middle-aged man sitting opposite also spoke at the right time. He has been tortured for a day, and he really can't stand it anymore. After learning that Freedom Battle was developed by Tsongshui Games, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group, he called Mei Yun over. Mei Yun is also the manager of Tomorrow Group now, so he should be able to get a place for the internal testing of a game. Brother, can you give me a place in the closed beta test, and I'll press your shoulder. Mei Xiaoqing quickly stood up from the sofa, came behind Mei Yun, and started to press Mei Yun's shoulders. If you don't study hard, why are you playing games? Mei Yun said helplessly. Now that Mei Xiaoqing is in high school, this is the time to study. I play in my spare time, and several of my friends have secured spots in the closed beta. I can't even get a word in when they discuss it. There's a generation gap now. Mei Xiaoqing pouted and said, and I ranked third in the school in this exam, so it won't affect my studies at all. Ranked third in the school? When Mei Yun heard his sister's words, he looked at her in surprise. He hadn't paid attention to his sister's academic performance in school for a long time. Then I'll ask and see if I can get a spot for the closed beta. Mei Yun nodded. He had already mentioned it, and he had no way to refuse. Brother, you are so kind. Then I will wait for your good news tomorrow. Mag Xiaoqing smiled happily. It's getting late, so I'll go and rest first. Mei Yun glanced at the time and found that it was already very late, so he got up and returned to his room. Mr. Chen asked him to meet at the tournament base tomorrow to discuss things, so he still needs to have a good rest. Brother, don't forget about the internal test quota. Mei Xiaoqing saw Mei Yun get up and walk towards the bedroom and hurriedly said, Got it. Mei Yun replied and went into his bedroom. He seldom goes home, but his bedroom is still cleaned by a nanny every day. The next day, tournament base. Mr. Chen's side is the tournament base with a total of 4 doors, and our side is the main entrance. If a competition is held, the audience will enter from this door and the 2 doors on the left and right. The door behind the base is for staff and contestants to enter. And the other side is the tournament hotel, and the location where the BL Game Club is built is not far from here. Mei Yun briefly introduced the entrance to the tournament base. Chinamo looked at the competition base under construction in front of him. Now the entire competition base is still surrounded by a protective net, but just looking from the outside, it can be seen that the construction of the competition base has been completed for the most part. The main body of the competition hotel in the distance is almost completed. Can we go in? Chunamo turned his head and looked at Mei Yun. Sure, Mr. Chun, we can just enter from here. Mei Yun nodded, then walked to a small door in the direction of the main entrance, greeted the guard, and walked in. Just as he approached, a cell phone rang. Mr. Chun, I'll take a call. Mei Yun looked at Mr. Chun apologetically and then answered the phone. Brother, how is the internal test quota? Chapter 904 Visiting the Competition Base. As soon as the call was connected, Mei Xiaoqing's voice came out of the phone. I have something to do now. I will get you the quota for the internal test of Freedom War after I finish my work. Mei Yun spoke quickly, then made a promise and hung up the phone. Turned to look at Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, let's continue to look inside. Well, what is the matter about the quota for the internal test of Freedom War you mentioned? Chunamo looked at Mei Yun. When Mei Yun answered the phone just now, he did not walk far, so he heard everything he said. He knew about Freedom War. The name of Sangshue's new game was Freedom War, and it was now in the internal test stage. However, this Freedom War was a project of Sangshue Games. As the manager of a construction company, Mei Yun actually paid attention to the matter of Freedom War. This was really a bit abnormal. Chunamo was a little alert. Could it be that they wanted to do something to the Freedom War that was about to be launched? No, I must ask carefully. Freedom War is at the critical moment of going online. If the company's sixth brother really makes some trouble and makes money in the end, then his chance of settling the full amount of 60 million this time will be reduced again. My sister insisted on playing Freedom War, but the internal beta quota of Freedom War had been taken, so she asked us to help her get an internal beta quota. Mei Yun explained. Are the internal beta quotas of Freedom War very rare? Chun Mo asked in confusion. It's not very rare. Sangshue Games has issued more than 80,000 internal beta quotas, but Freedom War was very popular during the internal beta stage, so the internal beta quotas were taken up as soon as they were issued. My sister made a fuss at home for a day because she didn't get the internal beta quota. I had no choice but to agree to help her get an internal beta quota. Mei Yun started to explain. He didn't know much about Freedom War. His sister told him about it, and he went back to learn more about it himself. Only then did he know that Sangshue Games' Freedom War was already very popular in the current internal testing stage. If Freedom War was launched at the end of the month, Sangshue Game would have another profitable game. Sangshue Games' monthly profit has reached 1 billion now. If Freedom War is launched, Sangshue Games' monthly profit will probably increase by several hundred million. It can't be compared. Mei Yun sighed in his heart. He was still thinking before whether he could catch up in terms of profit when the construction company continued to expand. But now it seems too difficult. Games are a very profitable industry. More than 80,000 internal testing places were directly snatched up. Chunamo felt a little dizzy after hearing the news. From Mei Yun's words alone, he could analyze two pieces of information. First, Freedom War was very popular during the internal testing phase. Otherwise, Mei Yun's sister would not want the internal testing quota for Freedom War so much. Second, it is basically confirmed that Freedom War will have at least 80,000 players after it goes online. And according to the reaction of Mei Yun's sister, the final number of players must be more than 80,000. This is not a good trend. And why is an internal test so popular? A normal internal test is to find a group of players to try out the game. Also, why is a turn-based game so popular? No, there must be something he doesn't know. How did your sister know about the internal testing of Freedom War? Hood Alive has been broadcasting Freedom War, and my sister said that the game Freedom War is very popular on Hood Alive, and many people are watching it. Mei Yun said. He also went to Hood to Live to take a look before going to bed last night. The popularity was indeed very high. Among them, Zhangjia's live broadcast room in Tiange was the most popular, with more than 200,000 people watching, and many comments were asking for a place in the internal test of Freedom War. Hood Alive. Hood Alive again. This extracurricular old six is really endless. Chunamo kept complaining in his heart when he heard this. He was very familiar with Hood to Live. After the establishment of Tomorrow Group, this Hood to Live had caused him so many things. Now that the new game is online, he is also here to cause trouble. And Freedom War is what is so popular? I have to find out when I go back. Chunemo was a little depressed. According to the current situation, Freedom War is very likely to make a profit. But it is better to find out the situation and see if some adjustments can be made to minimize the profit. However, I came here today to find Mei Yun to arrange the construction of employee dormitories, so I will arrange the matter first and go back to deal with school matters. Mr. Chun, this is the main venue of the competition base. The surrounding audience seats have basically been built. Seats and other items need to be arranged after the competition base is fully built. Also, there will be 4 large crystal screens above the stage here, which are just in the 4 directions of the audience seats. In this way, when the competition is held, the audience can watch the competition well through the large screen. This is the backstage lounge of the competition. There are a total of 40 lounges, all designed according to the requirements. When the competition base is built, they will be decorated uniformly. Chen Mo followed Mei Yun and nodded slightly. The entire stadium base is indeed very good in terms of design, and it is indeed built according to his requirements. When I think about holding official game competitions in such a competition base in the future, it is still very grand. Mr. Chun, do you want to visit the esports hotel there? After visiting the entire competition base, Mei Yun pointed to the esports hotel in the distance and asked, "Let's not go to the esports hotel. I remember there is a Nana coffee shop nearby. Let's go there to talk." Chen Mo looked at the esports hotel in the distance. There is nothing good about an esports hotel, and he is not in the mood to visit it now. He hurriedly arranged the construction of the staff dormitory and then went back to deal with the matter of Freedom War. He still didn't know why a turn-based game was so popular. "Okay, Mr. Chun, Nana Coffee Shop is over there." Mei Yun nodded and then took the lead to rush towards Nana Coffee. "Nana Coffee, I met you today mainly to arrange a new project for you." Chinamo picked up the coffee and took a sip. Chapter 905. Asking for a spot in the internal test. "Mr. Chun, please tell me." Mei Yun sat up straight and waited for Mr. Chen's arrangements. He also knew that the main thing for coming here today was to listen to Mr. Chen's new arrangements. It's like this. Now that Tomorrow Group has further expanded, there are more and more employees in the group. However, most of the employees in our group live in employee dormitories or rent houses outside. I think this matter needs to be improved, so the purpose of calling you here today is that I need to build a staff dormitory building. This staff dormitory building has a total of 10,000 households, and the area of each household is between 70 to 80 square meters. The requirements for the staff dormitory building are that the quality of the project must be ensured, just like the Tomorrow community, and the greening in the park cannot be too simple. As for decoration, normal hard furnishings and furniture do not need to be equipped, but materials such as ceramic tiles et al. Needs to be done. The total investment in this staff dormitory building is 5 billion, and 3 billion will be transferred to the construction company's account before the end of the month. As for the construction location of the dormitory building, you can make your own arrangements. Chen Mo simply arranged the construction requirements for the dormitory building. It stands to reason that the number of employees of Tomorrow Group now exceeds 40,000. Building employee dormitories for 10,000 households is simply not enough. If 40,000 households can be built, then 20 billion can be invested. However, this idea was directly rejected by the system. He said that although Tomorrow Group has more than 40,000 employees, many of them are husband and wife working in Tomorrow Group. Some families even work in the Tomorrow Group. Chen Mo did not deny this. He also knew something about it. Some employees' children worked in some companies, and their parents might work in clothing factories or canneries. The most recent example is Yang Dehai's family. Except for Yang Duo, who is still in school, Yang Dehai and his family are all working at Tomorrow Group. Therefore, it is indeed unreasonable to build employee dormitories according to the number of employees. Moreover, his original plan was to directly allocate the employee dormitories to those employees. However, according to the system regulations, the employee dormitories built by the group can only be used as welfare for employees to live in. However, the property is still under the Tomorrow Group and will not be divided to the personal names of Tomorrow Group employees. And there are regulations for employees who want to live in dormitories. If you want to move into the staff dormitory, you must have worked for 2 years and do not own real estate in Jiangxing. Moreover, if the whole family works for the Tomorrow Group, Even if they all work for 2 years, they can only get the right to live in one apartment. And this is only the most basic limitation. There are other more detailed restrictions. After employees are qualified to live in the staff dormitory building, they can continue to live there. As long as the Tomorrow Group does not close down, they can live in the staff dormitory building for retirement. However, if you purchase a new property after moving into the employee dormitory building, you will lose the qualification to move into the employee dormitory. In this regard, Chinamo finally understood why the system only allowed the construction of 10,000 households. Under these restrictions, 10,000 employee dormitories were enough. After all, the employee dormitory building is only 70 to 80 square meters, but now the employees of the Tomorrow Group are very well paid. Who doesn't want to live in a larger house? When employees have some financial strength, they will definitely want to move to a larger house. By then, a house will be available. In this way, the vacant house can be renovated and provided for new employees to move in. Of course, if you think living in this 70 square meter staff dormitory is good enough and don't plan to buy a new house, it won't drive you away and you can always live here. Mr. Chun, do you want to invest $5 billion to build employee dormitories? Mei-yin thought she had heard wrongly and couldn't help but ask again. That's right, it's $5 billion to build employee dormitories. Chen Montak nodded. After receiving Mr. Chen's exact reply, Mei-yin pursed his lips. He had always known that Tomorrow Group provided high benefits to its employees. But I didn't expect that Mr. Chun would be so willing to spend money. $5 billion to build employee dormitories. This is obviously Mr. Chun using his own money to provide benefits to those employees. Judging from the current treatment of Tomorrow Group, Mr. Chun does not need to do this at all, and the employees of Tomorrow Group are already very satisfied. Even if there is this staff dormitory building for those employees, it is just the icing on the cake. But Mr. Chin did just that, and he still spent $5 billion. Other group units also build dormitories for employees, but an investment of $1 billion would be very good. I know, Mr. Chun. So are there any other requirements for building this employee dormitory building? Mei-yin asked. The basic requirements are what I just said. However, after the staff dormitory building is completed, there will be some restrictions on occupancy. I will ask Shinro to send you the conditions for occupancy. Then you can communicate with the managers of other companies. All right. Chen Montak Spolke. The conditions for employee check-in were figured out by him constantly testing the system. He hasn't sorted it out yet. He could just go back and sort it out and let Shinro handle it. I know, Mr. Chun, and I will implement the staff dormitory building project as soon as possible. Mei-yin responded directly. Now the project of Tomorrow Community has begun to be completed, and the construction of the competition base and esports hotel is also in the middle of construction. Of course, he still has the construction of a school and an office building in his hands, but these have also been implemented. He was still worried before whether he would have to be idle after the construction of the community is completed tomorrow. But now there is a project for the employee dormitory building. He can continue to be busy. Well, that's all for today. I have something else to do. You go and get busy. Chinamo nodded, then got up and left Nana Coffee. Seeing the idle situation in the coffee shop, he felt a little relieved. In any case, Nana Coffee has become much more stable since it had Chong Rui's good ally. Mei-yin hurriedly got up and followed Mr. Chun to the door of the coffee shop. At this time, Yang Dahai had parked his car at the door and was waiting. After watching Mr. Chun get in the car and leave, Mei-yin also took out his phone and called Wei Yin. He wanted to ask Wei Yin for a place in the internal test. The call was connected. Wei Yin's voice came from the phone. Boss Mei, how come you have time to call me? Want to ask you a favor? Boss Mei, please tell me. If I can help, I will. It's like this. Is it the game you recently developed, Freedom War, in internal testing? My sister really wants to play it, but she didn't get a spot in the internal testing. She's been making a fuss all day yesterday. I have no choice but to ask you, Boss Wei, for a spot in the internal testing. Mei-yin directly stated his purpose. Chapter 906, the person who understands Mr. Chin the most. The quota for internal testing is no problem. I'll look for it later. When Wei Yin heard that it was a place for internal testing, he agreed without hesitation. Freedom Battle and internal beta quota is entirely determined by the people working on their project, and getting one more internal beta quota is just a matter of hands. Of course, if an outsider asked for this internal test quota, he would definitely refuse, but since he is the manager of a construction company under the Tomorrow Group, he still has to give him this FACE. This can also further maintain harmony among managers. Moreover, a closed beta quota has no impact on Freedom Battle. It is just one more closed beta player. Of course, if it harms the interests of Tomorrow Group or Sanshua Games, he will definitely refuse. Thank you very much, Mr. Wei. Thank you, no need. It's not a big deal. I still want to thank you, but today Mr. Chun has assigned another project, investing $5 billion to build an employee dormitory building to provide benefits to employees of Tomorrow Group. I wonder if Mr. Wei has any good suggestions on site selection. Mei Yin asked. Wei Yin is recognized by the group as the person who understands Mr. Chun best, and is also the most discerning person besides Mr. Chun. So he wants to consult Wei Yan's opinion. Invest $5 billion to build employee dormitories. Wei Yan was stunned for a moment when he heard it, but when he thought it was Mr. Chen's handwriting, he felt it was very reasonable. After thinking for a while, he asked, there must be some restrictions on this dormitory building for employees. Currently, Mr. Chun requires the construction of 10,000 units, each with an area of 70 to 80 square meters. Of course, there are also some conditions for employees to move in. Mr. Chun has not said yet. That's it. What do you think? I just thought about it. A school is already being built near the Tomorrow community. However, there is another location for the school that can be built on land. I want to build an employee community at that location. Mayan talked about his thoughts. He thought that if the employee community was built near the school, it would be much more convenient for the employees to live in the employee community and for the children to go to school in the Futyur. Well, your idea is very good, considering that tomorrow's group employees will go to school, but I think it is not comprehensive enough. You have to consider that after entering the employee community, those employees will also have to go to work in the future. If the distance to work is too far, it's also very inconvenient if it's far away. Tomorrow Group, Sanshua Games. In the manager's office, Wei Yin stood up from his desk, finally came to a wall, turned on the projector, and briefly operated it. And soon the map of Jiangcheng E-City was placed on the wall. He looked at the map of Dongcheng, looked at it carefully, and finally his eyes fell in one direction. I have a location suggestion here. Mr. Wei, please tell me. Mei Yin quickly pricked up his ears. Wei Yan's suggestions were still important. The success of many of Tomorrow Group's projects today was due to Wei Yan's suggestions. My location is on Chinhu Street, and a new office building of Tomorrow Group is being built there. As you know, there is also a large piece of land that can be acquired about 900 meters to the north. It is enough to build an employee community. The location is located between the new office building and the school. It is 900 meters away from the office building and only about 1.5 kilometers away from the school. If the employees' children want to go to school, this distance is also acceptable. And since it is a staff dormitory, we can arrange several school buses from the community to the school in the future. This will make it much more convenient for students to go to school in the future. And I also understand that the location you mentioned is to the north of where the school is being built. If employees want to work there, it will be very inconvenient. And have you ever thought about one thing? Now that the construction of the Tomorrow community is completed, as a construction company, we can't just have one construction project. I guess that after the construction of the Tomorrow community is completed, there will definitely be new projects. The site for the new project will be the land you just mentioned in the north. After the community is built, there will be schools around it, the Tianda Plaza to be built, and various companies of the Tomorrow Group opening in the East City. I believe that under the leadership of Tomorrow Group, the development of Jiangcheng will get better and better. By that time, the value of the community built on that piece of land will definitely increase a lot. If the school becomes famous in the future, it will definitely be difficult to find a house in the community around the school. Wei Yin briefly expressed his thoughts. When Mei Yin listened to Wei Yan's story, he had already constructed a map in his mind. He has been building in the east of the city for so long, and he already knows the various locations in the east of the city very well. So he doesn't need to look at the map to know what Wei Yin said. After hearing what Wei Yin said, Mei Yin couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed the #1 person under Mr. Chen. This vision and foresight are really beyond his comparison. If he chooses the address according to his own plan, it will at most provide convenience for the children of Tomorrow Group employees to go to school, but there will be no other advantages. And if a staff community is built in his place, then after the school becomes famous, there will undoubtedly be one less project that can make money. But Wei Yin solved all the problems directly. Wei Yin's location made it much more convenient for most employees to go to work. Although it is a little far from the school, the distance of 1.5 kilometers is not very far, and if a school bus is arranged, this problem can be solved well. With the strength of Tomorrow Group and the treatment that Mr. Chun gives to the group's employees, there is absolutely no problem in arranging a few school buses. While thinking about these problems, Wei Yin also thought about the future projects of the construction company. If Mr. Chen arranges a new project, then the new site will already be selected, which is the location he just selected. And at that time, the school has been built, so even if the school is not famous, the community built at that location can be regarded as a school district house, and it is not far from the newly built Tianda Plaza. It seems that asking you, Mr. Wei, is really a correct decision. The location of Chinhu Street is really good, so the site selection is decided. Mei Yun smiled and said, with a phone call, the choice of the new project was made, and the next step is to wait for the funds to come and set up a new engineering team. It just so happens that the construction engineering team of Tomorrow Community has been idle, so it is just right to arrange it for the new project. Tomorrow Group, President's Office. After Chun Mo returned to the office and drank a sip of tea, he pressed the call bell beside him. He was going to ask Wei Yin for an internal test account to see what this freedom war was all about. Chapter 907 This. Traitor. Soon the phone call rang, and Wei Yin's voice came over. Mr. Chen, what are your plans? Give me a closed beta account for Freedom Battle, and I'll see how the development of the new game goes. Chen Montag Spolka Kaimli. He wanted to take a closer look at what kind of game Wei Yin had made for him. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will arrange for someone to send it to you. Wei Yin nodded when he heard this. Now that the game is about to be launched, Mr. Chen is ready to take a look at the final result. Wei Yin secretly thought to himself, but overall he was very relieved. Now Freedom Battle has received a very good response after internal testing. I'm not worried because the game development was not good, which disappointed Mr. Chen. After Chun Mo responded, he turned off the pager directly. After waiting on the seat for a while, I found a new message in the mailbox. He clicked on his email and found that Songshua Games had sent him the download link for Freedom Battle and the game's internal beta account. Chun Mo opened the link and clicked to download. After the game download was completed, he directly logged into the game according to the game account given by Songshua Games. Soon you entered the game login interface, followed by the novice guide. But when he was following the novice instructions, Chun Mo discovered something was wrong. He was very familiar with the novice instructions. And how could a turn-based game have such a novice guide? Control the movement of game characters, release various skills, and introduce some game content. Chun Mo felt more and more something was wrong. This game style and gameplay made him very sure that it was definitely not a turn-based game. He became more and more uneasy. The current novice guide gave him a very familiar feeling. This game is too much like League of Legends from the previous life. What on earth is Wei Yin doing? After the novice guide ended, Chun Mo quickly checked the game interface, and then found the ladder mode and matching mode on the game start interface. Chun Mo took a chance and started the game directly, and soon the game was successfully matched. Looking at the hero selection interface, Chun Mo's last bit of luck was completely shattered. He was undoubtedly a replica of the League of Legends in his previous life, although there are some differences in heroes and details. But in terms of overall gameplay, there is no difference. Didn't you talk about developing turn-based games? Why did you develop a MOBA game for him? The game has begun. However, Chun Mo didn't have much mood to play at this time. Others didn't know about this MOBA game, but he knew it very well. He has seen how popular the League of Legends was in his previous life. Now that Wei Yin actually developed a replica of League of Legends for him, Chun Mo sat back on his seat helplessly. Now that Songshua Games already has a popular game called Extreme Survival, are they going to add another popular game called Freedom Battle? Wrong. Judging from the information from previous lives, This freedom battle may become more popular than extreme survival after it goes online. In the current parallel world, there is no game like this. The charm of 5v5 fair competition will instantly attract many players. This Wei Yin. He originally thought he had settled down, but he didn't expect that he would get a big blow here. Turn-based games have become MOBA games. He has already imagined how exciting it will be after Freedom Battle is launched. The more critical thing is that now is the critical moment for settlement. At this time, the appearance of such a popular game in Sangshui Games will undoubtedly make it much more difficult for him to settle in full. Looking at the game interface on the screen, with 3 lines of soldiers, machine towers, wild monsters, and soldiers, familiar scenes came to mind. But if this scene was normal, he might still miss it, but now he is not in the mood to miss it. After a while, Chen Mo looked at the game failure interface and exited the game directly, leaning back on his seat helplessly. But a question quickly came to mind. What he asked Wei Yin to develop was a turn-based game. Now Wei Yin is obviously not developing a turn-based game. Does he have the right to stop Freedom Battle from being launched? But after he had this idea, the system rejected it directly. It is normal for the final results to deviate from the initial settings during the development process, and this cannot be a reason not to go online. Dog system. Chen Mo couldn't help but complain, but it's impossible not to let Freedom Battle go online. According to Wei Yan's previous words, Freedom Battle will be launched at the end of July, and there are still 2 months until settlement. It's really a good time to get stuck at this time. If the game is launched earlier, he can have more time to deal with the benefits brought by Freedom Battle. If it is launched later, even though Freedom Battle has the potential to become popular, it will take time to become popular. If it is launched very late, such as in September, the settlement time may have arrived before the game becomes popular. There won't be too much interference with the settlement this time. But this time, it was chosen to be launched at the end of July, giving Freedom Battle plenty of time. Good on you, Wei Yin. I thought you had turned over a new leaf before, but I didn't expect a big one. When Freedom War is launched, Sangshui Games will have another popular game, and the corresponding income will also increase significantly. A trader is a trader. Turn over a new leaf. He really believed in a ghost. The only way to reduce the income of Freedom War is not to promote it. No! Hood Alive has already started to promote it, and its non-promotion policy has basically been declared broken. I thought of Hood Alive. Chen Mo directly opened the webpage of Hood Alive and checked it out. As soon as I entered the homepage of Hood Alive, I saw several live broadcast rooms with the title Freedom War. Sangshui's new game Freedom War is being tried out. Freedom War Water Friend Competition. Freedom War Ladder Score Rush. Chen Mo took a simple look and basically confirmed that the current Freedom War live broadcast is the main promotion of Hood Alive. Under such circumstances, I am afraid that many people know about the game, Freedom War. The policy of not promoting has long been destroyed by Chun Song and Du Zeding, 2 non-staff members. It was you who promoted Extreme Survival online, and it was you who promoted the 2 movies online. Now that Freedom War is online, you are still promoting it live. What hatred and resentment! Chun Mo was speechless, but he had no way to deal with these 2 non-staff members. After looking around the interface of Hood to Live, he soon noticed a live broadcast room with a high traffic of Freedom War. Gun Yudi. Chapter 908 Mobile Game Department Manager. Gun Yudi. He is already very familiar with this name. He has been in the previous promotional live broadcasts, and he can be regarded as an extra special person. Click into the live broadcast room. Brothers, if we win the next game, we will be in the diamond rank. I am already the first in the current ladder rankings. There will be no more internal beta test quotas before the public beta test. Don't ask anymore. It's not long before the public beta test. Just wait patiently. I also got the news that you can make an appointment to download on the game platform in a week. When it is really online, you can play it as soon as possible. Payment model? Do you still need to ask? Since it is produced by Sangshui Games, it will naturally maintain the previous payment model. Just apply for a card. You need to spend money to buy the Extreme Survival skin overseas. What does it have to do with us in China? You should know that Extreme Survival was developed in China. Since it was launched, it has always been a card-issuing model. So playing in the national server is a very lucky thing. Sangshua Games does not want to make money from us Chinese, but it is different abroad. It's a waste not to make money, right? Gon Judy looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and replied with a smile. He knew that Extreme Survival was launched overseas, and he also knew that the charging model of Extreme Survival launched overseas was different from that in China. He felt proud of this. In fact, in the game market, overseas companies are often ahead of domestic companies. And the modes or some settings of those games are not friendly to domestic players. At this time, Extreme Survival appeared, and he saw that those overseas players still liked to play it very much even if the charging model was changed. He felt very refreshed. Live broadcast room barrage. The skins that we can draw by playing games without spending money, they need to spend money to buy them in foreign servers. It's really cool to think about it. Even if you spend money, it's only more than 10 yuan a month, which is really too cost-effective. I downloaded the foreign server yesterday and took a look. The most expensive piece of clothing cost $889. They spent $889 to buy it, and I got it for free, haha. Sangshua Game is awesome. From now on, I will be a fan of Sangshua Game. In the future, as long as Sangshua releases a game, I will play it. Me too, Sangshua Game really made our domestic game industry proud. Chinemo listened to Jiang Zhou's remarks in the live broadcast room and the barrage in the live broadcast room, and he felt terrible. He has been a fan of Sangshua Game since then, and he will play all the games released by Sangshua Game in the future. With your ideas, how can I develop games in the future? Chinemo was speechless and quickly posted a comment in the live broadcast room. Sangshua Game is rubbish. However, just after he made his comment, the system prompted that he had been permanently banned. Chinemo took a deep breath, clicked the upper right corner to find the hold button, clicked a hold, and then directly exited the live broadcast room. I said that my own company is rubbish. Exit the live broadcast room. Chinemo sat quietly in the boss chair. Through the situation of Hotel Live, he was basically sure that a large number of players would definitely enter when Freedom War went online. He wanted to reduce the income of Freedom War by not promoting it and reducing the spread of Freedom War. Obviously, it was impossible. At the same time, it cannot be extended online, nor can it not be online. Then at this time, he basically has no way to deal with this Freedom War. Alas, Chen Montag seit helplessly. What he can do now is to prepare more ways to spend money so that he can cope with the income brought by the launch of Freedom War. But before that, Wei Yin still needs to be called over to knock, and the previously agreed extra training projects are also time to be implemented. Can't let these old six live so comfortably. As he said, he pressed the call bell on the side and called Wei Yin up. After a while, the office door was knocked, and then Wei Yin walked in. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Chen Mo glanced at Wei Yin lightly, then turned the computer screen around and pointed to the game interface of Freedom War on the computer. Didn't I say that I want to develop a turn-based game? Why did it become a MOBA game in the end? MOBA game? Wei Yin heard Mr. Chen's words. His expression was a little confused, and he didn't understand what MOBA meant. Chun Mo saw Wei Yan's puzzled expression and then realized that there is no such thing as a MOBA game in the world. Wei Yin definitely didn't understand what he meant by saying this. Don't worry about the meaning of MOBA. I need you to explain why the development of a turn-based game ended up like this. Mr. Chun, we are developing a turn-based game, but this is the result of innovation. In the previous turn-based games, whether it was cards or characters, we just watched them play, and the sense of participation was very low. So after a long discussion, we finally developed the current Freedom War. Generally speaking, it is also developed based on a turn-based game. Compared with traditional turn-based games, this one is more free. If you hit me, I can choose not to hit back, or I can choose to hit back. Plus, each hero has a corresponding player operation, which makes the battle more interesting and more playable. Of course, this game concept is not something I came up with, but something that the project manager Su Yuan came up with. Wei Yin quickly said some of their ideas for developing this game. Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache after hearing Wei Yan's description, but he also learned about another Lao Lu from Wei Yan's remarks. Su Zuan? This name is very unfamiliar. He has never heard of it. Freedom War was developed by Su Yuan. What position does he hold in Sangshua game? He was the project manager before, and you, Mr. Chun, promoted him. But last time you, Mr. Chun, expanded the business of Sangshua game and added the mobile game department and the standalone game department. I promoted him a few days ago and became the department manager of the mobile game department. Wei Yin spoke quickly. He did not take credit for it. In the early stages of the project development, Su Yuan was basically in charge. He did not want the people who made contributions to be buried. I promoted him. Chen Montag war Stund. When did he promote anyone at Sangshua Games? Why did he have no impression of it? Mr. Chen, you forgot that you once visited the Sangshua Game studio and saw Su Yuan watching anime. Then you promoted Su Yuan to be the supervisor. And it was because of your promotion this time that we found the inspiration for the development of Freedom War. Wei Yin reminded him. Chapter 909 Work Experience. He was not surprised at all that Mr. Chin forgot to promote Su Yuan. Mr. Chin has everything on his plate and handles many things every day. How could he remember the people he promoted casually? Chinamo thought for a moment, and indeed thought that he had been promoted once by Sangshua Games. He remembered that he promoted the employee because he watched cartoons and fished during working hours. He felt that, as a leader, such an employee would definitely reduce work efficiency. But he was the one he promoted who developed Freedom War, and the inspiration was given to him when he was promoted. Chinamo had some doubts about himself this time, why every time he chose someone, he ended up being the sixth one. Even an employee who was promoted casually ended up giving him the Freedom War developed by him. Does he have the ability to turn waste into treasure? Is Su Yuan now the department manager of the mobile game department? Yes, Mr. Chun. The other party has developed Freedom Battle, and its comprehensive capabilities are very good, and he is also very innovative. Let him develop mobile games. It is a very good candidate. Wei Yin nodded. Well, please call Su Yuan over. At the same time, we already have candidates for the standalone game department. Call them all over. I'll make arrangements. Chinamo felt wary. If Su Yuan was really like Wei Yin said, he must pay attention. The current situation of Sangshua Games is that no matter which department it is in, there can no longer be a hit game. Since Su Yuan is so capable, it must be restricted. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll make arrangements then. Wei Yin nodded when he heard this, then got up and walked out of the office. Chinemo watched Wei Yin leave, then took out a notebook from the drawer on the side, found Wei Yin's page, and drew a big cross on it. At the same time, he turned to a blank page and wrote Su Yuan's name with a big cross drawn at the back. Sure enough, the anti-bone boy is the anti-bone boy, and the person he leads is also the anti-bone boy. Sangshua Games. Mobile Gaming Department. Department Manager's Office. Mr. Wei, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Su Yuan looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite and said nervously, Mr. Chun wants to see him. That was the president of Tomorrow Group. He never thought that Mr. Chun would want to see him. There's not much to pay attention to. Just respect Mr. Chun and be humble. Wei Yin said, Okay, Mr. Wei, shall we go there now? Wait a moment. I notified the department manager of the single-player game. He will come over soon, and we will go there together. Good. Su Yuan not dead? Before long, there was a knock on the office door. Then a man walked in. Mr. Wei, Manager Su. Dong Hao looked at the two people in the office and said hello. Brother Hao? Su Yuan looked at the person who came in, smiled, and said hello. He knew Dong Hao and was very familiar with him. When he first joined the Tomorrow Group, he was in the Extreme Survival Project team. And Dong Hao is the manager of the Extreme Survival Project team, considered his leader. It's just that in more than a year, they both became department managers at the same time. Let's go, Mr. Chan is waiting. Wei Yin greeted the two of them, stood up, and walked outside. Mr. Wei, does Mr. Chen have any plans to see us? Dong Hao walked to Wei Yin and inquired. Mr. Chen didn't say anything. I found out in the past. Wei Yin said. The three of them left the office together, entered the elevator, and rushed to the top floor. President's office. Mr. Chen, everyone has been brought here. Enter the office. Wei Yin stretched out his hand and introduced the two people around him. This is Su Yuan, manager of the mobile game department. And this is Dong Hao, head of the standalone game department. Chunmo's eyes fell on the two people behind Wei Yin, especially Su Yuan. Everyone, take a seat. Wei Yin and others pulled out the seats in front of the desk and sat down. Chunmo glanced at Su Yuan and Dong Hao and finally landed on Su Yuan. As the manager of the mobile game department, what are your plans for the mobile game department? He needs to first inquire about the other party's actions and then make some targeted changes. There must be no more surprises in the mobile game department and standalone game department. When Su Yuan heard Mr. Chen's inquiry, she quickly sat up straight, feeling very nervous. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. Mr. Chen, I have only been the manager of the mobile game department for a few days. The most important task at the moment is to set up the mobile game department. What about project matters? Do you have any ideas for research and development of mobile games? I haven't thought about the project yet, but I definitely have to innovate, and I can't stick to the rules. I will try my best to create a popular game. Su Yuan spoke quickly. He really doesn't have any good ideas about mobile games at the moment. When Chun Mo heard Su Yuan's words, he tapped his fingers on the table. He still wanted to innovate and create a popular mobile game. This is absolutely not possible. However, this Su Yuan still has some abilities, and he actually developed a replica of League of Legends for him. If he is really allowed to innovate, he might develop a popular mobile game. No, it is better to interfere. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Su Yuan. I asked you to develop a turn-based game in the terminal game before, but the game you actually developed has gone beyond the scope of turn-based games, so we still have to continue with the turn-based D game. So this turn-based game is left to you. Go and develop a turn-based game for mobile games. Chunmo looked at Su Yuan and spoke slowly and said, innovation, don't innovate for me. Okay, Mr. Chun. Su Yuan hurriedly agreed after hearing this. Chunmo nodded, and then his eyes fell on Dong Hao. Introduce your work experience first so I can understand it. As for Dong Hao, he didn't know anything about him before, so it would be better to understand him first. Mr. Chun, I currently have 6 years of experience in game companies. Before Tsangshui Games was acquired by Mr. Chun, I was always a small manager in the company. After the company established the Extreme Survival Department, I have been the department head of the Extreme Survival Department. This time, Mr. Chen established the standalone game department, and Fong Chong promoted me to the standalone game department as a department manager. Dong Hao quickly and briefly introduced his work experience. Did you achieve anything during your work? Chun Mo continued to ask. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I don't have any achievements. Dong Hao lowered his head in shame. Would Mr. Chan be very disappointed in him? Chapter 910 Group Special Training. What I mean by achievement is not the development of a hit game, but whether I provided critical help or made any critical decisions during the work process. Chunmo asked again. There are very few people who can create hit games. Therefore, he needs to inquire more carefully to ensure the other party's ability. No. Dong Hao lowered his head even lower. Compared with several department managers in the company now, he seemed to be the least capable one. Needless to say, Mr. Wei and Mr. Fong, Zhao Bowen and manager Zhao also provided a lot of help in the research and development of Dianlong and Extreme Survival. Although Su Yuan joined the company later, he was responsible for the research and development of Freedom War. So in overall comparison, his expression is not outstanding. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Chunmo heard Dong Hao's words and nodded with satisfaction. Is this a qualified employee? As the person in charge of the standalone game department, such an employee is reassuring. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, as the head of the standalone game department, do you have any thoughts on the development of standalone games? Mr. Chun, the standalone game department is currently under preparation, and there is not much opportunity for game development yet. However, there is no a single-player game masterpiece in China. So in terms of production, I want to make it bigger, and the worldview structure in the game should also be grander. So the development phase will definitely take a longer time. Dong Hao nervously expressed his thoughts. Large-scale, a standalone games will definitely require a long period of research and development. The setting of the gameplay, the construction of the map, and the conception of the worldview. A good large-scale, a standalone game needs content to immerse players in the worldview of the game. Nowadays, The worst games developed by Sangshua Games are all about the popularity of Tianlong. Although Freedom Battle has not yet been officially released to public beta, the popularity of the closed beta test is enough to show that Freedom Battle will definitely not be low in popularity AF till it is launched. Therefore, as the person in charge of standalone games, the games he develops are not as popular as others, but they must be popular no matter what. The idea is good. Since we're going to make a large-scale 3A game, we must make it more detailed. Then you can rest assured, and time is not a problem. What I want to make is a high-quality game, so even if it takes 1 or 2 years, I can develop it. No problem either. Chunimo looked at Dong Hao and said slowly. He is still very satisfied with Dong Hao. After working for so long, there is nothing outstanding about his work, which is enough to show that the other party is not too outstanding in terms of ability. Letting such a person be the person in charge is always more secure than an innovative person like Su Yuan. Therefore, he did not arrange any standalone game categories for Dong Hao. First, he doesn't know much about standalone games. The second is to let Dong Hao play freely. As long as the game development is delayed a little longer, it is okay to develop the game for 1 to 2 years. I know, Mr. Chun. I will definitely work hard to develop it. Dong Hao hurriedly spoke, feeling slightly relieved. He was worried just now that Mr. Chun would think that he was not qualified to be the head of the standalone game department because of his lack of outstanding performance. But now it seems that I still think too much. Okay, that's all. You two go back first. Chun Mo glanced at Dong Hao and Su Yuan. Okay, Mr. Chun. Seeing this, Su Yuan and Dong Hao quickly got up and left the office. Mr. Chun, do you have anything else to arrange? Wei Yin saw that Su Yuan and Dong Hao had left the office and looked up at Mr. Chun. Since Mr. Chun left him alone, he must have other arrangements. Well, there are some things that need to be arranged. Chun Mo glanced at Wei Yin indifferently. The group security department has been established. You should know that. I know, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin nodded. I was wondering if Mr. Chin's arrangement had something to do with this security company. I thought about it for a while. Now that the Tomorrow Group is gradually expanding and there are more and more employees, the cohesion of the group's employees is very important. The Feiwu Security Department has just been built, and now special training has begun for the recruited security personnel. This kind of collective special training is the best way to provide direct cohesion for group employees. So in order to improve the cohesion of the company's employees, I plan to let the group's employees go to Feiwu Security for group training, just like the military training in school. Chun Mo briefly explained his arrangements. These old men have been causing trouble for him, and he must not let them have an easy time. This training camp must be implemented as soon as possible. Mr. Chun, if all employees of the group undergo intensive training, then the company's work will not be able to proceed. Wei Yin said worriedly. When did I say that all employees of the group have participated? Now the group has more than 40,000 employees. If all employees are trained, the scale will be too large. Chun Mo shook his head and thought to himself, I would like all employees in the group to undergo unified training so that it can have a good impact on the work of each company. But there was no way. This idea was directly denied by the system. This time, the company staff training will select the leadership of each company. The companies currently set are Sangshua Games, Wuling Short Video, Blue Film and Television, and Corner Pet Park. All company supervisors and above employees need to participate. However, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin of Blue Film will not be back until the end of the month. So during this period, you go to communicate with the leaders of the other companies. The special training will last for half a month. During this half month, make good work arrangements. Chun Mo spoke quickly. At present, these 4 companies are the most profitable, so they will be sent to the security company for training first. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin nodded. Mr. Chun has always been very concerned about the physical condition of the group's employees. This training, in addition to cultivating the cohesion between employees, is also training the physical fitness of the employees of Tomorrow Group. Go and get busy. Chen Montak nodded. Things have been arranged. Just wait for Luo Xiao and Wang Bin to come back, and then go to the security company for training. For these old 6, this is all he can do. Wei Yin got up and left the office after hearing this. I took the elevator back to my office. Not long after I sat down, Suyuan knocked on the door and walked in. What's the matter? Wei Yin looked up at Suyuan, who came in. Boss Wei, you said that Boss Chun required the mobile game department to be innovative, but now Boss Chun directly stipulated that we should develop turn-based games for mobile games. How can we innovate? Suyuan said with a distressed look. Chapter 911, Innovative Turn-Based Game. Suyuan smiled bitterly. He was full of confidence and was ready to develop a new mobile game. But Mr. Chin's order instantly shattered his previous fantasy. Turn-based game. This time, the development cannot be separated from the scope of turn-based games like Freedom War in the innovation process. It is true that there are many turn-based games on the market now, but the core content has not changed. What attracts people is no longer the gameplay of the turn-based game, but the exquisite card shape or characters in the game. But it is precisely because of this that we guarantee the quality of the game and innovate and develop different turn-based games, so we may attract a large number of turn-based game players. I know that it will be a little difficult to innovate turn-based games, but Mr. Chen did not set a time limit on the project, so we have enough time to develop. Wei Yin looked at Suyuan and spoke seriously. Because when he first developed the turn-based game, he did a lot of understanding of the turn-based game. He also knew that it was very difficult to innovate the turn-based game first. After all, there are so many turn-based games on the market now. If it is really that easy to innovate, someone would have innovated it long ago. I know, President Wei, I will definitely develop a new turn-based game. Suyuan nodded slightly when he heard Wei Yan's words, and a sense of confidence surged in his heart again. Yes, the turn-based games on the market now are all similar. If he can develop a new turn-based game, wouldn't it be directly grabbing the turn-based game market? This is the challenge. Is it right to have this idea? By the way, this section is to set up the mobile game department first. We will go to the security company for training in early August. Wei Yin thought of what President Chen arranged and said, "Going to the security company for training? What is this for?" Suyuan was puzzled. President Chen arranged it. He wants us to cultivate cohesion among employees through training, and also wants to enhance our physical fitness. Wei Yin said, after working in Tomorrow Group for so long, his physical fitness is much better than before. I understand, Mr. Wei. I will speed up the establishment of the mobile game department. Suyuan nodded, then stood up and left the office. Wei Yin waited until Suyuan left, then edited a message and sent it to the manager group. The latest arrangement is that the supervisors of Songshua Games, Wuling Short Video, Blue Film and Television, and Corner Pet Park, and leaders of positions above, will go to the security company for training in early August. The managers of these 4 companies need to make work arrangements in advance to avoid affecting the operation of the company when the limit is reached. At Li Shun at Wuyu at Fengchang at Pengtao, at Su Jingming at Luo Xiao at Wangbin. Soon there was a reply in the group. Li Shun, do we managers also have to participate in the training? Wei Yin, yes. Feng Chong, how long will the training last? Wei Yin, half a month. Li Maoda, welcome. Fei Wu Security welcomes you to come for training. Wangbin, we are still outside picking up and dropping off poor elderly people, so we can't participate. Wei Yin, Mr. Chun said that the training will start when you come back at the end of the month. Songxia, why are there only 4 companies? Jiang Cheng, doesn't the garment factory need to participate? Wei Yin, Mr. Chen said that these 4 companies are temporarily selected for now. Tang Xiao, haven't you noticed that the 4 companies arranged by Mr. Chen are the 4 most profitable companies in Tomorrow Group? Songxia, it seems to be true, so the choice of participating in the training is determined by the status of each company under Tomorrow Group. Li Shun, it is true. At present, these 4 companies have a minimum profit of 300 million per month. Meng Xiaohong, is this Mr. Chen's reward to these 4 companies? They are really lucky. Tang Xiao, we also need to work hard. If the company is not profitable, it will not even be qualified for the training. Wei Yin, don't worry everyone. According to the current situation of the group and the development status of each company, it will be profitable sooner or later. Li Shun, I borrow Mr. Wei's good words. Songxia, I borrow Mr. Wei's good words. Jiang Cheng, I wish you good luck, Mr. Wei. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Shinamo sat back in his chair, but how to train those old six? The profits brought by the launch of Freedom War must be dealt with. So he must find new ways to spend money. After all, he still has 3.3 billion yuan of funds that have not been spent this month. Now he still has a way to spend money that has not been implemented. That is to turn Blue Film into Blue Film Entertainment, and Blue Film is just one of the departments of Blue Film Entertainment. But this way of spending money, he has also tried the system, and it can only consume 1 billion yuan of funds at most. This 1 billion yuan of funds includes the expenditure of funds for the expansion of Blue Film, as well as the establishment of a new animation department and the creation of animation. But this project can only consume 1 billion yuan of funds, and he still has 2.3 billion yuan of funds left. So he still needs to find more ways to spend money. Otherwise, when Freedom War is launched, there will still be a batch of income, and he needs to prepare in advance. It's almost time for settlement, so we must not be careless. But what other ways to spend money are there? Now the companies within the group should expand as needed and add projects as needed. There is no more room for improvement. Now if we want to find ways to spend money, we can only develop new industries. But what kind of industry can we develop to ensure that we lose money or have a longer profit cycle? Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows and thought in his heart. But after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of a good industry that would lose money. However, he didn't think of a losing industry, but he did think of a point to spend money. Now that the Tomorrow Group has expanded so much, many new employees and leaders have been added. Then it's time to finalize the allocation of cars. Although it only costs 20 to 30 million to allocate a car now, it's nothing compared to the billions of funds now, but it's better to spend as much as possible. Thinking in his heart, he called Shun Ro over directly, looking at Shun Ro coming over. Now that the Tomorrow Group has expanded again, the number of management personnel has also increased a lot. Let's communicate with the management of each company to confirm the list of people who could be equipped with cars, and then go to Yongxing 4S store to purchase another batch of cars. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, then turned around and returned to her office. Yongxing 4S store. Employee cafeteria. How are you getting along with Wang Yang? Huang Xiaoli looked at Ji Xiaowei sitting opposite and asked. Well, we have been. Ji Xiaowei hesitated, looking a little embarrassed. Chapter 9, 12 Chang Xiao's crew. Huang Xiaoli realized something when she saw Ji Xiaowei's expression. Did you have sex? No, we didn't. Ji Xiaowei hurriedly shook her head and blushed. We kissed. Ah! Huang Xiaoli was stunned when she heard Ji Xiaowei's answer, and she thought to herself, is it necessary to be so shy to kiss? Sisterly, I haven't received any new orders for so long. Is it really okay? Ji Xiaowei rubbed her cheeks, and then looked at Huang Xiaoli and asked worriedly. She had been promoted to the position of supervisor before the new year, but now half a year has passed, and she has no new orders. This made her a little worried. After all, her promotion was due to the orders of Tomorrow Group. Now that there are no orders, will the company's senior management be dissatisfied? What's the problem? You are already the supervisor of the company. As long as... Don't think too much. The people above will not pay much attention to a business manager. And I am here. What are you worried about? Huang Xiaoli smiled and said, I know, sisterly, thank you. Hearing Huang Xiaoli's words, Ji Xiaowei's worries were relieved. What are you thanking me for? We are still relying on you and Wang Yang. Without you and Wang Yang, we can't have the life we have now. Huang Xiaoli sighed. She got the position of department manager with the help of Ji Xiaowei, and her husband Chenjun's income is several times higher than before because of Wang Yang. Although I have been on business trips during this period, my family life has been greatly improved. Although I've been on business trips, I can still see you once or twice a month. Sisterly, I am also lucky. Luck is also part of strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While the two were talking, Ji Xiaowei's cell phone on the table suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. Assistant Shun? Ji Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. She hadn't received this call for a long time. Every time she received a call before, there was a big order. Could it be that Tomorrow Group has another car purchase business? Ji Xiaowei guessed in her heart and quickly answered the phone. Hello, Assistant Shun. Send me a copy of the current car models and prices of your 4S store. Tomorrow Group is preparing to allocate a batch of cars to group employees, and employees need to choose. Shinro said. She had just communicated with the managers of various group companies, and it would not take long to count the employees who could be allocated cars. And she asked Ji Xiaowei for the car model price information, and then let those employees who were eligible for the car to choose, which would be much more convenient. Okay, Assistant Shin, I will prepare it now and send it to your email later. Ji Xiaowei was pleasantly surprised, and after communicating for a few more sentences, she hung up the phone. It's the call from Tomorrow Group. Huang Xiaoli asked when she saw Ji Xiaowei hung up the phone. She heard Ji Xiaowei mention Assistant Shin, and it seemed that the only Assistant Shin Ji Xiaowei knew was the one from Tomorrow Group. Yes, Sister Lee, Tomorrow Group seems to be allocating cars to group employees again and needs the car model price information from our 4S store. I'll go sort it out now, Ji Xiaowei said, and quickly got up and walked out of the cafeteria. Aren't you going to eat any more? Huang Xiaoli asked as she looked at Ji Xiaowei, who was leaving in a hurry. I'm not going to eat yet. Ji Xiaowei waved her hand and quickly left the cafeteria. Huang Xiaoli looked at Ji Xiaowei's back with emotion. It seems that this is another big order. The next day. Afternoon. Yongsheng 4S store. Manager's office. Assistant Shin, please take a look at all the car purchase contracts. Ji Xiaowei carefully handed the sorted contracts to Assistant Shun, who was sitting opposite. Yes. Shinro nodded, took the contract handed over by Ji Xiaowei, and opened it to read. After a while, after confirming that there was no problem, she signed the contract directly and looked up at Ji Xiaowei. The contract is signed, let's go pay. Okay, Assistant Shun. Ji Xiaowei stood up and took the lead to walk out of the office. After a series of procedures, Shinro left Yongsheng 4S store with a stack of signed contracts and some information. Ji Xiaowei watched Shinro leave and walked back to the 4S store. Hello, Manager Ji. Hello, Manager Ji. When passing by the door, several sales department staff members greeted her. Ji Xiaowei looked at the two people, nodded, and walked directly to her office. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These people looked down on her at that time, but now they want to greet her. It's really dramatic. Just as she walked to the door of the office, she saw Huang Xiaoli coming from the opposite side. Has the contract been signed? It has been signed. Yixio Huino did. What is the performance this time? 23 million. Huang Xiaoli was stunned. She thought that the demand for cars from Tomorrow Group would not be much after the previous car purchases. She never expected that the purchase amount this time would be 23 million. With this order, you don't have to worry anymore. Before, Ji Xiaowei was still worried that there would be no orders, and whether the company's upper management would be dissatisfied with her as a supervisor. Now that there is this order, there is no need to worry at all. Kyoto, Film and Television City. The crew of Magic City Fortress. After a series of salutes, the opening ceremony ended. Mr. Chong, Magic City Fortress, will officially start shooting after today. Jia Fan stood beside Chong Rui and spoke slowly. Well, I saw today that Blue Film and Television is also filming, so this time Magic City Fortress must be filmed well for me. Chong Rui said solemnly. Magic City Fortress has been preparing for so long. He is preparing to surpass Wandering Blue Star. Don't worry, Mr. Chong. Fortress of the Magic City is a very good science fiction book. With the addition of Liu Wenqing as the screenwriter, I have the confidence to make Fortress of the Magic City surpass Wandering Blue Star, Jia Fan said with assurance. Mr. Chong, Mr. Chong. Two tall women came over and stood beside Chong Rui. Chong Rui looked at the two women and couldn't help but smile, then turned to look at Jia Fan. Director Jia, I'll leave them to you. Please help take care of them. Jia Fan heard Chong Rui's words, looked at the two women beside Chong Rui, and felt bitter in his heart, but smiled and nodded on the surface. Okay, Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong, I read my script, and there are so few roles. Can't you arrange a female lead or a female second for me? A tall woman hugged Mr. Chang's arm and said coquettishly. Chapter 913, The Dream Journey to the West Crew. Be obedient. None of you have ever filmed a movie before. This time you will play a supporting role to get some practice. When the next movie is made, you will be the heroine. Chong Rui looked at the woman beside him, and secretly reached behind her with his palm to pinch her. "Young Master Chong, you are so bad," the woman screamed in pain. "Ha ha ha!" Chong Rue smiled and strengthened his hand a little more. "Mr. Chong, I saw that the place we live in is really bad. The crew of other Blue movies and TV shows all live in hotels. I want to stay in a hotel too," another woman also said coquettishly. "Hotel, that's easy to talk about. I'll book a suite for you at the hotel tonight. If you're filming here, you'll stay in the hotel. But tonight, you two will wait in my hotel room for me." Chong Rue leaned into the woman's ear and whispered, "Young Master Chong, you're still outside." The woman groaned. "Ha ha ha, let's go." Chong Rue laughed twice, said hello to Jia Fan, and walked back. The two women were also taken away. Jia Fan looked at Chong Rue, who was leaving, then turned to look at the assistant beside him. "Have the other actors not come over yet?" "Director Jia, I just contacted you. Two of the actors had to arrive at night due to schedule reasons. Another actor came to the film and television city, but he said he was tired from the journey and did not come to attend today's opening ceremony. Currently resting in a hotel near the film and television city." The assistant spoke quickly. When Jia Fan heard this, he sighed helplessly. These actors all seemed to be easy to get along with, especially the two women brought by Chong Xiao, who were even more difficult to deal with. It seems that this time the filming of the movie may not go too smoothly. Having been a director for so long, he naturally knows that if there are many actors on the crew who are not easy to manage, the filming process will be very difficult. "Why?" Jia Fan shook his head. "No matter what, he must make a good movie this time." The script was adapted by the famous screenwriter Liu Wenqing, and together with Fortress, it is a very good quality book. Coupled with the launch of Wandering Blue Star, the domestic science fiction movie market has been boosted. As long as he shoots it well, it is very likely that Magic City Fortress will surpass the current Wandering Blue Star. Film and Television City. Dream Westward Journey crew. The expression is not right. Let's talk again. Watch your movements. That's it. Next step, the actors are getting ready. Huang Ying looked at the filmed footage and shouted. After this period of training, he already has a good understanding of the quality of photography. Coupled with the help of an assistant, the overall shooting was on track. "Director Huang, how was the recent filming?" Hu Bian walked to Huang Ying and asked. The clip that the crew of Sword and Fairy was filming today was a scene between several supporting actors, so he gave it to his assistant to take a look at. According to the director's ability, the assistant's ability is stronger than his, so he is very relieved to leave it to the assistant to manage. But Dream Westward Journey still needs more attention. After all, veteran actors like Jiang Shui and Su Tang have joined his cast of Fairy Sword. Basically, all the actors in this crew are new, so the difficulties encountered during filming are relatively more. So he would come over occasionally to pay attention to the progress. If he encountered any problems, he could solve them quickly. It's okay these days. After this period of training, my ability as a director has also improved a lot. Of course, it is the actors who have improved more. The talents chosen by director, who to direct, are all very good. They have made great progress during this period. Huang Ying looked at the actors filming in the distance and slowly began to speak. When the crew of Dream Westward Journey was just filming, it was very difficult. She was unskilled and the actors had little experience. But after a period of running in, everyone made a lot of progress. Especially the two female leads chosen by Hu Bian. Although they are extras, their progress is really fast. In the beginning, a scene often required at least 10 shots. Now, even some difficult scenes can be shot in about 5 shots. Although the talents of the other actors are not as high as those of the two female leads, they are also very talented. At least the filming progress is now in a normal state. I can't say that I chose the actors. It was Professor Li's suggestion. Hu Bian smiled and spoke. Now that the crew of Dream Westward Journey can enter the normal shooting stage, he is relieved. "How is the filming of your Fairy Sword crew going?" Huang Ying smiled and turned to look at Hu Bian. Because most of the actors are experienced actors from Blue Film and Television, under their leadership, the overall filming went very smoothly. The most important thing right now is to focus on the details of the shooting and strive to shoot every scene to perfection. Hu Bian spoke slowly. Compared to Huang Ying's side, his side was much smoother. That's true according to the shooting progress. We have to finish filming Dream Westward Journey first, but I don't know if it will become a hit movie like The Wandering Blue Star and Demons AF Turret is released. Huang Ying nodded and then said with some worry. She didn't have much confidence in the movie in front of her. If The Great Dream Journey to the West failed, she would be embarrassed, and she would be ashamed of Mr. Chun for personally promoting her as a director. This movie has just started shooting, so don't think so much. What we need to do now is to shoot the movie well and ensure the quality of the movie. As for whether the movie will be a hit after it is released, that is something we will worry about after we finish shooting. Hu Bian looked at Huang Ying's worried look and comforted her. During the shooting process, he started to worry about this matter, which would inevitably affect the shooting. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the script of The Great Dream Journey to the West. The overall plot and the meaning were very good. So as long as there is no problem with the shooting, even if it is not a hit, it is a movie of very good quality. At least it will not lose money. I know director Hu, just sighing, I will shoot the movie well here. Huang Ying nodded and said, well, then I will go back first. If there are any problems with the shooting, just catch me. After Hu Bian said this, he turned and left Jiangcheng, Corner Pet Park. At the foot of the mountain, Pang Tao looked at the square built in front of him and walked around it. The whole square is covered by a huge tempered glass, and the scene inside the square can be clearly seen from the outside. If you ignore the layer of tempered glass, it is no different from an open-air square. Chapter 9:14 Corner Square. I remember these tempered glass can be opened and closed remotely. Pang Tao turned to look at the person in charge of building the square and asked, yes, Mr. Pang, here is the remote control. Each button here corresponds to a glass window. For example, as long as this button is pressed, the corresponding glass number 1 will open. The person in charge said as he pressed the corresponding button number 1. Looking towards the square ahead, I saw a tempered glass door in the distance slowly opening. If you press all the buttons, the entire tempered glass covering the square will open. You click it and I'll take a look. Pang Tao said that he had only seen the dynamic renderings of the overall square design on his computer, but he didn't know what it actually looked like. Okay, Mr. Pang. The person in charge nodded and then pressed all the buttons on the remote control. Pang Tao's eyes fell on the square in front. As he pressed the button on the remote control, the tempered glass covering the square in the distance slowly opened like a blooming flower. The shed roof finally turned into a shed-like shape with a glass table. Mr. Pang, this is how it opens. If the rain is not very heavy, the glass roof above can block the rain. And the person in charge pointed to the open square in front and spoke slowly. Pang Tao got up and walked into the square. Right in front of the square was a very large screen on which he could show some movies while eating. Of course, there is a big stage below the big screen. Visitors to the square can perform on their own on the stage. After confirming that the design of the entire square was pretty much what he expected, he nodded with satisfaction. Now that the square is completed, it is time to put it into use. Thinking of this, looking into the distance, Du Xiaoxiao was looking at the square in front of him with his mobile phone. Brothers, you all saw how the square glass was open just now. This is the latest corner square of our corner pet park. This square was built taking into account the weather because if it rains in the open-air square, it is basically impossible to hold it. But it is different here. If it rains heavily, we can by remote control, this square can be turned into an indoor square. But even if it is an indoor square, because the materials are all tempered glass, everyone in the square can still see the scene outside. Especially at night, everyone can eat and watch movies and performances under the stars. Du Xiaoxiao pointed the camera at the square in front and introduced. Now that the square has been built, it will naturally be put into use, and through live broadcast, people in the live broadcast room can know that there is a new project in the Corner Pet Park. In the live broadcast room, this square is okay. It gives me a high-tech feel. I've been hesitating before about going to the Corner Pet Park, but now I have nothing to hesitate about. Oh, the big screen plays movies, and you can also. When can I go to the square to play? I happen to be in Jiangcheng for 3 days now. I don't know if I can make it. Oh, wow. The Corner Pet Park is getting more and more fun. I thought it was too monotonous to have only one pet park before, but now it seems that it is getting more and more interesting. Oh! Du Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "Brothers, you can come and watch this corner square today, and Wandering Blue Star will be played on the big screen in the evening. Of course, entering the square is not free. We will charge 5 yuan for admission. At the same time, starting from today, for 5 days, we will provide you with a sheep and a cow for free. The cows and sheep are slaughtered on the same day, which can ensure the freshness of the beef and mutton. You can bring your own barbecue tools. If you don't want to bring them, we will also rent barbecue tools and hot pot tools for 5 yuan a night. Also, the beef and mutton side will only provide 1 sheep and 1 cow. There may be cases where the food provided is not enough. Everyone can bring some appropriate food by themselves. We will not stop them. Let me talk about food. In 5 days, the corner square will also provide a cow and a sheep every day. If you want to eat fresh beef and mutton, you can come and try it. Of course, only 1 cow and 1 sheep will be sold every day. Once it's sold out, it won't be sold again. So if you want to come to the square to eat barbecue or hot pot, you can bring some ingredients. Of course, if it is inconvenient to bring ingredients, we will also provide corresponding food here in the square, and the price can be guaranteed to be the normal market price. It won't be expensive just because it's an attraction. Du Xiao briefly explained the food situation in the square. They sell food, but they do not force visitors to buy their food. It is all voluntary. In the live broadcast room, you can eat freshly killed beef and mutton. Are the foods sold at normal prices? Good reviews. I went to a scenic spot before, and it cost me 30 yuan for a piece of fried rice with eggs. It was so bad. Oh! It is indeed a corner pet park. It is conscientious. I've been there once, and all the prices are normal. I have inquired that the corner pet park has been controlling prices and not letting prices exceed normal prices. This is the pattern of the corner pet park. Visitors are allowed to bring their own food and tools. If it is in other places, in order to sell more things, you will never be allowed to bring your own food. That is. Du Xiao looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, then walked around the square and hung up the live broadcast directly. Off the air, Pang Tao looked at Du Xiao, who was walking over, and said, "Yes, it has been off the air. Du Xiao no dead." What is the reaction in the live broadcast room? Pang Tao asked. The response is not bad. We have done this. If there are still people who are not satisfied, there is nothing we can do. Du Xiao said with a smile. There are several scenic spots or places to play in the market where prices can remain normal. She has never seen it. That's right. Pang Tao nodded. By the way, has the park informed you that the square will be open today? Chapter 9:15 Notice. Notices have been posted at the ticket office, inside the park, and at the B/U0026B. It is estimated that there will be people coming from the square tonight. Du Xiao said that although she was not an employee of the Corner Pet Park, she knew some things about the Corner Pet Park. Then let's go back first and come back in the evening to see the scene here. Pang Tao nodded, then turned and walked towards a tram behind him. Entering the tram, Du Xiao couldn't help but sigh. With this tram, it's really convenient. It only takes 10 minutes to get here from the Corner Pet Park. It is indeed much more convenient, and the more convenient it is, the more tourists will be willing to come. Pang Tao smiled and said that the reason why the square in Corner Park was so popular was because of its convenience. Some travelers staying in B/U0026BS could reach it in just a few steps. Therefore, in order to allow tourists staying in B/U0026BS to come, it is natural to make it more convenient. Corner Pet Park. In the B/U0026B, a group of tourists looked at the notice posted on the wall of the B/U0026B. Can we go to the corner square? They will also provide free beef and mutton. It sounds interesting. We should have nothing to do at night. Let's go and see how it goes. Where is this location and how do we get there? Isn't it written above? Just take the tram and go all the way to the end. It will take about 10 minutes. It's quite convenient. Anyone sign up? Let's go earlier. I'm worried that if we go late, we won't be able to share the free beef and mutton. Okay, you can rent the oven for 5 yuan a night which is really cheap. Such a scene. It is happening in every B/U0026B in the corner pet park, and everywhere there are notices posted. Time passes. Soon evening came. Corner square. Any more beef? There's no more. There are 5 more portions of mutton. Do you want it? Then give me 2. Sorry. Each person can only receive 1. Okay, then give me 1. Far away. Pang Tao looked at the bustling square in the corner and nodded with relief. During the day, he was still worried that there wouldn't be too many people coming to the corner square at night. But now it seemed he didn't have to worry. You are here. Su Jingming walked to Pang Tao and said, Well, where were you just now? Pang Tao turned to look at Su Jingming beside him. I went to the ticket office and took a look to see how many tourists came today. How many people are there? A total of 420 tourists came tonight, and 70 people rented ovens and other tools. Half of the ingredients sold in the corner supermarket were completely cleared. Su Jingming spoke slowly, with a smile on his lips. From just 420 tourists, there was an income of 2,100 yuan. The income from renting kitchen utensils for 70 people is 350. The profit from food sales in the corner supermarket is more than 3,000 yuan. The supermarket's profit has to deduct costs, so the specific profit is not yet clear. But there is definitely a net income of 2,500 today. But today is only the first day, but he believes that more and more people will come here in the future, and by that time, the benefits brought by the corner square will be higher and higher. And this is also a virtuous cycle. The corner square can also be used as a feature of the corner pet park to attract more tourists. It's only the first day, and it's already great to have so many people come. Pang Tao smiled and nodded, looking towards the stage in front of the square. At this time, 2 tourists walked onto the stage, holding microphones prepared by the square in their hands. The song was already showing on the big screen above the stage. These 2 tourists were obviously going to sing on the stage. Soon the singing started. After the 2 girls finished singing, there was warm applause from the audience. As the 2 girls walked off the stage, several more boys walked up. It's really lively. Su Jingming looked at the scene on the stage and sighed. Only by being lively can we attract more people. Pang Tao smiled. Most of the people who come to the square like the excitement. So the better the atmosphere here, the more tourists will be attracted. That's true. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Time passes little by little. It was already past 11 o'clock at this time. All the tourists were almost full, and there were gradually fewer people performing on the stage. At this time, the big screen on the stage suddenly flashed, and then Wandering Blue Star began to be shown on the big screen. The square gradually returned to silence, and everyone sat quietly in their seats, watching the movie played on the big screen. Under the starry sky and the empty foothills, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet and peaceful. Let's go! Pang Tao looked at the scene in the square and laughed. Now it seems that the Corner Square project is a success. Although the current income does not seem to be very large, it can be regarded as adding a certain amount of income to the Corner Pet Park. The next day, early morning, Changbai Jingyuan, aren't you going to eat? Chen Mo asked Yang Duo, who was sitting across from him at the dining table. I'm not going to eat today. Wait a minute. My mom is going to buy me a hamburger. Yang Duo said, looking up. However, my mom said that takeout can't be eaten often. It's unhygienic. She said that the kitchens where takeout food is made are so dirty. Chen Mo nodded slightly when he heard this. Takeout is indeed like this. Some businesses are actually small workshops, and the hygiene inside is not up to standard at all. Before he got the system, he would order a few times from time to time, and sometimes he would have diarrhea after eating. However, after the establishment of Tomorrow Group, he never ate takeout again. In this community, Yang Dahai's family is responsible for breakfast and dinner. There is Tomorrow Canteen at noon. You can talk to Wang Maonian about what you want to eat. For example, hamburgers, their star chefs can also make them. He has eaten hamburgers made by Wang Maonian several times, and they taste almost the same as those bought outside, or even better than those outside. Brother Chen, I'll go back first. Yang Duo sat at the table for a while, and then left impatiently. Chen Mo sent Yang Duo to the door, watched her return home, and then sat back at the table. Looking at the food on the table, He couldn't help but think of what Yang Duo had just said about the outside world. Takeaway. Chun Mo fell into deep thought, and his eating action could not help but stop. He has been looking for an industry that loses money, so can he make a fuss about takeaway? Now that the takeaway industry is so popular, it is absolutely reasonable for Tomorrow Group to join the takeaway industry. But how to do it? Chapter 916, One-Stop Takeaway. Chun Mo looked at the breakfast on the table and fell into deep thought. He is definitely not doing this takeout business to make money, but to lose money. So the first point is definitely that it requires a lot of capital consumption and low returns. How to consume a lot of money. If you simply invest funds to recruit delivery workers indefinitely, you can indeed consume a lot of funds. But if it really consumes a lot of money and causes the express delivery industry to grow bigger and bigger, and finally becomes famous, that won't work. What should be done appropriately? Chun Mo suddenly thought of what Yang Duo said about takeout being unhygienic. If that was the case, then he would just make a hygienic takeout. Thinking of this, Chun Mo's eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. That is a one-stop service for making takeaways. In order to ensure health and hygiene, the production process and food picking up process are broadcast live. That's right. In this way, funds can be consumed on a large scale, and as for losing money, the selling price cannot be lower than the cost price. If the selling price is lower than the cost price, the system will define it as intentional loss. But he also knows what will happen if he just sells at a price higher than cost. The price is affordable and the quality is guaranteed. Isn't that very popular? Therefore, the only way to reduce sales is to increase the selling price. Only when the selling price is high enough can those consumers give up the idea of consuming. If you want to charge high prices, you have to take the high-end route. Chun Mo had a rough plan in mind. He ate breakfast quickly, then quickly came to the living room, opened his notebook, and started writing a detailed takeout plan. One-stop takeaway plan. After a while, Chun Mo looked at his plan and nodded with satisfaction. The biggest expense of this plan is renting a store. Since it is cooking, there must be a place to cook. Another expense is employee salaries. This one-stop takeaway plan requires a lot of employees. There are chefs and chef assistants who cook, people who are responsible for live broadcasts, people who deliver food, and some cleaning staff. According to system restrictions, he can only open one such store in each district in Jiangxing. Jiangxing has a total of 12 districts, so he can only open 12 one-stop takeaway stores in Jiangxing. However, if the store is larger and more employees are recruited, it can basically consume a lot of money. Moreover, this project can not only be carried out in Jiangxing, but can also be expanded to other cities. As long as he follows the development of Nana Coffee, he will go for high-end and high prices and not promote policies. In this way, there is basically a 90% certainty that this possibility of profit can be eliminated. Since there is Nana Coffee, this business should be called Nanchi Takeout. Terrible takeaway. This homophonic meaning is very good. Chun Mo looked at his new money-losing project and nodded with satisfaction. With this project, he could basically consume another amount of funds. You can rest assured this weekend. Looking at the newly thought-up money-losing project, Chun Mo smiled reassuringly, then opened the game on the computer and started playing. 2 days later, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. After Chun Mo picked up the coffee that had been brewed on the table and took a sip, he stood up and left the office, took the elevator down, and came to the Tomorrow cafeteria. Now that the takeout business has been planned, someone must be responsible for it. Among the current group, he is thinking of Wang Maoyan, the group of Tomorrow. After all, in the takeout industry he founded this time, chefs are also very important, so Wang Maoyan, who joins Tomorrow Canteen, is a very good candidate. And Wang Maoyan can be considered an old employee of the Tomorrow Group. He has been following him since the establishment of the canteen of the garment factory. After establishing the Tomorrow Group, he came over to take charge of the Tomorrow Canteen of the Tomorrow Group. When it came to doing things, Wang Maoyan often toasted him without knowing what was good and bad at the beginning. But now it seems that compared with the 6 brothers like Li Shun and Wei Yin, just a few toasts are nothing. And another more important point is that Wang Maoyan has always been a chef, so he must be lacking in management capabilities. So, is it normal to have some management problems? He certainly wouldn't blame it. Chun Mo smiled slightly, and then came to the logistics office of Tomorrow Group. Mr. Chun, if you need anything, just call me and I'll go to your office. Why bother you to come over in person? Wang Maoyan looked at Mr. Chun, who came in, and quickly stood up to greet him. It doesn't matter. I'll also take a look at the current canteen tomorrow. Chun Mo waved his hand and sat down directly in the reception area of the office. Have you encountered any problems in the canteen tomorrow? Mr. Chun, the treatment in our canteen is so good. How could there be a problem? Wang Maoyan quickly made a cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of Mr. Chun. In the end, as the group expands, if there is pressure in the canteen, we can increase the number of chefs according to the additional employees. There is also the matter of dishes. Before, there were always 10 kinds of dishes. However, as the number of employees increases, the number of dishes will definitely need to be increased. But instead of increasing the amount of dishes, we might as well increase the variety of dishes from 10 to 16. As for the preparation of the menu, you can communicate with Dong Hong and ask her to increase the 10 dishes per day to 16. Chun Mo made a simple arrangement. Adding 16 dishes can also indirectly increase the financial consumption of the canteen. In order to ensure the taste of the dishes before, it is definitely not possible to cook in a big pot. Even if the chef comes to cook in a big pot, the taste will not be much better. So in the canteen, one chef has always been responsible for one dish, and he uses a small pot to cook the dishes several times to increase the amount of dishes. Now that he has increased the number of dishes from 10 to 16, at least 6 chefs must be added. According to the salary of the group, the salary of 6 chefs should be at least 80,000. Although the extra consumption of tens of thousands per month is nothing for the current income of more than 2 billion of the group, it is a big expense if you can consume more. A little bit makes a lot, and it will eventually become a big expense. I understand, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. This was not the first time that Mr. Chun had increased the types of dishes in the cafeteria, so he was not surprised. Well, increasing the types of dishes is just a small matter for today. There is another matter to be arranged. Chun Mo looked at Wang Maoyan and spoke slowly. The matter of increasing the types of dishes just now was just a thought that came to his mind after entering the cafeteria. Chapter 9:17 District 12. Please speak, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan sat up straight and waited for Mr. Chen's arrangements. It's like this, I plan to enter the food delivery industry, but my food delivery industry is different from the food delivery industry on the market. The food delivery industry on the market now is basically a three-party business, platform, and buyer. But I'm in this food delivery industry, which integrates merchants and food delivery. And in order to ensure the safety and hygiene of food delivery, we will broadcast the whole process live. The main process is that we need to prepare a large venue. We put various vegetables in the venue, and we start preparing dishes live from the moment the employees place an order. All dishes need to be displayed in the live broadcast room. After preparation, if the food is cooked, the live broadcast will be handed over to the chef, who will broadcast the cooking process. After the meal is cooked, the deliverman will be directly assigned, and the deliverman will broadcast the delivery process. In this way, whether it is the stage of selecting vegetables, the stage of cooking, or the stage of delivery, there will be live broadcast records, which can well record the safety and hygiene of the takeaway. In this way, buyers don't have to worry about the vegetables not being fresh, the kitchen being unhygienic, and the deliverman not having the quality to put foreign objects in the takeaway. And the choice of chefs, at least the level of cooking skills must be guaranteed. Chun Mo briefly introduced the business model of the new industry. Wang Maoyan was shocked when he heard Mr. Chen's idea. Such a process model is really novel. He heard it for the first time, but it is indeed as Mr. Chen said. If all the processes mentioned by Mr. Chen are guaranteed, then the hygiene and safety of the takeaway can indeed be ensured. Mr. Chen really has ideas. Mr. Chen, where are you going to set up such a takeaway industry? Wang Maoyan asked. The specific location has not been decided, but in order to cover the market in Jiangxing, I plan to open such a takeaway store in all 12 districts of Jiangxing. Each takeaway store in each district is responsible for the takeaway delivery of one district. Chun Mo talked about the requirements for opening a store. Mr. Chen, Isn't it too risky to open 12 stores at once? After all, this takeaway model has never appeared before, and I don't know if it will be popular. In addition, this model consumes a lot of funds. Should we open a store first to test the waters and see if it can make a profit before deciding? Wang Maoyan said with some concern. The greater the risk, the higher the return. Moreover, if this new takeaway model makes money, then you want to seize the market. Do you really think that no one will share this cake with you? So if you want to open a store, you must quickly expand the market. After the 12 stores in Jiangcheng are opened, we must quickly open them outside and spread this takeaway model across the country as quickly as possible. In this way, when our new takeaway model has achieved results, others will not have so many opportunities to seize the market because we have already seized the market. Chen Mo looked at Wang Maoyan and shook his head. If there were no restrictions on the system, he would even want to invest all the system funds at once to open this store. But the system did not give him this loophole. He could only fill up the stores in one city at a time. For example, Jiangcheng is limited to opening only one store in each district and 12 stores in 12 districts. But if he wants to open this takeaway industry in other cities, he can only wait until the 12 stores in Jiangcheng are opened before opening new stores in other cities. Another point is that the speed of opening stores must be fast. All 12 takeaway stores must be completed and put into operation by the end of August. Then quickly go to other cities to open new takeaway stores. Also, remember our Tomorrow Group's tradition of not promoting policies. In our industry, is not easy to be noticed too early. So you have to pay more attention to Huda Live and don't let Huda Live promote live broadcasts. After completing the 12 stores in Jiangcheng at the end of August, he can open takeaway stores in other cities, which can consume a sum of money. If he chooses those first-tier cities, the funds consumed may be more. Of course, there is also Huda Live, games and blue film and television. He has no way to stop it, but this takeaway store is a new industry. It is completely reasonable to stop Huda Live from promoting it on the grounds that it is not easy to be discovered too early in the early stage of development. I understand, Mr. Chun, but if we develop so quickly, there will be a problem. That is the problem of chefs. If we open so many takeaway stores at once, we will definitely need a lot of chefs, but there are not so many idle chefs on the market for us to recruit. Wang Maoyan said the problem he was worried about. As long as the store has enough funds, it can be done quickly. But chefs need skills, and most chefs must have their own jobs. It must be very difficult to recruit so many chefs at one time. Now, the recruitment of chefs in the canteens of Tomorrow Group often takes a long time to recruit people. Chef. After hearing Wang Maoyan's words, Chen Mo thought for a while, but soon thought of a solution. The demand for chefs is indeed a problem, but it is also easy to solve. Since there are not so many chefs on the market for us to recruit, we can train chefs ourselves. We can add another project, which is chef training and takeaway training. You temporarily rent a venue and set up a base to train chefs and delivery men. Then, select several chefs from the canteens of Tomorrow Group to train the personnel recruited by the training base. And the delivery men also need some professional training. Since it is a service industry, we must also improve the collective quality of the delivery men and some service literacy. In addition, renting a venue is definitely not possible. It does not conform to the identity of our Tomorrow Group. So while renting the venue, I will also invest another sum of money in you. You go to take a piece of land and build a training base of our own. In this way, the speed of opening stores will be accelerated in the future. We also have enough reserve chefs and delivery men, which will not affect the speed of opening stores. Chen Mo spoke quickly. I was secretly delighted. If a new training base is built according to high requirements, it can also consume a lot of funds. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan looked at Mr. Chen's serious expression. He felt that Mr. Chun was looking forward to this project. In this case, he would try his best to do it well. And this new form of delivery was the first time he heard of it. If it is done well, maybe it can really attract a lot of customers. After all, who would refuse clean and hygienic takeaway? Chapter 9, 18 Nanshi. This takeout project, we call it Nanshi Takeout. For company registration, you can ask Tang Xiu from Baishu Law Firm for help, and for decoration, you can ask Wang Yang. You must have contact information for both of them. I know everything about Mr. Chun. That's good. then you can contact us yourself. Also, the takeaway we are taking this time is a high-end one. The final price of the takeout must not be sold at the normal selling price. All food prices are sold at twice the normal food price. Mr. Chun, is this too expensive? Can buyers accept it? A normal plate of meat and vegetables on the market also costs more than 30 yuan. If it is twice as much, it will be more than 60 yuan. It's not expensive at all. Our live broadcast ensures the hygiene of the food and the high quality of the delivery staff. What we sell is not just food, we also sell services. If you want low prices, buy our service and hygienic food. Where can you buy it? There is such a good thing. If you want low prices, those ordinary takeaways can definitely satisfy you. Chinemo said calmly. What he wanted was that no one would buy it. If there were many people buying it, why would I do this project? I understand, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. Although Mr. Chun was right, the high price would indeed discourage many people from buying. By the way, Mr. Chun, if I take charge of the Nanshi takeout project, who will be in charge of the canteen tomorrow? Dong Hong will be in charge of the canteen tomorrow. Chinemo thought for a while and then spoke. Dong Hong also joined the Tomorrow group very early and has been working at the Tomorrow canteen and has been working hard. There is no problem in letting him be the person in charge of the canteen tomorrow. Okay, that's it. You should implement it as soon as possible. I will see the results at the end of August. In the next 2 days, I will make a budget report and submit it. Chunemo said, then stood up and left the office. Wang Maoyan quickly got up and sent Mr. Chen outside the Tomorrow cafeteria. Returning to the cafeteria, I first found Dong Hong and told Dong Hong about his promotion to the person in charge of the cafeteria tomorrow. The person in charge of the Tomorrow canteen is not just responsible for managing this canteen. He holds the position of the head of the logistics department in the Tomorrow group and can manage all the canteens of the Tomorrow group. Minister Wang, I have never held this position, and I don't know how to do it. Dong Hong said worriedly. She is already very satisfied with her current job and does not expect too much if she is given the position of head of the logistics department. If she was really worried that something would go wrong, she would be guilty of it. Sister Hong, you don't have to worry about this. You can just operate according to your normal daily work. The freshness of the ingredients introduced every day, as well as the prices, what dishes are arranged every day. You have all these contents. It's been done. It's just that this time you will make the arrangements and others will be responsible for doing it. There will be no problems. And I'm not leaving the Tomorrow group directly. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Wang Maoyan said slowly. He recognized Dong Hong, and no one at Tomorrow Canteen could match his seriousness in work. Dong Hong still hesitated after hearing this. Sister Hong, don't worry. There won't be any problems. Moreover, this is an order given by Mr. Chen himself. Do you want to refuse Mr. Chen's order? Wang Maoyan was still hesitant when he saw Dong Hong, so he had to use his trump card. Sure enough, after saying this, Dong Hong quickly shook his head. I have no intention of rejecting Mr. Chen, so I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Mr. Chen to find someone else. Is this right? If you don't understand something, you can ask me at any time. I will still be here in the cafeteria during this time. Wang Maoyan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Dong Hong responded. Then he told Mr. Chen that he had increased the number of dishes from 10 to 16 and then returned to his office. Well, strictly speaking, this is no longer my office. After sorting out Mr. Chen's requirements in the office, I also know what I need to do now. The first step is to find Lawyer Tang to register Nanshi Takeout, and then find a location to open a takeout shop. Jiangqing has a total of 12 districts, and he needs to find 12 stores to open takeaway shops. After the store is won, it is necessary to find Wang Yang to decorate it and make a budget as soon as possible. Of course, when looking for a takeout location, you also need to find a place to train chefs and delivery staff, as well as a piece of land to build the Tomorrow Group's own training location. Looking at the content he had compiled on the papyrus paper, Wang Maoyan looked at it carefully, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he nodded with confidence. I picked up the mobile phone on the side and took a look at it. I found that it was already 12 noon, which happened to be the time to eat in the cafeteria. At this time, Wei Yin and the others happened to come over for dinner. Think of Wei Yin. Wang Maoyan had an idea in his mind. As an old man of the group, he knew Wei Yan's abilities. In order to ensure that he did not miss anything in this project, it would be better to ask Wei Yan. Otherwise, it would be bad if something went wrong in the project. Wang Maoyan made up his mind, then picked up the information he had compiled on the desktop and walked out of the office and outside the cafeteria. He looked around outside the canteen and soon saw Wei Yan and the others, so he walked over. Mr. Wei, Mr. Li. Wang Maoyan looked at the managers eating and said hello. Brother Wang, we are all old friends. Why are you so polite? Li Shin looked at Wang Maoyan, who came over and said hello with a smile. Yes, have you eaten? If not, sit here and eat together. Wei Yan also smiled and said that these people are all old employees of Tomorrow Group and have known each other for a long time. When they are not busy, they often drink together. Then you're welcome. I'm going to get some food. I just have something to ask Mr. Wei. Wang Maoyan said, then turned to the cooking area, packed a few meals, came back, and sat across from Wei Yan. Tell me, what do you want to ask me about? Wei Yan looked at Wang Maoyan sitting opposite and asked. That's it. Mr. Chen arranged a new project for me this morning. The content is, I just made a simple plan here, but I'm worried that there will be some mistakes, so I want you to help me take a look. Wang Maoyan said and handed the information he had just compiled to Wei Yan. Let me take a look at what you've compiled first. Wei Yan reached out and took the information handed over by Wang Maoyan and read it carefully. After a while, Wei Yan slowly put down the information in his hand. How's it going? Any questions? When Wang Maoyan saw Wei Yan put down the information, he hurriedly asked. Chapter 919 Regional Division. There is no problem with the planning. First, find Lawyer Tang to register the company. Wang Yang will decorate the place where the store will be opened. At the same time, according to Mr. Chen's requirements, he will set up a training base and train chefs and delivery staff. Wei Yan looked at Wang Maoyan and said slowly, but these things are all necessary planning, but for specific detailed planning, such as the location of stores in each area, do you have specific plans? I don't have a good plan for the specific location yet. I plan to wait and see when I'm looking for a store. Wang Maoyan said. Then there's a problem. If we wait until we want to find a store, we don't even have a specific goal. Then it will be delayed for a long time, which completely violates Mr. Chen's requirement to complete the project quickly. Wei Yan shook his head directly. If you don't have any demands, you will always have the most demands. If you want to improve efficiency, you must have a target requirement in advance and screen out all those that do not meet the requirements, so that the project can be completed as quickly as possible. Then how should I choose a location to make it faster? Wang Maoyan asked. He had no experience in choosing a location. Well, let's have a meal first, and then go to my office to discuss this Nanchi takeout project in detail. Wei Yan thought for a while, then slowly spoke. For this Nanchi takeout project, there are many details that need to be paid attention to which cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Okay, Mr. Wei. Wang Maoyan nodded. Several people finished their lunch quickly, and then Wang Maoyan followed Wei Yan out of the cafeteria and headed to the Tsangshui game manager's office. Sit. Entering the office, Wei Yan pointed at the sofa in the reception area, then made a pot of tea and came back. Wang Maoyan reached out to take the tea from Wei Yan and then asked eagerly, Mr. Wei, how should we choose the location of this store? The location of all stores must be chosen according to the nature of the project. In the final analysis, Mr. Chen is still engaged in the takeout business. And according to Mr. Chen's division of each district, one store is responsible for the takeout delivery of one district. For example, if we open a store in Dongping District, then this store in Dongping District will be responsible for the takeout delivery business of the entire Dongping District and cannot interfere with the takeout delivery in other districts. So based on this characteristic, it is impossible to select the location of the takeaway shop at the edge of each district. After all, if a store is opened at the edge of each district, then the delivery shop will be located at the edge of another district in the district. The location is very far. As Wei Yan spoke, he took out the remote control and turned on the projector. Soon the map of Jiangqing was projected on the wall opposite the reception area. This area is Dongping District. Wei Yan took an infrared pen and drew an area on the map, and then drew a circle in the center of the area. So in order to ensure that the delivery distance is even, it is better to choose the location in the center of Dongping District. In this way, the delivery time will not be too long due to the distance, and because it is in the central area, take out the regional arrangement of staff will also be well planned. The delivery staff is the second detail I want to talk about. According to Mr. Chen's requirements to train delivery staff and the price of delivery, our business must pay great attention to service. So this takeaway delivery, it's also something to pay attention to. The quality of the delivery staff is one thing, and the delivery time is another issue. So the delivery area of the delivery staff is very important, but with our delivery model, it also needs planning. When Wei Yin said this, he turned to look at Wang Maoyan. What do you think about this? Wang Maoyan shook his head. He had never considered these things before, such as takeout delivery and regional division. But after listening to Wei Yan's story, he suddenly realized that he could still do this. Sure enough, looking for Wei Yin was the right choice. If I did it alone, I don't know how many detours I would have to take. When Wei Yin saw this, he began to continue talking. He originally wanted Wang Maoyan to have some sense of participation, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Then I will briefly talk about the division of delivery areas for takeaways. Because one of our takeaway stores is responsible for the delivery of takeaways in one area, then we only need to plan for each area. We completely divide an area into an irregular circle, and the location of our store is the center of the circle. I divided the area into 8 areas at the store location. At the same time, we set up 8 groups of delivery workers. As for how many people are assigned to each group of delivery workers, we can make specific arrangements based on the delivery situation in each area after the store opens. As for the issue of regional division, this involves food delivery software. The plan you just made also left this matter out. Since we want to do our own takeout business, we must have our own takeout platform. So the development of this takeout platform needs to be implemented as soon as possible. 2 months ago, I would have asked Sanshua Games' technical department to allocate a few people to help with the production, but now Sanshua Games has expanded into 2 departments. All the technical staff and old employees have been transferred to the other 2 departments. Now that Sanshua Game Department is a model where old employees lead new employees, so there is no time to develop a food delivery platform. But as a game company, there are still many connections. I will help you contact the company that makes the external platform. I will tell them the specific production requirements. Don't worry about the platform. It will definitely be handed over to you before the end of August. Wei Yin spoke seriously. He has been a game company manager for so long and still knows some people. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wei. Wang Maoyan hurriedly thanked him. He really didn't think about the food delivery platform. Why are you being polite to me? But you have to treat me to a drink in the evening. Wei Yin smiled. That's no problem. Call Li Shun over too. Wang Maoyan readily agreed. Okay, but we still have to talk about business now. Wei Yin took a sip of tea and his eyes fell on the map in front of him again. Now that the selection of delivery men and the platform has been finalized, the next thing is the chefs. The training base for chefs and delivery men has already solved the problem of the number of employees required for these 2 types of employees. But we also need to make a plan for the chefs that need to be arranged for each store. Chapter 9, 20 Kitchen Division. The first is the kitchen requirement for cooking. It must not be like the kitchens of other restaurants, where all the chefs work in one large kitchen. We need to live broadcast in real time. If we share a large kitchen, it will be very confusing and give buyers a very bad feeling. So the kitchen requirements I think of are 1 chef and 1 kitchen. The kitchen doesn't need to be big. It just needs to meet the needs of a chef and an assistant. My idea is to set up the kitchen like a stall in a shopping mall. Each stall is a kitchen. The chef cooks in front of the stall. Inside the stall are the various ingredients and supplies that the chef needs, as well as the kitchen assistants. Food place. We place 2 live cameras at each stall. One is where the food is prepared to ensure the hygiene of the environment where the chef assistants are preparing food. The other is where the chef is cooking to ensure the hygiene of the chef's cooking. Another advantage of cooking in front of the stall is that after you finish cooking, you can pack it directly and put it on the takeout table in front of the stall so that the takeaway person can pick up the meal. Another point is that I divided an area into 8 takeout delivery areas, and we can also divide the chefs. According to the number of takeout demands in different areas, we can allocate different numbers of chefs accordingly. In this way, the delivery person only needs to go to the chef's stall in charge of that area and wait. After the chef finishes cooking, he can immediately pick up the meal and then deliver it. Time passed little by little. Wei Yin talked in detail about the details that needed to be paid attention to in the project outside Nanxi. Wang Maoyan couldn't help but admire Wei Yan's detailed plan. He just briefly talked about the project. But just during the meal, Wei Yin thought of so many details. Wei Yin is indeed the most valued person by Mr. Chun, and his ability is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. I understand, Mr. Wei. Then I'll go back and make arrangements. We'll call you tonight, and I'll treat you. Wang Maoyan said, got up and left the office. Mr. Chun has given a time limit for this project, and he must implement it as soon as possible. Tomorrow, group, President's office. After Chen Mo finished his lunch, he watched Shinro pack the lunchbox and then returned to the bedroom in the office to rest. Thinking of the Nanxi takeout arranged in the morning, as long as the Nanxi takeout is put into operation in Jiangxing by the end of August, he can quickly start investing in other cities. If this is the case, then Nana Coffee can also adopt this strategy. The group did not have so much income before. He is planning to let Nana Coffee slowly develop 5 coffee shops a month in Shanghai. By the end of September, there will be an additional investment of 400 million. But now that Tomorrow Group has so much profit capital, there is no need for it to invest an additional 400 million yuan in slow development. He can definitely let Nana Coffee quickly spread Nana Coffee all over the city before the end of August, and then he can choose a new city to develop Nana Coffee again. In this way, the investment capital of Nana Coffee in a city is definitely higher than that of Nana Coffee. After thinking of this, Chinamo had an idea in his mind. Lunch break is over. Then he returned to his desk and called Song Xia. Nana Coffee. Teacher Su. Has the R/U00260 department produced any results recently? Song Xia sat across from Sultan and asked. It's pretty good. The previous coffees have been further improved, and now the taste is more mellow than before. At the same time, 2 new coffees have been developed, one with a price of 120 and the other with newly imported high-end coffee beans. The most expensive coffee used to be 188, but that's no longer the case. The new coffee can be priced at 388 a cup. At the same time, during the scientific research stage, the employees who interned with me also made a lot of progress in coffee research and development. Sudan smiled and spoke while looking up at Song Xia. How far has your work progressed over there? On my side, except for a few newly opened coffee shops in the Magic City, all the current clerks at Nana Coffee Shop can serve as reserve store managers after this period of training. Now the number of Nana Coffee's reserve store managers has reached 530, which is enough to support the opening of 530 Nana Coffee stores at one time. Now it's time for Mr. Chun to issue an order for rapid expansion. Song Xia picked up the coffee and took a sip, then raised her eyebrows slightly. The taste of this coffee is very unique. I have never tasted it before. The coffee you just drank is the newly developed coffee. The price is 388. How does it feel? Sultan smiled and spoke. It feels very good. Some people who like coffee and understand coffee may like it and put it on the shelves in coffee shops. Yeah, I've already notified those coffee shops, and I've also passed on the coffee making technology. It will be available in all coffee shops in about a week. That's right, but it's a pity. Nana Coffee doesn't have a lot of customer traffic now. Otherwise, I'd still be looking forward to seeing how much benefit it will bring to Nana Coffee when this new coffee is put on the shelves. Song Xia sighed. Their Nana Coffee had only experienced a period of profitability and then entered a loss-making phase. That non-Rue coffee was really disgusting. Indeed, I have counted during this period, and our Nana Coffee loses a lot of money in a month. Sudan also sighed helplessly. Yes, like Blue Film, Sanshua Games, Boring Short Video, and Corner Pet Park, these profitable industries have participated in the training at the end of the month. Song Xia said with some distress. When Nana Coffee was profitable, they were also valued by President Chun and sent to pick up poor elderly people. But now, because of the emergence of non-Rue coffee, Nana Coffee has fallen into losses again. Now there is no list of their Nana Coffee in the group training. Don't be discouraged. President Wei also said that our Nana Coffee is cultivating the foundation. When the foundation is cultivated enough, President Chun will definitely take action. Sudan looked at Song Xia's somewhat depressed look and spoke to comfort her. Teacher Sue, aren't we good enough in terms of foundation? We have more than 500 reserve store managers, and we have added a lot of coffee flavors and developed new coffees. The foundation is enough? Why doesn't Mr. Chan take the next step? Song Xia held her chin with her hand and said with some concern, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chapter 9:21. Nanha Coffee's Counterattack. Song Xia looked at the phone on the table and found that it was Mr. Chun who called. She immediately became alert and picked up the phone to answer the call. Soon, Mr. Chin's voice came from the phone. How many stores have been opened in Magic City now? And how many stores are still far from saturation? Mr. Chin, now 25 stores have been opened in Kyoto, and the number of stores in Magic City is 113. We need to open 88 more stores to reach saturation. Song Xia answered immediately after hearing Mr. Chin's inquiry. She would learn about the store almost every day. So after Mr. Chin asked, she basically answered without thinking. Is that so? I think it's too slow to develop 5 stores a month. Let's do this. Nanha Coffee behind Magic City should speed up its development. The remaining 88 stores from today to the end of August, all will be rolled out for me. Do you have confidence? Chun Mo heard Song Xia's answer and then made arrangements. By the end of August, all 88 stores will be opened, and he can open Nanha Coffee in other cities in September. Song Xia heard Mr. Chin's arrangement and quickly calculated it. From now to the end of August, there are about 40 days. During this period, there will be absolutely no problem in opening 88 Nanha Coffee stores as long as you are busy. Opening a store, the most troublesome and time-consuming thing is decoration, but there is a decoration team in Shanghai that is personally responsible for Nanha Coffee, so there is basically no problem in decoration. Mr. Chun, there will be no problem in opening Nanha Coffee in Shanghai to saturation by the end of August. Okay, then this matter is settled, and I want to see the results by the end of August. Chun Mo nodded with relief after hearing Song Xia's answer. Nanha Coffee. In the store, Song Xia slowly hung up the phone with an excited expression on her face. Does Mr. Chan have something to arrange? Sudan asked when he saw Song Xia hang up the phone. Song Xia did not answer the phone with her back to him, so she heard the content of the conversation just now. Yes, Mr. Chun is finally planning to fight back, Song Xia said with a smile. Fight back? Sudan looked at Song Xia in confusion, not understanding what Song Xia meant by fight back. Song Xia saw Sudan's puzzled expression and explained excitedly. Teacher Sue, we were just talking about accumulating foundation during this period. When the foundation is sufficient, Mr. Chun will take action. Are you saying that Mr. Chun is going to take action? Sudan understood Song Xia's meaning instantly. It's not about taking action, but it has already started. Song Xia had a smile on her face. Just now, President Chun has come down and made it clear that we will directly open Nanha Coffee to saturation in Shanghai by the end of August. We only have 25 stores in Shanghai now. If we want to reach saturation, we need to open 88 stores. By the end of August, there will be more than 40 days, and in these 40 days, 88 stores will be opened. Obviously, President Chun has greatly accelerated the speed of opening stores. Is that so? It seems that President Chun is really ready to take action. We have just cultivated our foundation, and President Chun has issued an order. It seems that every move of our Nanha Coffee has been in the eyes of President Chun. Sudan couldn't help but sigh. They were worried about the loss of Nanha Coffee every day. But President Chun, who understood the situation, was not moved at all. President Chun is indeed President Chun, who is very patient. And President Wei is really the person who understands President Chun the most in the group. He guessed President Chin's thoughts so accurately. Haha, we finally took action. We have more than 500 reserve store managers, but Nanha Coffee doesn't have so many reserve store managers. I want to see how Nanha Coffee will deal with the fact that we are opening 88 Nanha Coffee stores at once this time. If we follow, I don't know if there will be so many store managers to recruit. Even if we recruit them this time, what about the next time? If they continue to open stores, then there will be no competitors for the stores they open in the future. Nana Coffee will also turn losses into profits again. Song Xia thought excitedly. Teacher Sue, I have to go back to arrange the work, and the scientific research will be handed over to you. Song Xia said, and left the coffee shop quickly. She wanted to go back to the Nana Coffee headquarters to communicate with the Nana Coffee office in Shanghai to implement the thing she had started as soon as possible. Mr. Chun has not paid attention to the situation of Nana Coffee for a long time, so she must complete the task arrangement this time as soon as possible. Baishu Law Firm. Manager's Office. Okay, Mr. Wong, I will handle the company registration as soon as possible. The name is Nanchi Takeaway. I remember it. After a while, Tang Xiu hung up the phone and sighed. Mr. Chun has expanded his business again. Nanchi Takeaway focuses on clean and hygienic takeaways and live broadcasts the cooking process and delivery process. This is the first time she has seen such a takeaway. But if she can really eat a clean and hygienic takeaway, she is willing to spend a little more money. After all, no one wants to eat unhygienic takeout now, but the current takeout environment is really difficult to confirm the hygiene of takeout unless you go to the kitchen to watch. However, in this fast-paced environment, how can you know that the takeout may not be so clean, but you are still willing to buy it? After all, you're already very tired after a day of work, so where is the energy to cook? But now there is a takeout that can be watched live, and you can confirm the environment of the kitchen with your own eyes. As long as the economic conditions are sufficient, everyone is willing to buy such takeout. Tang Xiu thought in his heart and was about to arrange someone to deal with the company registration. But soon he thought that all the lawyers in the law firm were now out doing legal aid, and they had not returned at this time. Tang Xiu thought about it and then got up and left the office. She was going to go to the nearest legal aid point to see the legal aid situation of those trainee lawyers. Came to the parking lot outside the law firm, opened the door and got in the car, and rushed straight to the nearest legal aid point. About 20 minutes later, Tang Xiu drove to a community, parked the car in a parking lot outside the community, opened the door and got out of the car, and walked straight to the community gate. After registering at the gate, I walked directly into the community. I walked around the community and saw 2 trainee lawyers in a small park. At this time, a group of people gathered there. Seeing this, Tang Xiu walked over slowly. Annie, your problem is easy to solve as long as everyone line up, come one by one. We will answer your questions, don't worry. Business cards, they have been distributed just now. I'll leave you a phone number first, and we will come again tomorrow. Chapter 9, 22 New Youth. Yes, do you know the app Boring Short Video? Yes, 1 month later, we will also conduct a live broadcast on Boring Short Video. If you have any legal issues, you can also consult in the live broadcast room. If you don't know how to download it, you can just remember the name of the Boring Short Video and ask your children at home to help you download it. Don't worry, there is no charge for legal consultation in the live broadcast room. That's right, Baishu Lawyers is the name of our firm. Coming here to provide legal assistance today is also to increase the reputation of our lawyers. If you have any legal matters in the future, you can come to our Baishu law firm. Tang Xiu watched the 2 trainee lawyers from the law firm communicating with people in the community and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the legal aid here has some effect. After thinking about it, she found a corner on one side of the park and sat down. It was a time when the mood was very high there, so it was not appropriate for her to go there and disturb her. After waiting for a while, the crowd gradually decreased, and Tang Xiu got up and walked over. Tang Lu. The trainee lawyer saw Tang Xiu coming over and hurriedly said hello. Well, how is legal aid today? Tang Xiu looked at the 2 trainee lawyers in front of him and asked. She is relatively familiar with these 2 trainee lawyers, one of whom is Sue, one who works part-time as her assistant. Another trainee lawyer also performed very well during the assessment stage. It's called Fan Yang. Tang Law. Everything goes smoothly, and we also encounter various legal problems when doing legal aid here. This is very simple for us, but some of them are a little difficult for us, and we need to look up information to give an accurate answer. And the problems that people in the community have are all kinds of weird, and we've grown a lot about that. Sue Won quickly said that during the past few days of legal aid, she found that she had grown a lot. And she also found that even if she had a lot of legal knowledge, it would be difficult to understand it if she didn't practice it. During the initial legal aid process, she obviously mastered a lot of legal knowledge. But when faced with problems in the community, sometimes her brain seemed to be shut down, and it was difficult for her to give immediate answers. But after these few days of exercise, she found that she could finally use the things in her mind flexibly. Yes, Tang Lu, this legal aid is really important. Before, I thought that I had mastered a lot of legal knowledge and had seen a lot of court cases. If I went to court by myself, there would be absolutely no problems. But after the initial legal aid, I realized that theoretical knowledge can never be compared with practical experience. If I go to court in my previous state, I will definitely lose. Fan Su also said that he was somewhat proud before. After all, among the trainee lawyers, his ability was at least among the top 3. But this time in legal aid, when faced with the knowledge of those ants, he found that he did not answer immediately. He knew that his practical ability was still far behind, and there were still many things that needed to be practiced. As long as you can make progress in legal aid, it's almost 5 o'clock and it's time to withdraw. There happens to be something for you to do. Tang Xiu glanced at the time, then looked at the people in the community who had almost dispersed, and then spoke. Okay, Tang Levy. Su Wan nodded, and then she and Fan Su put away all the signs and tools beside them. When I came to the gate of the community, I communicated with the community's real estate agent and placed the sign in the property's warehouse. They will come to this community tomorrow to provide legal aid for a day, so there is no need to take away these signs. There's a Nan and coffee near here. Let's go there. Tang Xiu saw Su Wan and the two putting away their tools and said, Okay, Tang Le. Su Wan and the other two responded and followed Tang Xiu. Nana coffee. Tang Lu, what exactly is going on? Su Wan looked at Tang Xiu sitting opposite and asked curiously. There's no rush yet. Tang Xiu smiled and then picked up the menu and handed it to the waiter. Then he let out a light sigh and looked up at the waiter standing aside. Your coffee shop has new coffee. Because Nana Coffee is Mr. Chen's property, and Nana Coffee has been losing money during this period. So when she drinks coffee outside, she always goes to Nana Coffee. Yes, Lawyer Tang. Mr. Su has recently developed 2 new types of coffee, one with a low price and one with a high price. These are the 2 types. The waiter reached out and ordered on the menu. She knew Tang Xiu well. She had seen him at sports meets and company annual meetings. Tang Xiu heard this and looked at the 2 new coffees pointed by the waiter. Finally, he pointed at the 388 coffee and said, Let's have 3 cups of this coffee. Okay, Lawyer Tang. The waiter put away the bill and turned back to the bar. Okay, let's get down to business. When Tang Xiu saw the waiter leaving, he turned to look at Su Wan again. Recently, Tomorrow Group has expanded its industry, the food delivery industry. We need to register a company. You two have handled it once before, so you are familiar with it. So this time, the registration of the company is still left to you. Time is urgent, so it needs to be handled as soon as possible. Okay, Tang Lu, but Mr. Tang, there are already 2 large food delivery platforms on the market. If we enter the food delivery industry at this time, it will be difficult to seize the market. Su Wan nodded with some worry. As young people in the new era, they're very familiar with food delivery. Usually, they don't cook at home. In order to save trouble, they will order food delivery. But now the 2 major food delivery platforms have basically seized the current food delivery market. It is really difficult to develop the food delivery field now. Yes, Tang Lu, I heard that the food delivery industry requires a lot of capital investment in the early stage. Fan Su also said that there is no extra market in the food delivery industry now. If you want to seize the market, you need to spend money, and it is not certain whether it will succeed in the end. You don't understand this. What is the model of the current food delivery industry? Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan and asked. Merchants, platforms, and customers. The mall makes food, the platform connects with customers, and then arranges delivery men to pick up the food from the merchants and finally delivers it to the customers. Su Wan thought about it and then spoke. Chapter 9, 23 Nanshi Takeaway Budget. Yes, the current food delivery model is composed of merchants, platforms, and customers. There are 3 parties in total. The current food delivery model is a platform that connects merchants and customers. It is more of an intermediary model, but many problems are prone to occur. Merchants, platforms, and customers are all independent. No one can guarantee the food hygiene of merchants. Hygiene problems are prone to occur. The platform's delivery will also be delayed due to various reasons. Situation. As for customers, there will also be some weird customers, which will harm the interests of delivery workers who deliver goods normally. Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan and told them about the current situation of the takeaway. But what's different about Mr. Chin's newly established takeaway? Tang Lu, what kind of food delivery is established by Mr. Chen? Su Wan asked curiously after hearing this. Fan Su also looked curious, wondering what would be different about the takeout established by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chin's establishment of takeout has broken the current tripartite model of merchants, platforms, and customers and directly transformed into two parties, merchants and customers. One link has been reduced, which actually eliminates a lot of problems. Tang Xiu spoke slowly, but looking at Su Wan and the others, they still had puzzled expressions on their faces and began to explain. Mr. Chin's takeout is a model of self-catering and delivery, and our cooking and delivery are all live broadcasts. If customers want to watch, they can watch the entire process of making their own takeout through live broadcast, and the whole process of delivery by delivery staff. In this way, customers can clearly see the hygiene status of the takeaway they ordered. The delivery staff have changed from the previous team model to employees of the delivery group, which can be better managed. Mr. Chun will also train the delivery staff to ensure that the delivery staff can provide better service when delivering food, client. So the takeout business that Mr. Chun does can be distinguished from the current takeout business. Our takeout business can 100% confirm the hygiene of the food, and the chefs are all trained chefs, and the dishes they cook are also very good. Guaranteed. In addition, the delivery mode is divided by region. According to the situation of ordering takeout in the area, the corresponding delivery staff will be arranged. This can also better ensure the delivery time. If this kind of takeout appears, will you use it in the future? Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan and Su Wan with a smile. If Tang Lu offers takeout like this, we will definitely choose Mr. Chen's takeout. Basically, many of the takeaways nowadays are unhygienic, and many of them are pre-made dishes which are not healthy at all. If there is a takeout platform where you can watch the whole process of cooking, I will definitely choose it. Su Wan answered very definitely. Nowadays, ordering takeout has no advantages other than convenience. The merchants are unhygienic, have pre-made dishes, and some bad delivery guys deliberately put all kinds of things in the takeout. But now that there is a takeaway that can ensure hygiene, how could she not choose it? Yes, even if this takeaway is more expensive, I will still choose it. Fan Su nodded and said, well, I heard the price is twice as expensive as normal dishes. Tycoon, not that. Is it twice as expensive? It doesn't seem to be a lot. Takeaway is now much more expensive than offline purchase. Su Wan said, this is indeed true. I used to order noodles in the store for only 12 yuan, but on the takeaway platform it cost 18 to 20 yuan. Fan Su agreed. Lawyer Tang, your coffee. At this time, the waiter came over with 3 cups of coffee and placed them on the table in front of the 3 of them. Okay, you need to register the takeout business as soon as possible. The name is similar to Nana Coffee. It's called Nanchi Takeout. Tang Xiu looked at the 2 of them and said something, then took a sip of coffee. Oh, it is indeed the most expensive new coffee, and the taste is really good. Okay, Tang Lu, we will deal with this matter as soon as possible. So why not that? 2 days later. Tomorrow group. President's office. Mr. Chun, this is the budget report I made. Please take a look at it. Wang Maoyan's careful budget report was placed on Mr. Chen's desk. Chen Mo looked at the budget on the table, picked it up and looked at it, but soon frowned. Then he looked up at Wang Maoyan. Your budget is too conservative. You have to know that one of our takeaway stores is responsible for the delivery of takeaways in a district. You only have 500 square meters for a shop. It's too small. Mr. Chun, I have carefully calculated this number. If one kitchen is 10 square meters, we can build almost 40 kitchens, which can almost support the takeout of a district. A chef and an assistant only need a place for cooking and preparing food. Basically, there is no need for a large place. And one chef can maintain almost 50 orders a day, so 40 chefs can make 2,000 orders a day, which can basically meet the needs of a district. Wang Maonian opened his mouth to explain. No, this arrangement makes our tomorrow group look too stingy, and the 2,000 orders you arrange for one district are too few. If our takeout becomes popular, our chefs can only meet 2,000 orders. What should you do at that time? Choose a new place? Another point is that it is too tight to arrange 50 orders for one chef. A chef is given 10 minutes for one order. If the dishes ordered by customers are more complicated, they may not be able to complete it. Another point is that for my takeout project, the delivery men are our own employees of the takeout company, and your 500 square meters are all used as kitchens. So where can the delivery men rest? Also, with so many orders a day, the ingredients must be stored, and in order to let customers see the freshness of our ingredients, it is better to put them in the open like in the market. Chun Mo shook his head and rejected Wang Maonian's expectation. The first point is that there is only 500 square meters of area, and the funds consumed are too little. Secondly, he really thinks that 50 orders a day for one chef is too tight. So I thought about it and decided that 500 square meters would not be enough, so let's set the area at 5,000 square meters. Each kitchen is 10 square meters, which is too small. Let's set one kitchen at 20 square meters and a total of 200 kitchens, which is 4,000 square meters. And 50 orders for each chef is too many, so the daily order volume for a chef can be calculated as 30. In this way, we can receive about 6,000 orders a day in one district. Chapter 9:24 The area is too small. As for the remaining space, a part of it is used to place various ingredients, which are placed in the open like a market. Another part of the space can be used as a resting space for delivery men. When there is no delivery men can go to the lounge to rest. There is also the issue of the rental period. The 5-year period is too short. This is a long-term project. It will take at least 10 years. Chun Mo briefly explained the arrangement. Mr. Chun, with an area of 5,000 square meters, our capital consumption will be much higher. Wang Maonian spoke with some concern. 5,000 square meters directly has one more zero than his 500 square meters. This gap is too big. At present, the rental price in Jiangxing is about 3 million yuan per year for this 5,000 square meters. So 30 million yuan in 10 years. Add decoration, kitchen utensils, and recruit enough employees. It will cost at least 35 million yuan to set up a takeaway store. There are 12 districts in Jiangxing, so it is 420 million yuan. Funding is not a problem. I want a high-end food delivery platform. You have to know that after the food delivery store is established, all situations of the food delivery store need to be live broadcasted. We call ourselves high-end food delivery, but the store is very crowded. Isn't this a slap in our own face? Chun Mo shook his head directly. He increased the area by 10 times, and each store only consumed 30 million. 12 stores only consumed 420 million. This money is really too difficult to spend. Wait until the end of August when the store in Jiangxing is opened, and we must choose a first-tier city to open this food delivery store. Otherwise, there is no way to consume all the system funds. By the way, the training base is too stingy. We need 200 kitchens for one takeaway restaurant. You can't train many chefs at a time with a 2,000 square meter training base. And there is also training for takeaway drivers, so 2,000 square meters is definitely not enough. According to the needs, chefs must be able to train 3,000 at the same time, and the same is true for takeaway drivers. Such a training base for 6,000 people, training venues, canteens, employee dormitories, and activity buildings. At least 100,000 square meters are needed. I'll give you 800 million yuan in funds, and all the construction models can be compared with those of the garment factory. Chun Mo made arrangements quickly, and then sighed secretly. He spent money so hard, but with the purchase of a car and other expenses, he only spent a total of 1.3 billion yuan. And he has 3.3 billion yuan to spend this month. He spent 1.3 billion yuan here, while Blue Film and Television can spend 1 billion yuan. Manhwa Coffee can continue to invest 400 million yuan if it expands rapidly. This way, he still has 600 million yuan left to spend. He still has to find other ways to spend money. Chen Montag seit helplessly. He thought that he could spend almost all the money in the takeaway industry, but he never expected that there would be 600 million yuan to spend. I know, Mr. Chun. Wang Maonian nodded. He had always heard Wei Yin and Li Xin say how generous Mr. Chun was an investment. Now he felt it personally. Well, then you should implement the matter as soon as possible. I want to see the results by the end of August. Chun Mo looked at Wang Maoyan and spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan got up and left the office, and then returned to the cafeteria office. At present, the takeaway platform has not been built yet. He is still in the office here for the time being, and Dong Hong also has his own office in the cafeteria. In addition, the two have been colleagues for so long, and Dong Hong still has some undecided things at work, so he still has to help deal with them. So he stayed in the office here for the time being. He sat down at the desk in the office and recorded in detail what Mr. Chun had just arranged. Now that the choice has a direction and the area requirements are accurate, the current situation is to find the place that best meets the requirements as soon as possible according to the requirements and then take it down. There is also the matter of company registration. The law firm has already started to follow up. I communicated with Lawyer Tang yesterday. In about a week, basically all the procedures can be completed. Finally, there is the training base. Mr. Wei has helped to find this location. It is in the east of the city, not far from the current Feiwu Security Company. Wang Maoyan looked at the recorded content and nodded with relief. Now everything is on the right track, and the more important thing at the moment is to recruit chefs. One store needs 200 chefs, so 12 stores, that is 2,400 chefs. At this time, the training base has not been built yet, and there is no way to train chefs through the training base. In addition, time was tight, so he could only recruit chefs in advance. Otherwise, it would be too late to recruit chefs after the takeaway shop was ready. 2,4 cents chef. It was definitely impossible to recruit them in Jiangxing alone, so he needed to recruit nationwide. With the current treatment of Tomorrow Group, he believed that many chefs would be willing to come. Wang Maoyan listed all the things that needed to be done on paper and walked out of the office. Now Nanchi Takeaway Company has not been registered yet, so he can only find the group's Human Resources Department for recruitment. Let them publish the recruitment information. Anyway, the canteen often recruits chefs for the canteens of several other companies, so there is no need to worry. Magic City. Nana Coffee Office. Sister, now all the locations for opening Nana Coffee in Magic City have been found, and the landlords have been communicated with. The contracts will be signed in the next few days. Lu Meng looked at her sister Lu Xiang and said excitedly, Nana Coffee has been disgusted by Nanrui Coffee for so long. Is it finally time to fight back? Nana Coffee has been open to saturation in Magic City at one time, and she wants to see what Nanrui Coffee will do. Well done, you continue to follow up on the contract and sign all the store contracts within 3 days. If there is a landlord who drags his feet, then change one. This time, Mr. Chun has issued an order that we must open all the Nana coffee shops in Shanghai by the end of August. The mall is like a battlefield, and speed is of the essence. We must open all the Nana coffee shops in Shanghai before Nanrui Coffee has a chance to react. Lu Xiang said seriously, and then turned to look at Chen Jun, who was sitting not far away. Manager Chun, there are so many coffee shops here at once. Can you finish the decoration in a month or half a month? The store has been found, and there is no problem with the purchase of goods. Now it's about decoration. I don't know if Qinglin Decoration can take on such business. Chapter 9, 25 Luo Yuan's Business. Mr. Lu, don't worry about the decoration. After talking about the decoration the day before yesterday, I reported the situation here to the headquarters. The headquarters knows that we are very anxious about the need for decoration, and they are very loyal to it. They sent several decoration engineering teams to support yesterday. So in terms of decoration, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured that all stores will be decorated within the stipulated time. Chen Jun hurriedly said that renovating 88 stores at once was a big project. And as long as he completes the renovation, his business trip here will be considered over. Okay, I'll leave it to Manager Chun to deal with the decoration. Lu Xiang nodded relieved when he heard this. He had been working with Qinglin Decoration for so long. Since the other party has said there is no problem, then basically there is no problem. Tomorrow Group, Sanshui Games. Inside a studio. Dear colleagues, joining Changfeng Clothing is not mandatory. Even if you don't join, no one will say anything. Another point is that because of the reputation of Changfeng Clothing is still in a state of loss. I don't have a specific time for when to make a profit. If a clothing store wants to make a profit, it must at least wait until the clothing brand becomes famous. So whether you want to join Changfeng Clothing or not, everyone can make their own judgment based on their own financial situation. Luo Yuan stood at the front of the studio and explained in detail about joining Changfeng Clothing. Sangshua Games is his last stop, and he has already finished communicating with other companies. Minister Luo, does it only cost 100,000 yuan to join Changfeng Clothing? An employee in the studio asked. Yes, the franchise fee is 100,000 yuan, but you still need to rent your own store, and there is still the problem of early losses. Luo Yuan began to explain. If it's 100,000 yuan, then if I join, it will be regarded as an investment. I believe in Tomorrow Group. The employee heard Luo Yuan's explanation and finally sat down and made a decision. Those who want to join Changfeng Clothing can contact Mr. Wei. I will make statistics together and finally sign the contract with everyone. Okay, these are the contents of joining. You can think carefully about whether you want to join. Luo Yuan looked at everyone in the conference room and spoke slowly, then turned and left the studio. I found Wei Yan's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Is the matter done? Wei Yan looked at Luo Yuan, who came in, and said with a smile. Well, it's all said and done. If they want to join Changfeng Clothing, they will tell you, Mr. Wei, first. Luo Yuan nodded in reply, but soon noticed that there was another person in the room. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chun Song from Tange Club. Wei Yin saw Luo Yuan's eyes noticing Chun Song sitting opposite, and then began to introduce him. Mr. Chun, this is Luo Yuan, the director of Changfeng Apparel Business Department. Hello, Mr. Chun. Luo Yuan heard Wei Yan's introduction and quickly said hello. Hello, Minister Luo. I just heard you talk about joining Changfeng Clothing. Is Changfeng Clothing looking for franchisees? Chun Song first said hello and then asked, Sit down and talk. You're not an outsider. Seeing Luo Yuan still standing, Wei Yin hurriedly greeted him and poured a cup of tea. Luo Yuan knew about this, and he entered the company with Wu Yu. But his way of doing things is not as smooth as Wu Yu's and is relatively rigid. Logically speaking, he was not suitable for the business department. But because Wu Yu was transferred and Luo Yuan became the oldest employee, he directly became the head of the business department. Compared with Wu Yu's current boring short video manager, Luo Yuan's promotion is far behind. But with Luo Yuan's current position and the treatment of Tomorrow Group, the total salary plus bonus of a minister is several million. Compared with people outside, this salary is already very successful. Since Luo Yuan became the head of the business department, he has seen another ability, that is teaching ability. Luo Yuan's own business ability is not very strong, but his teaching ability is very strong. At this time, he has also trained many employees with strong business ability. However, Changfeng Clothing is not well known yet, so those salesmen with strong business capabilities have not yet reached their full potential. Hearing this, Luo Yuan pulled out the seat and sat down. While looking at Chen Kong, Mr. Chen, our Changfeng garment is looking for franchisees. Come over today to see if any of the group's employees have any ideas about joining. That's it. I wonder if there are still quotas for this franchise. Chun Song nodded when he heard this. Would you like to join Changfeng Clothing? That's fine. Mr. Chun, Changfeng Clothing is not well known at present, so joining Changfeng Clothing is a loss-making situation, and there is no exact time when it will make a profit. Luo Yuan explained that Mr. Chun was Wei Yan's partner, so it would be better for him to explain the specific situation clearly. It doesn't matter. It's not profitable now, but I believe that Tomorrow Group will make a profit sooner or later. Just tell me how much the franchise fee is. Chun Song waved his hand indifferently. Tomorrow Group has many industries that were losing money at the beginning but all made profits in the end. He believes the same is true for Changfeng Clothing. The franchise fee is 100,000. Seeing that Chun Song didn't care, Luo Yuan spoke directly. That's it. Then it shouldn't be a problem for me to join 10 stores. And I also have some friends. There are about 10 of them. If I join 10 stores, they will also join. I just don't know if you have so many franchise places. Chun Song asked. The franchise fee is only 100,000, and it is only 1 million to join 10 stores. This amount of money is nothing to him. Not to mention starting a company now. When he didn't start a company before, this 1 million was just the amount of money he randomly added to the game. We are franchising nationwide, so there are definitely many franchise places. However, if you join so many stores at once, you will suffer losses in the early stage. Luo Yuan couldn't help but remind him that this was the first time he had seen it after joining 10 stores. Even he has only joined 2 stores. The most likely ones are the managers in the group. He has joined 2 stores before. During this communication process, 2 more stores were joined for a total of 3 stores. Luo Yuan, you don't have to worry about this. Yes, Mr. Chun is not short of this little money. He is now worth several hundred million. Wei Yin joked from the side. Chapter 9:26 Non-Rui's Decision. Seeing that Wei Yin had also spoken, Luo Yuan said nothing more. Okay, Mr. Chun, let me add your contact information first so that we can communicate easily when joining. Good. Chun Song nodded, and the 2 exchanged contact information. Then, Mr. Wei, you guys talk first. I still have things to deal with here. Luo Yuan kept Chin Song's contact information, stood up, and said goodbye. He just entered the room and looked at the 2 of them. They must have something to talk about. Good. Wei Yin nodded, stood up, and sent Luo Yuan outside the office. Then returned to the office and looked at Chin Kong, the company's. Well, we have already chosen it. It is located near the BL Game Club, so that the esports players from both sides can communicate easily. Chun Song nodded and said, he came here the day before yesterday. Yesterday, he decided on the establishment of the company and the temporary company. After your mobile game company is registered, I think you can recruit employees first, and then I will also send some relevant personnel here. Technicians, go to your place to do some technical exchanges and make Extreme Survival and Dianlong mobile games as soon as possible. Wei Yin spoke slowly. The faster Chun Song develops mobile games, the faster they will make profits, and Songshua Games will also make profits accordingly. This is natural. Chen Kong didn't know much about game development at all, so he naturally needed help from Songshua Games in terms of research and development. By the way, Freedom Battle is becoming more and more popular on Hota Live, and it is gradually catching up with Extreme Survival. I have a hunch that Freedom Battle is likely to become the first with 2 Extreme Survival. Songshua Games will probably have another hit game. The game has not yet been officially released to public beta. Whether it can become a hit game or not is still not confirmed. Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. Although the Freedom Battle live broadcast on Hotu is very popular now, it is still uncertain what the result will be after the public beta. I think there is no problem. The popularity of Freedom Battle live broadcast on Hotu is exactly the same as the popularity of Extreme Survival live broadcast on Hotu when it was launched. So I came here today, and there is one more thing I want to discuss with Mr. Wei, which is the live broadcast authorization of Freedom Battle. I am prepared to pay according to the authorization fee of Extreme Survival. Chin Song said seriously. He has now basically confirmed that Freedom Battle will definitely become the second Extreme Survival. So he will need the live broadcast authorization sooner or later. So it is better to decide this matter in advance. Mr. Chun, let's wait to discuss this matter after the public beta. Are you still worried that we won't authorize you to live broadcast? Wei Yin smiled and spoke. If Freedom Battle can reach the level of popularity of Extreme Survival, then he doesn't have to worry about live broadcast authorization at all. At that time, there is no need for him to take the initiative to contact you. The major live broadcast platforms will find him first. But if Freedom Battle isn't popular enough after it goes online, then he doesn't want to take advantage of Chun Song and the others. I definitely believe Mr. Wei. So let's not discuss the live broadcast authorization for now, but there is only half a month left before Extreme Survival is released. By that time, we will naturally know how intense the Freedom War will be. Chin Song spoke slowly, looking forward to the day when Freedom Battle would be launched. In the past few days, he has been playing the ladder to get points, but after playing for so many days, he still stayed in the bronze rank. This also made him sober up. The current closed beta players are all game enthusiasts, so they will definitely have a lot of talent in gaming. If he were to compare with these people, he would definitely not be able to compare. But after Freedom Battle is officially launched, many ordinary players like him will definitely come in. At that time, he will be playing in the ladder mode, so he probably won't always be bronze. Chun Song thought secretly in his heart. Jiangcheng, Nari Coffee. In the office, Chang Rui looked at the computer in front of him happily. At this time, there was a live broadcast on the computer, and a beautiful woman was dancing. Looking at the woman's twisting dancing posture, she licked her lips unconsciously. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come back from Kyoto so early. There were two little darlings accompanying me there. Chang Rui thought secretly in his heart. But while he was thinking, there was a sound at the door, and he looked up. I saw the assistant walking in with a stack of information. Chang Rui looked at the assistant who came in. Chohui's Milit. Although there are not two little babies here, there is a little darling. Mr. Chang, this is the information sent by Non-Rui Coffee from the Magic City. Please take a look at it. The assistant put the information in his hand on the table in front of Chang Rui. I'll look at the information later. I have an urgent matter that needs to be resolved here. Chang Rui looked a little anxious and pulled the assistant onto his lap. Ah! The assistant exclaimed, but quickly calmed down. 10 minutes later, Chang Rui straightened his clothes with a satisfied look on his face, then picked up the information on the table and read it. But soon he frowned and turned to look at the assistant standing aside. Is this news accurate? Mr. Chang, I have confirmed that the news is true. Nana Coffee opened 88 Nana Coffee stores in Shanghai at one time and directly saturated the coffee market in Shanghai. The assistant answered, but his voice was a little hoarse. Chang Rui frowned even more when he heard the assistant's answer. He couldn't figure out what Nana Coffee was trying to do. Mr. Chang, how should we deal with it? Should we continue to open stores with Nana Coffee? The assistant saw that Chang Rui had not spoken, so he asked tentatively, should we continue to open stores with Nana Coffee? Hearing the assistant's question, Chang Rui suddenly thought of something, and then his eyes lit up. So that's it? Nana Coffee opened 88 Nana Coffee stores at one time just to persuade me to quit, so that I would know that you were opening stores very quickly, and then I would quit when I knew it was difficult. It's really a good plan. Fortunately, I am smart and figured it out. In that case, I will fight with you. I still have more than 2.5 billion yuan in funds. Let's see who will be the last one laughing. Chang Rui smiled confidently, then turned to look at his assistant. Notify the Magic City that Non-Rui Coffee has already opened 88 coffee shops in accordance with the previous model. Didn't Nana Coffee open 88 coffee shops at once? Then we will also open 88 coffee shops in Non-Rui Coffee, near every Nana Coffee shop. Chapter 9, 27 Joining. Mr. Chang, wouldn't it be too risky to do this? The assistant reminded him after hearing this. What risk are you taking? I have the support of Ruishan Group behind me. Are I afraid of their Tomorrow Group? Also, Magic City Fortress has started filming. When the filming is completed and released, it will definitely surpass Wandering Blue Star. And you're a little disobedient. I must not love you enough. Chang Rui looked at the assistant standing aside and pulled him over again. Changfeng Clothing. Manager's office. Mr. Jiang, the number of franchisees has been calculated. There are 6,000 people in total, and more than 100 of them have joined. They are one of Mr. Wei's partners and their allies. Luo Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng sitting at his desk and said excitedly, in fact, there are more people who really want to join. However, many people chose the same city as others. But based on the first-come, first-served principle, employees who later chose the same city had to give up. Human, the franchise fee for one person is 100,000, so the franchise fee for 6,000 people is 600 million. And if all 6,000 franchisees open franchise stores, even if Changfeng Clothing is not well known, it can still have some sales, and Changfeng Clothing's income can also increase accordingly. As long as Changfeng Clothing's revenue can increase, the corresponding losses will be smaller. Jiang Cheng sighed with emotion. He does not expect Changfeng Clothing to turn a profit from losses because of these more than 6,000 agents. After all, Changfeng Clothing is famous here, and the current sales situation of Changfeng Clothing will not be completely changed because of the increase in agents. Mr. Jiang, although we are losing money in clothing sales, our agency fee of 600 million this time has also made back the money that Mr. Chen spent to establish Changfeng Clothing. As for making profits, let's take our time. Luo Yuan smiled and said. He was not sure how much money the expansion of the clothing factory consumed, but this time the 600 million agency fee income and the sale of 3 championship skins in general, almost recovered the funds Mr. Chen spent on expanding the clothing factory. Now the losses of garment factories are basically the daily consumption of garment factories. That's true. Things at the garment factory are not urgent. For agency matters, have you signed the contract? Jiang Qing nodded and then asked about the contract. Contracts. I have arranged for people from the business department to take charge of the employee contracts at the garment factory, and they have all been signed. The agency contracts for employees of other companies are handled by the managers of each company. They're all signed in about 2 days. The agency fees will probably be paid into the company's account within these 2 days. Luo Yuan said, "Well, you go back and write a report. I'll hand it in at that time. After all, it is a 600 million project. For our garment factory, it is not a small matter." Jiang Cheng spoke seriously. The garment factory had always been in a loss-making state. Now that there were suddenly 600 million in agency fees, it was natural to report it. Moreover, the agents this time were all employees of the group, so naturally they had to explain the situation. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, then I'll go back and write a report." After hearing this, Luo Yuan stood up and left the office. Jiang Cheng watched Luo Yuan leave, feeling a little relieved. No matter what, this 600 million agency fee is a huge profit for the clothing factory. However, this will not solve the fundamental problem. If we want to make Changfeng Clothing truly profitable, we still have to make a fuss about Changfeng Clothing's reputation. Think of this. Jiang Chen got up and left the office, went downstairs, and went straight to the clothing customization department. He came to the door of the customization department, knocked gently, and then walked in. "Director Su, you are here too." Jiang Cheng saw Su Yining in the room and said hello. "Mr. Jiang." When Su Yining saw Jiang Cheng coming in, he also said hello. "Well, where is Teacher Linda?" Jiang Cheng looked around the room and found Linda nowhere to be found. Sister Linda is communicating with the person in charge of the event inside. The settlement should be settled soon. Su Yining glanced at the office in the studio. "Oh, I'll wait a moment." Jiang Cheng nodded, then found a seat in the studio and sat down. "Mr. Jiang, you are here to learn about the competition." Su Yining looked at Jiang Cheng, who was sitting not far away, and asked, "Yes, if our Changfeng apparel can place in the competition, it will be a good publicity for our Changfeng apparel. As you know, our Changfeng apparel is good at everything now, except for its popularity." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Recently, there was a high-end fashion design competition in Shanghai, and it was very famous. This is an opportunity for Changfeng Clothing to turn a profit. There is basically no problem with participating. Sister Linda knows some of the people in charge of organizing the event, so we Changfeng Clothing will definitely be able to participate. As for whether we can get a ranking, it all depends on the clothes we design. Su Zaning noted that. She also understood the current status of Changfeng Clothing, so she also knew that this competition was an opportunity for Changfeng Clothing. She was also very glad that she had let Linda enter Changfeng Clothing at that time. If it weren't for Linda, she, a new designer, would not be able to get in touch with these competitions even if she had design talent. Not to mention letting Changfeng Clothing participate in the clothing competition. "Mr. Jiang, Minister Su, you are all here." At this time, the door of the office suddenly opened and Linda walked out. "Teacher Linda, have you communicated about the competition?" Jiang Cheng saw Linda coming out and hurriedly stood up and asked. "Mr. Jiang, the competition has been communicated. August 1st is the preliminary round. During this period, Minister Su and I may spend more time on design and strive to pass the preliminary round." Linda nodded and then spoke. Su Yining is a designer with good design talent that she has seen. In addition, because of her young age, she also has many novel design ideas. This kind of novel design idea is very important in these high-end fashion design competitions. So this time, she is not facing the competition alone, but she and Su Yining. She believes that with Su Yining's cooperation, she can at least enter the top 16 of the competition. As for higher rankings, it is not determined by ability. Those who can enter the top 16 have good design ability. At that time, if you want to stand out, it depends entirely on the inspiration of the design at that time. Chapter 9, 18 Nanshi. This takeout project, we call it Nanshi Takeout. For company registration, you can ask Tang Xiu from Baishu Law Firm for help, and for decoration, You can ask Wang Yang. You must have contact information for both of them. I know everything about Mr. Chun. That's good. Then you can contact us yourself. Also, the takeaway we are taking this time is a high-end one. The final price of the takeout must not be sold at the normal selling price. All food prices are sold at twice the normal food price. Mr. Chun, is this too expensive? Can buyers accept it? A normal plate of meat and vegetables on the market also costs more than 30 yuan. If it is twice as much, it will be more than 60 yuan. It's not expensive at all. Our live broadcast ensures the hygiene of the food and the high quality of the delivery staff. What we sell is not just food, we also sell services. If you want low prices, buy our service and hygienic food. Where can you buy it? There is such a good thing. If you want low prices, those ordinary takeaways can definitely satisfy you. Chinemo said calmly. What he wanted was that no one would buy it. If there were many people buying it, why would I do this project? I understand, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. Although Mr. Chun was right, the high price would indeed discourage many people from buying. By the way, Mr. Chun, if I take charge of the Nanshi takeout project, who will be in charge of the canteen tomorrow? Dong Hong will be in charge of the canteen tomorrow. Chinemo thought for a while and then spoke. Dong Hong also joined the Tomorrow group very early and has been working at the Tomorrow canteen and has been working hard. There is no problem in letting him be the person in charge of the canteen tomorrow. Okay, that's it. You should implement it as soon as possible. I will see the results at the end of August. In the next 2 days, I will make a budget report and submit it. Chinemo said, then stood up and left the office. Wang Maoyan quickly got up and sent Mr. Chen outside the Tomorrow cafeteria. Returning to the cafeteria, I first found Dong Hong and told Dong Hong about his promotion to the person in charge of the cafeteria tomorrow. The person in charge of the Tomorrow canteen is not just responsible for managing this canteen. He holds the position of the head of the logistics department in the Tomorrow group and can manage all the canteens of the Tomorrow group. Minister Wang, I have never held this position, and I don't know how to do it. Dong Hong said worriedly. She is already very satisfied with her current job and does not expect too much if she is given the position of head of the logistics department. If she was really worried that something would go wrong, she would be guilty of it. Sister Hong, you don't have to worry about this. You can just operate according to your normal daily work. The freshness of the ingredients introduced every day, as well as the prices, what dishes are arranged every day. You have all these contents. It's been done. It's just that this time you will make the arrangements and others will be responsible for doing it. There will be no problems. And I'm not leaving the Tomorrow group directly. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, Wang Maoyan said slowly. He recognized Dong Hong, and no one at Tomorrow canteen could match his seriousness in work. Dong Hong still hesitated after hearing this. Sister Hong, don't worry. There won't be any problems. Moreover, this is an order given by Mr. Chen himself. Do you want to refuse Mr. Chen's order? Wang Maoyan was still hesitant when he saw Dong Hong, so he had to use his trump card. Sure enough, after saying this, Dong Hong quickly shook his head. I have no intention of rejecting Mr. Chen, so I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Mr. Chen to find someone else. Is this right? If you don't understand something, you can ask me at any time. I will still be here in the cafeteria during this time. Wang Maoyan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Dong Hong responded. Then he told Mr. Chen that he had increased the number of dishes from 10 to 16 and then returned to his office. Well, strictly speaking, this is no longer my office. After sorting out Mr. Chen's requirements in the office, I also know what I need to do now. The first step is to find Lawyer Tang to register Nanshi Takeout, and then find a location to open a takeout shop. Jiangqing has a total of 12 districts, and he needs to find 12 stores to open takeaway shops. After the store is won, it is necessary to find Wang Yang to decorate it and make a budget as soon as possible. Of course, when looking for a takeout location, you also need to find a place to train chefs and delivery staff, as well as a piece of land to build the Tomorrow Group's own training location. Looking at the content he had compiled on the papyrus paper, Wang Maoyan looked at it carefully, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he nodded with confidence. I picked up the mobile phone on the side and took a look at it. I found that it was already 12 noon, which happened to be the time to eat in the cafeteria. At this time, Wei Yin and the others happened to come over for dinner. Think of Wei Yin. Wang Maoyan had an idea in his mind. As an old man of the group, he knew Wei Yan's abilities. In order to ensure that he did not miss anything in this project, it would be better to ask Wei Yin. Otherwise, it would be bad if something went wrong in the project. Wang Maoyan made up his mind, then picked up the information he had compiled on the desktop and walked out of the office and outside the cafeteria. He looked around outside the canteen and soon saw Wei Yin and the others, so he walked over. Mr. Wei, Mr. Li. Wang Maoyan looked at the managers eating and said hello. Brother Wang, we are all old friends. Why are you so polite? Li Xin looked at Wang Maoyan, who came over and said hello with a smile. Yes, have you eaten? If not, sit here and eat together. Wei Yin also smiled and said that these people are all old employees of Tomorrow Group and have known each other for a long time. When they are not busy, they often drink together. Then you're welcome. I'm going to get some food. I just have something to ask Mr. Wei. Wang Maoyan said, then turned to the cooking area, packed a few meals, came back, and sat across from Wei Yin. Tell me, what do you want to ask me about? Wei Yin looked at Wang Maoyan sitting opposite and asked. That's it. Mr. Chen arranged a new project for me this morning. The content is, I just made a simple plan here, but I'm worried that there will be some mistakes, so I want you to help me take a look. Wang Maoyan said and handed the information he had just compiled to Wei Yin. Let me take a look at what you've compiled first. Wei Yin reached out and took the information handed over by Wang Maoyan and read it carefully. After a while, Wei Yin slowly put down the information in his hand. How's it going? Any questions? When Wang Maoyan saw Wei Yin put down the information, he hurriedly asked. Chapter 919 Regional Division. There is no problem with the planning. First, find Lawyer Tang to register the company. Wang Yang will decorate the place where the store will be opened. At the same time, according to Mr. Chen's requirements, he will set up a training base and train chefs and delivery staff. Wei Yin looked at Wang Maoyan and said slowly, but these things are all necessary planning, but for specific detailed planning, such as the location of stores in each area, do you have specific plans? I don't have a good plan for the specific location yet. I plan to wait and see when I'm looking for a store. Wang Maoyan said, then there's a problem. If we wait until we want to find a store, we don't even have a specific goal. Then it will be delayed for a long time, which completely violates Mr. Chen's requirement to complete the project quickly. Wei Yin shook his head directly. If you don't have any demands, you will always have the most demands. If you want to improve efficiency, you must have a target requirement in advance and screen out all those that do not meet the requirements, so that the project can be completed as quickly as possible. Then how should I choose a location to make it faster? Wang Maoyan asked. He had no experience in choosing a location. Well, let's have a meal first, and then go to my office to discuss this Nancy takeout project in detail. Wei Yin thought for a while, then slowly spoke. For this Nancy takeout project, there are many details that need to be paid attention to which cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Okay, Mr. Wei. Wang Maoyan nodded. Several people finished their lunch quickly, and then Wang Maoyan followed Wei Yin out of the cafeteria and headed to the Tsangshui game manager's office. Sit. Entering the office, Wei Yin pointed at the sofa in the reception area, then made a pot of tea and came back. Wang Maoyan reached out to take the tea from Wei Yin and then asked eagerly, Mr. Wei, how should we choose the location of this store? The location of all stores must be chosen according to the nature of the project. In the final analysis, Mr. Chen is still engaged in the takeout business. And according to Mr. Chen's division of each district, one store is responsible for the takeout delivery of one district. For example, if we open a store in Dongping District, then this store in Dongping District will be responsible for the takeout delivery business of the entire Dongping District and cannot interfere with the takeout delivery in other districts. So based on this characteristic, it is impossible to select the location of the takeaway shop at the edge of each district. After all, if a store is opened at the edge of each district, then the delivery shop will be located at the edge of another district in the district. The location is very far. As Wei Yin spoke, he took out the remote control and turned on the projector. Soon the map of Jiangqing was projected on the wall opposite the reception area. This area is Dongping District. Wei Yin took an infrared pen and drew an area on the map, and then drew a circle in the center of the area. So in order to ensure that the delivery distance is even, it is better to choose the location in the center of Dongping District. In this way, the delivery time will not be too long due to the distance, and because it is in the central area, take out the regional arrangement of staff will also be well planned. The delivery staff is the second detail I want to talk about. According to Mr. Chen's requirements to train delivery staff and the price of delivery, our business must pay great attention to service. So this takeaway delivery, it's also something to pay attention to. The quality of the delivery staff is one thing, and the delivery time is another issue. So the delivery area of the delivery staff is very important, but with our delivery model, it also needs planning. When Wei Yin said this, he turned to look at Wang Maoyan. What do you think about this? Wang Maoyan shook his head. He had never considered these things before, such as takeout delivery and regional division. But after listening to Wei Yan's story, he suddenly realized that he could still do this. Sure enough, looking for Wei Yin was the right choice. If I did it alone, I don't know how many detours I would have to take. When Wei Yin saw this, he began to continue talking. He originally wanted Wang Maoyan to have some sense of participation, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Then I will briefly talk about the division of delivery areas for takeaways. Because one of our takeaway stores is responsible for the delivery of takeaways in one area, then we only need to plan for each area. We completely divide an area into an irregular circle, and the location of our store is the center of the circle. I divided the area into 8 areas at the store location. At the same time, we set up 8 groups of delivery workers. As for how many people are assigned to each group of delivery workers, we can make specific arrangements based on the delivery situation in each area after the store opens. As for the issue of regional division, this involves food delivery software. The plan you just made also left this matter out. Since we want to do our own takeout business, we must have our own takeout platform. So the development of this takeout platform needs to be implemented as soon as possible. 2 months ago, I would have asked Sanshua Games' technical department to allocate a few people to help with the production, but now Sanshua Games has expanded into 2 departments. All the technical staff and old employees have been transferred to the other 2 departments. Now that Sanshua Game Department is a model where old employees lead new employees, so there is no time to develop a food delivery platform. But as a game company, there are still many connections. I will help you contact the company that makes the external platform. I will tell them the specific production requirements. Don't worry about the platform. It will definitely be handed over to you before the end of August. Wei Yin spoke seriously. He has been a game company manager for so long and still knows some people. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wei. Wang Maoyan hurriedly thanked him. He really didn't think about the food delivery platform. Why are you being polite to me? But you have to treat me to a drink in the evening. Wei Yin smiled. That's no problem. Call Li Shun over too. Wang Maoyan readily agreed. Okay, but we still have to talk about business now. Wei Yin took a sip of tea and his eyes fell on the map in front of him again. Now that the selection of delivery men and the platform has been finalized, the next thing is the chefs. The training base for chefs and delivery men has already solved the problem of the number of employees required for these 2 types of employees, but we also need to make a plan for the chefs that need to be arranged for each store. Chapter 9, 20 Kitchen Division. The first is the kitchen requirement for cooking. It must not be like the kitchens of other restaurants, where all the chefs work in one large kitchen. We need to live broadcast in real time. If we share a large kitchen, it will be very confusing and give buyers a very bad feeling. So the kitchen requirements I think of are 1 chef and 1 kitchen. The kitchen doesn't need to be big. It just needs to meet the needs of a chef and an assistant. My idea is to set up the kitchen like a stall in a shopping mall. Each stall is a kitchen. The chef cooks in front of the stall. Inside the stall are the various ingredients and supplies that the chef needs, as well as the kitchen assistants. Food place. We place 2 live cameras at each stall. One is where the food is prepared to ensure the hygiene of the environment where the chef assistants are preparing food. The other is where the chef is cooking to ensure the hygiene of the chef's cooking. Another advantage of cooking in front of the stall is that after you finish cooking, you can pack it directly and put it on the takeout table in front of the stall so that the takeaway person can pick up the meal. Another point is that I divided an area into 8 takeout delivery areas, and we can also divide the chefs. According to the number of takeout demands in different areas, we can allocate different numbers of chefs accordingly. In this way, the delivery person only needs to go to the chef stall in charge of that area and wait. After the chef finishes cooking, he can immediately pick up the meal and then deliver it. Time passed little by little. Wei Yin talked in detail about the details that needed to be paid attention to in the project outside Nanxi. Wang Maoyan couldn't help but admire Wei Yan's detailed plan. He just briefly talked about the project. But just during the meal, Wei Yin thought of so many details. Wei Yin is indeed the most valued person by Mr. Chun, and his ability is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. I understand, Mr. Wei. Then I'll go back and make arrangements. We'll call you tonight, and I'll treat you. Wang Maoyan said, got up and left the office. Mr. Chun has given a time limit for this project, and he must implement it as soon as possible. Tomorrow, group, President's office. After Chen Mo finished his lunch, he watched Shinro pack the lunchbox and then returned to the bedroom in the office to rest. Thinking of the Nanxi takeout arranged in the morning, as long as the Nanxi takeout is put into operation in Jiangxing by the end of August, he can quickly start investing in other cities. If this is the case, then Nana Coffee can also adopt this strategy. The group did not have so much income before. He is planning to let Nana Coffee slowly develop 5 coffee shops a month in Shanghai. By the end of September, there will be an additional investment of 400 million. But now that Tomorrow Group has so much profit capital, there is no need for it to invest an additional 400 million yuan in slow development. He can definitely let Nana Coffee quickly spread Nana Coffee all over the city before the end of August, and then he can choose a new city to develop Nana Coffee again. In this way, the investment capital of Nana Coffee in a city is definitely higher than that of Nana Coffee. After thinking of this, Chinamo had an idea in his mind. Lunch break is over. Then he returned to his desk and called Song Xia. Nana Coffee. Teacher Su. Has the R/U00260 department produced any results recently? Song Xia sat across from Sultan and asked. It's pretty good. The previous coffees have been further improved, and now the taste is more mellow than before. At the same time, 2 new coffees have been developed, one with a price of 120 and the other with newly imported high-end coffee beans. The most expensive coffee used to be 188, but that's no longer the case. The new coffee can be priced at 388 a cup. At the same time, during the scientific research stage, the employees who interned with me also made a lot of progress in coffee research and development. Sudan smiled and spoke while looking up at Song Xia. How far is your work progress over there? On my side, except for a few newly opened coffee shops in the Magic City, all the current clerks at Nana Coffee Shop can serve as reserve store managers after this period of training. Now the number of Nana Coffee's reserve store managers has reached 530, which is enough to support the opening of 530 Nana Coffee stores at one time. Now it's time for Mr. Chun to issue an order for rapid expansion. Song Xia picked up the coffee and took a sip, then raised her eyebrows slightly. The taste of this coffee is very unique. I have never tasted it before. The coffee you just drank is the newly developed coffee. The price is 388. How does it feel? Sultan smiled and spoke. It feels very good. Some people who like coffee and understand coffee may like it and put it on the shelves in coffee shops. Yeah, I've already notified those coffee shops, and I've also passed on the coffee-making technology. It will be available in all coffee shops in about a week. That's right, but it's a pity. Nana Coffee doesn't have a lot of customer traffic now. Otherwise, I'd still be looking forward to seeing how much benefit it will bring to Nana Coffee when this new coffee is put on the shelves. Song Xia sighed. Their Nana Coffee had only experienced a period of profitability and then entered a loss-making phase. That non-Rue coffee was really disgusting. Indeed, I have counted during this period, and our Nana Coffee loses a lot of money in a month. Sudan also sighed helplessly. Yes, like Blue Film, Sanshua Games, Boring Short Video, and Corner Pet Park, these profitable industries have participated in the training at the end of the month. Song Xia said with some distress. When Nana Coffee was profitable, they were also valued by President Chun and sent to pick up poor elderly people. But now, because of the emergence of non-Rue coffee, Nana Coffee has fallen into losses again. Now there is no list of their Manhwa coffee in the group training. Don't be discouraged. President Wei also said that our Manhwa coffee is cultivating the foundation. When the foundation is cultivated enough, President Chun will definitely take action. Sudan looked at Song Xia's somewhat depressed look and spoke to comfort her. Teacher Su, aren't we good enough in terms of foundation? We have more than 500 reserve store managers, and we have added a lot of coffee flavors and developed new coffees. The foundation is enough? Why doesn't Mr. Chan take the next step? Song Xia held her chin with her hand and said with some concern, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chapter 9:21. Manhwa Coffee's Counterattack. Song Xia looked at the phone on the table and found that it was Mr. Chun who called. She immediately became alert and picked up the phone to answer the call. Soon, Mr. Chen's voice came from the phone. How many stores have been opened in Magic City now? And how many stores are still far from saturation? Mr. Chen, now 25 stores have been opened in Kyoto, and the number of stores in Magic City is 113. We need to open 88 more stores to reach saturation. Song Xia answered immediately after hearing Mr. Chen's inquiry. She would learn about the store almost every day. So after Mr. Chen asked, she basically answered without thinking. Is that so? I think it's too slow to develop 5 stores a month. Let's do this. Manhwa Coffee behind Magic City should speed up its development. The remaining 88 stores from today to the end of August, all will be rolled out for me. Do you have confidence? Chun Mo heard Song Xia's answer and then made arrangements. By the end of August, all 88 stores will be opened, and he can open Manhwa Coffee in other cities in September. Song Xia heard Mr. Chen's arrangement and quickly calculated it. From now to the end of August, there are about 40 days. During this period, there will be absolutely no problem in opening 88 Manhwa Coffee stores as long as you are busy. Opening a store, the most troublesome and time-consuming thing is decoration, but there is a decoration team in Shanghai that is personally responsible for Manhwa Coffee, so there is basically no problem in decoration. Mr. Chun, there will be no problem in opening Manhwa Coffee in Shanghai to saturation by the end of August. Okay, then this matter is settled, and I want to see the results by the end of August. Chun Mo nodded with relief after hearing Song Xia's answer. Manhwa Coffee. In the store, Song Xia slowly hung up the phone with an excited expression on her face. Does Mr. Chan have something to arrange? Sudan asked when he saw Song Xia hang up the phone. Song Xia did not answer the phone with her back to him, so she heard the content of the conversation just now. Yes, Mr. Chun is finally planning to fight back, Song Xia said with a smile. Fight back? Sudan looked at Song Xia in confusion, not understanding what Song Xia meant by fight back. Song Xia saw Sudan's puzzled expression and explained excitedly. Teacher Su, we were just talking about accumulating foundation during this period. When the foundation is sufficient, Mr. Chun will take action. Are you saying that Mr. Chun is going to take action? Sudan understood Song Xia's meaning instantly. It's not about taking action, but it has already started. Song Xia had a smile on her face. Just now, President Chun has come down and made it clear that we will directly open Manhwa Coffee to saturation in Shanghai by the end of August. We only have 25 stores in Shanghai now. If we want to reach saturation, we need to open 88 stores. By the end of August, there will be more than 40 days, and in these 40 days, 88 stores will be opened. Obviously, President Chun has greatly accelerated the speed of opening stores. Is that so? It seems that President Chun is really ready to take action. We have just cultivated our foundation, and President Chun has issued an order. It seems that every move of our Manhwa Coffee has been in the eyes of President Chun. Sudan couldn't help but sigh. They were worried about the loss of Manhwa Coffee every day. But President Chun, who understood the situation, was not moved at all. President Chun is indeed President Chun, who is very patient. And President Wei is really the person who understands President Chun the most in the group. He guessed President Chen's thoughts so accurately. Haha, we finally took action. We have more than 500 reserve store managers, but Manhwa Coffee doesn't have so many reserve store managers. I want to see how Manhwa Coffee will deal with the fact that we are opening 88 Manhwa Coffee stores at once this time. If we follow, I don't know if there will be so many store managers to recruit. Even if we recruit them this time, what about the next time? If they continue to open stores, then there will be no competitors for the stores they open in the future. Nana Coffee will also turn losses into profits again. Song Xia thought excitedly. Teacher Sue, I have to go back to arrange the work, and the scientific research will be handed over to you. Song Xia said, and left the coffee shop quickly. She wanted to go back to the Nana Coffee headquarters to communicate with the Nana Coffee office in Shanghai to implement the things she had started as soon as possible. Mr. Chun has not paid attention to the situation of Nana Coffee for a long time, so she must complete the task arrangement this time as soon as possible. Baishu Law Firm. Manager's Office. Okay, Mr. Wang, I will handle the company registration as soon as possible. The name is Nanchi Takeaway. I remember it. After a while, Tang Xiu hung up the phone and sighed. Mr. Chun has expanded his business again. Nanchi Takeaway focuses on clean and hygienic takeaways and live broadcasts the cooking process and delivery process. This is the first time she has seen such a takeaway. But if she can really eat a clean and hygienic takeaway, she is willing to spend a little more money. After all, no one wants to eat unhygienic takeout now, but the current takeout environment is really difficult to confirm the hygiene of takeout unless you go to the kitchen to watch. However, in this fast-paced environment, how can you know that the takeout may not be so clean, but you are still willing to buy it? After all, you're already very tired after a day of work, so where is the energy to cook? But now there is a takeout that can be watched live, and you can confirm the environment of the kitchen with your own eyes. As long as the economic conditions are sufficient, everyone is willing to buy such takeout. Tang Xiu thought in his heart and was about to arrange someone to deal with the company registration. But soon he thought that all the lawyers in the law firm were now out doing legal aid, and they had not returned at this time. Tang Xiu thought about it and then got up and left the office. She was going to go to the nearest legal aid point to see the legal aid situation of those trainee lawyers. Came to the parking lot outside the law firm, opened the door and got in the car, and rushed straight to the nearest legal aid point. About 20 minutes later, Tang Xiu drove to a community, parked the car in a parking lot outside the community, opened the door and got out of the car, and walked straight to the community gate. After registering at the gate, I walked directly into the community. I walked around the community and saw two trainee lawyers in a small park. At this time, a group of people gathered there. Seeing this, Tang Xiu walked over slowly. Annie, your problem is easy to solve as long as. Everyone line up, come one by one. We will answer your questions, don't worry. Business cards, they have been distributed just now. I'll leave you a phone number first, and we will come again tomorrow. Chapter 9, 22 New Youth. Yes, do you know the app Boring Short Video? Yes, 1 month later, we will also conduct a live broadcast on Boring Short Video. If you have any legal issues, you can also consult in the live broadcast room. If you don't know how to download it, you can just remember the name of the Boring Short Video and ask your children at home to help you download it. Don't worry, there is no charge for legal consultation in the live broadcast room. That's right, Baishu Lawyers is the name of our firm. Coming here to provide legal assistance today is also to increase the reputation of our lawyers. If you have any legal matters in the future, you can come to our Baishu law firm. Tang Xiu watched the two trainee lawyers from the law firm communicating with people in the community and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the legal aid here has some effect. After thinking about it, she found a corner on one side of the park and sat down. It was a time when the mood was very high there, so it was not appropriate for her to go there and disturb her. After waiting for a while, the crowd gradually decreased, and Tang Xiu got up and walked over. Dang Lu. The trainee lawyer saw Tang Xiu coming over and hurriedly said hello. Well, how is legal aid today? Tang Xiu looked at the two trainee lawyers in front of him and asked. She is relatively familiar with these two trainee lawyers, one of whom is Sue, one who works part-time as her assistant. Another trainee lawyer also performed very well during the assessment stage. It's called Fan Yang. Tang Law. Everything goes smoothly, and we also encounter various legal problems when doing legal aid here. This is very simple for us, but some of them are a little difficult for us, and we need to look up information to give an accurate answer. And the problems that people in the community have are all kinds of weird, and we've grown a lot about that. Sue Won quickly said that during the past few days of legal aid, she found that she had grown a lot. And she also found that even if she had a lot of legal knowledge, it would be difficult to understand it if she didn't practice it. During the initial legal aid process, she obviously mastered a lot of legal knowledge. But when faced with problems in the community, sometimes her brain seemed to be shut down, and it was difficult for her to give immediate answers. But after these few days of exercise, she found that she could finally use the things in her mind flexibly. Yes, Tang Lu, this legal aid is really important. Before, I thought that I had mastered a lot of legal knowledge and had seen a lot of court cases. If I went to court by myself, there would be absolutely no problems. But after the initial legal aid, I realized that theoretical knowledge can never be compared with practical experience. If I go to court in my previous state, I will definitely lose. Fan Su also said that he was somewhat proud before. After all, among the trainee lawyers, his ability was at least among the top 3. But this time in legal aid, when faced with the knowledge of those ants, he found that he did not answer immediately. He knew that his practical ability was still far behind, and there were still many things that needed to be practiced. As long as you can make progress in legal aid, it's almost 5 o'clock and it's time to withdraw. There happens to be something for you to do. Tang Xiu glanced at the time, then looked at the people in the community who had almost dispersed, and then spoke. Okay, Tang Levy. Su Wan nodded, and then she and Fan Su put away all the signs and tools beside them. When I came to the gate of the community, I communicated with the community's real estate agent and placed the sign in the property's warehouse. They will come to this community tomorrow to provide legal aid for a day, so there is no need to take away these signs. There's a nan and coffee near here. Let's go there. Tang Xiu saw Su Wan and the two putting away their tools and said, Okay, Tang Le. Su Wan and the other two responded and followed Tang Xiu. Nana coffee. Tang Lu, what exactly is going on? Su Wan looked at Tang Xiu sitting opposite and asked curiously. There's no rush yet. Tang Xiu smiled and then picked up the menu and handed it to the waiter. Then he let out a light sigh and looked up at the waiter standing aside. Your coffee shop has new coffee. Because Nana Coffee is Mr. Chin's property, and Nana Coffee has been losing money during this period. So when she drinks coffee outside, she always goes to Nana Coffee. Yes, Lawyer Tang. Mr. Su has recently developed 2 new types of coffee, one with a low price and one with a high price. These are the 2 types. The waiter reached out and ordered on the menu. She knew Tang Xiu well. She had seen him at sports meets and company annual meetings. Tang Xiu heard this and looked at the 2 new coffees pointed by the waiter. Finally, he pointed at the 388 coffee and said, Let's have 3 cups of this coffee. Okay, Lawyer Tang. The waiter put away the bill and turned back to the bar. Okay, let's get down to business. When Tang Xiu saw the waiter leaving, he turned to look at Su Wan again. Recently, Tomorrow Group has expanded its industry, the food delivery industry. We need to register a company. You two have handled it once before, so you are familiar with it. So this time, the registration of the company is still left to you. Time is urgent, so it needs to be handled as soon as possible. Okay, Tang Lu, but Mr. Tang, there are already 2 large food delivery platforms on the market. If we enter the food delivery industry at this time, it will be difficult to seize the market. Su Wan nodded with some worry. As young people in the new era, they're very familiar with food delivery. Usually, they don't cook at home. In order to save trouble, they will order food delivery. But now the 2 major food delivery platforms have basically seized the current food delivery market. It is really difficult to develop the food delivery field now. Yes, Tang Lu, I heard that the food delivery industry requires a lot of capital investment in the early stage. Fan Su also said that there is no extra market in the food delivery industry now. If you want to seize the market, you need to spend money, and it is not certain whether it will succeed in the end. You don't understand this. What is the model of the current food delivery industry? Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan and asked. Merchants, platforms, and customers. The mall makes food, the platform connects with customers, and then arranges delivery men to pick up the food from the merchants and finally delivers it to the customers. Su Wan thought about it and then spoke. Chapter 9, 23 Nanshi Takeaway Budget. Yes, the current food delivery model is composed of merchants, platforms, and customers. There are 3 parties in total. The current food delivery model is a platform that connects merchants and customers. It is more of an intermediary model, but many problems are prone to occur. Merchants, platforms, and customers are all independent. No one can guarantee the food hygiene of merchants. Hygiene problems are prone to occur. The platform's delivery will also be delayed due to various reasons. Situation. As for customers, there will also be some weird customers, which will harm the interests of delivery workers who deliver goods normally. Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan and told them about the current situation of the takeaway. But what's different about Mr. Chin's newly established takeaway? Tang Lu, what kind of food delivery is established by Mr. Chen? Su Wan asked curiously after hearing this. Fan Su also looked curious, wondering what would be different about the takeout established by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chin's establishment of takeout has broken the current tripartite model of merchants, platforms, and customers and directly transformed into two parties, merchants and customers. One link has been reduced, which actually eliminates a lot of problems. Tang Xiu spoke slowly, but looking at Su Wan and the others, they still had puzzled expressions on their faces and began to explain. Mr. Chin's takeout is a model of self-catering and delivery, and our cooking and delivery are all live broadcasts. If customers want to watch, they can watch the entire process of making their own takeout through live broadcast, and the whole process of delivery by delivery staff. In this way, customers can clearly see the hygiene status of the takeaway they ordered. The delivery staff have changed from the previous team model to employees of the delivery group, which can be better managed. Mr. Chun will also train the delivery staff to ensure that the delivery staff can provide better service when delivering food, client. So the takeout business that Mr. Chun does can be distinguished from the current takeout business. Our takeout business can 100% confirm the hygiene of the food, and the chefs are all trained chefs, and the dishes they cook are also very good. Guaranteed. In addition, the delivery mode is divided by region. According to the situation of ordering takeout in the area, the corresponding delivery staff will be arranged. This can also better ensure the delivery time. If this kind of takeout appears, will you use it in the future? Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan and Su Wan with a smile. If Tang Lu offers takeout like this, we will definitely choose Mr. Chen's takeout. Basically, many of the takeaways nowadays are unhygienic, and many of them are pre-made dishes which are not healthy at all. If there is a takeout platform where you can watch the whole process of cooking, I will definitely choose it. Su Wan answered very definitely. Nowadays, ordering takeout has no advantages other than convenience. The merchants are unhygienic, have pre-made dishes, and some bad delivery guys deliberately put all kinds of things in the takeout. But now that there is a takeaway that can ensure hygiene, how could she not choose it? Yes, even if this takeaway is more expensive, I will still choose it. Fan Su nodded and said, well, I heard the price is twice as expensive as normal dishes. Tycoon, not that. Is it twice as expensive? It doesn't seem to be a lot. Takeaway is now much more expensive than offline purchase. Suwon said, this is indeed true. I used to order noodles in the store for only 12 yuan, but on the takeaway platform it cost 18 to 20 yuan. Fan Su agreed. Lawyer Tang, your coffee. At this time, the waiter came over with 3 cups of coffee and placed them on the table in front of the 3 of them. Okay, you need to register the takeout business as soon as possible. The name is similar to Nana Coffee. It's called Nanchi Takeout. Tang Xiu looked at the 2 of them and said something, then took a sip of coffee. Oh, it is indeed the most expensive new coffee, and the taste is really good. Okay, Tang Lu, we will deal with this matter as soon as possible. So why not that? 2 days later. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Mr. Chun, this is the budget report I made. Please take a look at it. Wang Maoyan's careful budget report was placed on Mr. Chen's desk. Chenemo looked at the budget on the table, picked it up and looked at it, but soon frowned. Then he looked up at Wang Maoyan. Your budget is too conservative. You have to know that one of our takeaway stores is responsible for the delivery of takeaways in a district. You only have 500 square meters for a shop. It's too small. Mr. Chun, I have carefully calculated this number. If one kitchen is 10 square meters, we can build almost 40 kitchens, which can almost support the takeout of a district. A chef and an assistant only need a place for cooking and preparing food. Basically, there is no need for a large place. And one chef can maintain almost 50 orders a day, So 40 chefs can make 2,000 orders a day, which can basically meet the needs of a district. Wang Maoyan opened his mouth to explain. No, this arrangement makes our tomorrow group look too stingy, and the 2,000 orders you arrange for one district are too few. If our takeout becomes popular, our chefs can only meet 2,000 orders. What should you do at that time? Choose a new place? Another point is that it is too tight to arrange 50 orders for one chef. A chef is given 10 minutes for one order. If the dishes ordered by customers are more complicated, they may not be able to complete it. Another point is that for my takeout project, the delivery men are our own employees of the takeout company, and your 500 square meters are all used as kitchens. So where can the delivery men rest? Also, with so many orders a day, the ingredients must be stored, and in order to let customers see the freshness of our ingredients, it is better to put them in the open like in the market. Chun Mo shook his head and rejected Wang Maoyan's expectation. The first point is that there is only 500 square meters of area, and the funds consumed are too little. Secondly, he really thinks that 50 orders a day for one chef is too tight. So I thought about it and decided that 500 square meters would not be enough, so let's set the area at 5,000 square meters. Each kitchen is 10 square meters, which is too small. Let's set one kitchen at 20 square meters and a total of 200 kitchens, which is 4,000 square meters. And 50 orders for each chef is too many, so the daily order volume for a chef can be calculated as 30. In this way, we can receive about 6,000 orders a day in one district. Chapter 9:24 The area is too small. As for the remaining space, a part of it is used to place various ingredients, which are placed in the open like a market. Another part of the space can be used as a resting space for delivery men. When there is no delivery men can go to the lounge to rest. There is also the issue of the rental period. The 5-year period is too short. This is a long-term project. It will take at least 10 years. Chun Mo briefly explained the arrangement. Mr. Chun, with an area of 5,000 square meters, our capital consumption will be much higher. Wang Maoyan spoke with some concern. 5,000 square meters directly has one more zero than his 500 square meters. This gap is too big. At present, the rental price in Jiangxing is about 3 million yuan per year for this 5,000 square meters. So 30 million yuan in 10 years. Add decoration, kitchen utensils, and recruit enough employees. It will cost at least 35 million yuan to set up a takeaway store. There are 12 districts in Jiangxing, so it is 420 million yuan. Funding is not a problem. I want a high-end food delivery platform. You have to know that after the food delivery store is established, all situations of the food delivery store need to be live broadcasted. We call ourselves high-end food delivery, but the store is very crowded. Isn't this a slap in our own face? Chun Mo shook his head directly. He increased the area by 10 times, and each store only consumed 30 million. 12 stores only consumed 420 million. This money is really too difficult to spend. Wait until the end of August when the store in Jiangxing is opened. And we must choose a first-tier city to open this food delivery store. Otherwise, there is no way to consume all the system funds. By the way, the training base is too stingy. We need 200 kitchens for one takeaway restaurant. You can't train many chefs at a time with a 2,000 square meter training base. And there is also training for takeaway drivers, so 2,000 square meters is definitely not enough. According to the needs, chefs must be able to train 3,000 at the same time. And the same is true for takeaway drivers. Such a training base for 6,000 people, training venues, canteens, employee dormitories, and activity buildings. At least 100,000 square meters are needed. I'll give you 800 million yuan in funds, and all the construction models can be compared with those of the garment factory. Chun Mo made arrangements quickly, and then sighed secretly. He spent money so hard, but with the purchase of a car and other expenses, he only spent a total of 1.3 billion yuan. And he has 3.3 billion yuan to spend this month. He spent 1.3 billion yuan here, while Blue Film and Television can spend 1 billion yuan. Manhwa Coffee can continue to invest 400 million yuan if it expands rapidly. This way, he still has 600 million yuan left to spend. He still has to find other ways to spend money. Chen Montag seit helplessly. He thought that he could spend almost all the money in the takeaway industry, but he never expected that there would be 600 million yuan to spend. I know, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. He had always heard Wei Yin and Li Xin say how generous Mr. Chun was in investment. Now he felt it personally. Well, then you should implement the matter as soon as possible. I want to see the results by the end of August. Chun Mo looked at Wang Maoyan and spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan got up and left the office, and then returned to the cafeteria office. At present, the takeaway platform has not been built yet. He is still in the office here for the time being, and Dong Hong also has his own office in the cafeteria. In addition, the two have been colleagues for so long, and Dong Hong still has some undecided things at work, so he still has to help deal with them. So he stayed in the office here for the time being. He sat down at the desk in the office and recorded in detail what Mr. Chun had just arranged. Now that the choice has a direction and the area requirements are accurate, the current situation is to find the place that best meets the requirements as soon as possible according to the requirements and then take it down. There is also the matter of company registration. The law firm has already started to follow up. I communicated with Lawyer Tang yesterday. In about a week, basically all the procedures can be completed. Finally, there is the training base. Mr. Wei has helped to find this location. It is in the east of the city, not far from the current Feiwu Security Company. Wang Maoyan looked at the recorded content and nodded with relief. Now everything is on the right track, and the more important thing at the moment is to recruit chefs. One store needs 200 chefs, so 12 stores, that is 2,400 chefs. At this time, the training base has not been built yet, and there is no way to train chefs through the training base. In addition, time was tight, so he could only recruit chefs in advance. Otherwise, it would be too late to recruit chefs after the takeaway shop was ready. 2,400 chefs. It was definitely impossible to recruit them in Jiangxing alone, so he needed to recruit nationwide. With the current treatment of Tomorrow Group, he believed that many chefs would be willing to come. Wang Maoyan listed all the things that needed to be done on paper and walked out of the office. Now Nanchi Takeaway Company has not been registered yet, so he can only find the group's Human Resources Department for recruitment. Let them publish the recruitment information. Anyway, the canteen often recruits chefs for the canteens of several other companies, so there is no need to worry. Magic City. Nana Coffee Office. Sister, now all the locations for opening Nana Coffee in Magic City have been found, and the landlords have been communicated with. The contracts will be signed in the next few days. Lu Ming looked at her sister Lu Xiang and said excitedly, Nana Coffee has been disgusted by Nanrui Coffee for so long. Is it finally time to fight back? Nana Coffee has been open to saturation in Magic City at one time, and she wants to see what Nanrui Coffee will do. Well done, you continue to follow up on the contract and sign all the store contracts within 3 days. If there is a landlord who drags his feet, then change one. This time, Mr. Chun has issued an order that we must open all the Nana coffee shops in Shanghai by the end of August. The mall is like a battlefield, and speed is of the essence. We must open all the Nana coffee shops in Shanghai before Nanrui Coffee has a chance to react. Lu Xiang said seriously, and then turned to look at Chen Jun, who was sitting not far away. Manager Chun, there are so many coffee shops here at once. Can you finish the decoration in a month or half a month? The store has been found, and there is no problem with the purchase of goods. Now it's about decoration. I don't know if Qinglin Decoration can take on such business. Chapter 9, 25 Luo Yuan's Business. Mr. Lu, don't worry about the decoration. After talking about the decoration the day before yesterday, I reported the situation here to the headquarters. The headquarters knows that we are very anxious about the need for decoration, and they are very loyal to it. They sent several decoration engineering teams to support yesterday. So in terms of decoration, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured that all stores will be decorated within the stipulated time. Chen Jun hurriedly said that renovating 88 stores at once was a big project. And as long as he completes the renovation, his business trip here will be considered over. Okay, I'll leave it to Manager Chun to deal with the decoration. Lu Xiang nodded relieved when he heard this. He had been working with Qinglin Decoration for so long. Since the other party has said there is no problem, then basically there is no problem. Tomorrow Group, Sanshui Games. Inside a studio. Dear colleagues, joining Changfeng Clothing is not mandatory. Even if you don't join, no one will say anything. Another point is that because of the reputation of Chongfeng Clothing is still in a state of loss. I don't have a specific time for when to make a profit. If a clothing store wants to make a profit, it must at least wait until the clothing brand becomes famous. So whether you want to join Chongfeng Clothing or not, everyone can make their own judgment based on their own financial situation. Luo Yuan stood at the front of the studio and explained in detail about joining Chongfeng Clothing. Sangshua Games is his last stop, and he has already finished communicating with other companies. Minister Luo, does it only cost 100,000 yuan to join Chongfeng Clothing? An employee in the studio asked. Yes, the franchise fee is 100,000 yuan, but you still need to rent your own store, and there is still the problem of early losses. Luo Yuan began to explain. If it's 100,000 yuan, then if I join, it will be regarded as an investment. I believe in Tomorrow Group. The employee heard Luo Yuan's explanation and finally sat down and made a decision. Those who want to join Chongfeng Clothing can contact Mr. Wei. I will make statistics together and finally sign the contract with everyone. Okay, these are the contents of joining. You can think carefully about whether you want to join. Luo Yuan looked at everyone in the conference room and spoke slowly, then turned and left the studio. I found Wei Yan's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Is the matter done? Wei Yan looked at Luo Yuan, who came in, and said with a smile. Well, it's all said and done. If they want to join Chongfeng Clothing, they will tell you, Mr. Wei, first. Luo Yuan nodded in reply, but soon noticed that there was another person in the room. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chun Song from Tange Club. Wei Yan saw Luo Yuan's eyes noticing Chun Song sitting opposite, and then began to introduce him. Mr. Chun, this is Luo Yuan, the director of Chongfeng Apparel Business Department. Hello, Mr. Chun. Luo Yuan heard Wei Yan's introduction and quickly said hello. Hello, Minister Luo. I just heard you talk about joining Chongfeng Clothing. Is Chongfeng Clothing looking for franchisees? Chun Song first said hello and then asked, Sit down and talk. You're not an outsider. Seeing Luo Yuan still standing, Wei Yan hurriedly greeted him and poured a cup of tea. Luo Yuan knew about this, and he entered the company with Wu Yu. But his way of doing things is not as smooth as Wu Yu's and is relatively rigid. Logically speaking, he was not suitable for the business department. But because Wu Yu was transferred and Luo Yuan became the oldest employee, he directly became the head of the business department. Compared with Wu Yu's current boring short video manager, Luo Yuan's promotion is far behind. But with Luo Yuan's current position and the treatment of Tomorrow Group, the total salary plus bonus of a minister is several million. Compared with people outside, this salary is already very successful. Since Luo Yuan became the head of the business department, he has seen another ability, that is teaching ability. Luo Yuan's own business ability is not very strong, but his teaching ability is very strong. At this time, he has also trained many employees with strong business ability. However, Chongfeng Clothing is not well known yet, so those salesmen with strong business capabilities have not yet reached their full potential. Hearing this, Luo Yuan pulled out the seat and sat down. While looking at Chen Kong, Mr. Chen, our Chongfeng garment is looking for franchisees. Come over today to see if any of the group's employees have any ideas about joining. That's it. I wonder if there are still quotas for this franchise. Chun Song nodded when he heard this. Would you like to join Chongfeng Clothing? That's fine. Mr. Chun, Chongfeng Clothing is not well known at present, so joining Chongfeng Clothing is a loss-making situation, and there is no exact time when it will make a profit. Luo Yuan explained that Mr. Chun was Wei Yan's partner, so it would be better for him to explain the specific situation clearly. It doesn't matter. It's not profitable now, but I believe that Tomorrow Group will make a profit sooner or later. Just tell me how much the franchise fee is. Chun Song waved his hand indifferently. Tomorrow Group has many industries that were losing money at the beginning but all made profits in the end. He believes the same is true for Chongfeng Clothing. The franchise fee is 100,000. Seeing that Chun Song didn't care, Luo Yuan spoke directly. That's it. Then it shouldn't be a problem for me to join 10 stores. And I also have some friends. There are about 10 of them. If I join 10 stores, they will also join. I just don't know if you have so many franchise places. Chun Song asked. The franchise fee is only 100,000, and it is only 1 million to join 10 stores. This amount of money is nothing to him. Not to mention starting a company now. When he didn't start a company before, this 1 million was just the amount of money he randomly added to the game. We are franchising nationwide, so there are definitely many franchise places. However, if you join so many stores at once, you will suffer losses in the early stage. Luo Yuan couldn't help but remind him that this was the first time he had seen it after joining 10 stores. Even he has only joined 2 stores. The most likely ones are the managers in the group. He has joined 2 stores before. During this communication process, 2 more stores were joined for a total of 3 stores. Luo Yuan, you don't have to worry about this. Yes, Mr. Chun is not short of this little money. He is now worth several hundred million. Wei Yin joked from the side. Chapter 9:26 Non-Rui's Decision. Seeing that Wei Yin had also spoken, Luo Yuan said nothing more. Okay, Mr. Chun, let me add your contact information first so that we can communicate easily when joining. Good. Chun Song nodded, and the 2 exchanged contact information. Then, Mr. Wei, you guys talk first. I still have things to deal with here. Luo Yuan kept Chin Song's contact information, stood up, and said goodbye. He just entered the room and looked at the 2 of them. They must have something to talk about. Good. Wei Yin nodded, stood up, and sent Luo Yuan outside the office. Then returned to the office and looked at Chin Kong, the company's. Well, we have already chosen it. It is located near the BL Game Club, so that the esports players from both sides can communicate easily. Chun Song nodded and said, he came here the day before yesterday. Yesterday, he decided on the establishment of the company and the temporary company. After your mobile game company is registered, I think you can recruit employees first, and then I will also send some relevant personnel here. Technicians, go to your place to do some technical exchanges and make Extreme Survival and Dianlong mobile games as soon as possible. Wei Yin spoke slowly. The faster Chun Song develops mobile games, the faster they will make profits, and Sangshua Games will also make profits accordingly. This is natural. Chen Kong note that didn't know much about game development at all, so he naturally needed help from Sangshua Games in terms of research and development. By the way, Freedom Battle is becoming more and more popular on Hota Live, and it is gradually catching up with Extreme Survival. I have a hunch that Freedom Battle is likely to become the first with 2 Extreme Survival. Sangshua Games will probably have another hit game. The game has not yet been officially released to public beta. Whether it can become a hit game or not is still not confirmed. Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. Although the Freedom Battle live broadcast on Hutu is very popular now, it is still uncertain what the result will be after the public beta. I think there is no problem. The popularity of Freedom Battle live broadcast on Hutu is exactly the same as the popularity of Extreme Survival live broadcast on Hutu when it was launched. So I came here today, and there is one more thing I want to discuss with Mr. Wei, which is the live broadcast authorization of Freedom Battle. I am prepared to pay according to the authorization fee of Extreme Survival. Chin Song said seriously. He has now basically confirmed that Freedom Battle will definitely become the second Extreme Survival. So he will need the live broadcast authorization sooner or later. So it is better to decide this matter in advance. Mr. Chun, let's wait to discuss this matter after the public beta. Are you still worried that we won't authorize you to live broadcast? Wei Yin smiled and spoke. If Freedom Battle can reach the level of popularity of Extreme Survival, then he doesn't have to worry about live broadcast authorization at all. At that time, there is no need for him to take the initiative to contact you. The major live broadcast platforms will find him first. But if Freedom Battle isn't popular enough after it goes online, then he doesn't want to take advantage of Chun Song and the others. I definitely believe Mr. Wei. So let's not discuss the live broadcast authorization for now, but there is only half a month left before Extreme Survival is released. By that time, we will naturally know how intense the Freedom War will be. Chin Song spoke slowly, looking forward to the day when Freedom Battle would be launched. In the past few days, he has been playing the ladder to get points, but after playing for so many days, he still stayed in the bronze rank. This also made him sober up. The current closed beta players are all game enthusiasts, so they will definitely have a lot of talent in gaming. If he were to compare with these people, he would definitely not be able to compare. But after Freedom Battle is officially launched, many ordinary players like him will definitely come in. At that time, he will be playing in the ladder mode, so he probably won't always be bronze. Chun Song thought secretly in his heart. Jiangcheng, Nari coffee. In the office, Chong Rui looked at the computer in front of him happily. At this time, there was a live broadcast on the computer, and a beautiful woman was dancing. Looking at the woman's twisting dancing posture, she licked her lips unconsciously. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come back from Kyoto so early. There were two little darlings accompanying me there. Chong Rui thought secretly in his heart. But while he was thinking, there was a sound at the door, and he looked up. I saw the assistant walking in with a stack of information. Chong Rui looked at the assistant who came in. Chohui's Milit. Although there are not two little babies here, there is a little darling. Mr. Chong, this is the information sent by Non-Rui Coffee from the Magic City. Please take a look at it. The assistant put the information in his hand on the table in front of Chong Rui. I'll look at the information later. I have an urgent matter that needs to be resolved here. Chong Rui looked a little anxious and pulled the assistant onto his lap. Ah! The assistant exclaimed, but quickly calmed down. 10 minutes later, Chong Rui straightened his clothes with a satisfied look on his face, then picked up the information on the table and read it. But soon he frowned and turned to look at the assistant standing aside. Is this news accurate? Mr. Chong, I have confirmed that the news is true. Nana Coffee opened 88 Nana Coffee stores in Shanghai at one time and directly saturated the coffee market in Shanghai. The assistant answered, but his voice was a little hoarse. Chong Rui frowned even more when he heard the assistant's answer. He couldn't figure out what Nana Coffee was trying to do. Mr. Chong, how should we deal with it? Should we continue to open stores with Nana Coffee? The assistant saw that Chong Rui had not spoken, so he asked tentatively, should we continue to open stores with Nana Coffee? Hearing the assistant's question, Chong Rui suddenly thought of something, and then his eyes lit up. So that's it? Nana Coffee opened 88 Nana Coffee stores at one time just to persuade me to quit, so that I would know that you were opening stores very quickly, and then I would quit when I knew it was difficult. It's really a good plan. Fortunately, I am smart and figured it out. In that case, I will fight with you. I still have more than 2.5 billion yuan in funds. Let's see who will be the last one laughing. Chong Rui smiled confidently, then turned to look at his assistant. Notify the Magic City that Non-Rui Coffee has already opened 88 coffee shops in accordance with the previous model. Didn't Nana Coffee open 88 coffee shops at once? Then we will also open 88 coffee shops in Non-Rui Coffee, near every Nana Coffee shop. Chapter 9, 27 Joining. Mr. Chong, wouldn't it be too risky to do this? The assistant reminded him after hearing this. What risk are you taking? I have the support of Ruishan Group behind me. Are I afraid of their Tomorrow Group? Also, Magic City Fortress has started filming. When the filming is completed and released, it will definitely surpass Wandering Blue Star. And you're a little disobedient. I must not love you enough. Chong Rui looked at the assistant standing aside and pulled him over again. Chong Feng Clothing. Manager's office. Mr. Jiang, the number of franchisees has been calculated. There are 6,000 people in total, and more than 100 of them have joined. They are one of Mr. Wei's partners and their allies. Luo Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng sitting at his desk and said excitedly, in fact, there are more people who really want to join. However, many people chose the same city as others. But based on the first-come, first-served principle, employees who later chose the same city had to give up. Human, the franchise fee for one person is 100,000, so the franchise fee for 6,000 people is 600 million. And if all 6,000 franchisees open franchise stores, even if Chongfeng Clothing is not well known, it can still have some sales, and Chongfeng Clothing's income can also increase accordingly. As long as Chongfeng Clothing's revenue can increase, the corresponding losses will be smaller. Jiang Cheng sighed with emotion. He does not expect Chongfeng Clothing to turn a profit from losses because of these more than 6,000 agents. After all, Chongfeng Clothing is famous here, and the current sales situation of Chongfeng Clothing will not be completely changed because of the increase in agents. Mr. Jiang, although we are losing money in clothing sales, our agency fee of 600 million this time has also made back the money that Mr. Chin spent to establish Chongfeng Clothing. As for making profits, let's take our time. Luo Yuan smiled and said. He was not sure how much money the expansion of the clothing factory consumed, but this time the 600 million agency fee income and the sale of 3 championship skins, in general, almost recovered the funds Mr. Chen spent on expanding the clothing factory. Now the losses of garment factories are basically the daily consumption of garment factories. That's true. Things at the garment factory are not urgent. For agency matters, have you signed the contract? Jiang Qing nodded and then asked about the contract. Contracts. I have arranged for people from the business department to take charge of the employee contracts at the garment factory, and they have all been signed. The agency contracts for employees of other companies are handled by the managers of each company. They're all signed in about 2 days. The agency fees will probably be paid into the company's account within these 2 days. Luo Yuan said, well, you go back and write a report. I'll hand it in at that time. After all, it is a 600 million project. For our garment factory, it is not a small matter. Jiang Cheng spoke seriously. The garment factory had always been in a loss-making state. Now that there were suddenly 600 million in agency fees, it was natural to report it. Moreover, the agents this time were all employees of the group, so naturally they had to explain the situation. Okay, Mr. Jiang, then I'll go back and write a report. After hearing this, Luo Yuan stood up and left the office. Jiang Cheng watched Luo Yuan leave, feeling a little relieved. No matter what, this 600 million agency fee is a huge profit for the clothing factory. However, this will not solve the fundamental problem. If we want to make Changfeng Clothing truly profitable, we still have to make a fuss about Changfeng Clothing's reputation. Think of this. Jiang Cheng got up and left the office, went downstairs, and went straight to the clothing customization department. He came to the door of the customization department, knocked gently, and then walked in. Director Su, you are here too. Jiang Cheng saw Su Yining in the room and said hello. Mr. Jiang. When Su Yining saw Jiang Cheng coming in, he also said hello. Well, where is Teacher Linda? Jiang Cheng looked around the room and found Linda nowhere to be found. Sister Linda is communicating with the person in charge of the event inside. The settlement should be settled soon. Su Yining glanced at the office in the studio. Oh, I'll wait a moment. Jiang Cheng nodded, then found a seat in the studio and sat down. Mr. Jiang, you are here to learn about the competition. Su Yining looked at Jiang Cheng, who was sitting not far away, and asked, yes, if our Changfeng apparel can place in the competition, it will be a good publicity for our Changfeng apparel. As you know, our Changfeng apparel is good at everything now, except for its popularity. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. Recently, there was a high-end fashion design competition in Shanghai, and it was very famous. This is an opportunity for Changfeng Clothing to turn a profit. There is basically no problem with participating. Sister Linda knows some of the people in charge of organizing the event, so we Changfeng Clothing will definitely be able to participate. As for whether we can get a ranking, it all depends on the clothes we design. Su Zaning noted. She also understood the current status of Changfeng Clothing, so she also knew that this competition was an opportunity for Changfeng Clothing. She was also very glad that she had let Linda enter Changfeng Clothing at that time. If it weren't for Linda, she, a new designer, would not be able to get in touch with these competitions even if she had design talent. Not to mention letting Changfeng Clothing participate in the clothing competition. Mr. Jiang, Minister Su, you are all here. At this time, the door of the office suddenly opened and Linda walked out. Teacher Linda, have you communicated about the competition? Jiang Cheng saw Linda coming out and hurriedly stood up and asked. Mr. Jiang, the competition has been communicated. August 1st is the preliminary round. During this period, Minister Su and I may spend more time on design and strive to pass the preliminary round. Linda nodded and then spoke. Su Yining is a designer with good design talent that she has seen. In addition, because of her young age, she also has many novel design ideas. This kind of novel design idea is very important in these high-end fashion design competitions. So this time, she is not facing the competition alone, but she and Su Yining. She believes that with Su Yining's cooperation, she can at least enter the top 16 of the competition. As for higher rankings, it is not determined by ability. Those who can enter the top 16 have good design ability. At that time, if you want to stand out, it depends entirely on the inspiration of the design at that time. Chapter 938 Corner Apartment. What are you going to do with that cleaned area? Chinemo turned his head and looked at Pang Tao. This area is not far from the corner park and is basically within the scope of the corner park development. So this cleaned area should be the work of Pang Tao. Mr. Chen, we plan to build a corner apartment in that area. Now, with more and more people coming to the corner park, the B/U0026BS outside are gradually not enough. So I plan to build a corner apartment here, which can relieve the pressure on the B/U0026BS and also gain a group of tourists here. My plan is to lower the price a little bit to ensure that the B/U0026BS can operate normally and make a profit. This will attract many tourists. Once there are more tourists, we will have many other profitable projects. After all, this is inside the corner park, but tourists who stay here must eat and drink, and we can make a profit from sales in this area. Of course, the selling price is still the same as the price outside, and it will not increase, but as long as there are enough tourists coming, we can still make a lot of money. Pang Tao described his plan in detail. When he was building the cat castle, he was going to start building this corner apartment. It's just that at that time, the corner pet park had not yet caused many people to want to buy their cat and dog food because of the golden retriever incident. So at that time, the monthly profit of the corner pet park was only more than 20 million, and the construction of this corner apartment could not be built with tens of millions. In addition to Mr. Chen's plan to build a corner square, he temporarily put aside the plan of the corner apartment. But now that the cat castle and the corner square are all built, it's time for him to start building the corner square. Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard Pang Tao's words. Hearing Pang Tao's words, he could see that the corner square could make a profit. But he didn't refuse directly. He felt that if he operated it, he could still make it lose money or make a lower profit. And for this project, he only needs to change it slightly to increase the capital investment. Since he wants to build an apartment, it must be bigger. It just so happens that he still has 300 million funds that have no place to support, so investing in this is okay. Chinemo thought about it and felt that it was feasible to a certain extent, but he still needs to think about how to operate it better. The electric track was running slowly. The speed was not very fast, and the surrounding scenery could be clearly seen, but soon a construction site was seen in the distance. What is being built on this construction site? Chinemo was a little confused. The corner pet park was already very remote, and he didn't expect that someone would develop it in a place more remote than the corner pet park. Mr. Chun, this construction site is also our industry. Pang Tao smiled and answered when he heard Mr. Chen's question. What is your pet park going to build here? Mr. Chun, it's not our corner pet parks industry, but a real-life extreme survival project. Real-life extreme survival project. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, and he almost forgot about this project. After the investment, he didn't pay much attention to this project. After all, the real-life extreme survival project alone takes a long time to build, so as long as it is not built well, there is no chance of profit. So he didn't pay much attention to it, but he didn't expect that this real-life extreme survival project was actually here. Yes, Mr. Chun, the real-life extreme survival project is also an entertainment project, and our corner pet park project is similar. In this way, tourists who come to the corner pet park to play know that there is a real-life extreme survival entertainment project here, and it is estimated that some people will come to try it. Also, people who come to the real-life extreme survival project know that there is a corner pet park nearby, and they will also want to go there to have a look. Can we attract each other? And I deliberately made the tram route pass here so that it will be much more convenient for tourists from both sides to travel. Pang Tao explained excitedly. He was looking forward to the construction of the real-life extreme survival project. By that time, he believed that the number of tourists here would definitely increase a lot, and the food, clothing, housing, and transportation here are basically the industries of their corner park. As long as the number of tourists increases, their profits will continue to increase. Chun Mo looked at Pang Tao's excited expression, and his heart became more and more gloomy. He understood that Pang Tao was going further and further on the road of Lao Lu and was already useless. How optimistic he was at the beginning, but he didn't expect such a result in the end. Fortunately, when he set up the real-life extreme survival project, he had already made precautions in advance. A project that costs 2,000 yuan to play once is destined to have few people playing. Mr. Chen. Pang Tao saw Mr. Chen looking outside in a daze and hurriedly called out. Yeah. Chen Mo turned his head and glanced at Pang Tao lightly, then asked, What other industries will this tram pass by? Mr. Chen, the next stop of this tram is the corner square. There are no other industries. Pang Tao said. Chen Mo was relieved when he heard this. He was really worried about hearing some profitable industry or plan from Pang Laolu. About 5 minutes later, the tram slowly stopped. Mr. Chun, the corner square is in front. Do you see the glass shed in the air? That's the location. We need to walk for about 3 minutes to get there. After getting off the bus, Pang Tao pointed to a glass shed in the air in the distance and said. Chunemo looked up in the air and saw a glass shed in the air, but there was no glass around. He had seen in the information that this should be what the corner square looks like after it is opened. Let's go and take a look. Okay, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao took the lead and walked in front. Mr. Chun, this is our corner supermarket. We sell all kinds of ingredients for barbecue and hot pot, and the prices are the same as the normal market prices. And here is a place to rent barbecue and hot pot tools. It only costs 5 yuan to rent the tools for one night. Because renting tools is very cheap and the selling prices of ingredients are all normal, many tourists come here empty-handed to rent tools and buy ingredients. Pang Tao pointed to a store in front and said with a proud tone, This plan was his idea. The profit from the ticket money of a square alone is still too little. The sale of ingredients is the way to make more money. Chapter 939, Win-Win Cooperation. In order to sell more ingredients, he came up with this method. It costs 5 yuan to rent barbecue and hot pot equipment. He believes that anyone with money to come here can afford this price. It will be a lot of trouble to bring your own tools, but you can rent them here for only 5 yuan. He believes that many people will choose to rent tools here. Another point is those tourists from other places. It is impossible for them to bring tools from thousands of miles away. Another issue is the ingredients. He used a very good method here. He does not prohibit outside food here, and this spot has received good reviews from many tourists. But why do other tourist attractions prohibit tourists from taking outside food? That's because the food sold in scenic spots is expensive. If outside food is prohibited, you can only buy it inside the scenic spot, so the scenic spot can make more money. But it's different here. All the ingredients sold here are sold at the same price as outside. The ingredients they brought with them after a lot of effort were found to be on sale here, and the price was the same as what they bought outside. If that's the case, then why would they go to such great lengths to bring so many ingredients? Wouldn't it be cheaper to buy them here? Over time, now in the corner square, even though it is not prohibited to take out food, there are not many people taking out food, and almost all of them choose to buy it here. So, now more than half of the income in the corner square comes from the sale of food ingredients and the rental of tools. The ticket price is only a small amount. Well, let's go to the square and have a look. Chen Montauk responded lightly. He asked Pang Tao to build the corner square, but he did not let him build the corner supermarket. This sixth child had taken the initiative to get so many things for him. It seems that when he goes to the security company for training at the end of the month, he will have to intensify his efforts. Okay, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao nodded and continued to lead the way. Chun Mo followed and soon saw a stage in the distance and a big screen above. Without Pang Tao saying anything, he knew this was the corner square. After looking at it, I saw a lot of tables and chairs placed under the stage. The distance between each table and chairs was also very wide, and it was not as crowded as a restaurant. There is a row of tables made of glass around these tables and chairs. If your guess is correct, those tables made of glass are folded from the glass wall of the corner square. At this time, Pang Tao also introduced. Mr. Chin's corner square is here. It covers an area of about 8,000 square meters and can accommodate about 2,000 to 3,000 people. The square is now open. If the weather is bad, the surrounding glass tables can be slowly unfolded through remote control and connected to the glass canopy in the air. In this way, it becomes a sealed square. Even if it's a rainy day, normal business can be done inside, and it's raining heavily outside. You can clearly see inside through the transparent glass, and you can barbecue hot pot, watch movies, or some tourists spontaneously go up to perform. It's still very interesting. Chun Mo nodded slightly when he heard Pang Tao's narration. If nothing else, what Pang Tao told was somewhat interesting. He almost wanted to come over and experience it on a rainy day. The roof of the shed is made of glass, so the feeling should be the same as being in the rain. Is there a remote control? Close the square and let me take a look. There is a special person in charge of Mr. Chen's remote control. I have notified him, and he will be here soon. Pang Tao said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a man trotting over from not far away and quickly ran up to him. Mr. Pang, here's the remote control. The man handed the remote control to Pang Tao. Well, you go back first. I'll have someone send the remote control back to you later. Pang Tao took the remote control and said, this employee was a newly recruited employee and did not know Mr. Chun, but he had no intention of introducing him. After the man left, Pang Tao picked up the remote control and pressed it in the direction of the square. Chun Mo looked quietly at the square in front of him and saw the glass tables and chairs on the ground slowly opening. After a while, the surrounding glass walls have completely covered the square. Chun Mo looked at this scene and sighed in his heart that Pang Tao really worked hard for this square. However, after walking around the corner pet park, he couldn't find a place to spend money except the corner apartment where he could spend money. I feel a little regretful, but if I can spend the remaining 300 million yuan this month, then it is not in vain. After taking a brief look around the square, let's go back to the office building. I have something to arrange. Okay, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao nodded and returned to the tram station. Because Mr. Chun came over, the tram did not return at this time. Enter the tram, which then moves slowly. Corner Park office building. Manager's office. Mr. Chun, please have tea. Pang Tao respectfully placed the brewed tea on Mr. Chen's desk. Chun Mo took the tea and looked at the writing on the wall behind Pang Tao's office with a vague gaze, speechless in his heart. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as there are people who are willing. He said this to Pang Tao, and the other party treasured it and hung it on the wall of the office. And why is the handwriting so ugly? Mr. Chun, what is the arrangement? Pang Tao sat opposite Mr. Chun and asked. It's about the corner apartment. I listened to your ideas and I think it needs to be improved. Chun Mo took a sip of tea, then put it on the coffee table and looked at Pang Tao sitting opposite. Mr. Chun, please speak. Pang Tao sat up straight when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He must listen to Mr. Chen's opinions. It's like this. The first point is the scale. I looked at the area you cleared in the corner park. The area is not very large. I require a large scale. The area of the corner apartment must be at least 3 times the area you have cleared in the corner park now. Then there is the price of the apartment you mentioned. I think there is something wrong with the price. If you set it very low, what about the B/U0026BS that cooperate with the corner park outside? Your apartment price is so low, and it is also inside the pet park. Those tourists will definitely choose the apartment in the corner pet park. In this case, there will definitely be fewer tourists staying in the B/U0026B, and those B/U0026B owners who choose to cooperate with the corner pet park trust us so much, but we did such a thing. WHICH is not in line with the development concept of Tomorrow Group. We require win-win results and do not abandon our partners. Chapter 940, Your plan is not ideal. Chun Mo looked at Pang Tao and spoke seriously. If you want to set the price low to attract more tourists and then make money by selling things, forget it. Mr. Chun, I don't mean to destroy the job of the B/U0026B owner. This is why I built this apartment small. The size of the apartment is designed according to the number of tourists in the current corner pet park. The number of tourists in the current pet park minus the number of tourists that the B/U0026B can accommodate is used to build the apartment. In this way, the apartment can be full of people, and tourists who can't live in the apartment can live in the B/U0026B. Pang Tao hurriedly explained. Chun Mo shook his head when he heard Pang Tao's words, and then spoke. Your idea is too ideal. Apartments can be booked. If I want to visit the corner pet park, I will find that the price of apartments is cheaper than that of B/U0026BS. then I will definitely choose an apartment when there are rooms, instead of coming and finding that there are no places in the apartment, and then staying in AB/U0026B. Maybe some people do it as expected, but there will definitely not be many. And another point is that you calculated this apartment based on the current passenger flow of the Corner Pet Park. Have you ever thought that more and more people will come to visit the Corner Pet Park in the future? By that time, the passenger capacity of our apartments and B/U0026BS combined will not be able to accommodate all the tourists who come here. What should you do? So, in order to avoid this situation, it is necessary to build this apartment a little bigger. And as long as the apartment is built bigger, your previous idea will not hold true. Pang Tao heard Mr. Chin's words and gradually realized his own problem. If the passenger flow of the Corner Pet Park becomes larger in the future, then his apartment will not be enough. And at that time, if he wants to rebuild it, it will take a long time. Moreover, many other projects had already been built in the Corner Pet Park at that time, and the new apartment would be far away from the current apartment. It is obviously not reasonable to have two apartments in one pet park. As Mr. Chen said, if the apartment is built large enough at one time, there will be no need to worry about the passenger flow of the Corner Pet Park in the future. I know, Mr. Chun, I will make adjustments to the corner apartment. Pang Tao nodded in response. But Mr. Chun, how much is the appropriate price for the apartment? It should be twice the price of the B/U0026B. Chunamo said slowly. Mr. Chun, isn't this a bit too expensive? Pang Tao said carefully. In terms of accommodation, the price of the B/U0026B is a bit more expensive than some normal hotels. And the price of the apartment is twice that of the B/U0026B, which is a bit too expensive. There is a reason why we are expensive. First, the quality of our apartment construction is definitely up to standard. Another point is that the decoration is all built according to the highest standards. The beds and quilts are all purchased from high-end brand quilts. Some small hotels have very poor sound insulation, which is definitely not acceptable. We must pay attention to the privacy of every traveler. There is also the issue of bed, quilt, and hygiene of supplies in the hotel. We must strictly control it. There is also the issue of food. We do not sell food. As long as you stay in the apartment, we provide tourists with 3 meals a day for free. The model is like the cafeteria of Tomorrow Group. A large cafeteria is built in the apartment. If tourists want to eat, they can go to the cafeteria according to the time. The specifications of the food are also the same as those of Tomorrow Cafeteria. The investment capital of this apartment is 300 million. Chinamo briefly talked about the plan for the apartment. The double price discourages tourists, and the free food perfectly destroys Pang Tao's way of making money by selling food. In addition, tourists need to go to the restaurant on time to eat. People who come here to play are all relaxing. We'll eat on time normally. If you don't go to the cafeteria on time, you need to go out to eat. The rent of the apartment includes the meal fee. If you don't eat, the meal fee will be wasted. In this way, it is estimated that few people will choose to live in the apartment. I know, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao nodded, and he admired Mr. Chun even more in his heart. If you really do what Mr. Chun said, the price of this apartment is actually not expensive at all, and it also includes 3 meals a day. Benchmarking the Tomorrow Canteen. He knows exactly what kind of food the Tomorrow Canteen has. Well, that's the way it is. Implement it as soon as possible. Chinamo said, and then got up and walked out of the office. Pang Tao and Su Jingming hurriedly got up and followed him, came to the downstairs of the office building, and watched Mr. Chen leave. Brother Ming, the matter of the corner apartment can be implemented. Pang Tao turned his head and looked at Su Jingming and said, well, but Mr. Chen asked for an investment of 300 million yuan to build an apartment, so we still have to plan it well. Su Jingming nodded. That's for sure. The price of our apartment is twice as expensive as that of the B/U0026B, so we definitely have to plan it well. At least let those tourists know that it's worth spending twice as much. Pang Tao smiled and spoke. Well, let's go upstairs and discuss it. Nana Coffee Diamond Shop. Teacher Su, there's news from Shanghai. Now, all Nana coffee shops have started construction. Song Xia took a sip of coffee and looked up at Su Dan, who was sitting opposite. Well, 88 shops started construction at the same time. Isn't it spectacular to think about it? Sudan smiled and spoke again. Since the coffee shops in Shanghai have already started construction, we should also prepare for the store managers. When all 88 stores are completed and ready for business, the store managers will also have to go there in advance. There is also the matter of employee recruitment. 88 stores require a lot of employees. We still need to notify the Shanghai office and prepare to recruit the coffee shop staff now. Also, we can train those employees half a month in advance. In this way, when the store opens, it will be much smoother. As for the training method, we can recruit all the employees and then bring them all to Kyoto. Each store will have several employees to intern. In this way, they can be familiar with the work mode and learn during the internship. Teacher Sue is still thoughtful. In this way, as long as all 88 stores are renovated, they can open immediately. Song Xia smiled and said after hearing Teacher Sue's story. Chapter 941, Manhwa Coffee's Actions. I just gave it a little more thought. My focus is still on research and development, so you have to worry more about the management of Manhwa Coffee than here. Sudan slowly said that as Manhwa Coffee continues to expand, Manhwa Coffee's our /U00260 department is also crucial. A coffee shop cannot rest on its laurels forever, and the taste of coffee must be new and innovative. Especially the Manhwa Coffee Diamond Store in every city definitely needs some high-end coffee to support the scene. People who can go to the Manhwa Coffee Diamond Store will definitely not be too bad in terms of money. As long as their Manhwa coffee tastes good, people will buy even a cup of coffee from $38.88, let alone a cup of coffee from $38.88. Okay, Mr. Sue, just leave the management of the business to me. I will communicate with the person in charge of the Magic City office. We will start recruiting employees now and then distribute the coffee to Kyoto and Jiangcheng. Conduct training. Song Xia nodded and said, but an unhappy look quickly appeared on her face. Nari Coffee is really rogue. After we opened 88 Manhwa Coffee stores at the same time, Nari Coffee also opened a coffee shop near our coffee shops. I had expected this. Non-Rui Coffee's background is Ruishan Group, and the boss is the young master of Ruishan Group. He must have certain financial capabilities. But don't worry too much. Since Mr. Chun has decided to expand Manhwa Coffee on a large scale, he must be well prepared, and he also thinks that the strength we have accumulated at Manhwa Coffee is enough. What we have to do now is to train the employees who have not joined Manhwa Coffee to ensure the service and quality of Manhwa Coffee after it opens. Nari Coffee is not as well prepared as we are. I believe there will be problems sooner or later. Sultan said with confidence. I understand, Teacher Sue. Seeing Teacher Sudan's confident look, Song Xia gradually relaxed. Mr. Song, Mr. Sue. At this time, two women walked over from a distance. You are here, sit down quickly. Song Xia looked at Lin Zhu and Zhou Mei walking over and waved quickly. Mr. Song, do you have any arrangements? Lin Zhu and Zhou Mei sat down next to Song Xia and Sudan. Well, there is something you need to do. Song Xia looked at Lin Zhu and Zhou Mei and said with a smile. They were superiors and subordinates at work, but they were still sisters who got along very well. After all, they had known each other very early, and she had recruited her from the coffee training class. Of course, she had also recruited the teacher from the training class, who was Teacher Sudan. What happened? Lin Zhu asked curiously. I need you to go on a business trip to Magic City. Now you all know that Magic City has accelerated its development, and there are 2 coffee shops among them, which need to be opened into cat cafes and maid cafes. And you are the person in charge of these 2 coffee shops, so you need to go there in person and open these 2 coffee shops. Song Xia looked at Lin Zhu and Zhou Mei and said seriously that cat coffee and maid coffee have always been a branch industry of Manhwa Coffee. One is opened in every city, and these 2 coffee shops are the only 2 profitable coffee shops of Manhwa Coffee, so they cannot give up. Don't worry. After we know that Manhwa Coffee is fully developed in the Magic City, we have already made preparations. I have already contacted the Corner Pet Park about the pets. Mr. Pang said that he has already contacted the rescue center for stray cats and dogs in Magic City. After we go there, we can go and pick out the stray cats. There is also the issue of population density in the Magic City. I have also communicated with Meng Mingxiang from the Magic City office, and they have given me a store of nearly 800 square meters in a location close to the pedestrian street. As long as it is opened, it can accommodate many customers in the store at the same time. Linju quickly said that they had been paying attention to the matter of Nana Coffee, and now Mr. Chun finally issued an order to fully develop Nana Coffee to fight back. Naturally, they also have to take action. It's the same here. I've already taken care of the staff. My two-dimensional people, but there are many people who are two-dimensional fans, want to work as a clerk at Nana Coffee Maid Shop. Now, as long as the maid shop in the Magic City is renovated, we can start business here immediately. Jomei also followed up and said that there are many 2D enthusiasts, but as a 2D enthusiast, you also need money. Except for some people from good families, the rest need to make money on their own. The Nana Coffee Maid Shop is their dream job. They can cosplay different characters every day, and the salary is very high. When I hear you say that, I feel relieved. Song Xia smiled reassuringly. Then let's work together to defeat Nanrue Coffee and make Nana Coffee profitable again. Let's work together. Let's work together. Sudan, Lin Zhu, and Zhou Mei all spoke out together. And at the same time, they clinked their cups of coffee on the table and took a sip. Mountainous areas. In a farmer's courtyard. Brother Xiao, in 3 days, we will take all the poor elderly back to Jiangxing. Wang Bin sat on a wooden chair and said with emotion while looking at Luo Xiao opposite him. Yes, I arrived in Jiangxing around the afternoon of the 29th. We have been out for 2 months this time. I really miss Jiangxing when I think about it. Luo Xiao also sighed with emotion. They came out in early June and followed Yang Xinghua to do a month-long census. Then they took in the poor elderly for another month. Now there is only the last batch of poor elderly left. As long as the last batch of poor elderly are safely sent to the Tomorrow Nursing Home in Jiangxing, their mission this time will be successfully completed. I miss Jiangxing a lot, but this 2-month trip also touched me. Yes, I didn't expect that there are such backward villages in every corner of the country, and there is still such a group of people who still have food and clothing problems. I think it is necessary to let people in the country know that there are such people in the country. Yes, I think this is probably the meaning of our documentary this time. I don't know what kind of scene it will be if this documentary is compiled and shown. I guess there will be many enthusiastic people who will help them. Wang Bin said. Luo Xiao was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then asked, "Do you think their lives are miserable?" Chapter 942 Literature and Art. It's miserable. I can't even eat enough. Why isn't it miserable? Wang Bin said without hesitation. But sometimes I feel that their lives are also very rich. They will become very happy because of things that we never care about, and they are really easy to be satisfied. Yesterday, the old man picked a basket of mushrooms on the mountain and packed them for us enthusiastically. The smile on his face seemed to be really happy. The old lady next door is happy all day because her chicken laid an extra egg today. The little 4-year-old kid at the end of the village ran around happily for several times because I gave him a piece of candy that I probably wouldn't eat for a whole year. He followed me all day long, looking forward to whether I would give him another candy. Luo Xiao looked up at the sky, recalling what he had seen and heard in the past 2 months. Will he be happy because of those little things? How could it be? An egg only costs a few cents, and you can buy a big bag of any candy. Let him go to the mountains to pick mushrooms. It's so tiring, so he might as well just spend money to buy them. But don't people live just to be happy? And the elderly and children in the mountain villages can easily obtain happiness. And what would he be happy about now? I wonder, when did you become so artistic? Wang Bin looked at Luo Xiao and kicked the wooden chair where Luo Xiao was sitting. The wooden chair has experienced the ravages of time and has long been weak and starts to shake. Luo Xiao immediately came to his senses, hurriedly stabilized the chair to prevent himself from falling, and looked up at Wang Bin. I'm discussing business with you. What's the business? If you feel happy, you can stay here. I still want to act when I go back. Do you know that now Boring Short Video and Sangshua Games can both earn 1 billion yuan? 1 billion yuan belongs to one building. We cannot fall behind. Wang Bin couldn't help but speak. Luo Xiao suddenly laughed when he heard this. Yes, there was nothing else that could make him happy. That is to make a hit movie and then tell Wei Yin and Li Shun at the dinner table that my movie has become a hit again. However, he also had some ideas about the documentary. Recording the lives of those villagers should not only highlight the hardships of their lives, but also film the scenes he just mentioned. This is what a documentary should be like, with all the ups and downs, bitterness, spicy, and salty. The most authentic is the most touching. Okay, I'll look for the crew when I get back and see if I can find a suitable crew for you. Luo Xiao smiled and said, "That's pretty much it. I have a scene to shoot. So what do you do?" Wang Bin nodded. If I have nothing to do, I will go to Kyoto Film and Television City to see the progress of the filming there and keep an eye on things. Okay, then let's separate here and try to increase the profitability of Blue Film and Television. We can't be overtaken by Tsangshui games and boring short videos. The next day, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo looked at the computer screen intently. At this time, he was controlling the character in the game to attack the opponent's center. As a jungler, it is necessary to catch people. The kill information will pop up soon. Chinemo showed a faint smile. He had been playing for so many days, and he had yet to meet a jungler. It was so satisfying. Anyone in the wild area can be brushed, and people can be captured at will. The sense of accomplishment in this freedom battle is already much higher than the two games, Extreme Survival and Dragon. He hasn't played those two games in the past 2 days and has been playing Freedom Battle. Now he has reached the platinum rank through his efforts. As for why we want to play games, of course the current system funds only have 1 billion left, and this 1 billion is used to expand Blue Film and Television. In other words, he has now spent all the system funds. In such a situation, you definitely need to relax a bit. A game is over. Chinemo was about to start the next game when he found a pop-up window suddenly appeared in the game. The game will be in public beta in the early hours of tonight. After 10 minutes, the game will be maintained. Players who want to play can download the public beta version during the public beta. The download address is available on both the game platform and Tsangshui official website. Looking at the pop-up window that suddenly appeared, Chinemo suddenly realized that the Freedom Battle will start open beta tomorrow. Think of this. Chinemo took a deep breath. The Freedom Battle open beta test means that Tsangshui Games will have another profitable project. I just don't know what the number of first-person downloads will be tomorrow. But it's time to make some preparations. As Tsangshui Games' profits increase, he definitely needs more projects to consume funds. However, after returning from a visit to the Corner Pet Park some time ago, he thought of continuing to invest money in the project. That is the real estate project. Now that the Tomorrow community will hand over the houses at the end of August, it means that the Tomorrow community project is completely over, and then he can continue to invest in new real estate projects. After testing, the system also recognized his decision, and the system allows him to invest a maximum of 2 billion yuan in the new real estate project. The previous Tomorrow community project had a maximum investment of only 1.5 billion yuan. But this new project can actually invest 2 billion yuan. This surprised him a little, but the system also gave him some restrictions. In Jiangcheng, a high-end community has already been built, so due to market saturation, he can no longer build a high-end community like Tomorrow Group. For example, in terms of decoration, it can be a unified fine decoration, but it cannot be like Tomorrow community, where the decoration style of each room is different. There is also the issue of apartment type. Large apartments of 200 square meters can be available, but they cannot exceed 5% of the total number of apartment types. Then there is the housing price, which cannot exceed 20,000 yuan per square meter. Of course, the quality of the construction project must be guaranteed. If he cuts corners in construction, not only will he not be able to get over the psychological barrier, but the system will also determine that he is illegal and endangers the lives and safety of Saitai's ends. For these restrictions of the system, Chinemo thought about it and decided that there was no problem. The average room in Jiangcheng is 8,000 to 9,000 per square meter. He priced it at 20,000 per square meter, so few people can afford it. And since the 200 square meter units cannot exceed 5%, then the other units should be 100 and 150 square meters, which can further increase the price of buying a house. It can also discourage some people. So with this new real estate project, he instantly had another way to spend 2 billion yuan. Chapter 943, Online Figure. In addition, Nanchi Takeout and Nana Coffee will be completed in various cities by the end of August, and he can put these two industries into other cities for full development. This will consume a large amount of funds, roughly estimated to be at least more than 2 billion. This way, the profit of 4.4 billion in the 2 months of August and September can basically be consumed. There is an additional investment of 3 billion yuan in the competition base, an additional investment of 1 billion yuan in the school, and an additional investment of 400 million yuan in Sangshua Game server and anti-cheating system project development. The total is an additional investment of 4.4 billion. Calculated this way, even if Freedom Battle can bring some profits, it will not be enough to effect his settlement. With these plans, that's why he was able to play games with such peace of mind these days. Chinemo sat back on his seat, looked at the announcement that the game had popped up, and turned off the game. Bang! A slight sound came from the side. Chinemo turned around and saw that Shunro was carefully placing a cup of coffee on the table. Mr. Chun, please continue. I see there is no coffee. Shunro smiled and spoke. Well, I noticed some changes in the taste of the coffee. Did I change the coffee beans? Chinemo nodded and then asked. Mr. Chun has purchased a new coffee bean from Nana Coffee. I heard it is quite expensive. I also know that Mr. Chun likes coffee, so he sent me some. That's it, I understand. Go ahead and do your work. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro smiled and nodded, then turned and returned to her office. Chinemo watched Shinro return to the office, then picked up the coffee again and shook it. New coffee beans are quite expensive. This Nana Coffee is not bad. If you still buy such expensive coffee beans in a state of losing money, wouldn't it mean that you can lose more money? Not bad. Then Song Xia still made some progress. Chinemo thought to himself and smiled. But Wei Yin, Luo Xiao, Li Shun, Peng Tao, those guys are a different matter. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin should arrive in Jiangxing tonight. They need to be sent to the security company for training as soon as possible. Night. Inside a restaurant. Let us welcome Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang back. Li Shun raised his wine glass and said loudly. Wei Yin, Wu Yu also raised their glasses. Thank you a few. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were moved when they saw this, and they also raised their glasses. Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang, what do you think when you come back from 2 months away? Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin and asked curiously. Now among these people, he is the only one who has never picked up or dropped off poor elderly people. Li Shun and Wu Yu had already been there before, so he was still very curious about picking up poor elderly people. I don't know when Mr. Chen will ask him to go there. This time, the Freedom Battle will be online. Wei Yin thought secretly in his heart. What are your thoughts? There are many. I saw many scenes in those villages that I have never thought of before. I have never thought that there are such poor places in China. Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he thought about what he saw and heard in those mountain villages. Yes, the elderly and children are living a very hard life. Some of them can't even eat. Wang Bin echoed. That's true. When Wu Yu and I went to pick up poor elderly people, we also saw many scenes like this. Li Shun also spoke. Wei Yin looked at the few people and suddenly fell silent. It turned out that he was the only poor old man at this table who had never picked up or dropped off. Thanks to Mr. Wei's documentary shooting, we have recorded all the life in those mountainous areas during this trip. We will make it into a documentary when the time comes. I believe that if this documentary is released, it will definitely arouse many people's emotions and let everyone know that there are still many people in our country who have not got rid of the problem of eating. Luo Xiao looked at Wei Yin and said, Wei Yin proposed the filming of the documentary, so I still have to thank him. I just made a suggestion, and it's you who will implement it in the end. Wei Yin smiled indifferently. Is it a documentary? If it is edited well, I think it can be played on a boring short video. The popularity of boring short videos is already enough. In addition, this documentary is very meaningful. It is very suitable to be placed on a boring short video. Li Shun sat aside and suddenly said, documentaries are very meaningful films, and they can also allow people to learn something more real while watching documentaries. Such a video is very suitable to be included in a boring short video. Not to mention it is produced by Tomorrow Group. There is no problem with this, but it is still in the process of filming. We plan to shoot more content and then edit it. Luo Xiao nodded. Playing the documentary in a boring short video was indeed a good choice. Don't talk about this. I remember that Freedom Battle will be online in the early morning, right? Well, it's officially open to the public early this morning. Wei Yin nodded. Freedom Battle has been developed for more than a year and is finally coming to the market. Although the popularity has been confirmed on Hood Alive, I still feel a little nervous at this time. I don't know how many downloads there will be on that day. Haha, let's drink it till the early morning today, and I'll check the download situation together. Li Shun raised his glass and said with a smile, "Okay, tomorrow is Sunday, and we'll have a rest, so we don't have to worry about going to work tomorrow." Wei Yin said with a smile, let's have a drink first. Kyoto, Tinga Club. Zhang Jiu looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "Brothers, the beta server of Freedom War has been shut down, and the official server will be officially launched in the early morning. I will play Extreme Survival Live for a while. Recently, I have rarely played Extreme Survival directly. Another point is that Freedom War will be publicly tested in the early morning. Everyone go and download it. The first 1,000 fans in the fan group who download it will get a figure of a Tianlong player. It's this figure. The character is Xiaoye from Tianlong, and it is customized. There are only 1,500 of them, and the other 500 are drawn in the live broadcast room." Zhang Jiu took out a figure from the table. The figure is a woman wearing a rosy skirt, holding a 3-foot breeze in her hand, like a female sword fairy. And the rosy skirt also shows the woman's figure just right. In the live broadcast room, I go to Xiaoye's figure. This is the goddess in my mind. This shape, this ornament posture, I like it so much. Such a beautiful Xiaoye, I want it so much. Brother Jiu, I'll download it first. How can I get it? I really want to download it now. Chapter 944, 4 million downloads. Zhang Jiu looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. He knew that these old perverts would definitely like it. The method of receiving the handmade figures is very simple. After you download the game, send the screenshots of downloading and completing the registration to the fan group. At that time, the management of the fan group will select the first 1,000 people who sent screenshots according to the time you sent the screenshots, and then we'll take the initiative to contact you at ND ask you for the delivery address. Another thing to note is that we will not charge any fees for this gift, including gas fees. If someone charges you, don't doubt it, they're already scammers. Zhang Jiu explained. There are many people in his live broadcast room, and there are also some scammers. In order to prevent being used by scammers, he still gave a reminder in the live broadcast room. So, there is still an hour before midnight. My network is not good. I have to choose a place with good network to download. I have already started to prepare. I will download it as soon as the public beta is released. I must get this Xiaoye handmade figure. Oh, no, I'm still in school. My internet connection is too bad. What should I do? Oh, what are you afraid of? I've already gone to the internet cafe. I like Xiaoye so much. Oh, it's the 7th floor. The guard has locked the door long ago. Zhang Jiu simply glanced at the barrage and started the game. He has been playing Freedom Fight during live broadcasts recently, but he has been playing Extreme Survival during daytime training. After all, this is his main game. Time passed by little. Soon it was early morning. Jiangcheng, in the restaurant. Wei Yin and his friends all took out their mobile phones, found the software download platform, and observed the changes in the download volume. It's moving. The download volume has moved. Wangbin watched the download volume suddenly increase from 0 to more than 100, and it was still changing rapidly. The next moment, it changed from 100 to 1,000, and he shouted excitedly. At the dining table, everyone looked at the rapidly increasing download volume, and their faces showed happy expressions. The rapid growth of downloads of Freedom War shows that Freedom War is very popular and indirectly shows that the game, Freedom War, should not lose money. Sangshui game has another profitable game, which means that the revenue of Tomorrow Group has increased again. They are naturally happy. Although they compare which company makes more profit every day, this is just a healthy competition not jealousy because of which company makes more profit. What they hope more is that every company can make a profit, the more profit the better. Everyone at the table looked at each other and then continued to pay attention to the download volume. Now, in just a few minutes, the download volume has exceeded more than 400,000, and it is still growing rapidly. It seems that the promotion of Hood Alive is still very useful. Li Shun sighed as he looked at the rapidly increasing download volume. Now Freedom War can have so many downloads, basically because of the promotion of Hood to Live. If there is no promotion by Hood to Live, according to Mr. Chin's policy of not promoting, it is estimated that no one would know about the public beta of Freedom War, let alone hundreds of thousands of downloads in a few minutes. Even dozens of downloads in a few minutes are difficult. Our cooperation with Tinga Game Club has always been very friendly. They not only promoted the Freedom War, but also the previous Extreme Survival was promoted by Hood Alive broadcast, otherwise there would be few downloads. Wei Yin said that now their cooperation with Tinga Game Club is very close. The development of mobile games, Tianlong, and Extreme Survival has been handed over to Tinga Game Club, and Tinga Game Club is currently preparing to move Tinga Club to Jiangxing. This will make their cooperation more convenient. Time passed by little. The number of game downloads has been growing rapidly. At this time, it has grown to more than 3 million downloads, and it is still growing. And 3 million downloads can be regarded as a small popular game. Congratulations to Mr. Wei. Sangshui Game has another profitable game. Li Shun looked away from the phone, looked up at Wei Yin sitting next to him, and congratulated him. Although he didn't know much about the game, he knew that a game with 3 million downloads would definitely not lose money. Wei Yin smiled when he heard this, and his nervous mood was completely relaxed. Let's continue drinking. We already have a general understanding of the download volume, so we don't need to worry about it. Let's drink to celebrate the successful public beta of Freedom War. Cheers! I hope the popularity of Freedom War can catch up with Extreme Survival. Cheers! At 2 o'clock in the morning. Modu. Tinga Game Club. Zhang Jiu looked at the Freedom War waterfront match in the game barrier and kept explaining. When the public beta was launched in the early morning, he immediately downloaded the game. At the same time, other players in the live broadcast room also downloaded the game one after another and even downloaded it more actively than him in order to get the figurines. Before he finished downloading, someone had already downloaded the game and sent screenshots to the fan group. When he finished downloading, more fans downloaded and played the game. So he stopped the friendly match. Not long after, Zhang Jiu, the commentator of the friendly match, arranged for the management to give rewards to the friends on the winning side, and then looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. I also want to play the friendly match, but I'm still going through the novice mission after downloading. I have been watching it for a month, and I am familiar with all the hero skills, but it is still difficult to operate when playing. Haha, I finally play Freedom War. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Yes, I have always been a cloud player before, and now I finally play it. It's fun. My download speed entered the top 1,000, and I got a figure. I was the first to finish downloading, and I got the Xiaoya figure. Ha 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 ha. Have you not paid attention to the download volume of Freedom War now? It has exceeded 4 million downloads. Oh, 4 million downloads. When I downloaded it, it was only a few hundred. Now it has more than 4 million downloads. This number is too scary. Oh, Freedom War 4 million downloads. Zhang Jiu looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and was a little stunned. He was just commenting on the waterfront game, so he didn't pay attention to the download volume of Freedom War. I didn't expect that Freedom War had just been open for 2 hours, and the download volume had exceeded 4 million. Thinking in his mind, he took out his mobile phone and entered the game download software platform, and found that Freedom War had already entered the first place in the number of new game downloads. Chapter 945 Rest Day. Is it already number 1 on the new game download list? Zhang Jiu was stunned for a moment, and then felt that it was natural. Judging from the popularity of Freedom Battle, a live broadcast on Hutu, it was a normal thing for it to become the first in the download list of new games. My eyes fell on the download volume behind Freedom War, and I found that the download volume at this time had reached 4.2 million. 4.2 million downloads, and the game has just been in public beta for 2 hours. Zhang Jiu has an estimate that the popularity of Freedom Battle will definitely catch up with the popularity of Extreme Survival. These two games have one thing in common. That is, before these two games came out, there were no games of the same type on the market. Therefore, if Extreme Survival can be as popular as it is now, then Freedom Battle is also very possible. The next day, early morning, Changbai Jinyuan, Chen Mo washed up, walked out of the bathroom, and sat casually on the sofa, thinking that today is the time for the public beta of Extreme Survival. I took out my mobile phone and entered the software platform to check. Hopefully not too much, Chen Mo thought in his mind, entering the software download platform and preparing to search for the name Freedom Battle to find the game. But soon he noticed that the name Freedom War was at the top of the new game download rankings. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo knew that his expectations had been disappointed. If it can enter the first place in the new game download rankings, then this download will definitely not be low, Chen Mo thought in his mind, and his eyes fell on the number of downloads behind the Battle of Freedom. 5.5 million. In one night, the number of downloads of Freedom Fight exceeded 5 million. Looking at the 5 million downloads, Chen Mo felt a little dizzy. With 5 million downloads, excluding some phenomenally popular games, it can already be said to be among the top. And that's just one night's worth of downloads, not even one day. The number of downloads will definitely continue to increase. Chen Mo gently rubbed his eyebrows. Although he was mentally prepared, he still had a headache after seeing more than 5 million downloads. Seeing such a number of downloads is enough to show that there is no problem with the acceptance of Freedom War in the world. Since there is no problem, he knows how popular League of Legends was in his previous life. He knows better than anyone now that when Freedom War meets the game market in this world, what kind of situation Freedom War will eventually reach. This is an existence that can surpass Extreme Survival. Wei Yin is such a rebel. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Now that Luo Xiao and Wang Bin are back, it's time to start a quasi-training plan. If Wei Yin, a rebellious boy, is not thrown to the ground, his surname will not be Chun. Chen Mo secretly thought in his heart that Wei Yin, who thought he had reformed his evil ways, actually held back such a big one for him. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door suddenly. Chen Mo picked up his phone and glanced at the time, knowing that Yang Duo should have delivered the meal. Taking a deep breath to calm down his emotions, he stood up and walked to the door to open it. Brother Chen, I brought you breakfast. Yang Duo raised the meal basket with both hands and tilted her head. Chen Mo looked at Yang Duo, smiled slightly, and reached out to take the meal basket from Yang Duo's hand. Yang Duo entered the room from Chen Mo's side, put on her own slippers, and ran to the dining table. Chen Mo was used to seeing this, and now Yang Duo spent most of his time eating with him and going back to eat with his parents. In this regard, he didn't say anything as long as Yang Dahai and Sister Hong didn't have any objections. With Yang Duo eating with them, the dining environment would be much more lively. Brother Chen, can you play games later? Yang Duo took a mouthful of rice and looked at Chen Mo eagerly. You don't do your homework anymore? Chen Mo looked up at Yang Duo. I have a day off today. My mother gave me a half day off. I will do my homework in the afternoon. Yang Duo smiled happily. Okay, whatever game you want to play, you can do it yourself. I will. Thank you, Brother Chen. Eat well first. Seeing that Yang Duo's eyes had begun to shift to the TV, Chen Mo gave a reminder. Okay, Brother Chen. Yang Duo nodded and began to eat breakfast obediently. Seeing Yang Duo's well-behaved appearance, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It would be great if the old guys in the company could be as well-behaved as Yang Duo. After finishing breakfast, the two simply put the dinner plates back into the basket and came to the living room. Brother Chen, do you want to play? You go ahead and play. Chen Mo spoke, then opened the laptop beside him, entered the software platform, and downloaded the Battle of Freedom. He went to bed early last night and did not wait for the open beta of the Battle of Freedom. But today was a day off, and he didn't have much to do, so he might as well play the Battle of Freedom. This game has already been developed, and he can't stop it. You are still making money when you should be making money. If you can't control it, just play it. At least this game is still fun. Soon, The download of Freedom Battle was completed, and you entered the game and entered the ladder ranking mode. It is now a public beta version. The ranks he had played in the internal test before had been reset to 0, so he had to play again this time. Entering the game, he chose a hero to play in the wild without hesitation. Early in the morning, in the bedroom, Wei Yin slowly woke up, picked up the phone beside him, and looked at it, and found that it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. He drank too much last night. He touched his swollen head, got up, and left the bedroom. He looked outside the living room and found that Li Shun and Wu Yu were lying on 2 sofas in the living room, and it seemed that they had not woken up yet. Suddenly, the door of another room was opened, and Luo Xiao and Wang Bin walked out of the room. Mr. Wei! The two saw Wei Yin standing at the door and hurriedly greeted him. Well, those two are still sleeping. Let's go inside and chat. Wei Yin looked at the two people who were still sleeping in the living room, and Brick One said to Luo Xiao and Wang Bin, "Okay, Mr. Wei." Luo Xiao nodded and returned to the room. After a while, everyone gathered in the living room. Congratulations, Mr. Wei. The download volume of Freedom War has exceeded 6 million. If it continues to grow, it will become a big hit. Li Shun looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite and congratulated him. Yes, Sanshua Games is going to have another popular game. This time, Sanshua Games' revenue will increase again. It seems that it will be difficult for us to catch up with Blue Films. Luo Xiao said. Before Freedom War was publicly tested, Sanshua Games' monthly profit had already reached 1 billion. Now that Freedom War is online, according to the current popularity, Sanshua Games' monthly profit will definitely exceed 1 billion. Chapter 946. Everyone's suggestions. I think there is still a good chance to catch up. Didn't you Blue Film and Television invest in a new movie and a TV series? If these two works become popular, then the income will definitely increase a lot. If you look at Wandering Blue Star, excluding taxes and other income from a movie, Tomorrow Group's revenue is about 4 billion. One movie is as much as our Sanshua Games' 4-month profit. If all the movies and TV series shot this time become hits, then the income of your Blue Film movies will not be low. Wei Yin looked at Luo Xiao and said, "Happy movies and TV series are never so easy to shoot. The two previous hit movies had a certain amount of luck, but this time they may not necessarily be hits." Luo Xiao smiled and shook his head. He really wanted to shoot a hit movie, but no director could be sure that the movie he shot would definitely become a hit movie. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's pack up and go to the Corner Pet Park for today's rest. I heard Peng Tao say that a new corner square has been built there. You can eat fresh beef and mutton in the evening. We will go there in the afternoon. Wei Yin did not continue the topic of movies, but talked about Corner Park. It happened that everyone had nothing to do today, so it would be good to go there for a stroll. Okay, I heard that the square is quite high-tech. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Li Shun nodded in agreement. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin also nodded in agreement. By the way, it seems that in the next few days in early August, we will go to Feiwu Security for training. Wu Yu said from the side. Yeah, I almost forgot about the training. It happens to be our 3 companies in the Tomorrow Building and the Corner Pet Park. Luo Xiao nodded. He had already forgotten about the training camp. We just happened to go to the Corner Pet Park to chat with Peng Tao and the others about this matter. By the way, we stopped by Feiwu Security Company to see the training ground at Feiwu Security. Our 4 companies are currently the most profitable companies in the Tomorrow Group. That's right, just like picking up poor old people, Mr. Chin will only send us to pick up poor old people when we contribute to the company. And this time the training is the same. It is Mr. Chin's positive attitude towards us companies. Recognized? This is indeed the case. But we cannot be complacent because every manager of a company is working hard to increase the company's profits at any time. That's for sure. I also want to surpass Sanshua Games' revenue and become the company with the largest revenue in Tomorrow Group. How can I relax? Corner Pet Park. In a farmhouse. The corner square will not open until evening, so let's try our farmhouse now. The taste of our farmhouse is also very good, and it is very popular among tourists. Peng Tao looked at Wei Yin and the others at the dining table and entertained them warmly. These are all managers of companies under the group and the backbone of the group. It is necessary for them to have a good relationship, Mr. Pang, there's no need to be so busy. Let's sit down, eat together, and chat by the way. Wei Yin looked at Pang Tao, who had been busy, and said hello. They didn't come here to be treated like this by Pang Tao. They just came to see how the new square was and talk about the training camp. I know, Mr. Wei. I just asked them to make the special dishes here, and they will be ready in no time. Pang Tao said, went into the kitchen and gave a few instructions, then came back, pulled out a seat in front of the dining table, and sat down. The iron pot stew at our farmhouse here is very delicious. You must try it. Then we have to have a good taste. Li Shun smiled and spoke. But don't eat too much. We will go to the corner square in the evening. I have asked the staff there to save the beef and mutton, but they are all freshly killed. Pang Tao spoke. Mr. Pang, the square project has been completed. Are there any new plans for Corner Park? I remember that the planning for Corner Pet Park covers a large area. Wei Yin looked up at Pang Tao. There is indeed a new project, and Mr. Chun personally stated the requirements. What project? Nowadays, there are more and more tourists in the Corner Pet Park, and to be /U0026, we can no longer meet the accommodation needs of tourists. So we plan to build corner apartments in the Corner Pet Park. My original idea was to build a relatively cheap apartment that would attract a lot of tourists to stay, and then we would make money by selling food and other items. However, Mr. Chin directly rejected this plan and invested more funds to make the corner apartment better and more high-end. But the price will be much more expensive, and then food is also included in the price. And a large canteen will be set up to compete with the canteen tomorrow. If tourists want to eat, they can go to the canteen for breakfast and lunch. Pang Tao briefly talked about the outline of the project. Now he has implemented the project and will start construction in the next 2 days. Well, there is no problem with the overall plan. There is no problem with taking the high-end route and the high price. But the only thing you need to pay attention to when taking the high-end route is to make tourists feel high-end. And what can reflect high-end is nothing more than decoration, various items in the apartment, and service, which is very important. Wei Yin nodded slightly after hearing Pang Tao's words. Yeah, I want to hear your opinions and see if we can make this corner apartment better. Pang Tao looked at the people at the table and spoke slowly. He has never been very confident about the project. If these people can give some accurate suggestions, he will feel more at ease. Well, my suggestion is about decoration. Most people who can come to the corner park to play like cats and dogs. In this case, decorate it in this direction. Don't decorate it like a traditional apartment. You can put more cat and dog-shaped ornaments or wall paintings, etc. Of course, you don't need to decorate all the rooms like this, just a part of it. And I also have an idea that you can make a cat room or a dog room and put some docile cats or dogs in the room. In this way, people who like cats or dogs but don't have the opportunity or time to raise them should like such a room very much. Chapter 947 New Project. Wei Yin briefly expressed his thoughts. As a former salesperson, the first focus is the needs of customers. Not to mention 100% of the people who can come to the corner pet park, but at least 70% of them will like small animals like cats and dogs. This is okay. Cat rooms and dog rooms. I think it is very feasible. Nowadays, some B/U0026B owners also keep 1 or 2 cats or dogs. Most of the tourists who stay in B/U0026BS like it very much. I'll even take it to my own room. If I really arrange some cat rooms and dog rooms, it should be very popular. Pang Tao said with a look of surprise. Sure enough, it was necessary to ask these people for their suggestions. At the same time, I also feel that my brain is too inflexible. Isn't this model somewhat similar to Nana Coffee Cat Cafe? I didn't even think of it. As long as it helps. Wei Yin smiled. I also have some ideas here. Wu sat aside and said, in fact, many of the people at the table are his seniors, and the one who is similar in age is Li Shun. But Li Shun is still a little older than him. Mr. Wu, please tell me. Pang Tao quickly looked at Wu Yu. Mr. Pang, just call me Xiu Yu. Wu Yu quickly spoke. Regardless of his position or age, he was still a little uncomfortable with Pang Tao calling him Mr. Wu. Okay, then you don't need to call me Mr. Pang. Just call me Brother Pang. Pang Tao didn't argue too much about this. Everyone's relationship was very good, and it was also working time, so there was no need to be so polite. Okay, Brother Pang, it's like this. It's about the canteen. Wu Yu spoke slowly. When our tomorrow group sets up a cafeteria for lunch break, everyone goes to the cafeteria to eat together because our tomorrow group has this rule, and it is work time. But going to work and resting are not the same thing. Most people cannot walk according to the time they go to work when they are resting. They may not wake up until the afternoon. And most of my meals are takeout, and I don't want to go out to eat or cook by myself. So if we build a canteen in the apartment, it is estimated that many tourists will not get up or have time during mealtime. Well, this is indeed a problem, but the canteen is decided by Mr. Chun, and there is no way to change this. Pang Tao heard Wu Yu's words and nodded in agreement. When he was resting, he would sometimes sleep until very late before getting up, not to mention those young people nowadays. It is possible to stay up all night and then sleep all day the next day. But the canteen was requested by Mr. Chun, and it was impossible for him to disobey Mr. Chin's order and not build the canteen. Mr. Chun requested to build a canteen. We will definitely build it, but I think the business model can be changed. The first one is about late-night snacks. I think we can increase the number of late-night snacks. It can be simpler, and there is no need to make such complicated dishes. According to the current living habits of most people, the demand for late-night snacks will be much greater. In addition, there can be a reservation function. Tourists can reserve what they want to eat today the day before, whether it is to eat in the cafeteria, and it needs to be delivered to the room at what time. And with this reservation function, we can also know how many people are eating breakfast today and how many people are eating lunch. In this way, we have an idea of how many meals we are going to cook. Wu Yu briefly explained his thoughts. If the canteen can provide customization and delivery services, it will definitely be very popular. I think it works. Pang Tao nodded after hearing Wu Yu's suggestion. Conversation room. The owner of the farmhouse had already brought the food to the table, and several people started chatting while eating. We have finished lunch, and there is still a lot of time until evening. Otherwise, we can go to Feiwu Security Company to have a look. They happen to be very close to the east side of the city. Okay, look at the training environment over there. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Since it is a training camp, it will definitely not be easy. I would have started to worry before, but now I am full of confidence and practice every morning. There will definitely be no problem with this training camp. Moreover, Mr. Chen also said that it is to improve everyone's cohesion. Yes, I think it should be similar to the military training in school. Now that I think about it, I still miss the military training. On Monday, tomorrow group, President's Office. Chinemo looked at the latest download report of Freedom War and fell into complete silence. In the past few days, the download volume of Freedom War, except for the rapid growth in download volume on the first day, has slowed down a lot since then. But in just one holiday, the total downloads of Freedom War reached 8 million. This number of downloads has already exceeded the current Tianlong and King Wei. It can be said that Freedom Battle has only been online for a few days and has already become the second most popular game in Sanshua games. And the current download volume is only during the holidays, and it will definitely increase in the future. It is only a matter of time before the number of downloads exceeds 10 million. Once a game exceeds 10 million downloads, it will become a hit, and now it can basically be determined that Freedom Battle is a hit game. The future income will definitely not be lower than Extreme Survival. Currently, Sanshua Games' Extreme Survival monthly profit is more than 600 million yuan. Adding in the game revenue of Tianlong, Sanshua Games' current profit is more than 1 billion yuan. Now with the addition of Freedom Battle, Sanshua Games' monthly profit will be at least 1.6 billion. 1.6 billion. This Sanshua game is really going to heaven. There is also Wei Yin, and the employee named Su Yuan. Also, Su Yuan. You should make a wish that the group will lose money tomorrow. Chen Mo was thinking about the names of those two people and had already decided that he would give them extra training during the training camp. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Subsequently, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin opened the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun. The two walked to the office table and said hello. Sit down. Chen Mo glanced at the two of them indifferently. He was also very unhappy with these two people. He recruited two people to shoot bad movies in the future, and now they will directly shoot two exposed movies for me. However, If you are unhappy, you will be unhappy, but there is still room for spending money on blue film and television. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Luo Xiao sat on the seat and asked. Chapter 948 Blue Film Entertainment. Well, there are new things that need to be arranged. Now Blue Film and Television has filmed 2 hit movies in succession, and the music department has also made some achievements. I think it's time for Blue Film and Television to make some adjustments at this time. Chunimo looked at the 2 people and said slowly, Mr. Chun, how should we adjust? Wang Bin asked curiously. Expand it. Chunimo turned to look at Wang Bin and spoke softly. Turn Blue Film and Television into Blue Film Entertainment, and Blue Film and Television is just a department of Blue Film Entertainment. And then there is the music department. The other is the new department that will be added, the animation department. After the department is added, you 2 will be the general managers of Lampion Entertainment. In addition, Lampion Film and Television Department, Music Department, and the newly added Animation Department will all select a department manager. In terms of treatment, it's fine compared to Sangxue Games. In terms of investment, I will invest 300 million in the establishment of the new department, including launching the new department and producing an animation. Chunimo looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin and briefly talked about the changes in Lampi Film and Television and the changes in positions. I know, Mr. Chun, and I will implement the new project as soon as possible. Luo Xiao nodded when he heard this. The expansion of Blue Film and Television again was something he had never thought about. However, he was still thinking about how to catch up with the revenue of Lampi Film and Television, Sangxue Games, and Boring Short Video. Now that Sangxue Games has expanded, he sees some opportunities. Animation is very profitable if it is well produced. Moreover, Mr. Chun has given 1 billion in funds, which is very sufficient. Mr. Chun, if we add new departments, the current working floors may not be enough. Wang Bin said from the side. Well, the building has been completely renovated a few days ago. You, Sangxue Games, and Boring Short Video will discuss together how to plan the building for tomorrow. Except for the top floor, this tomorrow building belongs to your 3 companies, Sangxue Games, Boring Short Video, and Lampion Entertainment. Chunimo looked at Wang Bin and said, this building belongs to 3 companies including Boring Short Video, and he also has an office building under construction. That office building was just prepared for Nana Coffee, Chongfeng Clothing, Jihan Agricultural Base, and other companies. Although these companies have their own places, they need an office to connect with the group headquarters. Okay, Mr. Chun, we understand. Wang Bin nodded. Then let's go back and deal with this matter. There's no rush. Before that, you have one more thing to do, which is group training. You all know about this, right? Chunimo saw the 2 of them getting up and leaving and stopped them directly. What we know is that we are going to Feiwu Security for training. Luo Xiao answered. Not only before, but the day before yesterday, they also visited Feiwu Security Company. Seeing the training equipment, they all had some expectations. It's good to know. The training time is tomorrow. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will bring all the employees with organizational and above positions from Lampi Film and Television to the Feiwu Security Company to gather. Chunimo looked at Luo Xiao and the 2 of them and made arrangements directly. He was originally prepared to wait for 2 days, but when he saw the popularity of Freedom Battle, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. These people must be well trained. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will make arrangements when I get back and make sure everyone arrives on time tomorrow. Well, then go and get busy. Chunimo waved his hand, and after the 2 left, he called Wei Yin and others to inform them about tomorrow's training camp. After everyone was informed, they got up and left the office. Go downstairs. Yang Dehai had already parked his car and was waiting at the door. He opened the door and got in the car. The vehicle starts. Half an hour later, the vehicle drove into Feiwu Security Company and stopped in front of the office building. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chen. Li Maota looked at the parked black Big G, took Yifan directly to meet it, and carefully opened the door. Chunimo got out of the car, glanced at Li Maota and Yifan, and then walked towards the office building. Speak to the office. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Maota responded and hurriedly followed. Mr. Chun, drink tea. Li Maota respectfully poured a cup of tea and pushed it to the coffee table in front of Chunimo. I wonder what Mr. Chun has planned for today. Chunimo picked up the tea and took a sip, then looked up at Lee Mauda. I have arranged for people from those companies to come over for training tomorrow. Are you ready? Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I have already prepared it. Their head coach is Yi Fan. There will be no problem training them. And the day before yesterday, Wei Yin, Li Shun. They also visited Feiwu Security. I have also made a training plan here, which can effectively improve his cohesion during the training process, but not it will make them work too hard. Lee Mauda responded with a smile. Those people were the management of various companies. How could he have the nerve to train like special forces? When Chen Mo heard Lee Maud's words, his hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and he knew that he had made the right decision to come here this time. This Lee Maud was going to let those trainees off. How could this be possible? He asked those people to come here to suffer, not to experience it. It was absolutely impossible to let them off. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Lee Maud with a serious tone. Do you think that I just let them come here to experience it for this training camp? Lee Maud wanted to say that he thought so, but when he saw Mr. Chen's serious expression, he knew that he had misunderstood. Mr. Chun, are you really going to train them according to the training methods of special forces? It's not the training plan for special forces, but my requirement is to train them to the limit every time without hurting their bodies. How can we improve cohesion? Only when everyone has experienced hardships and faced the difficulties in training together can we improve cohesion. Why is the comradeship so high? Isn't it because we have been through it together and have been tempered? This is the effect I want. It's not the kind you said, where you don't feel very tired, but everyone works together to complete some things, thereby improving cohesion. I don't need this kind of cohesion. It's not solid. Maybe it will be forgotten soon. So the training plan you just mentioned should be overturned and redone. Chapter 949, Dividing Floors. Chinamo really spoke. He asked these 6th grade men to come over for training, which would definitely make them suffer a little. If Lee Mauda followed what he said, then his training camp would be meaningless. However, he didn't want to really tire out these people's bodies, so he just had to train them to their physical limits and let them suffer some hardships. But it is absolutely impossible to let them relax. After Chinemo finished speaking, he thought for a moment and turned to look at Mark. You have been a Special Forces soldier, so you should be familiar with this kind of training, right? Yi Fan heard Chinmo's words and quickly answered. Yes, Mr. Chen, but I need to personally pay attention to their status because everyone's physical fitness is different, so I need to judge their physical fitness through exercise and then make a targeted training plan. Okay, you can train those people. I will come here tomorrow. You don't have to worry about those people's positions. You just need to train them. As long as you train them to the limit without damaging their bodies, make the most of your training. As long as you do this, the bonus will be inevitable. Chunemo looked at Yi Fan and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will definitely train hard. Then tomorrow I will do a simple test training and then make a detailed training plan based on their physical fitness. Yi Fan spoke and promised. Well, very good. I'm optimistic about you. Well, I came here today mainly to pay attention to the training. Since I already have a plan, I will go back first. Chinamo got up and walked outside the office. Now that the training had been arranged, he was just waiting to see which company managements would come for the training. Wei Yin, Li Shun. These 6 came over to check things out during their holidays. Fortunately, he was prepared, so this training session was in vain. Tomorrow Group, Sanshue Games, General Manager's Office. Now the 25th and 26th floors of this building are the offices of the group headquarters. This cannot be changed, and the 24th floor is the group's fitness floor. The first floor can be used for front desk, security, cleaning staff, and some logistics staff. So the floors that our 3 companies need to divide are floors 2 to 23. If they are divided evenly, they will definitely be inseparable. It is better for us to divide them according to their respective needs. Wei Yin looked at Li Shun and Luo Xiao in the room and said, Chun Mo has divided this building among their 3 companies, so the remaining floors require careful planning by everyone. There is no problem with this. 7 floors are enough for me. Almost all the projects of boring short video have been designed, and there will be a department responsible for each live broadcast section. It will definitely continue to expand in the future, but 7 floors will definitely be enough. Li Shun said slowly. Nowadays, the development of boring short video is very complete. Currently, there are only 3 floors of boring short video. However, the current popularity of boring short video has not reached the level of a big hit. If boring short video becomes popular and the number of users of boring short video increases, then it will definitely be necessary to increase manpower accordingly. But the space on the 7th floor is definitely enough. It's almost the same here. If they're all set up, it will be basically the blue film and television department, the music department, and the animation department that Mr. Chin requested to add. There are 3 departments in total. One department here has 2 floors, a total of 6 floors. That's enough. Luo Xiao also spoke slowly. Their current blue film and television only occupies 2 floors. The music department is not complete enough and does not take up much space. And whether it is the music department or the film and television department, most of the time those artists are outside making announcements. And even when I'm not making announcements, I rest at home. Unless I have to do some necessary work, I don't go to the company. At other times, the artist manager basically acts as a link to communicate. So they don't need too many floors here. Wei Yin heard the words of the 2 people and did a simple calculation. He obtained the office building of the group headquarters, the fitness building, and the 1st floor. That leaves 22 floors, 7 floors for boring short videos, and 6 floors for blue movies. Then there are 9 floors left. 9 floors are enough for Tsangshui Games. In this case, Tsangshui Games has used all the remaining 9 floors. We have established a mobile game department, a standalone game department, and now a client game department. Games in the mobile game department and standalone game department are both under planning. Although we don't need much office space now, when more and more games are developed in the future, there will definitely be a need for office buildings. And now the client game department already has 3 very popular games. These 3 games alone take up 1.5 floors. In addition, we are still developing independent servers and anti-cheating systems. This is also a very important department. And when our independent servers are developed, it will not only benefit us, Tsangshui Games, but also your other companies. It can be used. So in terms of demand for office floors, ours is indeed a bit bigger. Wei Yin slowly said, a game company cannot develop only one game. But after developing a new game, a group of people are needed to maintain and update the game. So every time they add a game, they will need more employees, and the more employees they have, the greater the demand for office space. Maybe when Tsangshui Games develops to a certain extent, the office space on 9 floors will not be enough. But that time will be at least a few years later. At least in recent years, the space on 9 floors is enough for Tsangshui Games. As for a few years later, at that time, Tomorrow Group will not know how far it will develop, and maybe Tsangshui will have its own standalone office building in the future. So he did not consider what will happen a few years later. No problem. Then the division is done here, and I will arrange people to organize the workstations in the next 2 days. Luo Xiao and Li Shen nodded. Oh, by the way, because the new office building in Dongsheng has not been built yet, the offices of some other companies in the group are still in this office building. That floor will be planned for Tsangshui Games. We need floors 23 to 16, and those offices are on the 17th floor. Tsangshui Games does not need so many floors at present, so let those offices continue to work there for the time being. When the new office building is built, they will move there. Like the richest man, I really don't want to make money. Chapter 950. Hot Search Again. Wei Yin suddenly thought of the office. The new office building has not been built yet, so those offices must not be moved. Then their Tsangshui game must not use 9 floors at present, so there is no problem leaving that floor for the office temporarily. When the new office building is built, these offices will move to the new office building, and then he can arrange that floor. Then I want floors 2 to 7. Luo Xiao said. Then the remaining floors belong to us. Boring short video. Li Shen followed. Soon, the allocation of floors in the Tomorrow building was completed. Li Shen glanced at his phone and then looked at Wei Yin with surprise. Congratulations, President Wei. The game, Freedom War, is on the hot search. Will you just send a message, and there was a screenshot of Freedom War on the hot search. Hot search. You are Freedom War on the hot search. Wei Yin was stunned for a moment, and then quickly opened his phone and entered Weibo, and soon saw the name of Freedom War on the hot search interface. And it was not one, but two. One is ranked 5th, and the other is ranked 16th. The 5th hot search was brought by Zhonglan of Blue Films, as well as the contestants who participated in The Voice of China, and even 2 mentors. They all played this game live. The Voice of China is the hottest interface this year. Although it has ended now, the popularity is still very high. These people go to play Freedom War Live, which is a very big publicity. It would be strange if it didn't appear on the hot search. The 5th hot search is already very high, and the hot searches above are really not comparable. What about that celebrity divorced, and what celebrity had AG? Who can compare with such hot searches? As for the 16th hot search and the 5th hot search, they are actually similar, but they're discussing where this Freedom War came from and why so many The Voice of China contestants all promoted it live. Even the 2 mentors of The Voice of China promoted it live. Wei Yin smiled slightly when he saw these 2 hot searches. He knew that such hot searches had a lot to do with Zhonglan of Blue Film. After all, Zhonglan was the champion of The Voice of China and also recruited several contestants of The Voice of China to join Blue Film. And she also attended the concert of mentor Li Ying some time ago. It is enough to show that Zhonglan has a good relationship with those contestants and mentors of The Voice of China. And now that Freedom War is on the hot search, the download volume of Freedom War will definitely be improved qualitatively. The download volume of Freedom War has been much flat in the past 2 days. He thought that it would take some time to break through 10 million downloads. But now it seems that with this hot search, it is likely that the download volume will soon break through 10 million. 10 million downloads is a hurdle for a game. As long as this download volume is broken, it is enough to show that this game is a hot game. As Sanshua Games Extreme Survival has been represented abroad, the current number of registered downloaders has reached 54 million, and the number of downloads is still increasing every day. This data, in fact, it is not very appropriate to describe Extreme Survival as a hot game. It can be said to be a phenomenal game. And Freedom War has just been online for a few days, and it has the opportunity to break through 10 million downloads, which is a trend of latecomers catching up. Wei Yin sighed, then put his phone aside, and his eyes fell on Luo Xiao. Freedom War can be on the hot search, thanks to Zhonglan from your Blue Film and Television Music Department. Is that so? This matter was not arranged by me. It should be Zhonglan who did it spontaneously. Luo Xiao explained that he knew about the launch of Freedom War, but in the past 2 days, on the first day, he went to the corner pet park and the security company with Wei Yin and others. On the second day, he just made a simple plan for Blue Film, and his plan was not used. Today, on the first day of work, Mr. Chen arranged a new project for him. But Mr. Chen asked to expand Blue Film Films to Blue Film Entertainment, and the music department is a large department. Zhonglan was originally the manager of the music department, and now she can be promoted to the department manager of the music department. There is really no problem with this. Zhonglan has indeed done a lot of things in the music department, and she deserves to be the department manager. Wei Yin nodded in agreement. Zhonglan has also sung in the Extreme Survival competition, which has also brought a certain amount of popularity to Extreme Survival. No more talking. Since the floor has been allocated, I should go back to deal with it. Luo Xiao said, then stood up and said goodbye, walking out of the office. I will also go back to arrange the moving of the floor. Li Shun also stood up and left. Seeing this, Wei Yin stood up and sent both of them outside the office, and turned back to the office and had just sat down not long ago. The door of the office was knocked again. Soon, Fong Chong walked in from outside. Have you discussed the floor matters? Fong Chong glanced at the office and found that only Wei Yin was there, so he asked, well, we just finished talking. We have 9 floors from 16th to 23rd. The 17th floor is currently the office of other companies. Because the new office building has not been built yet, they're still working there for the time being. Wait until the new office building is built and they move out. Then we will use it. Wei Yin answered. Before discussing the floor, he had already discussed it with Fong Chong. After all, Sanshua Games is not managed by only him. After the two of them discussed the results, he came forward to discuss with Li Shun and Luo Xiao. The same is true for Li Shun and Luo Xiao. After all, choosing a floor is just a small matter, and there is no need to call all managers together to discuss. Well, we don't need so many floors at the moment, no problem. Fong Chong pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Wei Yin. Did you know that our Freedom War was on the hot search? I just learned about this news. It was done by Zhang Lan of Blue Film Cinema. Wei Yin smiled and poured a cup of tea and pushed it to the opposite side of Fong Chong. The tea was made when Li Shun and Luo Xiao came over. When they left, they hadn't finished drinking it yet. Fong Chong happened to come over, so there was no need to make it again. So and I wanted to give you a surprise. Fong Chong smiled and said, with this popularity, the download volume of Freedom War will definitely exceed 10 million soon. Wheat Songshue Games will have another popular game. And there is another thing. That is, the big live broadcast platforms at Shue have contacted us and want the live broadcast authorization of Freedom War. Like the richest man, I really don't want to make money. Chapter 9, 51, 10,000 downloads. What price was given? Wei Yin was not surprised when he heard this. Now that Freedom War has been on the hot search, it probably won't take long for Freedom War to break through 10 million downloads and become a popular game. Moreover, Freedom Battle is a hot search on Huda Live. I believe that all the major live broadcast platforms must have seen it. It is very easy to understand that they want to authorize live broadcasts. The only uncertainty is how much money the major live streaming platforms will give this time. There are 3 major live broadcast platforms in total, and they have all given a live broadcast licensing fee of 150 million yuan. Fong Chong said, I remember that the Extreme Survival live broadcast licensing fee was 100 million. This time, Freedom Battle has just been launched, and the overall popularity is not as good as Extreme Survival. It actually gave a 150 million licensing fee. They won't have any demands. Wei Yin looked puzzled. It was too unreasonable to pay such a licensing fee. Mr. Wei is really awesome. You have guessed all this. Fong Chong admired and then spoke. The 3 live streaming platforms have one requirement. That is, when our Songshue Games launches a new game for internal testing in the future, we can also let them live stream the internal testing. This is the only request. Well, that's the only requirement. Wei Yin thought for a moment after hearing this, and then understood the ideas of those live broadcast platforms. Nowadays, the Battle of Freedom is very popular, and Huda Live started live broadcasting during the closed beta period and has accumulated many users who watch the Battle of Freedom. It can be said that it has seized part of the market in advance. The other 3 major live broadcast platforms do not want to lose this opportunity, so they also want our new games to be live tested in the future. Songshue Games has already released 2 popular games, so in the eyes of those game platforms, they are likely to develop another popular game. Even if it is not a popular game, it is very likely that it will have very good traffic like Dragon. As long as it is popular enough, you can gain a lot of traffic by live broadcasting on the live broadcast platform. Okay, since they are willing to put up 150 million, we have no reason to refuse and let people negotiate with them. The contract is still for 1 year. Now, whether it is Extreme Survival or Freedom War, the popularity will definitely increase after a year, and the licensing fee will still increase by then. Wei Yin spoke slowly. I know this. I don't know how many registered users our 2 games will add in a year. Fong Chong said with some expectation. Needless to say, Freedom Battle is a newly released game. Coupled with the existence of hot searches, the popularity will definitely continue to increase. Extreme Survival currently has more than 40 million download registrations, but it is far from reaching its peak, and many new players will enter every day. It's impossible to judge, but according to current data, the number of download registrations will definitely increase. Wei Yin shook his head. The data growth of this game is related to many factors. For example, this time, Freedom War suddenly became a hot search, causing the download volume of Freedom War to increase rapidly again. There is no way to judge this unexpected situation. Well, as long as the flow rate increases. Fong Chong nodded slightly. As long as traffic increases, the licensing fee will increase in the new year. By the way, now that games are so popular, the game peripherals need to be managed well. These are all places where profits can be made. Well, this is definitely the case. We have handed over the figurines and peripheral matters to the BL Game Club, and we can run them well by then. Wei Yin nodded. Yeah, then it's okay. I still have some things to arrange. I'm going to Feiwu Security for training tomorrow. I have to make arrangements in advance. Fong Chong said, got up and left the office. Tomorrow group, president's office. Chun Mo sat on the boss's chair. His eyes fell on the computer screen, and after thinking about it, he entered the game download platform to take a look. Hey! Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, then blinked. What's going on? In the morning, there were still more than 8 million downloads, and now it has suddenly increased to more than 9 million downloads. This situation is wrong. In the past 2 days, the download volume of Freedom War has stabilized, and the number of new downloads in a day is only over 100,000. And this morning, more than 1 million downloads were added, which is definitely not normal. Chinemo thought to himself and started searching. Finally, his eyes fell on the hot search interface, and he finally found the reason. It turned out that the game Freedom Battle was on the hot search. That's not right. He has never ordered the promotion of the game Freedom Battle. All current promotions come from Huda Live. But a Huda Live broadcast won't make Freedom War a hot search. Chun-Mo was confused and clicked on the hot search interface, then clicked on the 5th rank hot search to check it out. After a while, Chun-Mo looked ugly. Zhang Lan. It's Zhang Lan again. After reading the hot search content, he finally knew what was going on. It turned out that the contestants of China Voice played this game live. There were even 2 mentors who played it live. This is not surprising. China Voice is the most popular variety show today. Even though the competition is over now, the popularity is still there. With such a high popularity, plus the live broadcasts of the contestants and the 2 mentors, an increase of 1 million downloads in one afternoon is already considered a small number. This Zhang Lan is really getting more and more dishonest. Chinemo was unhappy, and then took out a booklet from the drawer beside him, turned to Zhang Lan's interface and drew a big cross on it. Looking at the newly added crosses on Zhang Lan's interface in recent times, the number of crosses is also ranked high in this booklet. What is Zhang Lan? Don't think about it during the training tomorrow. Chun-Mo snorted coldly. Zhang Lan, the 6th one, is making trouble more and more frequently. Blue Film. Music department. Mr. Luo, I understand. I will manage the music department well. Zhang Lan was delighted when she heard Luo Zhao's words. She didn't expect that Blue Film would expand and become Blue Film Entertainment, and she became the manager of the music department directly. Well, I believe you, and you let those contestants of China Good Voice play Freedom War live to promote it, which is very helpful for the download volume of Freedom War. It has become a hot search now. Luo Xiao smiled and said, Mr. Luo, I just wanted to play it live to promote it myself at first. It was those contestants of China Good Voice who saw it and spontaneously went to play it live. I didn't do anything. Zhang Lan smiled and shook her head. She didn't plan to let those contestants of China Good Voice play Freedom War live at first. Like the richest man, I really don't want to make money. Chapter 952. Training begins. Her initial idea was just to play a few Freedom Battle live broadcasts. After all, she now has some fans, and playing Freedom Battle live can also play a certain publicity role. No matter how effective the propaganda is, as long as it can increase the number of downloads of Freedom War, it is good. But what he didn't expect was that when she was playing Freedom Battle live, the contestants of The Voice of China also saw her playing this game live. I also know some of the relationship between this Freedom War and Blue Film and Television. Those players also played Freedom Battle Live in order to help. Later, for mentors also found out. 2 of the mentors were very interested in Freedom Battle and also played Freedom Battle Live. Of course, more importantly, they also have something to do and want her to be a guest singer at their concert. And of course, there are several contestants from their company on The Voice of China. She understands why she and those contestants are wanted to attend the concert. As long as she and those contestants attend the concert and promote it, it will be a hit for the concert. Although the popularity of those instructors is high enough, who would dislike the popularity? But even if these 2 mentors don't go to the live broadcast to play Freedom Battle, They will definitely go if the schedule is suitable. She just didn't expect that this situation would become a hot search topic. But this is also a good thing, as it can increase the traffic of Freedom Battle faster. No matter what, Freedom War. As downloads have increased again this time due to hot searches. It is estimated that it will exceed 10 million downloads in a few days and become a popular game. And the biggest credit goes to you. Okay, no more words. From now on, you will be the department manager of the music department. Except for some major decisions that need to be reported to me, you can make your own decisions on small matters. Also, we are obviously going to Feiwu security for training. Don't forget the past. Luo Xiao smiled and said a few words, then turned and left the office. Now that the floors have been allocated, he should also make arrangements to move floors. Otherwise, he might not have so much time for training tomorrow. The next day, non-military security. In the training square, Chinemo stood on the training table and looked at the management staff. Among these people, Wei Yin, Li Shun, Fong Chong, Wu Yu, Luo Xiao, Peng Tao, Zhang Lan. These are already the senior members of the Tomorrow Group. The ingredients of Laolu are deep-rooted. The management behind these people can be said to be the reserve sixth after the senior sixth. After all, if a company can make so much profit, one senior person is definitely not enough. It would definitely be inseparable from the hard work of other employees. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't affect the normal operation of the company, he would have wanted to bring all the employees of these 4 companies over for training. But when they were all brought over for training, these 4 companies stopped functioning, which was not allowed by the system. So he could only call the leaders of these companies over. Mr. Chun, please say a few words. Li Mauda came over with a microphone. Chunimo nodded when he heard this. In order for this training camp to proceed smoothly, he must say a few words. He reached out to take the microphone handed over by Li Mauda and looked at. Good morning, everyone. I am Chinemo, president of Tomorrow Group. Just finished saying. Chinemo paused for a moment, waited until the applause disappeared, and then continued to speak. This training camp is mainly to cultivate cohesion among our employees. The ability of employees determines the lower limit, but the cohesion of employees can determine the upper limit. As long as the cohesion of employees reaches a certain level, we can create miracles, so we have today's training camp. But what I want to emphasize here is that this training camp is not entertainment, nor is it military training in school, but real training. I will train you to the limit. You will be very hard, tired, and in pain, but I believe you will persevere. As long as you persevere, you will transform. You may say, what can a training camp bring to the company? What I want to say is that this training camp may not bring any benefits to the company on the surface, but during the training process, the tacit understanding between your employees will strengthen each other. The emotions between people will continue to affect the operation of the company in the future. And the instructor Yi Fan next to me will be your future coach. I am here to give you a warning. When training here, you must forget your previous identities. You only have one identity, and that is the non-military security students. If you let me know that any of you uses your status in the company to suppress Instructor Yi, then don't blame me for being rude. Instructor Ye's words are the most important here. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me to report it. Do you understand everything? Chinemo looked at. I understand. There was a neat response from the audience. I can't hear what you were saying. I understand. All the employees in the audience shouted with all their strength. Chinemo nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Mark. The next training will be handed over to you. If any of them disobey the discipline, just come to me and I will help you solve it. Okay, Mr. Chun, this training is so important. I will definitely train them seriously and train all of them to the limit. Yi Fan nodded solemnly. Mr. Chun just said that this limit is related to the future of Tomorrow Group and the upper limit of Tomorrow Group. He naturally has to train well in this training. Chun Mo was stunned when he heard Yi Fan's answer, then reacted and continued to speak. That's right, I'm handing these people over to you, and the future of Tomorrow Group is also in your hands, so don't be soft-hearted, and these trainings are also good for their health. You know, they sit in the office to work every day. In this way, most people are in a sub-healthy state for a long time, so this training can also improve their health. I understand, Mr. Chun, For the health of these old employees and the future of Tomorrow Group, I will definitely train seriously. Yi Fan said with a serious expression. He had some concerns before, but now he has none of them. Like the richest man, I really don't want to make money. Chapter 9, 2 kilometers is too short. This is about the future of Tomorrow Group. How can he be careless? If he had just joined Feiwu Security Company, he might not have had any ideas, but now he really hopes that Tomorrow Group will get better and better. After all, only if Tomorrow Group gets better and better, Feiwu Security can continue. He really doesn't want to lose this job. Yes, who will be willing to give up a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan. Since Mr. Chun came here last time, he was directly promoted to the chief instructor of Feiwu Security, and his salary was directly comparable to the position of the company's director. He didn't realize anything that day, but a day later, the extra salary was directly transferred to his account. He knew that he had entered a very good company, and he knew that the benefits mentioned before were definitely not a joke. And he had never encountered the point of early salary. Another point is that a few days after he was promoted to chief instructor, he was directly assigned a car, and he chose it by himself, as long as it did not exceed 300,000, but it could not be less than 250,000. He could understand that it was not more than 300,000, but he could not understand that it could not be less than 250,000. Other companies are trying to make employees spend less money, but here it is forbidden to spend less. Of course, the car is not in his name, but under the Tomorrow Group, but as long as he is the chief instructor for one day, he can drive the car at will. In this way, he had just joined the non-military security company for a few days, and his salary directly increased to 40,000, and he was also given a car worth 300,000. But it was precisely because of this that he felt much more at ease. If it was a fraudulent company, he could not think of anything that was worth a company to cheat him like this. And after giving him a car, he went directly to his brother for consultation. Only then did he find out that his current salary and benefits are the same as his brother's. His brother is the director of the publicity department at the group headquarters, and his position as the chief instructor is the treatment of the director. And his brother has just been given a car worth 300,000. After a few simple exchanges, the younger brother said he was a little tired and hung up, and he was completely relieved. Now, life at home has changed a lot after the 40,000 yuan salary arrived. And his wife also joined the cleaning of Feiwu Security. Because the child is still in school, they did not live in the couple's room in the employee dormitory. Instead, they found a place outside that is a little closer to the child's school, so it is much more convenient for them to drive to work. He is very satisfied with this kind of life, and he hopes it can continue. So he must take this training seriously. Yes, it's good that you have this idea. As long as I am satisfied with the results of this training, the bonus will be indispensable. Chun Mo was very satisfied with Yi Fan's answer. Since the system was established, there are really too few people who can satisfy him. Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei are. But these two people are not from Tomorrow Group. The people in Tomorrow Group who can satisfy him. Originally Fang Chong, Peng Tao, Luo Xiao, Wang Bin. He was satisfied with these people, but later they all gave him a hard knife in the back. After that, there was no more employee in the group that satisfied him. Yang Dehai and his wife were okay, but they had a disappointing daughter. Now Yi Fan was very satisfied, and every answer touched his heart. That's right. He was going to train those old 6 people under the stage hard. Okay, Mr. Chun, then I will do a test training to see what their physical fitness is like. Yi Fan said. Okay. Chun Mo nodded. In the training ground, Yi Fan looked at the leaders of the 4 companies who had all changed into training clothes, with an unprecedented serious look. In order to confirm your physical fitness, we will do a simple test training next. 2 kilometers long distance running. If you can't run later, you should try to run as much as possible. Don't walk, unless you really can't run. 2 kilometers. For these working people, it's already a lot. Many of them are the takeaways he delivers express, and asking them to run 2 kilometers at a time is also very intense. As Yi Fan's voice fell, all the people in the team showed a relaxed expression. The people at the back of the team began to talk in a low voice. Only 2 kilometers? I thought it was a lot. Yeah, you just said it's so scary. I thought it was so scary. Isn't it 2 kilometers for a morning run? Yeah, it doesn't take much walking. I won't even breathe after running now. This is too easy. Ahem. Chun Mo heard Yi Fan's words, coughed twice, and then walked to Yi Fan's side. 2 kilometers is too little. Raise it a little bit. They run 2 kilometers every morning now. I saw that there like nothing happened after running 2 kilometers. Ah. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard Chun Mo's words. He could run 2 kilometers every morning and he was fine. With such physical fitness, you said he was sub-healthy. But Yi Fan didn't say much. The other party was the president of the group. After thinking for a while, he looked at the team in front. Change it. Increase the distance from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. All get ready on the runway and start the 5 kilometer long distance run. As Yi Fan's voice fell, everyone walked to the front of the runway. Under Yi Fan's command, everyone started running. Mr. Chun, it may take some time to run 5 kilometers. You can go back to the office to rest during this time. There is a lounge over there. Yi Fan turned his head and looked at Chun Mo. It doesn't matter. I'll just watch here. I'll see if anyone is lazy. Chun Mo shook his head. He came here today to see those people suffer. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nice to go back to the office to play games? Okay, Mr. Chun. Yi Fan nodded when he heard it, and then walked to the side of the runway with a notebook. He would make a registration record after each person ran a lap. At the same time, there were 2 assistants following behind him. With so many people training, he would definitely not be able to handle it alone. So, these 2 assistants would assist him in training. Time passed little by little. Within 2 kilometers, all the employees ran very easily. After the 3rd kilometer, some people began to pant, but it was still within the acceptable range. Directly to the 4th kilometer, some people gradually lost their strength and ran very hard. Mr. Chin stood not far away and looked at the employees who were already running hard, and he finally felt a little relieved. But after standing and watching for so long, he felt a little tired. Like the richest man, I really don't want to make money. Chapter 954, Lounge Chair. Here, right here, yes, let go, that's all. Suddenly there were voices not far behind me. Chun Mo turned around and looked over when he heard the sound, and saw Lee Mauda directing several people to put up a parasol not far away. Umbrella tea again. After handling these matters, Lee Mauda ran over quickly. Mr. Chun, it's too hard to stand here and watch. I prepared a seat for you. Chun Mo looked at the recliner in the distance, then at Lee Mauda in front of him, and nodded slightly. I'm determined. Oh, this Lee Mauda is pretty good. After saying that, he walked directly to the deck chair, lay down on the deck chair, and looked at the running team in front of him clearly. He turned around and looked at the teapot and teacup on the table, and was about to pour a cup of tea. Just when I was about to reach out, Lee Mauda picked up the teapot first, quickly poured a cup of tea, and put it on the table. Mr. Chun, I can take care of such small matters. Oh, Chun Mo nodded and took a sip of tea. Are there any lounge chairs? Yes, Mr. Chun. Do you have any arrangements? There's still room over there at the table. Let's bring another recliner over and bring a teacup. Drinking tea alone is no fun. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll make arrangements right away. Upon hearing this, Lee Mauda quickly stood up and walked towards the distance. Mr. Chin's intention was already very obvious. He wanted him to sit aside and drink tea together. There were not many opportunities to drink tea with Mr. Chin, so he must take advantage of it. Before long, Lee Mauda came back and placed the recliner on the other side of the table, but did not sit down directly. After all, Mr. Chun had not ordered it yet. Sit down and drink the tea yourself. Okay, Mr. Chun. Lee Mauda nodded and quickly sat down on the recliner, looking at the running scene in front of him. Mr. Chin, I think some people are starting to lose their hold. While their physical fitness is so poor, they still need to exercise. Lee Mauda was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer. These people had already run more than 4 kilometers. If this kind of physical fitness is still poor, then how many people in society have better physical fitness? After thinking about it, then he answered, Mr. Chin still cares about the health of his employees. Employees who work now don't have time to exercise. It's good to exercise more at this time. When Chun Mo heard this, he turned around and glanced at Lee Mauda lightly. He didn't say anything, but just picked up the tea and took a sip. Mr. Wei, can you still persist? Fong Chong panted beside Wei Yin and said that although he runs 2 kilometers every morning, He still has some difficulty running 5 kilometers now. You should be able to hold on for 5 kilometers. Wei Yin opened his mouth and replied. He was the leader of the morning jog, and he had started at the clothing factory. After exercising for such a long time, his physical fitness had also been greatly improved. I can't hold on any longer. Not far away, Zhang Lan said with some difficulty. Because she participated in The Voice of China and sometimes she ran for announcements, she did not participate in morning jogging very often. At this point, being able to hold on for 4 kilometers is already a lot. Saying, I subconsciously prepared to stop and take 2 steps, but just as I took this action, I heard the instructor's voice in the distance. That girl, don't leave. Run for me. Zhang Lan heard the sound, picked up her steps, and ran again. Far away, Chun Mo smiled slightly when he saw this scene. He had the energy to do things, but he didn't have the energy to run. These old men, one by one. Don't even think about it. Soon someone had finished running 5 kilometers. Yi Fan took a look at the man's condition and then continued to speak. Keep running? Then everyone has to continue running after running 5 kilometers. Continue. Continue. Zhang Lan ran 5 kilometers with difficulty, and just when he was about to take a rest, he heard the continued words, and his eyes went dark. The breath he was carrying instantly dissipated, and his steps became heavy, and he could no longer move his feet. I can't run anymore. Yi Fan looked at Zhang Lan's condition and asked. Zhang Lan shook her head when she heard this. She now felt that her feet were out of control, and it was very difficult to move even a small step. Yi Fan nodded when he heard this and motioned to an open space in the distance. Go over there and walk slowly, don't sit down and rest. Zhang Lan's condition has obviously reached its limit. Being able to run for 5 kilometers is a matter of willpower. Yi Fan found Zhang Lan's photo in the booklet in his hand and finally wrote some notes on the back. He wanted to write a training plan based on these notes when he returned. Sister Lan, I'm really tired. This training session is really painful. Lu Weiwei walked up to Zhang Lan and said with a miserable look on her face. Because she had been working in the company, she did morning jogging every day except during her menstrual period, so it would take longer than Zhang Lan insisted. Walk slowly, don't sit down and rest immediately, it will be fine later. Zhang Lan looked at Lu Weiwei and said she felt very tired when she just finished running, but she felt better after walking slowly for a while. Where is Yao Yao? She is still running. Yao Yao's physical fitness is better than mine. She should be able to hold on longer than me. Lu Weiwei answered. She and Yang Yao Yao are the leaders of the boring short video subject live broadcast section, so they naturally have to participate in this training. Not long after, Yang Yao Yao also walked over step by step. Too tired. This is just a test training. It should be harder in the future. Yang Yao Yao said, panting. Mr. Chen has already said that this training will not be easy. I think it should be. Zhang Lan answered. Mr. Chen had already given them a shot of prevention when he spoke at the beginning. He said that this training would be very hard and painful. In the distance, Chen Mo looked at the employees who were exhausted and felt very happy. The good show is still to come. This running is just a warm-up. Soon, everyone ran to the limit. Yi Fan looked at his record book and confirmed that there was no omission, then walked to the front of the employees who were walking and resting. Everyone line up. As the voice fell, everyone stood up neatly according to the original standing position. Stand at attention. 20 minutes start. When everyone stood at attention, he turned to look at the 2 assistants beside him. Help them correct their posture. As he said, he also walked into the team and corrected some people with incorrect posture. If you want to make a suitable training plan, it is definitely not suitable to just look at running, and you still have to confirm it through training in a certain way. Like the richest man, I really don't want to make money. Chapter 955, Military Posture. Hands flat, chest up. Yi Fan walked among the crowd with 2 assistants and immediately pointed out the non-standard military postures when he saw them. Standing at attention is a compulsory course for every soldier, and it can exercise a person's willpower. 20 minutes can be said to be easy for soldiers, but for those who have just reached their limit, it is already a very long time. Time passed little by little. When it came to 10 minutes, some people gradually couldn't hold on, and their hands and feet were shaking. Hold on, there are still 10 minutes to go. Yi Fan looked at those who were already beginning to be unable to hold on and shouted. At this time, it is the time that can test willpower the most, and all future exercises require willpower to persist. As Yi Fan's voice fell, those employees who had been unable to persisted again. But the biggest reason was not Yi Fan, but Mr. Chun, who was watching from a distance. They must perform well. If they didn't perform well there, it would be bad to leave a bad impression on Mr. Chun. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan was a little surprised to see that everyone persisted. I can't help but think of what Mr. Chun said about employees being in subhealth because of work. How can they be in subhealth in this state? Okay, let's all take a break. There is water prepared for you over there. Don't drink it in big gulps. Drink it in small sips. The next training session will be in half an hour. Yi Fan pointed to a cart not far away, in which the prepared water was already placed. Everyone was relieved immediately after hearing this, but almost no one chose to get water immediately, but sat directly on the ground without any image. After running, they stood up in military posture without resting for a long time. They felt that they didn't have much strength left. In the distance, Chunimo looked at this scene in a good mood. These old six finally suffered some hardships. He looked at Yi Fan, who was walking over. Why don't you train anymore? Mr. Chun, their current level has reached the limit. If they continue to train, they may be in danger, so they can only rest for half an hour before the next training. Yi Fan heard Mr. Chin's inquiry and explained. Chun Mo nodded lightly upon hearing this. If there was any danger, there would definitely be no training. He just wanted to make these people suffer a little, but he didn't want to kill them. Okay, let him rest for a while. The morning passed quickly. Chun Mo looked at the embarrassed look of those people in the training and was in a very happy mood. He could finally let out a sigh of relief for these old six. Back to the office. Because of his arrival, Li Maoda's office had been requisitioned by him. Chun Mo had just sat down when the office door was knocked. Chun Mo looked up and unexpectedly found that it was Shunro. He came here to watch those training today and did not let Shunro come. After all, there are so many companies under the group now, and there are still many businesses to be handled. He would definitely not pay attention to those small things, and they were all arranged by Shinro. But he didn't expect Shinro to come over during the break. Why are you here? Looking at Shinro, who came in, Chunemo asked. I was worried that Mr. Chun would not be used to the canteen here, so I brought some food here. Zhanglan and the others also came here for training today, so I came to see them. Shinro said as she took the food she brought from the thermostat and placed it on the table in front of her. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. How did you get here? Chun-mo reached out to take the bowl and chopsticks handed over by Shinro. If you want to say that he is used to eating at Tomorrow Group, he is indeed used to eating at Tomorrow Group. I drove here. You drive? Yes, Mr. Chun. Didn't you give me a car? You also asked me to take the driver's license test? I have already taken the driver's license test. When I get off work, I will practice driving. Now I have no problem on the road. Shinro smiled. As an assistant to the president, it is still necessary to know how to drive because some urgent matters need to be handled by her personally, and it will be much more convenient for her to drive. So after getting the driver's license, she would go out for a drive every night after get off work. Of course, Yang Dahai Yang sat in the passenger seat. They were all in the same community, and she knew that Yang Dahai was a good driver, so she asked Yang Dahai for help. After all, she was still very scared to let her go on the road alone at the beginning. Oh, Chun Mo nodded lightly, but he thought of Song Xia in his heart. Song Xia failed the second test 4 times, and Shinro was assigned to the car in the second batch, and she could drive independently at this time. Sure enough, driving also requires talent. Chun Mo smiled and shook his head, and then began to eat the food brought by Shinro. Mr. Chun, I'll go see Zhang Lan and the others. Shinro saw that Mr. Chun had already started eating, so she spoke. Well, okay. Chun Mo glanced at Shinro and then nodded. Tomorrow's canteen of Feiwu Security. Shinro asked a few employees and found the location of Zhang Lan and the others and walked over. You are here. How do you feel about the training? Shinro sat next to Zhang Lan and asked. Tired. Zhang Lan said a little tiredly that the training this morning had challenged her to her limits. Whenever she felt that she was going to die, the coach would stop the training just in time and let them rest. And when they had almost rested, the coach started training again. This training mode prevented them from truly relaxing all morning. By noon, they were exhausted. What about you? How are you feeling? Shinro looked at Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao, who lived opposite their house and often had meals together. They are now considered friends. Tired, very tired, super tired. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao kept saying that this time's training was exactly what Mr. Chen said. It would not be easy. There was a moment when they all wanted to give up. But when they thought about this job and Mr. Chen watching from a distance, they gritted their teeth and persisted. It seems that this training is it's very hard. Let's do this. I'll drive over to pick you up in the evening. Otherwise, it will be very hard for you to go back. Shinro looked at the tired state of several people and said, although these 3 people have all taken the driver's license test, they have not practiced driving since taking the driver's license test, and now they dare not drive on the road. So she had no choice but to come and take these 3 people back. Otherwise, in their current state, she was really worried that they would be paralyzed in the middle of the road. Chapter 956, Tina's Email. Thank you, Sister Shinro. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei hurriedly thanked him after hearing this. Then I'll trouble you. Zhanglan also turned to look at Shinro. There's no need to be so polite between us, not to mention that this is a training session for the best-run companies in the group. You are all employees of these companies. You must have contributed to the company's development to the current level. And I am also an employee of the group. Even if there is no friendship, I am willing to pick you up. After all, as long as the Tomorrow group grows stronger, it will be a good thing for me. Shinro smiled and said, okay, Sister Shinro, then we won't be polite. This training session is really too tiring, but we also know that Mr. Chun is doing it for our own good, and we will stick to the end. Yang Yaoyao said seriously. During this period of time working on the boring short video, she was the happiest and most relaxed time, no longer worrying about the future. She didn't have to face all kinds of intrigues between colleagues. As long as she did her job well, there would be no problem. Moreover, the salary is not something that other companies can offer, and it is enough for her life and to deal with some emergencies. It can be said that after entering the Tomorrow group, she is not rich, but she has no worries about food and clothing. Going to the supermarket or the mall, except for entering some luxury stores, basically you don't have to care about the price. This kind of life is what she has been looking forward to. Okay, I'll pick you up tonight. Shinro smiled and nodded, and then, after chatting with a few people for a few more words, she got up and left. At this time, President Chen was almost done eating, and she had to go back to clean up the tableware, and there was still work to be done at the Tomorrow group, so she had to rush back as soon as possible. Now the Tomorrow group has been on the right track, and all Sangshui games, boring short videos, blue films, and Corner Pet Park have become the most successful companies in the Tomorrow group. But how can it be possible with just these 4 companies? Tomorrow Group has more than 10 companies under its umbrella, and it is not enough for only these 4 companies to be so successful. What she needs is for all the companies in the Tomorrow Group to be on the road to success. Shinro thought to herself as she arrived at the office door. She knocked on the door and walked in. She found that Mr. Chun had indeed finished his lunch and was preparing to clean up the dishes, so she walked over quickly. Mr. Chun, let me do it. As she said that, she took the lunchbox that Mr. Chun had just picked up and put it in the constant temperature box beside her, waiting for everything to be packed up. Mr. Chun, there are still things to deal with at the group, so I'll go back first. Well, okay, you've worked hard today. Chinamo looked at Shinro and said that Shinro drove over to bring him lunch, which was thoughtful. It's not hard. Shinro smiled slightly and turned to leave the office. Go downstairs. Come to the parking lot, get in the car, and drive away. Return to the office of Tomorrow Group, quickly clean the dishes in the constant temperature box, and finally put them in the disinfection box for disinfection. After disinfection, put the dishes back in the constant temperature box for tomorrow's use. After finishing all the things, he sat down at his desk, picked up the information on the desk, and started to read it. These materials are some daily data reports of various companies. There is nothing big, but she can't help but read them. After all, who knows if there are any important data reports in them? After reading the documents one by one, Shinro looked at the last data report on the desk and opened it to read. Hey! Shinro exclaimed lightly, and then began to read it carefully. This is the report of the BL Game Club. There are two contents in the report. The first content is to form Freedom War. Now, Freedom War has become a hot game, which is basically a done deal. So it is really necessary to form Freedom War in advance. After all, it is a hot game, and it is also a competitive mode. Future competitions are definitely indispensable. The second content is that the BL Game Club is preparing to expand the development of game peripherals. Peripheral development. Now the companies Tianlong, Extreme Survival, and the latest Freedom War are all very popular. Developing game peripherals is definitely a good choice. Moreover, there are many kinds of game peripherals such as clothing, accessories, figures, toys, blind boxes, cards. If all these peripheral contents are developed and processed, it will also be a huge income for BL Game Club. Compared with the information she just read, this information is somewhat different. The other company information is basically running normally without any problems, but there is no change. But BL Game Club is different. Whether it is to form a team or expand the development of game peripherals, it will definitely be helpful for the future development of Freedom War. As long as the operation is good, it will definitely make money. Shinro took a sip of coffee and then put the information aside. It is not a big deal to add a team and expand the development of game peripherals. There is no need to report to Mr. Chun. As long as the BL Game Club does a good job, it will be fine. Looking at all the information on the desktop that had been processed, Shinro stretched her waist, took a short break, and then turned on the computer to see if there were any unread emails in the mailbox. The Tomorrow Group has reached its current scale, and it not only has to deal with the affairs of each company, but also has many things to deal with. Hey! Shinro soon noticed an email. Tina. She was familiar with this name. When she went to Kyoto with General Manager Chun to attend the business gathering of the Xiaoyan Chamber of Commerce last year, the other party came to discuss business with Qin Meng of the Parks and Grow Up. Later, she learned whether the other party needed canned food, and the other party gave a very positive answer that they did need canned food. In this regard, they exchanged contact information with each other, but just a while ago, they simply chatted a few words through email. And she gave the other party the information of Jinhao canned food, and even some information photos of the canning farm. However, since then, they have never contacted each other again. She thought that the other party was not interested in their canned food after reading the information of their canned food. So she didn't have much expectation for this matter and could only think of other ways to solve the problem of Jinhao Canning Factory. But she didn't expect that Tina would send her an email at this time. Shinro was a little surprised and curiously clicked on the email. Chapter 957 Wei Yan's strength reaches its maximum. She wanted to see what the email from Tina was this time. Clicked on the email to start checking and soon noticed a message from Tina. Hello, Miss Shinro. After our understanding, it seems that there has been a quality problem with your Jinhao cans. If this is the case, it seems there is no way we can cooperate. Oh! Shinro looked at the content of the email and was not too surprised. She had not contacted him for so long, and she had expected such a reply. After thinking about it, I edited an email and sent it back. Hello, Miss Tina. There were indeed some word-of-mouth issues with Jinhao Kim before. However, when Jinhao Kim had the word-of-mouth problem, it had not yet been accepted by our Tomorrow Group. Oh! Since our Tomorrow Group took over, Jinhao Kim has made a lot of reforms. The last time I sent you the information and photos of Jinhao Kim, it was before Jinhao Kim was completely reformed. Oh! Now that Jinhao Kim has been completely reformed, it has even begun to open a branch. Moreover, all the machines in the reformed canning workshop are newly imported, and the processing materials are also freshly contracted. Oh! If possible, I will go to Jinhao Cannery tomorrow to record a video of the new workshop. You can take a look and make a decision. Oh! Last time, the reform of Jinhao Kim was not completed. She just sent some photos of the original cannery. This time, Jinhao Cannery has been built. She can send the other party what the new canning workshop looks like to take a look at it. What an idea. She still wants to fight for this opportunity. There is a huge demand for cans overseas. If this sales channel can be negotiated, it will basically solve the money-losing problem of Jinhao cans. It didn't take long for the email to be sent, and Tina quickly responded to the email. Okay, Ms. Shinro, we have contact information. Make an appointment for you to make a video, and I will take a look. Then I will tell you about the environment of your really good cannery and the above. I am not sure what the final result will be. Oh. I also want to cooperate with Ms. Shinro, but I am not the decision maker. Whether we can achieve cooperation in the end depends on the opinions of the people above. Oh. Shinro took a look, then picked up the phone and called Meng Xiaohong from Jinhaocan. Since it was an appointment, she must communicate with Jinhaocan first. Okay, Mr. Meng. Then it's settled. I'll contact you when I go over. Shinro hung up the phone, then edited the email and sent it to Tina. Miss Tina, if it's okay, I can go to the cannery tomorrow. Tina. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Shinro confirmed Tina's reply and exited the email directly. Now that it has been negotiated, there is no need to talk more. Whether this matter can be negotiated will depend on the outcome of the video meeting at the cannery tomorrow. I took out my phone and looked at the time and found that it was almost time to get off work. Then he got up, tidied up, waited until get off work, and left the office directly. She was going to pick up Zhang Lan and the others from the security company. Feiwu Security Company. Chinamo looked at the training ground sitting, lying down, and walked over happily. Looking at Wei Yin sitting on the ground, he asked, "How does it feel?" "I'm a little tired, but don't worry, Mr. Chun, I will definitely persevere." When Wei Yin saw Mr. Chun coming over, he quickly stood up from the ground. Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard Wei Yan's words. "You can still persist. Are you tired?" After thinking about it, he walked forward again and looked at Zhang Lan, who was lying on the ground without any image. "How does it feel?" "Tired. I don't want to move." When Zhang Lan saw Mr. Chun coming over, she wanted to get up, but she didn't have any strength to support her. "Mr. Chun, I may not be able to get up. There's nothing wrong with her looking like this." When Chen Mo heard that Zhang Lan had no strength to stand up, he turned to look at Yi Fan, who had been following him. "Mr. Chun, this is a normal phenomenon. It's just a sign of exhaustion after just exercising. Just take a short rest and you'll be fine." Yi Fan heard the words and quickly answered. Hearing Yi Fan's answer, Chen Mo nodded relaxedly. He wanted these people to suffer a little, but he also didn't want to cause any danger. Since there is no problem, that's fine. Looking at Zhang Lan, he smiled and spoke. "Well, this training camp is indeed a bit hard. Keep at it," saying. Then he turned around and walked away. After completing the circle and confirming that everyone was tired, they returned to the office with confidence. He sat down in the reception area and looked at Yi Fan, who followed him, and pointed to the seat opposite. "Sit down." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Yi Fan heard this and hurriedly sat on the sofa. "Do you know everyone's physical fitness today?" Chunimo looked at Yi Fan and asked. "Mr. Chun, we have already understood everything in detail. Can the plan be finalized?" "It's okay, Mr. Chun. I have detailed records of the physical fitness of those employees. There is no problem in making plans." Yi Fan said that for every training session today, he made a detailed record of each person's situation. Based on these records, he can make a detailed training plan for each person. Well, Wei Yan's training plan impressed me the most. Chen Mo nodded when he heard this. Just now Wei Yan said that if he could persist, he must not be exhausted to the limit. "Okay, Mr. Chun, I understand." Yi Fan opened the recorded information in his hand, found Wei Yan's name, and made a note at the back. Chen Mo saw Yi Fan's actions and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, then you make plans. I will come again tomorrow." As Chen Mo said that, he got up and left the office. He left the office and went upstairs. Yang Dehai had already parked his car at the door of the office building. He opened the door, got in the car, and left directly. Just when leaving the entrance of Feiwu Security Company, a car came from the opposite side. Chinemo glanced around and saw that the person in the cab seemed to be Shinro, but the two cars passed by each other, and he didn't look too closely, so he didn't think about it carefully. After seeing those old sixes looking miserable, I felt quite happy. "Can you still move?" In the training ground, Shinro looked at the three people lying on the ground and asked. At this time, the appearance of the three people was better than hers. When I arrived in the afternoon, I was still in a panic. Although she was not here to watch the training program, she could guess that the level of training was very high. "No, I need to take a rest," Zhang Lan gasped and said. Among the three of them, because she has been running outside to make announcements, she does not do much morning jogging every day. So compared to the conditions of Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao, she was even more embarrassed. Chapter 958 Shinro goes to the canning factory. Where are you? Shinro turned to look at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei. We can still go. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei spoke. Because they exercise every morning, their physical fitness is much stronger, so they recover much faster just after training. I'll hold Zhanglan, you two, please work hard. The car is not far over there, Shinro said, bending down to help Zhanglan up and rushing towards the parking lot. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao also supported each other and followed behind. Instructor Yi Fan said that today is just a training to test our physical fitness, and tomorrow will be the real training. Yes, I'm afraid it will be even harder tomorrow. It's only half a month, just hold on, and it'll be over. This training camp is not a bad thing. At least it is a good exercise for our bodies. I believe our physical fitness will be greatly improved after the training camp. Several people were walking and talking. Shinro heard the conversation between several people and spoke slowly. This is Mr. Chen's reward for companies that have achieved good results. You have to know that all the leaders of the 4 companies have been here for half a month of training. For a group, the management of the companies with the most profits have been training for half a month. If you have been training for months, you will be negligent in the management of the company, and there will definitely be things you cannot take care of. However, even so, Mr. Chun still decided to conduct this training camp. It shows that Mr. Chun attaches great importance to our health. Of course, this training session can also improve the cohesion of our employees and will be of great help to the future development of the group. Yang Yaoyao and Zhang Lan also nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Let's go back, have a meal, take a bath, and rest early. We still have to exercise tomorrow. At the beginning of parking, Shinro opened the car door and put Zhang Lan into the passenger seat. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei also opened the back door and got in. Sister Shinro, you are so awesome that you can even drive independently. In the car, Lu Weiwei looked at Shinro in the cab and said, you'll get better with more practice. I can teach you after the training camp is over and after get off work. Shinro said with a smile. The next morning, Shinro took Yang Yaoyao, Lu Weiwei, and Zhang Lan in the elevator and headed straight to the underground garage. However, due to the training camp yesterday, the 3 of them still had some inconvenience in their legs and feet. Just as he walked to the underground garage, he saw Mr. Chen coming from the other direction. Hello, Mr. Chen. Shinro, Zhang Lan, and others hurriedly said hello. Chen Mo looked at Shinro and others, but paid more attention to Zhang Lan, Lu Weiwei, and Yang Yaoyao. Seeing the 3 of them supporting each other, they knew that yesterday's training session was effective. Are you ready to go to work? Yes, Mr. Chen. I'll take them to Feiwu Security. Shinro said. Well, then you are busy. Chinmo nodded and then sat on the big black G not far away. Let's go to. Shinro turned to look at Zhang Lan and the others, then drove into the cab. When the 3 of them got in the car, she started the car from the underground garage and rushed straight to the security company. After sending Zhang Lan and the others to Feiwu Security Company, they drove straight to Jinhao Can. He has already made an appointment with Meng Xiaohong and Tina from Zenhaken. When she gets to Real Good Can, she will have a video call with Tina to show off the newly built cannery. What a nice cannery. Manager's office. Assistant Shun, sit here. Meng Xiaohong brought a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Shinro. Thank you, Mr. Meng. Shinro reached out and took the coffee handed over by Meng Xiaohong. What's the trouble? If this cooperation can be achieved, our cannery can basically turn losses into profits. It can also completely solve the current problems of the cannery. How can this be a trouble? It's too late for me to thank you. Meng Xiaohong sat opposite Shinro and spoke with a smile. The problem with Jinhao Cans has never been solved, and she has tried many ways to fix it, but to no avail. Now that Assistant Shun gave a possible solution to the cannery, she naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Other companies have already gone to training camps, but the cannery is still losing money as usual. I'm not sure whether we can reach a cooperation. You also know that there were some problems with the reputation of our really good cans before, and they have also investigated this matter. Shinro explained the situation, and she was not sure whether cooperation could be achieved this time. Assistant Shun, do I need to arrange any preparations at the cannery? Meng Xiaohong asked. Just pay attention to the hygiene of the workshop and restore the working atmosphere of the workshop employees. Shinro thought for a moment and said, now that the equipment in the workshop is all new, there is nothing to pay attention to. The only thing that needs attention is the hygiene of the workshop and the working atmosphere of the employees. After all, after playing video for a while, I found that the workshop was dirty and messy, and the employees were unmotivated to work in the workshop. If this is the case, then there is definitely no way to achieve this cooperation. After all, no one will cooperate with such a company, and superficial skills cannot be justified. There is definitely no problem with workshop hygiene. We have cleaning staff assigned to each workshop, and they will clean it every hour. As for the working atmosphere of employees, there is basically no problem. Because of the salary and benefits of our cannery, everyone still cherishes it. But to be on the safe side, I will call the workshop later and let those employees know. Pay attention to everyone. Meng Xiaohong heard this and quickly answered. Now that the construction of the cannery is completed and all employees have been recruited after training, the work of the cannery is on track. She also often visits various workshops. The working atmosphere and work environment of the employees are very good. She is very confident about this. It's not confidence in those employees, but confidence in the cannery's benefits. No employee would not cherish this treatment. That will be the case. The video time is 9 o'clock. There is still half an hour left. We can go to the workshop and see if there is anything else that needs attention. After hearing this, Shinro suggested, sometimes, if you just want to be sure that you can't find the problem, you still need to go to the workshop and take a look. Okay, Assistant Shin, let's go to the workshop and take a look. Meng Xiaohong nodded. Then the two got up and walked outside the office together to visit the workshop. Chapter 959, Visiting the Canning Factory. After walking around the cannery workshop, the two returned to the office. How about Assistant Shin? There is no problem in the workshop. Come to the reception area. Meng Xiaohong looked at Shinro and asked. It seems that Mr. Meng manages the cannery very well. Shinro smiled and just walked around the workshop. Everything was fine and no changes were needed. Assistant Shin praises me too much. I can manage it so well. In the end, the treatment at the cannery is too good. Meng Xiaohong smiled and shook her head. Before Jinhao Ken was taken over by the Tomorrow Group, the working environment here was not like this. There are still various work problems, and no matter how she manages them, there is nothing she can do. However, after the Tomorrow Group took over the Jinhao Cannery, the treatment of employees was also improved accordingly. And she didn't manage it at all, but those employees consciously changed a lot. She also began to understand that sometimes it's not that employees are disobedient, but that you don't give them enough money. When you give me enough money, there will be people who are willing to work in the company, let alone work overtime. Shinro nodded when she heard this. This point is indeed correct. The fundamental reason why the employees of Tomorrow Group can work seriously is that the remuneration provided by the group is sufficient. When those employees think of leaving the Tomorrow Group, they cannot find a job with better benefits than the Tomorrow Group. Needless to say, there is no need to talk about the salary of Tomorrow Group. For jobs in the same industry and with the same position, no company can compare with it. And in terms of rest, except for some positions where people cannot be away from each other, all workstations have weekend breaks. Of course, you can't leave your position. Although you can't take normal Saturdays and Sundays, you can still take a break, and the rest time is no less than the normal rest time. Moreover, you will get double or triple wages when you work on Saturdays and Sundays. Shinro glanced at her phone and found that it was already the appointment time, so she initiated a video call to Tina. Soon the video call was connected, and Tina appeared in the video interface and waved at the same time. Long time no see, Miss Shinro. Shinro was stunned for a moment when she heard Tina's words. What Tina said was actually very standard Mandarin. She remembered that at business gatherings, Tina's Mandarin was not very standard, and she couldn't even pronounce some words. I just didn't expect that I could speak Mandarin so well now. Miss Tina's Mandarin is very standard. Shinro opened her mouth to praise. There is no other way. I have been assigned to the market in China, Instead of bringing a translator, it would be more convenient if I could speak Mandarin myself. The last time I went to China, I thought my Mandarin was already very good. But when I arrived in China, I realized that it was still far behind. Your idioms are really difficult to learn. They have the same pronunciation, but different meanings. It's really difficult to learn. But for the sake of the market in China, I have been learning Chinese since I returned to China last time, and now I have achieved certain results. Ms. Tina heard Shinro's praise and said with a smile, with some pride on her face. This time she learned Chinese well, and she felt very accomplished. Ms. Tina is very talented. She has been able to speak Chinese so well in more than half a year. Shinro spoke again, and then continued. Ms. Tina, we are ready and can take you to the canning farm for a video tour at any time. Then let's start visiting now, but when visiting some places, I hope to be able to display them according to my requirements. Tina spoke. Although she had a good impression of Shinro, it was a video tour after all. If they followed the other person's pace, they could watch whatever the other party wanted to show them. So she still hopes to follow her rhythm, so as to ensure that what she sees is real. There's no problem with that. When we visit later, just ask Ms. Tina wherever she wants to see, and I will take pictures as you request. Shinro said without hesitation. She had just visited the cannery and had a detailed understanding of the cannery and what its current state was. So no matter how Tina wanted to visit, she was very relieved. Okay, let's get started. Tina nodded. Shinro also picked up her phone and walked outside the office, then came to the gate of the cannery. Since it is a tour, it must start at the gate of the cannery. Ms. Tina, this is the gate of our good cannery. This side is the parking lot of the cannery, and the other side is the parking shed for electric vehicles. Because the new cannery is relatively large, we will use electric vehicles for the next visit. Shinro took her mobile phone and pointed the camera at the gate of Zhahao Cannery and the parking lots on both sides. While Shinro was talking, Meng Xiaohong had already driven out an electric car. In the factory area, there are two types of electric vehicles. One is an ordinary battery vehicle, and the other is a four-wheeled electric vehicle with a roof. Meng Xiaohong drove a four-wheeled electric vehicle, which would make it easier to travel by video. Shinro took her mobile phone and got on the electric car. Her camera always pointed in the direction of the factory. Ms. Tina, this is the office building of our cannery. We just came out of here. The whole building is an office space. When we came out, we took a brief tour, and we went directly to the next one. A place. Shinro pointed at the office building in front and introduced it. Oh, Tina nodded. Meng Xiaohong drove her electric car forward and soon came to another building. Ms. Tina, this building is our staff dormitory. The building next to it is the staff canteen, and the building opposite is the activity building of the cannery. Shinro pointed the camera at the three buildings and introduced them one by one. Can I take a look inside the staff canteen? Tina said, you must finish your work, and the environment of the canteen can also improve the employees' work attitude from the side. If the food is not good and employees don't eat much, then how much energy will they have to work? Okay, Ms. Tina. Shinro nodded, then got off the electric car with her mobile phone and walked to the staff canteen. Enter the staff canteen. Ms. Tina, this is our staff canteen. These tables are where employees eat after get off work. This is only the first floor. There are 2 floors above, which are all staff canteens. The refrigerators around the restaurant are filled with drinks. When employees eat, you can drink it for free. Chapter 960 Tina's Sigh. Going this way is the area where employees prepare meals. There are disinfection cabinets here. Employees' tableware will be disinfected by professionals every day to ensure the hygiene of employees' meals. At this time, the chef is still cooking in the back kitchen, so you can't see the food now, but you can go to the back kitchen to take a look at the environment in the back kitchen. After Shinro walked around the canteen, she came to the entrance of the kitchen. After looking at the environment in your canteen, it's really surprising. I'm really curious about the environment in your kitchen, Tina said with a smile. When Shinro heard this, she didn't say anything more and walked directly into the kitchen with her cell phone. However, before entering the kitchen, he still put on a white coat and a mask. Masks are only used in the kitchen and are for food hygiene. Soon enter the kitchen. At this time, the chef in the kitchen is busy preparing dishes, but even though he is very busy, The environment in the kitchen is also very clean. Ms. Tina, our kitchen here is full of chefs, and their cooking skills are also very high. This is the cleanest kitchen I have ever seen. There are many factories over there, but none of them are as hygienic as yours. I've even seen the chefs in some restaurants, but they can't compare to your kitchen. I'm looking forward to your cannery more and more now. Tina couldn't help but speak. Starting from the gate of the cannery, he gradually discovered that the cannery was indeed not what she imagined. It's great that the cannery is very big, and all the decorations, whether it's the office building or the staff canteen, are very high-end. The cannery said he had a reputation problem, and she was a little skeptical. A cannery that can reach such a scale must be very concerned about reputation. After all, word of mouth is related to sales. If there is a problem with word of mouth, no matter how good your factory is, the cans will not be sold. At this time, she already believed that Jinhao Kin was renovated after the Tomorrow Group took over. But now she couldn't make a conclusion, so she still had to look at other parts of the factory, especially the processing workshop. If Tina wants to eat, she can come over and eat at any time as long as she comes to China, Shinro said with a smile. Tina's words clearly expressed her good opinion of the cannery. Saying, he left the cafeteria with his mobile phone and then walked around the employee dormitory and then the employee activity building. After visiting all this, the only thing left is the processing workshop. Ms. Tina, the only thing left to visit is the canning processing workshop. The first workshop we visit is the processing workshop for canned peaches and canned hawthorns. These two cans are the two most classic cans in China, and they are also the most popular types of cans. As Shinro said that, she entered the canning processing workshop with her mobile phone. As soon as I entered the workshop, I heard the sound of machines running in the workshop, but the machines were all state-of-the-art machines, and the noise was not very loud. Ms. Tina, on the left is the peach canning production line, and on the right is the hawthorn canning production line. Meng Xiaohong walked to the camera and introduced. Meng Xiaohong is the manager of the cannery and is much more familiar with the structure of the workshop than he is, so Meng Xiaohong must be the one to introduce the workshop. This was agreed upon from the very beginning, and Meng Xiaohong and Tina had already gotten to know each other when they first visited, so the introduction was much more natural at this time. Let's go to the peach canning processing workshop. Tina looked through the lens and took a brief look at the environment of the canning workshop. The outside looked very clean and tidy, and she could also see some processing machines in the distance. Although she didn't know much about machines, she could still tell that the processing machines were very new, and she could also see that the machines were automated and not cheap. It seems that Tomorrow Group has put a lot of effort into this cannery. Tina thought to herself. As the camera came to the peach can processing factory, she could already see the processing workers in various positions. I saw those processing workers wearing neat work clothes and working very seriously at their jobs. Seriously or anything, she didn't care. This can be done by reminding the employees before starting the video. What surprised him even more was that the working environment in the workshop was very clean and tidy, including the floor hygiene, employee uniforms, and machines were all very clean. And it can be seen that this is not a temporary cleaning. The temporary cleaning may look neat on the surface, but if you look at the details, you can still see some unhygienic areas. But in this video, every corner of the workshop can be seen to be very clean. This kind of cleanliness can only be achieved by cleaning regularly every day. It is obvious that the hygiene of this workshop is cleaned frequently. Thinking room. Then I saw an ant in work clothes holding cleaning tools and starting to clean the ground and around the machine. There was obviously no garbage on the ground, and the machine was very clean, but the anties still cleaned it carefully. Ms. Tina, the sanitation in our workshop will be cleaned every hour, and we don't wait for the working environment to get worse before we start cleaning. Instead, we will clean it carefully every time we come here, even if the workplace is very clean. Clean it up. Meng Xiaohong saw the ant cleaning in the distance and started to tell. It seems that your company is very careful about hygiene. Tina sighed. It is still rare for companies to achieve this level of hygiene. At least none of the production workshops she has come into contact with can achieve such a level of hygiene. Hygiene must be strictly enforced. After all, canned food will eventually enter people's mouths. We want everyone to feel safe eating the canned food we produce. Meng Xiaohong said seriously. Jinhao has already had a problem with its reputation and has not yet solved its sales problem. So she doesn't want Jinhao to have any problems with its reputation again. It seems that Mr. Ming has very high quality requirements for the price of cans. Tina sighed. Subsequently, several people visited several other canning processing workshops. Each canning processing workshop had the same level of hygiene. Miss Tina, these are all our Good Cans products at the moment. The branch factory of Good Cans is still under construction. There is currently no way to visit it, and the branch factory is not in Jiangxing. Shinro held the phone, looked at Tina and said, Chapter 961, let's go in person. No need, I have visited the canning factory. From my personal point of view, you're a good partner for Jinhao Canning. But I am not the decision maker of this matter. I still need to report to the higher-ups, but you don't have to worry too much. I will fight for it for you. Although I am not the final decision maker, I still have a certain right to speak. Tina smiled and spoke. At this time, she had completely recognized Jinhao Canning. The reputation of Jinhao Canning has no impact on them abroad. Before, she was worried about the reputation of Jinhao Canning because she was worried about the quality of the canned products produced by Jinhao Canning. But now she has seen the environment of the workshop, the machines that are still in operation, and the process. She believes that with such a large investment, it is impossible for Jinhao Canning Factory not to do research on the taste of canned products. Then I'll trouble Ms. Tina. Shinro smiled and spoke. It's not a problem. I've already recorded the video. I'll show it to them. I'll contact you when there's a result. Okay. After a few simple polite words, she hung up and nodded. Shinro turned to look at Meng Xiaohong. Mr. Meng, the matter has been discussed. The rest is to wait for the result. I'll notify you when there's a result. Okay, Assistant Shin. Thank you for your trouble. Meng Xiaohong nodded. Whether the cannery can turn losses into profits as soon as possible depends on the result this time. The demand for canned food abroad is very large. If the overseas market can be opened up this time, then the profitability of the cannery will not be a problem at all. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. There's still something to deal with at the group. Okay, Assistant Shun, I'll take you there. Don't bother, I'll go there by myself. Shinro waved her hand, then got up and left the office. However, Meng Xiaohong did not stay in the office. She insisted on following behind, driving the electric car to take Shinro to the parking position, and then went back. Non-military security. Training ground. Keep going. 10 more. 10. Wei Yin listened to Coach Yifan's words, gritted his teeth, and continued to do push-ups. He has done 70 now. Although these 70 push-ups were not done in a row, they were 3 sets of 20, and now he was doing the 11th and the 4th set, but it was already his limit. Every time he leaned down, he felt that he would fall to the ground and never get up again. But the coach had set the number there, and Mr. Chun was watching him from a distance. Other employees had completed the training plan, so how could he fail? Okay, it's done, you can rest. Yifan looked at Wei Yin and said after he finished the last one, and then walked to another person. Wei Yin was instantly discouraged when he heard Yifan's words, and he fell to the ground, his arms on both sides shaking uncontrollably. Usually he would do running. He rarely did arm-strengthening exercises. When he did the second set of push-ups, it was already very strenuous. 3, just now, he really relied on his willpower to persevere. From a distance, Chinemo looked at Wei Yin lying on the ground, and his mood became more and more comfortable. This trader had always been confusing him. He thought he had turned over a new leaf, but he didn't expect that he would do something big and create a replica of League of Legends. Just now, he paid attention to the download volume of Freedom War, which has successfully exceeded 10 million downloads. It has become the hit game of this year without any suspense, according to the development of the parallel world, League of Legends. If there is no accident, the future income of this Freedom War will definitely exceed Extreme Survival. The only thing he is thankful for now is that the monthly card consumption system was set up at that time. Although the monthly card consumption system has greatly improved the reputation of the game and destroyed its previous settlement. But now, according to the popularity of the game, If there is no monthly card consumption system restriction, the income of extreme survival is estimated to increase several times. In addition to the Freedom War that has just been launched, he does not need to spend money, just lie down. With the current income, it is already very difficult for him to spend money. If the income increases several times, how can he spend it? Although he has no worries about food and clothing now, and has a house and a car, the money is not his after all. It is all in the system account. It is still safer to have money in his own hands. He doesn't want much, just a few hundred million will do. If it really doesn't work, tens of millions will do. As long as the full amount can be settled this time, it will almost be achieved. But he thought that this settlement was almost certain, but the Freedom War developed by Wei Yin became the biggest variable. For this trader, he must increase the intensity of training. Now seeing Wei Yin lying down tired, he finally felt much better. In the training ground, Wei Yin took a short break and sat up from the ground. At this time, Fong Chong had finished his training and slowed down, so he came over from the side. Boss Wei, the heads of those live streaming platforms just called and are ready to make an appointment to sign the contract. But our company's leaders are training here. Should we postpone it? Forget about postponing it. They must have arrived in Jiangqing by now. Wei Yin turned his head and looked at Fong Chong. The heads of those live streaming platforms are very concerned about the live streaming authorization of Freedom War. In order to ensure that they can obtain the live streaming authorization, they will definitely send people to Jiangqing first to wait. We have arrived in Jiangqing. We have basically discussed it on the phone 2 days ago, but the diplomatic team did not mention the training camp. They did not expect that we would have no time to sign the contract during the training camp, so they came here in advance without contacting us. Fong Chong explained. Well, anyway, this is also an oversight. Although our Freedom War is already a popular game, we have the capital to negotiate. But we can't neglect the feelings of our partners too much. It's impossible to let them wait in Jiangqing for half a month. How about this, when you rest later, call back and see if they have time tonight or tomorrow night, and we will sign the contract tonight. Don't let the diplomatic director and others go there. The training is very tiring for me. We just need to get the contract done. Wei Yin thought for a while, then slowly spoke. Now, the people in the business department are responsible for the contract, but for a large contract like this worth hundreds of millions, it is basically the head of the business department who will hand it over. But now the head of the business department is also in training. Training for a day is very tiring, and he also felt it yesterday. So it's better for them to go there in person. Chapter 962 Coconut. Okay, no problem. I'll give them some rest during lunch, and then we'll make an appointment to sign the contract together. Fong Chong nodded. This time there are 3 contracts in total. Hood Alive is not in a hurry and can sign them whenever they want. They already have a very close cooperative relationship with Hood Alive. Even before the live broadcast authorization was signed, Hood Alive had already started live broadcasting. Moreover, last time Chin Song said that the authorization fee would be transferred to the company's account. He would just call and contact him in the evening. In fact, with the current relationship between Sangshua Games and Tange Club, it is completely possible to exclusively license it to Hood Alive, and Hood Alive can also afford the money. However, Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle are both popular games. It would not be a good thing if they were exclusively licensed to Hood Alive. 2 popular games, exclusively broadcast by Hood Alive, will inevitably arouse the fear of other live broadcast platforms. Until then, all live broadcast platforms will definitely target Hood Alive collectively. Even if Hood Alive is one of the 4 major live broadcast platforms, it will definitely be affected by the targeting of all live broadcast platforms. They still know the truth that any tree that is beautiful in Lin Phone will be destroyed. So after considering these considerations, they set their licensing targets on the other 3 major live broadcast platforms. All 4 major live broadcast platforms have live broadcast authorization. In that case, other small live broadcast platforms will not be able to do much. Eating alone is definitely not an option. So there is no problem in getting them to sign a contract together this time. The price is the same and the contract is the same. Okay, you go get in touch and I'll make an appointment at a massage parlor. I just finished training and have a massage to relax and relieve the fatigue of training. Wei Yin nodded. When he woke up this morning, he felt that his body was no longer his own, so a massage was still necessary. Mr. Wei, I'm a serious person. Just forget about the massage. If I go, I won't even be able to enter the house. Fong Chong shook his head quickly. What are you thinking about? It's a serious massage shop, blind massage. We train for a day, and a massage will help us recover. Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. He is very familiar with this massage parlor. When he was running his business, he had to drive for a long time, which made his waist very uncomfortable, so he would go there every month to have a massage. The masseurs there were very good at their skills. For example, the kind of massage that is often mentioned is much more professional. That's right, that's no problem. Fong Chong nodded when he heard this. Then it's settled, you and I, and the 3 people who signed the contract, I'll make appointments for 5 masseuses. Wei Yin said, you all should have some rest. You guys should stand in military posture for 30 minutes, and you guys should stand in a military position for 40 minutes. At this time, Coach Fan walked over from a distance and arranged corresponding events for each group he passed. According to Coach Fan, today's training task is a specially set plan based on their performance yesterday. Soon Coach Fan came over. You will stand in military position for 40 minutes. Yi Fan looked at Wei Yin, sighed secretly, and then walked to the next group. In fact, considering the circumstances of these people's first training, his facility plan is not very extreme, and there is still some margin. His original plan was to let these people adapt for a few days before increasing the training intensity to the maximum. 3, but this Wei Yin was an exception. Mr. Chen specifically asked him to increase Wei Yin's training intensity to the maximum. If he followed his plan, Wei Yin would be able to stand in the military posture for 30 minutes. But if he maximized the training intensity, it would be directly increased to 40 minutes. As for the previous push-ups, the normal plan was 3 groups, but when it came to Wei Yin, it became 4 groups. Could this be the special treatment given to the second person under Mr. Chun, who knows Mr. Chun best in the group? Yi Fan thought to himself, and then walked to the next group. Sure enough, capable people can be reused wherever they go. In a situation like Wei Yan's, it's clear that Wei Yin is being used as a small stove. You will stand in military position for 50 minutes. Finally, he walked to a group of young people and made arrangements. These people are all young people in the group, and their physical strength is very good. Let alone being sub-healthy, they can be described as strong. In today's society, more than 80% of people can have such physical fitness. After arranging all the training tasks, he walked aside and started observing. Mr. Chen has already said that no one is allowed to be lazy and no one is allowed to act in a disrespectful manner. Pay attention to the military posture. Have you forgotten what you did yesterday? Keep your chest up and your head up. The training ground is not far away. Chen Mo held a coconut and drank coconut juice leisurely, then turned to look at Li Maoda. This coconut milk is good. Mr. Chen, this coconut juice was mailed to me by my family. It is all fresh. I used to drink it when I was a child, but in the north we basically can't drink it unless we specially order it. I thought that Mr. Chun would come over to inspect the training in the past 2 days. I brought some, and there are many more. I'll get some for Mr. Chen later, Li Maoda said with a smile. No, you can keep it for yourself and drink it. Chun Mo shook his head. How could he ask for something from his own employees? It doesn't matter, Mr. Chun. I've been drinking this since I was a child, and now I've basically had enough. I originally asked my family to mail a few over, and just drink too. But my family members also know that if you said you would mail a few, that would definitely be impossible. They mailed several boxes directly to me and my family, and I couldn't finish them all. Well, I'll arrange for someone to put the coconuts in Mr. Chen's trunk later. You can drink them whenever you want when you get home. Otherwise, the rest will be thrown away. That would be too wasteful, Li Maoda hurriedly said. How could he miss this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Mr. Chun? And what he said was basically the truth. The only difference was that his family did not mail him several boxes, but only 2 large boxes. He doesn't like drinking, but his family prefers drinking. But it doesn't matter. It's the time when the coconuts are coming down. He just needs to make a phone call and ask his family to mail some more. Well, then go to Yang Dahai and tell him the situation, and he will open the door for you. When Chen Mo heard this, he spoke slowly. He didn't want the employees' things, but if the employees insisted on giving them, there was no other way. Okay, Mr. Chun. Lee Mauda smiled and nodded when he heard this. How's the training going with your Feiwu security team? Chinemo put the coconut juice on the table and turned to look at Lee Mauda. The last time we increased the number of security personnel from 2,000 to 3,000, we have not yet inquired about the progress. Chapter 963 Blind Massage. Mr. Chun, all the personnel of Feiwu Security have been recruited and have entered normal training. Basically, all training will be completed in half a year. The only unresolved issue now is the issue of puppies. There are many stray dogs, but there are not so many stray dogs that are still young. In addition, cats and dogs that enter rescue centers will basically be sterilized to prevent them from breeding, which will increase the pressure on rescue centers. If you want to recruit all the puppies as soon as possible, I'm afraid the only way is through purchasing. Lee Mauda said slowly. Forget it if you buy it. We are here to help stray cats and dogs. If you buy it, you will lose the original intention. Just do your best. If you can't find so many, you don't have to recruit so many. Chinemo shook his head when he heard this. He arranged this pet project just because he wanted to spend more money. But there aren't that many puppies now, and there's no need to buy one. Although you can spend some money to buy a dog, the money spent on buying a dog is nothing compared to the current company's profits. Moreover, buying puppies in large quantities may cause some bad chain reactions, which he does not want to see. Okay, Mr. Chun, then I'll ask the rescue station to keep an eye on it and send it here if it encounters a puppy. Lee Mauda nodded upon hearing this. Time passes. Soon it was time to get off work. Chinemo looked at the tired people in the training ground and left Feiwu Security in a happy mood. Before getting on the bus, seeing a box of coconuts in the trunk made me feel even happier. Is this Lee Mauda still very good at causing trouble? Mr. Wei, Mr. Fong, it's better to be more moderate when doing things. Fan Yu looked at the two people walking a little strangely and thought that the place where the other party asked them to meet was a massage parlor. And he couldn't help but have some guesses in his Mr. Fan, don't get me wrong, we have been training for the past 2 days. Wei Yin said with a smile. The other party's name is Fan Yu, and he is the person in charge of the Shiwei live broadcast. He has been in contact with him before, so he is considered acquaintance. What kind of training are you doing? Fan Yu looked confused. Well, the training organized by Tomorrow Group is similar to military training, but much more intense. I won't talk about it anymore. I'll go to the massage parlor to talk. Wei Yin opened his mouth to explain, but didn't say much. He opened the car door, waited until the persons in charge of the 3 live streaming platforms got in the car, and then drove straight towards the massage parlor. Half an hour passed. The vehicle was driving slowly in a small alley. Fan Yu, who was sitting in the car, saw the car entering the small alley and asked with some confusion, Mr. Wei, where are we going? In his mind, those massage parlors couldn't be so remote. Could it be a more private massage parlor? Fan Yu thought in his heart and couldn't help but look forward to it. Mr. Wei would not take them to any good place. Massage shop, don't think this place is remote, but you need to make an appointment to get here, and it only accepts 20 people a day, so we won't accept any more. I used to come here often and am considered a regular customer, and my father has some connections with their family, so it is very convenient to make an appointment. If you are not familiar with it, you will have to wait for a long time to make an appointment. Wei Yin said as he walked towards the alley. Fan Yu became even more curious after hearing this, and began to look around the alley. He soon noticed that there were basically more than 1 million vehicles parked at the edges of the alley. It seems that this place is really not simple. Soon the vehicle stopped at the corner of the alley. When several people opened the door and got out, they noticed a sign hanging on the opposite side of the alley. Lao Lu Blind Massage. Massage for the blind. Fan Yu looked at the words on the plaque opposite and finally knew where he was coming from. Blind massage. All my previous guesses were wrong. 3, let's go in. Wei Yin greeted several people and then took the lead into the massage parlor. Fong Chong, Fan Yu, and others followed in. As soon as I walked in, I saw a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses lying on a lounge chair at the door, looking at the mobile phone in his hand. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, she was obviously a masseur. Aren't you talking about massage for the blind? How can you still look at your mobile phone? You're here. The man heard the noise and looked up at the door. Well, all the customers have finished their massage. Wei Yin looked at the man lying on the rocking chair and asked. Although the man's massage parlor was remote, its massage techniques were very famous, and some old Jiangqing people knew about it. Therefore, the massagers usually have a queue of 20 people every day, but now the man can be so leisurely, and it is obvious that he has finished massaging all the customers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so leisurely. It's just the five of you. Which one of you comes first? Lu Mingfeng stood up from the recliner and looked up at Wei Yin and the others. How about you go first, and then I'll discuss the contract with them. Wei Yin turned to look at Feng Chong. Feng Chong responded, then tilted his head and looked into the room, and then asked with some doubts. Who's going to give me a massage? Since it is a blind massage, there should be blind people. But he found that there was only a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses here and no one else. Can't you see such a big masseur? Lu Mingfeng looked at Feng Chong and said. Feng Chong was stunned for a moment, thinking in his heart, isn't it a blind massage? While he was stunned, he was pulled into the room by Lu Mingfeng. Wei Yin looked at Feng Chong, who was pulled into the room, and then turned to look at Fan Yu and the others. Let's go over there just in time to sign the contract. Okay, Mr. Wei. Fan Yu and the others nodded and followed behind. While walking, Fan Yu asked in confusion, Boss Wei, isn't it about blind massage? The master just now can see, right? Oh, I forgot to mention this. This massage shop is an old one. The father of the man just now was blind, so it was named Lao Lu Blind Massage. Lao Lu passed away a few years ago, but don't worry, his son's massage skills are not bad at all. You will feel it later. Wei Yin explained, and then entered the room next to him. Sit down, this is the contract. You can take a look. If there is no problem, you can sign it. While speaking, Wei Yin distributed the contract to the three people who came in. Fan Yu and the other two took the contract, then opened it and read it carefully. After a while, Fan Yu and the others confirmed that there was no problem with the contract, and then signed the contract directly. Then we have a happy cooperation. Wei Yin looked at the few people and said with a smile, Boss Wei, we have a happy cooperation. We have a happy cooperation. Fan Yu and the other three also spoke. About 10 minutes later, the door of the room was pushed open and Feng Chong walked in from outside. Chapter 964, Inheritance. Several people turned to look at Feng Chong, who came in, and found that Feng Chong was much more energetic at this time, and he walked with a limp before coming, but now he seemed much more normal. How does it feel? Wei Yin looked at Feng Chong, who came in, and asked. Comfortable, very comfortable. I didn't expect massage to be so comfortable. No wonder so many people like massage. Feng Chong said with emotion. He had never had a massage, and the massages he had heard of were not very serious, so he had never tried it. And today Wei Yin brought him here. He realized that massage was like this. Leave me your contact information later, and call in advance when you want a massage. Wei Yin said with a smile, and then turned to look at the heads of the three live broadcast platforms. Who of you go try it? I'll try it. Fan Yu stood up and said, since he came in, he has been very curious about this massage, especially seeing the changes in Feng Chong. He became more curious. After a while, Fan Yu walked back with a comfortable look on his face, looked at Wei Yin with surprise, and said, Boss Wei, this massage is good. I didn't know that massage could be so comfortable. I suddenly felt that my previous massage was in vain. What kind of massage did you have before? Wei Yin asked. My previous. Fan Yu said halfway, then smiled awkwardly. You know, that kind of massage. What kind of massage is that kind of massage? It's the kind with special services, but now it seems that those massages are not professional at all. The massage that Boss Wei found is more comfortable. Wei Yin smiled when he heard this, and did not continue to discuss this topic, but turned to look at the other two live broadcast platform leaders. One of you two can go in. Go quickly. It's really comfortable, Fan Yu said. Another live broadcast platform leader stood up and left the room with a curious look on his face. Boss Wei, this massage is so comfortable. It should have been famous a long time ago. Fan Yu sat opposite Wei Yin and asked curiously. He likes massage very much. He has tried both serious and non-serious ones, but it's the first time he has encountered such a comfortable one as today. And he also realized that his previous massage was not professional. Some may be relatively professional, but compared with today's massage, it is far worse. What if he is famous? There is only one person in this massage shop. No matter how famous he is, he can only receive so many customers a day. And if there are more people, there will be more things to do. Wei Yin shook his head. Only one person? Then you can recruit more students so that you can expand the massage shop little by little. Fan Yu continued to speak. For such a massage shop, he believed that as long as it is famous, there will definitely be no shortage of customers. Students? It's not easy to recruit. Do you know how long it takes to learn such massage skills? The shortest time is 5 years, and if you can reach Lu Mingfeng's current skills, it will take at least 10 years. How many people can persist in such a long time of learning? Let alone Lu Mingfeng's son. He said he would not learn anything after studying for 2 years. Wei Yin said helplessly, in today's society, there are too many things to attract people. How many young people would stick to a boring life like massage? Another more critical reason is money. Before the skills are mature, the salary is definitely not enough. How many people can withstand the pressure of money and continue to have low income for several years? Yet the learning cycle is too long. Few people can stick to it. It feels like this inheritance is going to be broken again. It's really a pity. Fan Yu sighed. Yes, because of this reason, many good inheritances in our country are slowly disappearing, such as Chinese medicine, which is the most precious inheritance of our country. How many good Chinese medicine practitioners are there now? Fong Chong also echoed on the side. The massage thing can't help but remind him of Chinese medicine. He remembered that when he was a child, he was sick and his family often went to see an old Chinese medicine practitioner in the village. At that time, a Chinese medicine was taken and it was cured in 2 days, and there were not so many side effects. The old Chinese medicine practitioner was very famous and was known to everyone in the village. But the situation is the same as in a massage parlor. The learning cycle is longer than that of massage. You even have to start learning from a young age, and it takes decades to learn. But none of the children of the old Chinese medicine doctor were willing to learn. So after the old Chinese medicine doctor left, the inheritance of Chinese medicine was cut off. It's not completely cut off. Although those children are unwilling to learn, they still know a little bit from their childhood. Some minor illnesses are still understood. But compared with the old Chinese medicine doctor, it is a world away. The people in the room all sighed. Although it was a pity, they couldn't do anything. This was caused by the social environment. With their abilities, they couldn't change anything. In the great torrent of society, he and his people can only go with the flow. While they were talking, another person who was doing massage on the live broadcast platform opened the door and walked in, with the same comfortable expression on his face. Needless to say, the last person in charge of the live broadcast platform also left the room quickly. He couldn't wait to hear the previous few people praising how comfortable the massage here was. Time passed in a flash. Wei Yin let a few people out of Lao Lu's blind massage shop. Boss Wei, thank you for your hospitality today. The contract has been signed. After we go back, we will transfer the funds to your company's account within 3 days. Fan Yu thanked. Haha, you all have contact information. Just call in advance next time you want a massage. Wei Yin smiled and then opened the car door. Get in the car. I'll take you to the hotel. 2 days later. Tomorrow, group. President's office. Chun Mo sat in the boss chair in the office, looking at the computer screen seriously. He had been watching those Lao Lu training for several days in a row. In the first few days, it was still interesting, but after watching for a long time, it felt boring. I simply didn't go there today. I could just play games in the room and upgrade my rank by the way. After a few days, he found that those players had not yet discovered the jungle gameplay, which was a good time for him to gain points. Soon a morning passed. Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little headache after playing for a long time, and took a sip of coffee beside him. His consciousness habitually immersed itself in the system panel in his mind and checked the current system funds. However, after seeing the current system funds, he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 965 Lunch. He had paid attention to the system funds in the morning. He had spent all the system funds last month. So in this new month, the system funds accumulated in the past few days have reached more than 1 billion. But now the system funds have directly reached more than 1.5 billion, and more than 500 million funds have been directly increased in this morning. This is absolutely abnormal. At present, except for a few days at the beginning of the month when the system funds will have a big surge, the rest of the time is in a stable state. But the increase of 500 million funds in this morning is absolutely abnormal. Mr. Chun, this is the data report of Sangshui game. Please take a look. Chun Ro came over and put a piece of information in front of Chun Mo's desk. Sangshui game's information. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment. Hasn't the management of Sangshui game been training at Feiwu Security? How can there be a data report? Thinking in his heart, he reached out and picked up the data report on the table and read it. After reading the content of the data report, he instantly understood where the sudden surge of 500 million funds came from. It turned out to be Sangshui game. Because of the popularity of Freedom War, the licensing fees of the 4 major live broadcast platforms put to live 50 million, the other 3 major live broadcast platforms a total of 450 million, add up to a total of 500 million. Sangshui game. Sangshui game again. Chun Mo's face was ugly. Sangshui game had been causing trouble for him frequently during this period. This was the critical moment of settlement. It was like this to destroy his success rate of settlement. His heart should be killed. Chun Mo pulled out a drawer and took out a booklet. He found the pages of Fong Chong and Wei Yin and drew a big cross on them. He looked at Wei Yin's page. If he continued, Wei Yin would add another page. There would be no more crosses on this page. Sure enough, a traitor is a traitor. Unknowingly, he had caused him so many things. He even forgot why some of the crosses were drawn. But this could not erase the things Wei Yin had done to him. No, he still had to go to Feiwu Security Company tomorrow to see if he could strengthen it. Chun Mo thought secretly in his heart, then put the booklet in a drawer beside him and took out another straw paper. Now his system funds have increased to 1.5 billion again, and he should plan how to spend the money. Normally, the group's income this month is 2.2 billion. When this amount was calculated, it was when Freedom War was not online. Now, Freedom War is online. Then the monthly income will definitely increase, but the specific increase has not been calculated yet. But according to the previous monthly income of 2.2 billion, plus the authorization fee of 500 million just now, the total is 2.7 billion. It seems that it is time to implement the real estate project. Now that the development of Tomorrow Community has basically ended, it is time to start a new real estate project. After testing with the system, the maximum investment in the new real estate project is 2 billion, which is 500 million more than the investment funds of Tomorrow Community. But there are also many more restrictions, and high-end real estate like Tomorrow Community can no longer be built. For the design of the apartment type, there should not be too many 200 square meter apartments, and the selling price of the house should not be higher than 20,000 per square meter. In terms of decoration, it can only be simple and unified, unlike the Tomorrow Community, where each apartment is decorated differently and all furniture and appliances are fully equipped. After purchasing, you can move in directly. However, there is no problem. The average house price in Jiangxing is between 8,000 and 10,000. Although 20,000 yuan per square meter is not as expensive as 50,000 yuan per square meter in the Tomorrow Community, it is already very high. He believes that not many people will choose to buy it. Of course, even if some people who are not short of money buy 1 or 2 sets, it is nothing compared to the investment of 2 billion yuan. 2.7 billion yuan. Invest 2 billion yuan, then there will be 700 million yuan left this month, but this fund does not include the income brought by the launch of Freedom War. So the remaining funds for the last month will definitely exceed 700 million yuan. However, there is no problem. At the end of August, the 2 projects of Nanshi Takeaway and Nana Coffee have been expanded, and he can invest in other projects. The funds consumed by these 2 projects must be more than 1 billion yuan, plus an additional investment of 4.4 billion yuan. Basically, all the funds can be consumed. Of course, the premise is that no unexpected events like the Sangshui game today will happen. Chun Mo looked at the content recorded on the rough paper and confirmed the next plan. Although the Sangshui game suddenly increased its revenue by 500 million yuan this time, it did not have much impact on his settlement plan. He still has enough additional funds to consume the profitable funds. Thinking in his heart, he took out his mobile phone and called Mei Yun to ask him to go to Feiwu Security Company tomorrow. After all, he was going to Feiwu Security to find Yi Fan tomorrow to strengthen Wei Yin and Fong Chong. The call was connected. He briefly explained the situation and hung up the phone directly. He looked at his mobile phone and found that it was almost noon. At this time, the office door was suddenly opened, and Shinro walked in from outside with a thermostat. "Mr. Chun, lunch is here." Shinro saw Mr. Chun looking over and said something, then took the thermostat and walked to the dining table in front of the French window and skillfully placed the lunch and the thermostat on the table one by one. When the lunch was placed and she was about to leave, Mr. Chin's voice came from behind. "Let's eat together," Chinemo said and sat down beside the dining table. "Okay, Mr. Chin," Shinro responded, then turned back to her office to get her own tableware, sat opposite Mr. Chun, and started eating. She was used to eating with Mr. Chun. Usually, as long as there was nothing special, she would have lunch with Mr. Chun. They would have lunch together about 20 days a month. However, there was a period of time when they did not eat together, which lasted for more than a month. When did it come? Shinro thought for a while. It seemed to be the time when Zhang Lan joined Blue Film Films. During that time, Tomorrow Group seemed to be very busy, holding events and developing various projects. It should be too busy, Shinro thought secretly in her heart. Changfeng Clothing. Manager's office. "How is the agency?" Jiang Cheng asked Luo Yuan, who was sitting opposite him. Since Mr. Chun changed the system for group employees to act as agents for Changfeng Clothing, he has not known about the agency. Luo Yuan came here today and asked about it. "Mr. Jiang, there was a little accident with the employee agency." Luo Yuan hesitated and spoke slowly. Chapter 966 Design Competition. Accident? What happened? Jiang Qing looked at Luo Yuan nervously. Now Changfeng Clothing has always been in a state of loss. If anything unexpected happens, Changfeng Clothing may become the worst company in the Tomorrow Group. Nowadays, several well-developed companies have begun to receive intensive training from Mr. Chun. Although there are more than just garment factories in the group that are losing money now, the difference is that Changfeng Garment is the first company in the Tomorrow Group. If it has been in business for more than 2 years, it has always been in a state of loss. That's it, Mr. Jiang. Didn't Mr. Chun change the agency system for group employees? Group employees act as agents for Changfeng Clothing. There is no need to pay the agency fees first. You can just make up for the agency fees after the agent's store becomes profitable. After this system is implemented, the cost of representing Changfeng Clothing will be much smaller. You only need to rent a store and simply decorate it. The rest is labor cost. The news about this system spread little by little among the employees within the group when I refunded the agency fee. Previously, after paying an agency fee of 100,000 renminbi, 6,000 employees wanted to be agents of Changfeng Clothing. Now after the news spread, 9,000 employees already want to be agents of Changfeng Clothing. In an instant, 3,000 more employees were added to represent Changfeng Clothing. This is because the stores in some cities have been saturated, and some people who want to continue to open stores in saturated cities cannot continue to open. Luo Yuan said with excitement that the 9,000 stores basically cover 60% of the cities in the country. If it weren't for the fact that many employees wanted to open stores, there would be more, which is a pity. But with 9,000 stores, this number alone already exceeds the number of domestic clothing stores of some popular brands. The current number of stores is enough for Changfeng Clothing. If they are in the business department, they can target those cities where there is still a shortage of store agents and then recruit agents there. 9,000 stores yet, Jiang Cheng murmured, feeling a little incredible in his heart. The current group has more than 40,000 employees, and 9,000 people can act as agents for stores. Almost every 4 people can act as agents for one store. Of course, this calculation is not accurate. For example, some managers of the group have represented 5 or 6 stores. Just like him, he represents 3 stores. His wife's sister owns a store, his cousin owns a store, and there is another store that he and his wife invested in and currently employs 2 clerks to take care of it. There are also some management members in the group who also represent several stores. They are now younger sisters, younger brothers, and parents. Since there is nothing to do, I have assigned a store to them and let them manage the store, which can also save labor costs. And when the Chongfeng clothing brand is launched, it will be a profitable store. Of course, this time we were able to add 3,000 agency employees again, mainly because agency fees are temporarily not charged. The previous agency fee of 100,000 yuan was not a lot, but it was not a lot. Many families are still willing to spend 100,000 yuan at a time. It's not that they don't believe in Chongfeng clothing, but that they have more needs for money. Have these employee agency matters been implemented? Zhang Qing looked up at Luo Yuan. It is currently being implemented, and the employees in the business department have been busy with this matter for the past 2 days. Luo Yuan answered. That's good. Now that Chongfeng clothing has expanded, its daily production capacity has increased several times compared to before, but sales have not changed much, so that 90% of the clothing has been backlogged in the warehouse. If this continues, Chongfeng Clothing's warehouse may not be able to hold it. But if these 9,000 stores are opened, even if they don't make money, each store can sell a few pieces of clothing a month, which is considered a waste. Zhang Chongchong breathed a sigh of relief. Every time he walked to the warehouse of the clothing factory and looked at the more and more clothes piled up, he felt anxious. These clothes are all money. But if one day the reputation of Chongfeng clothing can really take off, these 9,000 stores can also become a profit machine for Chongfeng clothing. Zhang Cheng, I'm going to get busy. Luo Yuan stood up and walked outside the office. Zhang Cheng got up and sent Luo Yuan outside the office. But he had just walked to the desk and sat down and was about to pick up the information on the side and read it. The office door was knocked again, and then Su Yining opened the door and walked in. What's wrong with Minister Su? When Zhang Cheng saw that it was Su Yining who came in, he quickly got up and led him to the reception area of the office. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to be busy. I'll tell you what's going on and leave. Seeing that Zhang Cheng wanted to make tea, Su Yining hurriedly stopped him. When Zhang Cheng heard this, he didn't make any extra moves and sat directly opposite Su Yining. What's going on? Mr. Zhang, Sister Linda, and I may have to go on a business trip these days. Su Yining said. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked up at Su Yining. Is the design competition about to begin? At present, the garment factory itself does not have any business trips, so the only business trip is the clothing design competition. Yes, Mr. Jiang, the fashion design competition will be held in 3 days, and the location is in Shanghai. We need to go there in advance to make some preparations. Su Yining said slowly. Okay, I will talk to the finance department about this matter, and it will be counted as your business trip. Zhang Cheng nodded without hesitation. The design competition involves the reputation of the garment factory. If we can really get a good ranking in the design competition, it may be able to improve the current situation of the garment factory. Do you have any confidence in this garment factory design competition? Confidence? There is still some confidence, mainly because of Sister Linda. If there is no accident, there will be no problem in the top 8. Su Yining said. That's good. I look forward to your good news. Zhang Cheng smiled and said. Then the two briefly talked about the itinerary, and Su Yining left the office. The next day, non-military security, manager's office. Chen Mo looked at Yifan sitting opposite and spoke slowly. Can the training intensity of those employees be increased now? Mr. Chen, after a few days of training, those employees have adapted to a certain degree, so the training intensity can be increased appropriately. Yifan heard Mr. Chen's question and quickly answered. Is that so? Then increase the training intensity of Wei Yin and Fong Chong to the maximum. Chen Mo said without hesitation. For these two Lao Lu, the intensity must be increased to the maximum. Chapter 967, Team Promotion. I know, Mr. Chun. Yifan nodded quickly when he heard this, then took out the notebook that recorded the training plan, found the training plans of Wei Yin and Fong Chong, and then crossed out the original training plan and added a new training plan. I can't help but sigh in my heart. Wei Yin and Fong Chong are both managers of Tsangshui Games. Mr. Chen really values Tsangshui Games, especially Wei Yin. He has been training intensively from the beginning. Wei Yin has just adapted to the training in the past 2 days. Strength. Mr. Chun came over and increased the intensity again. Chun Mo nodded slightly when he saw that Yi Fan had changed his training plan. Wei Yin and Fong Chong, these two guys have to cause trouble for him at the critical moment of settlement. They must not be allowed to spend the training phase easily. Training is about to start, let's go down. Chun Mo glanced at the time, then stood up and walked outside the office. Upon seeing this, Li Mauda and Yi Fan hurriedly got up and followed behind, arriving outside the training venue. At this time, all the employees of the group had stood in line neatly. Compared with the chaos of the team on the first day, there is obviously much order now. Line up, count. Yi Fan walked to the front of the team and gave some simple commands. After confirming that all members had arrived today, he directly issued today's training plan. Team 1 ran 5 kilometers. Team 2 ran 6 kilometers. Team 3 ran 7 kilometers. Wei Yin and Fong Chong were promoted from Team 2 to Team 3. Yi Fan quickly arranged today's training plan. Wei Yan's original training intensity was arranged for the second team, but today Mr. Chun has maximized their training intensity, so they will be promoted to the third team. As Yi Fan's order came out, everything in the team started to move. Wei Yin and Fong Chong were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to their senses. They looked at each other and consciously entered the third team. Mr. Wei, we have been promoted to the team. What is the reason for this? Fong Chong ran to Wei Yin and said, I don't know, maybe I feel that our physical fitness has improved very quickly, and we are not strong enough in the second team. Wei Yin shook his head and then guessed. As for why their training intensity should be increased, he didn't know. Fong Chong nodded and then started running with the team. Chun Mo looked at the running team and walked to the recliner in the distance. At this time, tea was already placed on the table next to the recliner. Nodding slightly, Li Mauda did a good job in this regard. Mr. Chun, drink tea. Li Mauda quickly walked to the recliner and carefully poured Mr. Chun a cup of tea. Well, there are also recliners, right? Chun Mo took the tea and turned to look at Li Mauda. There is also Mr. Chun. Li Mauda opened his mouth to answer. Let's arrange another recliner and put it aside. Mayan will come over to discuss things later. Chun Mo spoke slowly, looking at the team running on the playground. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Mauda nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, 2 people came over carrying a recliner. Then he carefully placed it next to Chun Mo, and then another person moved a small table and placed it between the 2 lounge chairs. Mr. Chun, everything has been arranged. I don't know when Mr. May will come over. Li Mauda sat on the recliner nearby and asked. The appointment time is at 10 o'clock. Let's watch the training. Chun Mo said something, and then his eyes fell on the training ground ahead. It's approaching 10 o'clock. Mayan came to the outskirts of the training ground and saw a group of employees standing neatly in a military posture. There was envy in his eyes. Is this the treatment of a company with the top revenue in the group? I don't know when my construction company will get such treatment. Mayan thought to himself, looking around the training ground, and soon noticed the lounge chairs on the edge of the training ground, and Mr. Chun was right over there. After confirming Mr. Chun's location, he walked over directly. Mr. Chun, when he reached the edge of the lounge chair, he quickly said hello. Chun Mo heard the voice coming from beside him, turned his head and looked over, and found that Mei Yun was walking over. You're here, sit down. He pointed to the lounge chair next to him. Mr. May, give me a call when you come over. I'll pick you up directly. When Li Mauda saw Mei Yun coming over directly, he said something. I'm familiar with this place, so I drove over directly. Mei Yun said with a smile, and finally sat down on the recliner next to him. I wonder what projects Mr. Chin has planned. To what extent is the construction of tomorrow's community going? Chun Mo asked rhetorically. All the construction of the tomorrow community has been completed, the decoration has been completed, and the greening has been completed. However, some green plants will not grow leaves until next year. There is not a lot of green in the community now. The remaining work in the community is to clean up some debris in the community. It will take about half a month to deal with it. Mei Yin explained in detail the current progress of tomorrow community. What about real estate? All property management personnel have been recruited and basically trained. When the community is completed tomorrow at the end of August, they can officially take up their posts. Well, Since the Tomorrow Community project is over, let's start a new project. As a construction company, we can't have one project. After hearing Mei Yun's answer, Chen Mo directly stated his purpose. I plan to invest in another real estate project, and the investment amount this time is 2 billion. Mei Yun was not surprised to hear what Mr. Chen said. He had expected that Mr. Chen would develop new projects after the Tomorrow Community project was over. The only thing that surprised him was that he didn't expect it to be so fast. Mr. Chen, are the requirements of the new project still the same as the Tomorrow Community? No, the requirements of the community for the new project have changed. Chen Mo shook his head and continued to speak. The quality of the project cannot be changed. All construction requirements should be built in accordance with the requirements of Tomorrow Community. The changes are in the apartment type. In the new project, the 200 square meter apartment type cannot exceed 5% of the total number of apartment types, and the 150 square meter apartment type cannot exceed 10%. The rest of the apartment types can be built into 100 square meters. Also, the decoration cannot be different for each room like Tomorrow Community. All decorations are unified, and only simple hard decoration is carried out. There is no need to put in home appliances, furniture, and other items. Also, there is the issue of rooms. The price of the house in this new project is 20,000 per square meter. The sales model is still the same as Tomorrow Community. No pre-sale of houses is done, and all existing houses are sold.